shit. Yo, check. 1 3, 1 3, 1 3. It's built on the whole. Yeah, yeah, Wes. We sort out the banner. Come on. Yo. We'll go with that one for now. Come on, we got man like J Boogie in the building. Cabot. Oh, God. I like Terra Incognita. Yeah, literally just started right now. Mm, come on. Yeah, man, it's G Blockery today, B. Come on, you know how we do. Yeah, man. Wanna shout out everyone that's subscribed to G Block. Yeah, we love that, man. Where's the other one? Yo, walk on, Bernie. Yellow. Yo, Brother Bernard Eastling Bay, Marsh American Muslim. What's going on? Hey, he must be busy with the youth still, man. But yeah, he'll chat when he's ready, man. Yeah. Big up everyone, man. Old type, man. Like, alright, let's start. Yeah, old type J Boogie in the building. Old type Terra Incognita in the building. Old type True for Igbo in the building. Old type man like King H in the building. Old type man like BVM Unbiased again in the building. Come on, you know how we do. Big up the man them still. Yeah, we there, man. We heard, man. You get me? Yeah, man. We wanna see, boy. Nah, the question of the day, Rose. Yeah, man. Yeah. So, yeah, until Bernie's ready, yeah. Let me chat to the man them in the chat. Yeah, man. So you missed out on. Hey, Bernie, you didn't go to Day show last night. No, Day does the night shift, man.
No, I wasn't happy.
You missed it. No, he's not coming out, man.
Is he coming out today?
Where's the topic?
When he does, he'll come out. Yo.
Incognito. Not too sure. But,
Well, go on, man.
what's the topic?
Old type Mrs. H. Moist, you get me? Yeah, man. You know how we do, man. Old type bad like Ryle, big up yourself. Yeah. How about? You get me? Like, hold on. Continue. Yeah, you bought up the set right there, man. So, who not like me? You get me? Yeah? Who not like me? Suck your mother. You get me? Jeez. Yeah, man. Come on, man. Yeah, G Block. It's always safe around here, B. We got Mr. P in the building. Old tight Chris One for life. Big up yourself, my brother. Yeah, bud. Yeah, man. Trust me. I must think of, like, bruv, I got the soda at the bashment, you get me? So if I say I don't like me, so I'll care about that. You get me? So we deal with it, man. Yeah. So, yeah, man. We out here today, B. We got Melanated Goddess. We got yourself. Yeah, we're in the building, man. It's nice and sunny today. I got to change the cook hood. Yeah, big up Maverick X. Big up yourself, brother. Yeah, big up Mr. H. The white supremacists use you as a token. As a token black. What? Where, though? Where? Mad thing. Anyway, big up Common Sense. Big up yourself. Mad. Yeah, man. Common sense runs the night shift around there. Yeah, like I'm saying, the way I'm running my shop, yeah, the way I'm running my shop around here, yeah, is that everyone could get a chance to bust. You get me right there, yeah. So yeah, don't ever feel worried like to jump on the panel, join the thing. If you start to build up a little following and you start to do your own thing, that's no problem, man. You get me? Ah, Mr. H, you're the one dislike, yeah? Yeah, man. But don't try this, man, and then don't expect me to dish you, man. What I'm to you, man? You get me? I don't know what I'm to, man. You must think I'm religious, cuz. Yeah, I don't roll like that, bro. You can't just diss me for that, man. Yeah, I'll type the boy wonder Bosch. Yeah. Mad. Hey, Mr. B. People will start talking, man. You know what I'm saying? Man's got the Veli medallion on, you know. Mad thing. Mad. Yeah, man. Jeez. It's Sunday out here. It's nice and warm as well, man. Yeah, sorry, that was a little bit choky.
Yes, yes. Good afternoon, man.
Mm.
How you doing,
Well,
Veli?
go on. What you
Sorry,
saying,
Good.
brother,
man?
man.
Yeah, what's
Peace,
up, Bernie,
peace.
man? Peace, man.
Peace, peace,
Oh,
Told
peace.
myself I'm not going to speak Arabic today. I'm trying to do an experiment for
Oh,
myself. Let's see how emotional.
oh,
I see
shit.
how emotional non-religious people get when I speak Arabic. So I'm gonna try to
No, you
speak pure English. I'll translate it. We're gonna give it a shot. See how it goes.
Hey, Bernie, man, I was expecting you to come on.
Who's that?
Onto the late show.
I'll pay for your benefits. Don't receive benefits, man.
Who's that?
I got a PayPal though,
Wait, what was
so you can slap
Hello?
somebody in the PayPal, cuz that'd be like
So
benefits.
you might as well drop me some PayPal.
Like,
Wait 1 second.
trust me. You can drop me PayPal money like benefits every week or something. How much is benefits a week? What? How much is job seekers allowance a week? £90 or something? Yeah, you just slap £90 a week in my PayPal, cuz, and I'll show you some respect. You get me? I put some respect on your name. Yeah. Make sure
Oh,
you
you
put
know
it in
what?
as JSA.
I don't even want £50, bro. Someone could drop me a score 5 for the StreamYard. Yeah, that's tough for me,
Yeah,
bro.
but do you know why? You only have to pay, yeah, because you're basically gonna do a show now and every day, innit? So your free shows are gonna run out.
Yeah, that
So
already
you're gonna
happened,
have to end
innit?
up
That
paying,
already
man.
happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, man already had to pay for the first thing, but you get me, like, I need to certify next month's thing, so I'll make sure, like, man don't fail the fans, you get me?
Yeah.
Hey, what's the question of the day, though? One second, I didn't even read it.
Question of the
Religious
day, yeah?
people,
Yeah, no, you don't touch that, all right? You don't touch that, that's for adults.
the truth, why are they so unhappy with criticism?
It's for adults. Yeah, sorry, let me mute. 1 sec.
Oh, that's a sick question. Hey, that is a sick question. Hey, Veli, what? Did you come up with that? Or
No, you know what? Yeah, I'm not even going to take the credit for this one still. Got a big up man like Ultra Funky, the most righteous, moral man on YouTube, you get me? Yeah, me. Yeah, so big up Funky for that one there still.
don't know, Funky. Hey, Funky, is he there yet? I'll tell him when he's here, because that's a sick question, bro. I've got to rate him for that still.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, like I say, man, if you got the truth, yeah.
Prepared. I'm just.
Yeah, if you got the truth, bro, you should be prepared to take customers all day.
Yeah,
fully. All day, any subject, any angle, anything. Yeah, you should be wanting that. Yeah, man. I never had the Easter fish though. Bargain, cuz. Yeah, Jack. I'm bargaining still. Like I ain't a Christian or that. but I still like food. You get me? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I ain't a Christian or that, but I still like food. The hell is wrong with this brother? You get
Man,
me?
might have Christmas
Yeah,
turkey.
man.
Like, you get me? It's a turkey. You get me?
Yeah, yeah, like, right. Obviously, when it's Escovitch season, yeah, man. Oh, yeah. You get me?
Yo,
But
what, Mister?
yeah, man, definitely, bro, man. When you got the island areas, the
Yo,
most
never known
moralist
how to
man
say
in
that.
that,
Yo,
neutral
Ultra.
streets.
Yo, that's a mad question,
Moral,
fam.
moral, moral, moral.
So that's a sick question you posed, fam.
Which one? Which one?
The question of the day, bro.
Yeah, what do you reckon?
Bro, I think like because they're not really certain about the truth that they got in it. That's what I think.
Oh, take that!
Bro, that's the what else could it be, bro? What else could it be? You get me?
If
Like,
I'm honest with you, I'm kind of leaning on that myself.
bro, I'm pretty 100% certain that is the fact, innit?
Wait, yeah, they done. I can't remember if it's you, yeah, but there's one guy online. He doesn't want to like divulge like real personal information. That might be you, right? So I
Yeah,
can't
it's
remember
me.
if it's me. All right, cool, cool,
It is
cool.
me. It is me.
I'm gonna ask you a series of yes no hypotheticals. Yeah. Now the
Yeah.
reason why I'm using hypotheticals because I don't want you to divulge personal information, but I'm gonna ask you the questions, but like, yeah, they won't be personal because I don't know anything about it. Right, so check this out. Yeah.
All right.
They done. Do you have a mother?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if I said to you, they done, your mother isn't the woman you think is your mother, isn't your mother. In fact, the person who you believe is your mother isn't your mother. She's not. The person who is actually your mother is a 4 foot Chinese man from Wuhan who is actually the person that started the coronavirus. Now,
Not
now,
even Chinese lady, you know, Chinese
no,
man.
no, I had to make it like really absurd, right?
All
Now,
right.
let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
If somebody actually said that to you, without saying,
I'd laugh, innit?
right, yeah, right, right, yeah, like not because
You brightened my day, bro. I'm not gonna lie, bro.
it has to be absurd, right? Because essentially, right, you know who your mom is. Not only do you look like her, but we could just hop along at any point after coronavirus is done and the lockdown has ended, right? Do a DNA test and we could prove that your mom is your mom, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Me asserting that actually your mom's a Chinese dude from Wuhan and he's the one that started the coronavirus. It's just insane, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right,
It's like,
okay. But what about if I said to you, actually, there was the person you believe is your mom isn't your mom. The person you're calling Aunt Francine is your mom, and
ooh,
the reason why we had to come up with the charade is because there were circumstances when prior to you being born where we kind of had to conceal the fact um your mom got pregnant when she did. Yeah, that's
yeah,
plausible. That's plausible,
yeah.
right? So at that
Yeah, then we
point,
can follow it up in it and see
yeah,
what the actual matter is.
exactly. So at that point, right, you can by all means write that off as absurd, or you could go to Aunt Francine and say, listen, just
I
quickly, I
know.
heard. No, no, not even I know, because remember
I
at
know,
this
I know, I'm joking. Literally what I said to Rob yesterday. Listen, I heard someone tell me this. Is it true? Like, that's all you got to say.
simple, and then say to her, listen, I heard that there were circumstances prior to my birth that meant that you guys had to create this charade where you were saying my mom's my mom, but secretly Aunt Francine, you're my mom, which would explain why you're always nice to me, why you treat me differently to everyone else, and
Yeah, yeah.
blah 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 blah. And then she could say,
No, they done. It's not true. Or she could say, no, it's not true. Or she could say, actually, yeah, you're of age now. I think it's time you know. Now,
Yeah.
the only way that would happen is if you did the the correct due diligence, right? You've
Yeah.
heard something that, unlike your mum being a 4 foot Chinese man who started started coronavirus, right? Which
Yeah.
is just instantly dismissible, like
Yeah, because
right
that's
off the bat.
complete absurdity, innit?
Exactly. Whereas the thing about Aunt Francine is plausible, and there's a chance it might be real. And
It's
chances
it's
are,
in it's still
chances are,
within the margins of reality.
exactly. So I would ask you, is it not like on all the parties involved to do the investigation to say, all right, Mum, is this true? And Francine, is this true?
Yeah, it's
You
definitely
understand? Yeah,
yeah,
and
yeah.
rather than you having a complete, now, I mean, obviously, it's going to affect you emotionally once you find out it's true. Like let's just say the
Yeah,
Aunt Francine thing is true. Yeah, it's going
yeah.
to completely alter your worldview. It might even shatter your trust. It will upset you because you've been deceived all this time, even though it's for good intentions, right? But would you have preferred at this point to have not known about Aunt Francine, who is actually your mom? Because
Ooh. No, I would prefer to know still.
this is the problem with religious people.
Yeah,
When
they
when
prefer not to
people
know.
when people from the outside look in and think, oh, that bit, gross, or
Yeah.
that bit doesn't make any sense, or that bit isn't compatible with 2020, right? When religious people hear that, rather than like look into it and do the investigating, they're like, nope, nope, don't want to hear it. I'm gonna die like without finding out whether Francine's my mom or not.
Yeah.
And that for me is sad, sad.
No, but you know what, Ultra, yeah?
Wait,
Well, I can respect your conjecture.
what is
I would
what?
like to take a part in this. I can respect your conjecture. That's all it is. It's just conjecture. But for those who don't know, it's your boy, Brother Bernard Easton Babe, Moorish American submitter to God.
Big up,
I want to give
big
all
up.
praise to God. It
Are you
says to
watching
the
clearly?
Muslims out there, I do actually agree with today's topic because it actually says, according to scripture from my people of the book, that we are to simply proclaim the truth and let God deal with their intentions and their spiritual growth. Okay, according to chapter 32, 3, verse 32, it says, proclaim, you shall obey God and the messenger. If they turn away, God does not love the disbelievers. And this word, this means you diss something that was already there. So we're turning you inside yourself. This is not a convert, this is a revert to something we believe is already natural. You diss this natural urge to do right and to give it credit, and then that's on you. Chapter 3, verse 63, if they turn away, God is fully aware. So I would tell the people of the book, yeah, you should not be emotional and stuff like that. Because we teach that, in true Islam, we should not act defensively or take their oppression as something personal. God actually tells us through written history, that his messengers have always consistently been targets of mockery and rejection. Even Jesus was called a Satan. Some even called him, a Hindu god, and that this shall set the precedent for us. So it is God revelation that they mock, not ours. According to chapter 6, verse 33 to 65. We know that you may be saddened by what they say. You should know that it is not you that they reject. It is God's revelation that the wicked disregard. Messengers before you have been rejected, and they steadfastly preserved in the face of rejection. They were persecuted until our victory came to them. Such is God's system that will never change. Never change. So this is a story that has
Yo,
never
Bernie,
got old. The
yo,
history
that
of my
was sick.
messengers
Where did
thus
you get
sets the
that from?
precedence for you. If the rejections get to be too much for you, here we go. If the rejection gets to be too much for you, you should know that even if you dug a tunnel through the earth or climbed a ladder into the sky and produced a miracle for them, they still would not believe. Had God willed, we could have guided them unanimously. Therefore, do not behave like the ignorant ones. So I agree with today's topic. Don't be like the ones. And that also goes for, extreme atheists and stuff too. You can't be upset, if I'm telling you you're born a man, you're telling me that you're a woman, and I'm telling you you're a man. I'm giving you truth. Then why are you getting upset? So I agree on both
I like
ends.
what you read. I was asking
Anybody
you,
who
where
have their
did you read
religious
that
belief
from, Bernie?
shouldn't be
Where were you reading from?
That was from the Quran, chapter 6, verse 33 to
Okay.
35.
Yeah, that was
I'll put it in
deep,
the
man.
private chat for you.
Yeah, please. I
I'll
like
slide
that.
back in the circle though.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. I like that.
And do you know what the funny? Oh, Bernie, are you watching Akili? I'm positive you're watching Akili in the background. Is this correct? Bernie, American
Yes,
Marvel.
sir. I'm watching the
I thought
Keely.
so. Yes, sir. I thought so. I thought
Yeah.
so. I get my kids to watch that
Gotta
as
educate
well.
the
Yeah.
kids.
Come on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
educate
So
the kids,
basically,
man.
yeah. The question of the day is: if you think you've got the truth, why does criticism hurt so much, right? And it's the whole thing about if you know your mom's your mom, and some idiot comes along and says your mom's a Chinese guy, then do you see what I'm saying? It shouldn't be like,
You know what it is, Ultra? I give you my personal thing. Like no scripture. I'm just giving my personal answer. We just love you that much. It's kind of like you're gonna have you have kids and they're gonna become bigger ultra funkies with their own individual thoughts and rebelliousness. And eventually you're gonna feel some kind of way when they disagree with, hey, make sure you come in inside 10 p.m. Oh, they're coming in 2:13 in the morning. You're gonna feel some kind because you just give a damn, So I think it's more of just a love thing, not too much of a, oh my God, master, I didn't get him today. I'll get him tomorrow. It's not, get the Hollywood out of it. If you go spookism, then you're missing the point. I think we just simply there's some people who really do just give a damn. Now do some take it to the extreme? Agreed.
Yeah.
The Quran actually said, do not be extravagant, even in trying to invite somebody to this religion of peace. You shouldn't be aggressive. That's an oxymoron. How you gonna be aggressive in a religion of peace? So
Yeah.
I think people just
that
they let their passions of like how much they just really care and how much they know that this can change your life, as it affected them. I think that's what you're feeling by most people. But yeah, I agree. It's a lot of extremists who kind of want to start following you and try to put the Quran in your face or the Bible in your face. I'm against all those kind of people. Get the fuck back.
Mm. Yeah, I
To
like
be
what
honest,
you said.
that first passage from the Quran you read was kind of like, no, I'm on the phone. That first passage you read from the Quran was kind of like, it's kind of to be fair.
Kind of what? Sorry, I missed that.
I feel the same way. Just
Yo,
minus
sorry,
scripture.
Ultra. Kind of
Imagine
what?
that.
Ultra, you can't, yeah? Start again, bro.
Oh no, I was saying. Oh, sorry. It must. I'm far from the modem. Hold on. Yeah, I was saying. Even when Bernie was reading that passage from the Quran, I actually liked it, and I fucking agreed. And
Yeah, me
I was
too.
thinking, I actually agree with that passage from the Quran, but that's as far as it goes for me. Do you see what I'm saying? I will read the Bible, I will read the Quran, I'll read the Torah, and I will find verses in there that I think, yeah, that's a gem, that's gold. Do you see what I'm saying? But there are other parts of these same books where if you try to apply them to today, you'd be arrested for war crimes and a whole host of other things. But I will say to people, the question of the day is when you point out the things that quite frankly are just heinous and or bullshit and or crimes, why do people not like that? Because let's be real, let's just be all the way real. If you applied all of the Quran today, it wouldn't work. If you applied all of the Bible today in its entirety, it won't work. The things that were prescribed in these ancient books were probably relevant for the time, and I get that, and I'm even willing to concede. Right, fine, but not today. And I think when you point that out to religious folk, they get mad and they tell you, "You going to hell," and then I'm like, no, come on. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
that's
this
what
is
I
the
mean.
thing.
I agree. They shouldn't be doing all that. All I would simply
Yeah,
ask is, if that's the case, then why is everybody dying to come to America?
it's a good film.
Because the
Why
United
not?
States Constitution is founded on Islamic
Oh,
principles.
you
Why
meant
is
actually
everybody
coming
dying to
to
get here?
America. I thought you meant the movie. Sorry.
Yeah,
But that's a good movie too. I
that
can
was
watch
a
binge watch that
that was
more
a
than once.
funny.
But
So
that's what
you're
I would
saying
ask. Why
that
is everybody? Why
everyone
is
wants to go
everybody
to
dying to get
America.
here?
Everyone wants to
Yeah,
go to
seem to
America
like
because it's
America
funded
too.
on Islamic principles. Is that what
Bro,
you're
we got
saying?
Japanese people with 51. Bro, we got Japanese brothers and sisters with 5150 on right now, bro, with 5150 hats. That's American culture. We're the whole Constitution, which according to my prophet Noble Ali, who says that the American Constitution is one of the greatest documents in mankind because it's a bitch, but it's fair. Here's an example. The first article, the First Amendment, I'm sorry, the freedom of speech and religion. It's not only just that, but it's also the freedom in the speech to have conflicting opinions about your government or your religion without any form of tyranny. Or the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms. That's Islamic. You have a right to defend yourself. So if you come in my house, I'm going to shoot you. You know, and if you come in uninvited, I'm going to have my Bible and my P96 Luger in my hand, shoot you square in the face, and then I'm going to pray over you. I have that right to defend myself. Now that doesn't mean, ooh, he said gun. He was a Muslim. Ooh, where did he get the gun from? You know, it's common sense in a sense. Check. I'll put a link in the private chat on the relationship with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and how each and every article related to a verse in the Quran. So that's what I would ask anybody. Why is everybody dying to get here? Because the Constitution is based on Islamic principles: freedom, justice for all, human rights.
Yeah, I heard that in
Now,
the
is there
US
corruption?
Supreme Court. There's like there's architecture of Muhammad in the US Supreme Court.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
John Adams, one of the presidents, have a signature in the Quran.
and they said he's like one of the greatest lawgivers of all time, or something like that.
Listen, yo,
Yeah,
bruv,
on the Quran.
you said
Even
the American
even
Constitution
Obama gave big up
is
to the Muslims in America.
yo. The American Constitution is not based on Islam, bro. What are you talking about? Where did that come from?
It does have
Gotcha. I'll be right back.
it does have some basis that comes from Islam and Muhammad. Have you seen that plaque on the US
But they
Supreme
were all
Court?
Christians. So you're gonna forget about that they was all Christians, that they was all slave owning Christians. You're forgetting about that and just saying that the American Constitution was all slave owners and they were Muslims now then. Is that what Bernie's saying there?
US Supreme
Jeez,
Court,
man.
there's a what do you call it, bro? A sculpture on the panel on top of the US Supreme Court that includes great philosophers of history, yeah, and that Muhammad is included as one of them. Like you can see the picture as well if you Google it. He's holding a Quran and a sword, and they said this is one of the one of the greatest lawgivers of history or something like that. So I'll do. By the way, Melanated Goddess, big up. I
But with
apologize
that,
about yesterday.
how does that what you just said, equal out to Islamic ways help to create in the American Constitution? Especially the way them like what you just said. How does what you just said help to prove that Islam helped create the American Constitution?
No, I didn't say that.
There's Islamic principles in the American Constitution.
No. All I said, was in the U.S. Supreme Court. There's a sculpture of Muhammad on the plaque that has sculptures of great philosophers of history and things like that. In the U.S. Supreme Court.
All right, we got the Dalil Hill. Article 1 of the United Nations Human Rights, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, December 10th, 1948, by the General Assembly of the United Nations. Article 1. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. They are endowed with reason and conscience and should act towards one another in the spirit of brotherhood. Quran chapter 3, verse 95. Their Lord responded to them, I never failed to reward you, any worker among you, for any work you do, be you male or female, you are equal to one another. Chapter 4, verse 25. God knows best about your belief, and you are equal to one another as far as belief is concerned. Chapter 7, verse 70. We have honored the children of Adam and provided them with the rides on land and in sea. We provided them good provisions, and we gave them great advantages than many of our creatures. Article 2. Everyone is entitled to all rights and freedoms set forth in this declaration without distinction of any kind, such as race, color, sex, language, religion, political or other opinion, national or social origin, property, birth, or other status. Furthermore, no distinction shall be made on the basis of the political jurisdiction, no or international status of the country or territory to which a person belongs, whether it be independent, trust, non-self-governing, or under any other limitation of sovereignty. Quran chapter 2, verse 136. Say, we believe in God and in what was sent down to us, and what was sent down to Abraham, Ishmael, Isaac, Jacob, and the patriarchs, and what was given to Moses and Jesus and all the prophets from their Lord. We make no distinction among any of them. To him alone we are submitters. 49, verse 13. O people, we created you from the same male and female. Ooh, this is my favorite, one of my favorite verses. O people, we created you from the same male and female, and render you distinct peoples and tribes, that you may recognize one another. The best among you in the sight of God is the most righteous. God is honest and cognizant. I mean, I could just keep going. In Article 3, everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security of a person. 2 verse 191. You may kill those who wage war against you, and you may evict them once they evicted you. Oppression is worse than murder. I just
So you're saying that they used the Quran to create the American Constitution, yeah? They looked at the Quran, looked at the
in
rules in there,
secret, yes.
and then laid it out like that, yeah? Oh, in secret.
Yes.
Okay,
In
okay.
secret, yes. That's why I left. That's why I left Freemasonry in 2012. Once I found out that the secret was Islam, so I left. There was no more need to go.
Oh, you
The
sure?
secret to Freemasonry is Islam.
Yes, brother man.
Freemasonry started before
Because
Islam.
after 33rd degrees, every degree that you move up to, don't sit back, take some notes. Every degree you move up to, you make a note from the Bible, a certain chapter in the Bible. Once you hit 33rd degree, you enter into a totally different organization called the Mystic Orders of the Shrines. The Arabic Order of the Mystic Shrines. And the new book ends up on top of the Bible we made on that day. And it's
Yo,
at an
Bernie.
angle. So that completes the shrine.
Bernie,
And the
what came
the Shriners,
first?
they wear this
Islam or
red
Freemasonry? Which one came first?
where it had the word Islam. Which one
Afternoon,
came
Bernie.
first?
How are you, brother?
Big up Walter, big up Witness, big up yourself, bro.
Yo,
Yo,
big up
Witness,
Witness,
big
man.
up Witness.
Good
Come on.
afternoon, Chirpunky. Good afternoon.
Yo,
Dave
peace,
John.
Afternoon, man.
Afternoon, Bernie. Bernie, are you sure you want to associate Islam with the amendments in the Constitution? Are you sure you want to do that, Bernie? Bernie?
I mean, I already did. I can keep going if you want.
No, but then I need you to please help me out, because what the 19th Amendment says prohibits the denial of the right to vote based on sex, which means the LGBTQ are allowed to vote. Are you sure you still want to associate the Quran with the amendments? Because the 19th Amendment gives the LGBT community the right to vote.
Wasn't one of the American amendments that black people are 3/5 of a human being as well? And that comes from
I've
the
heard
Quran
that,
as well.
but I don't know if that was
actually part of the thing.
Was that part of the amendments, or was that, what was it?
Yeah, that's not from the Quran. The whole 350
That one's not from the Quran.
so-called black man not having nationality, which is actually, believe it or not, which is what this whole mission statement of my organization is all about, offering nationality, believe it or not. So if you want to go into that conversation, we can. But it's actually quite constitutional for whoever's given these rights is given to first-class citizens, people with that nationality. the powers that be, unfortunately, finessed our people into giving up our nationality and giving up our religion. Once we went after the gods of Europe around 1774, thus we were given these titles: Negro, Black, Colored, Ethiopians, Kick, Spoons, Coons, all these different words other than who we were. But every other nation had their nationality, so this was a big issue. There was even an article in the newspaper called "The Negro Problem." These people were set free, but mentally they were still held back during the times of slavery. All they had was what their master gave them. They didn't give them, in a sense, like, here's your turban back, here's your Quran back. You see what I'm saying? They just kept the Bible, and they just kept the pig feet and all the other stuff that they took with them from slavery. That was an issue that you see now and today. We're loud, we're obnoxious, we can't get along with one another, we're always fighting, we're very sexual. You see what I'm saying? There was something that was not, there was a gap that was left when we were set free, thus, which is what we believe in, why Allah had to send another American prophet to straighten up this issue that was not addressed in 1790, when they said, hey, the free blacks, you can proclaim citizenship. Some kind of way or shape or form, it just didn't hit their ears. It went in one ear out the other. And so we're dealing with years of second-class citizenship treatment. In other words, you get sloppy seconds if I even want to give it to you. And here we are complaining about reparations and this and that. But the first issue was not having a nationality in the first place. That was the biggest as you say, the biggest story ever told. You are the story. You are the secret. And you were like, when it hits you, you'll cry. Or just how big.
Sorry, Bernie, just to interrupt you, I apologize. Is Bernie's mic cutting out, or is it just me?
No, it's me as well. But it's not like anything's missing out. It's just kind of
just going fast. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind
slow
of
and fast.
Okay, we're hearing what he's saying, though.
Yeah, we heard what you said though, still, but it was like sounded a bit funny.
Yeah. But
Because
that's
in America,
I've never heard of Muslim put it that way.
LGBT. Can you hear me? LGBT.
because they sell alcohol in America.
It's such a
legally
fool.
allowed to sell. They're legally allowed to sell alcohol in the U.S. of A.
That's actually quite Islamic witness, because there's no compulsion in Islam. What am I going to do if you want to drink? You see what I'm saying? Cut your hand off, chop your head off.
Bernie,
That's
I thought
it's not Islamic.
I thought Bernie, I thought that alcohol was haram in Islam. Unless I'm wrong. I mean, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I thought alcohol was...
Well, here, this is where I stand.
Well, for Muslims, isn't it?
Intoxicants is a sin. It's encouraged not to do it. You know, some things I ran across in regards to intoxicants. I know marijuana's not involved, so I'm really big on that. Marijuana does not involve an intoxicant. If you go to the Arabic meaning of it, if you keep it English, you're going to keep being confused. But in Arabic, the definition meaning of intoxicant is that which is boiled and is fermented. You know, you collect the suds and you ferment. But it'll tell you this in the lexicon. So I'm like, oh, okay, it got shit to do with weed, so I'm good. You know, so for my Akis out there, you know, don't throw weed in there with the intoxicants. You know, it's actually 1/5 of the anointing oil, according to Exodus. So,
but you're okay with
in Hebrew.
But you don't really have a major problem with alcohol being sold in the U.S. You don't have a problem with that, or do you?
No.
Okay. Fair enough. Because
no, I just believe in education. I believe in educating a person out of an issue. Like, I'll give you an example. I had suicidal thoughts back then because of just how effed up the world was getting. I guess I had a future sight of something called the LGBT community coming to existing one day in the future, and I just freaked myself out, like, on just how stupid the world is getting, you know, and how far we could have been. You know, I'm watching documentaries like Jacques Fresco, you know, Venus Project, high advanced technology type shit, solar panels, geothermal energy. I'm 14 years old looking at this stuff, right? So I was so confused and just upset at humanity. You know, I would be what they call the crying poet. You know, in a sense, I kind of got the gist of the big scheme of everything. In a sense, I was just inherit with this. I get it. You know, what is this taxes things going? What is this? Do we have to pay taxes? You know, blah blah blah. Right. So, I had to educate myself in regards to why I, shouldn't kill myself when I start to see that, more people depended on me being alive than dead. I actually had some people who looked up to me, real talk, like, oh wow, they look forward to, my presence and stuff. So
Yeah, like me.
I'll say
I want to
from that
learn your
experience.
version. Yeah, like me, bro. I want to learn your version of Islam, bro. If you don't mind teaching me it sometime, like.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if you're open to it, I can give you an introduction.
Yeah, definitely, man. Like, it will be my pleasure, bro.
Wait, Bernie, when did you find out, that the truth about Freemasonry was Islam? How did you come to that conclusion?
When I saw that the Shriners, when they had the fezzes on, I found out that these Europeans who was rocking our fezzes, a lot of these politicians with suits and ties on, people in the parliament, rocking these fezzes. I'm like, what is these red fezzes? And I got to doing research, and some of them will have kind of with jury on, it will spell out the word more, or it will spell out the word Islam, or it will spell out the word Mecca. So I just started putting two and two together, and I'm like, oh, wait, this is my people shit. They're studying our shit.
Wait,
And
Bernie,
the rest was history.
Bernie, is it possible that you're wrong?
Ask all them Europeans who have the word more in their name and they rock them red fezzes in the basement. I don't know. Ask them.
No,
got
I'm
Mandy
asking
Moore,
you, bro.
Demi Moore. What is it with this word more?
Listen,
Yeah,
I'm asking you,
that's what was convincing enough.
Bernie, is it possible that you're wrong?
Nope.
Hello, Keely. Dash. Keely.
33 degrees. I have to make an oath to Allah on ceremony, so he's got a point. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, if this is all bullshit, why are they rocking it? If the dark skinned woman is so unattractive, why is George Lucas married to a dark skinned? You see what I'm saying? So you can ask me, is it true that you could possibly be wrong about the dark skinned women? Well, Europeans seem to have no issue with them, but they want us to throw them out the window and go after the European or the light skinned woman. So for me, I peeped the game. I'm like, they make voodoo seem very ignorant. And then when I did some research, found out that was our people's science, and it wasn't even negative. Did you know that that's what the whole concept of being of zombies in the movies? That's where that came from. It was a mockery towards our people's science of voodoo. The first people who were actors in the movies in the black and white TV days were actually Haitian people. They were all dark-skinned people. To throw this fear and
I hear you.
it will make the rage
Bernie,
and
you sidestepped
now
my
we
question,
have,
bro.
now we have
Bernie, you sidestepped my
and,
question.
stuff like that.
Is it possible, Bernie, that you're wrong?
No, and I provided some reasons, but I'll just say no for me.
So there's no possibility that you could be wrong.
Nope.
Wow. Okay. Oh, the delusion is
Have you been to the Mason organization?
Yeah.
Are you a traveling man? Are you a traveling
So there's
man?
no
Are you a
possibility
Mason?
that you could be wrong. You're saying there's
I'm asking
absolutely
Ultra,
no
are you a
possibility
traveling
that you could
man?
be
Are you a
wrong.
Mason? It depends. Ultra, are you a traveling man? Are you coming from the east? Do you even understand
Yes,
what I
sir.
just asked?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Yes,
so
sir.
you do.
Yes, I am,
And
sir.
where are you
I'm
coming from
from
the east of town? What are you
Hackney.
coming? What are you looking for?
Hackney. East Hackney.
You looking to get happy?
No, I'm from
That's
Hackney.
how our ancestral science was just so cold with it, because it was so structured in a way where I can tell if you're real or not. So you're not really a Mason just by your answer.
No, I didn't say I was a Mason. I said I'm from the East. I'm from
East London.
No, you didn't. You
said he's
didn't
from
answer
East
the
London.
right. You didn't answer the right question. Nah,
Yeah, but he didn't say he was a Mason.
branch.
He just said he's from
You
East
didn't
London. You asked him if he's from East.
Yeah, and I
I
said,
threw you
yeah,
an
I'm
olive
from
branch
Hackney.
and it slapped you in the face. You didn't. That's okay. It's okay, bro. You did not answer the question. It's okay.
I literally did. You asked if I'm from the East. I said yes. I'm from Hackney.
Bro, it's not. I'm not.
No, Bernie. I know,
I'm
Bernie. I'm winding you up, bro. I understand the terminology you're using, and I get it. But the reason why that doesn't make sense asking me that is because I'm not a Mason. I've never claimed to be. I don't know what the fuck goes on in that stupid shit. All I'm asking you is it possible that you're wrong? And you said no.
No.
And it's no.
That's,
No,
do you not
no,
understand?
Because
Do
you're
you
not a
not
part of the
understand what
club.
that
So
means?
you don't even know what you're asking.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't
Peace,
know what
love,
I'm
Vulture.
asking you.
Peace, love, Vulture. Peace, love, Vulture. It's okay, bro.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
all right.
it's okay.
I'll slide back in the
It's okay.
circle.
Yeah, we've lost you, but it's okay. Maybe you come back one day. So,
It's
Belly,
okay.
listen,
You're
why
not involved, so of course you'll be
why
lost.
are the religious people so unhappy with criticism if they got the truth?
Well, based on your conjecture that religious people are unhappy. Like I told you from before, people just
It's not
really love you
conjecture,
guys a
lot,
lot, and
it's not conjecture.
you really want to.
No, it's not.
What the
It's not
Quran tells me,
conjecture,
all you
bro.
gotta do is conject. So that's a
Yeah, the
conjecture
Quran can tell you
statement
many
that we're
things, but
unhappy.
you're
I think I'm
fallible,
not
bro.
unhappy. Okay, that's your conjecture, bro, and I respect that. But my point is that
Wait. Hold on a second.
people
Are
just
you
really want
fallible
people
or are you infallible? Sorry, are you fallible?
Which
Bernie
question you
Bay,
want me
are
to
you
answer, bro?
fallible?
You're
Are
giving me
you a
three
fallible
questions.
person? Huh?
So are we passing the first question you asked, and we're asking this
No,
new question, or
because
what?
you're saying it's conjecture, and I just want to confirm: are you, Bernie, American Muslim, Moorish? Are you fallible? Yes or no?
Oh, that's right. Ocean wasn't on here in the beginning. Hey, by the way, I'm doing a new experiment thing. I'm not using Arabic because I
Sidestepping the
see how much
thing. Hey,
I
Belly,
freak out
I
when
hope
I
you see
speak
the
Arabic.
diversion tactics
I
I
just
go
want to
on.
put it out there.
Mad
Like,
thing.
I forgot to tell you, just Moorish American submitter. Just don't speak Arabic. Everybody freaks out when you speak Arabic. So let's try to speak English. I was trying to. You weren't here in the beginning when Veli know what I'm talking about. Okay. But what does it mean, real quick, to be infallible? Is it like impenetrable, something like that?
No, it means is it as a human being, can you make mistakes?
Of course. But I'm not making a mistake about this. But you just wouldn't know because you're not part of the club. So let's move on to another question.
So
I gave
you
it to you.
agree?
It's up to you to take it.
So wait, you agree
And then
that
somebody
you make
my comment even just
mistakes,
said, Bernie
but
just
you
made a point.
say
The
it's
trying
not
to make oath to
possible
Allah.
that you're wrong about
Somebody even in the live
religion.
comment section
You're crazy,
even
you know?
backed me up. Who is that? Let me scroll up.
Wait,
Who is
Bernie,
Well,
do you need backup? Do you need backup?
he needs an answer from you, Ultra.
What's he need?
He asked you if you were a traveling man.
He asked what?
I'll ask Bernie, is he fallible? And he didn't answer.
What he
No, I
asked
said, of
Bernie,
course, I can make mistakes.
fallible.
That's what our teachings teach us, to be humble and stuff. We're all broken blades.
And that's the point, bro. That's what I'm saying. You're saying you can make mistakes. I said that, but then you called it conjecture. You've admitted that you can make mistakes, but then in the same breath, you'll tell me that it's not possible that you're wrong. Do you see the contradiction in terms?
Yeah. Nope.
All right, Billy, I'm going on mute. My work is done here.
Yeah, but bruv, Ultra, you're gonna apologize for lying.
Brother, man. When you join Masonry, you'll know what I meant. So other than that, just sit back, man, and be humble. So, swing that fallible question, that fallible statement back to yourself, but let's move on though.
This is common knowledge at the moment, right? Bernie.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? I can share my screen. Hold on. I'll show you better.
No, I'm saying,
that's
common
my
knowledge
answer,
at the moment. This knowledge is available to anyone who's really, because I learned about that years ago, innit? Like, I would know how to answer that question, even though I am not eligible to, if you get what I'm saying. Like, it would apply to me, but I'm not part of the club.
I asked Bernie, how does Islam, how does Freemasonry, how did he find out Islam was the truth through Freemasonry, innit?
Yeah.
And then
what can you say to him?
I can't remember the answer though still. So do you know the answer to that? Like how did man become to Islam through Freemasonry, finding out that he found out that the truth about Freemasonry was Islam?
Yeah, he basically, like he said, bro, he saw something and basically read between the lines and put two twos together, and then you got to that conclusion. That's just like that's what he said, didn't it?
That he saw something, read between the lines, put two twos together, and come to that conclusion.
Yeah, like if you're within an organization who rapes
But how's
people and
that?
then you clock, right, these res are raping people, you're just gonna clock that that's what's going on. You get me? You're not gonna say, how did you clock? Like, brother, I just clocked, innit? Like, this is what the thing was.
You're saying that, yeah, of course I'm gonna ask you, what did you clock? What happened, innit? Like how did you get involved in the team in the first place?
He did give a couple of examples, like the Fezzes, and then they spell out certain names.
I was saying, boom, if you thought this was the truth and you're leaning towards that, how did you get there and find that is the truth, innit? So that's like what I'm asking. You was in Freemasonry and you found out that Islam's the truth from Freemasonry. So I'm saying, right, how did you go from Freemasonry into Islam, finding out that that's
Can
the
we
truth?
clear something up though? Sorry to interrupt you, Eddie.
Who's that?
Yeah.
Why do people think that to be
Oh,
a
yeah,
Mason you must be a separate religion? It's not. Masonism is an addition to, so you have to be
Masonry.
one of those religions in order to be a Mason. You don't separate the two.
You have to believe in a God, innit?
Yeah, you have to be a part of a monotheistic
Yeah, you gotta
belief
believe in a
system.
God.
So
One
you don't
God.
convert to Masonism. You add on to it.
Hey, Raheem. Yeah, but my man's saying that he was an atheist,
Yeah, this is fine.
and Freemason. Then Freemason showed him that Islam was the truth.
How? Through
That's what I was
Fezzes.
asking.
Through Fezzes, when Fezzes aren't strict to Islam, they're in certain countries and originated from Greece. So that doesn't make any sense. Islam didn't originate from Greece.
Correct. The secret was when I found out that the things that they were practicing and what I was looking into was my stuff. It was my ancestors' science from
So
the
you're Greek.
beginning.
So you're
That was the secret.
So you're
They got
Greek.
it from us.
Are you Greek?
Pythagoras theorem. Check it out, real slow. The Pythagoras theorem, right? Oh, Eureka. But the pyramids was already existed before Eureka. So therefore, A squared plus B squared equals C squared existed already prior to the European discovery of mathematics and geometry. Do you see what I
But
mean?
was that was
This
those
was the
things
type of
before
stuff
or after
Yeah.
where
Islam?
you are, right? It's like 5 in the morning where you are, right? At the
No,
moment,
it's 8:27.
8:27. Ah, because I was
I
gonna
mean,
say,
I
why
got
you
two kids, so I've been
lie
up since
in bed?
3. You know what I mean?
No, what you're saying does not make any
Also,
sense.
if you look at the Disney movie Aladdin, they take that monkey in the movie Aladdin, they put a fez on him, and he's wearing Moorish attire. It was a mockery at my people. This is a hush hush type of mockery, and I discovered the hush
But
hush.
a fez
Major Ali
is not
satisfied
a fez
knowledge,
is not
and
Moorish.
according to
A
what he
fez
taught, he
comes
took the
from
cover
Greece.
off every secret organization. I respect that you see it that way, bro.
A fez, it's not. I see it. That's history. It was
So wait,
It was
Fez
made
is
popular by the
history.
Ottoman Empire.
All I'm saying is it was our people's
Greece.
stuff too. That's all. That's all I'm saying. It was our people's stuff too. Over here in America, we did not know that. No one over here in America wore fez.
Wait, Bernie,
No,
what
none
do
of
you
my
mean
people
by
over
it's
here,
our
were
people's stuff?
Muslims.
What do you mean by that?
The
It's our
African
people's stuff.
Americans
Like,
here in America who were Baptist Christian, the African Americans who were Baptist Christians who had no prior knowledge to this relationship with their ancestors before Noble Ali hit the scene and brought Islam to America. But whenever you're ready, Daydon, I can get in on that demo about Islam, the intro.
Yeah, bro, but I don't
From
think
Jir Ali
we'll get
himself.
any. I don't think we'll cover any ground here, bro. You know what I mean? Because
no, but do you know what the funny thing is, Daydan? We literally can. All you need to do is
Think
ask
so.
Bernie what was built first. Oh, what had its inception in reality first?
But that's
Islam
the
that
thing.
he
Like here
or
you
the
lot are gonna try
pyramids?
catch him out. Yeah, I don't want to try catch him out. I actually want to
No,
learn. from him,
bro.
you
It
know what I
ain't
mean?
about catching them up, bro. It ain't about catching anyone out. It's just simple questions. He's saying things and they sound great, if I'm honest. But I'm asking, what had its inception in reality first? The pyramids or Islam?
Well, we know it's the pyramids.
Well,
Yeah,
this is the
but
point.
that,
So
bro,
that wait,
Ultra,
hold on
the
a
thing
second.
is,
Wait,
none of
hold
that
on,
will matter
They
anyway.
done.
You know what I mean?
Let him speak. Let him speak.
Wait, they done. Is it possible to have built the pyramids of Giza without prior knowledge of geometry, mathematics, stonemasonry?
Yeah,
Is
but
that?
Ultra,
Okay, yeah, but okay.
What man's telling you is
They
that
done.
question
They
doesn't
done.
matter,
They
yeah?
done.
'Cause
They
if you
done.
ask
They
any
done.
Muslim,
They done.
they'll
They
tell
done.
you,
They done.
yo,
Stop, man. Let Ultra speak. You're interrupting him. He hasn't got the. He
is
hasn't
he not
landed.
speaking to me?
He was
No,
speaking
no,
to
go on.
everyone,
No,
bro.
no, no. Go on. I was just saying. I was saying they done. Is it possible, right? So we all know, everybody knows, and
Are you
like
gonna say it again, bro?
without exception, that the pyramids of Giza were built before Islam's inception, right? So, my question then becomes: for those pyramids to have gone up, would it have been possible for those pyramids to have gone up in the way that they were, the way that they are, without prior knowledge to geometry and mathematics? Yes or no?
Have you finished?
Yes, sir, I finished. I've asked the question. I
Okay,
would
if I can
love you
only
to respond.
answer without Raheem interrupting me for no reason, yeah?
Yeah,
Like I'm
man.
telling
Yeah,
you,
Raheem.
Ultra.
Ain't it, Raheem? Who
Shut
the
Yeah,
up,
hell
man.
do you think
Raheem.
you are?
Like,
It's
man
not for no
interrupted
reason,
me
man.
to
Who do you
tell
think
me
you
not
are,
to
Raheem?
interrupt you. Like, what just happened, bro? I'll be up, bruv. Yeah, but what
He
I was
hadn't
saying,
finished
Ultra,
speaking.
is
No, for
that
real though, they done. You
information,
didn't notice, man, but he hadn't finished speaking, and you like literally
bro,
cut him
his
off.
point was clear, man. He repeated it like 5 times. Come on, it was bare clear, bro.
I
What he just
repeated
said,
it
he didn't
twice.
add anything else.
There's
You
only
know what I mean?
twice. There's only twice.
You repeated it to me twice, but before you
Yeah.
asked me directly, you said it a few times. And what I'm trying to tell you is that's irrelevant. Fully
Why?
irrelevant. Because if you
Why?
go to any Muslim right now, yeah, any Muslim, they'll tell you that Islam existed since Adam. In Egypt, there was Moses. He was in the kingship of Egypt. There was Joseph. He was in the kingship of Egypt. Like there were people, influential people in Egypt. Like for example, Joseph, there was a 7-year famine after there was a 7-year abundance of crop. And then some of them might even attribute the pyramids to what he built to be able to store the crop to
Moses was
conserve
an
it for the
Israelite.
7-year famine.
Moses
So,
was an
like, if you go
Israelite.
to a Muslim,
Exactly.
yeah,
There's
he'll tell
no
you that there
evidence
were
for this 7-year famine, bro.
Moses was an Israelite anyway. He wasn't a
Bro,
Muslim.
stop
He
doing
was
that,
an
man.
Israelite. Moses was an Israelite.
what are the
So,
man them gonna stop people from cutting me, or am I the only one that's gonna get stopped from like what's happening?
Yeah. No, listen, you man, you're being
Raheem, where's
disgusting,
that energy?
immoral infidels. Stop cutting
I
Day
lie,
done, yeah?
I lie.
okay, let's
Raheem,
just
where's that
make
same
it,
energy, bro?
the monologues. So okay, fine. If you want to do monologues, I'll just be quiet. I've been quiet for ages listening to Bernie.
Now I'm answering what Ultra is saying. I'm trying to get Ultra to understand, yeah, that it's an irrelevant question. Because he's saying
Tell me
was
tell
Islam
me
before
why
this?
it's irrelevant.
Go and tell
Wait, Day
yeah,
done,
that's what I was going to say. Tell him why it's irrelevant.
So you don't understand. Do you think it was not clear from what I said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me just make it simpler and clearer, yeah.
Thank you.
Adam, if Adam, yeah, was a Muslim and he was the first man, could Freemasonry have come before him?
No.
Then that's it. Is that not clear why it's an irrelevant question?
Well, no, because my
Only
immediate
thing,
response is,
if I made
how the hell do
Camelback,
we
the only
go
thing
about
I
proving that
did
Adam actually
that-
existed in history? Yeah, of course you can, Princess. Just pour me a little bit as well, please.
Well, the
It's in the
Quran actually
kitchen. And squeeze
encourages
a
us
little bit
to
of
find
lime
that
as
out.
well.
It
Yeah.
says, study the
I
beginning
love
of
you.
my
No,
creation.
but that's the thing, brother. What I'm saying is the
But just
reason
a small
I hate
feedback.
your question. Your question was totally valid if you're coming from an Islamic viewpoint. The problem that I then have is that you're saying
My question.
is
My question.
no, sorry, your statement. Sorry. The problem with your
Yeah.
statement is it presupposes that everything that is in the Quran is an accurate representation of history, and I would say that's a big claim, and I'm going to need proof that doesn't require faith in order to
Yeah,
accept that.
but a Muslim already believes that, bro. When you ask a Muslim,
But that doesn't
he
mean
already
belief
accepts
don't
this.
mean
It's like
anything,
you're not-
bro.
Yeah, bro. He's
But you're not going to
obviously,
convince
if you're
no
talking
one.
to, listen, if you're talking to someone that's not a Muslim, yeah, and you're giving
Yeah.
this as a story, yeah, and
Yeah.
this person goes and looks in the history and none of that actually happens, yeah. It's two different things then, isn't it? So that means you're talking
about
about
Adam?
what you believe in, yeah.
About Adam?
Where's Adam? Where is Adam?
Bro, look, I took it back to Adam because it was getting a bit complicated
But
for
where
Ultra.
is
What
Adam
about
though? Where's Adam?
Moses? What about Moses?
Where is Forget about Moses. Where's Adam?
Moses was in Egypt. He's in history, and Muslims will
Where's
tell you he's a
Moses then?
Muslim.
All right, you want to move it? You want to move
The
the
body
goalpost
of
then?
Adam, we
Yeah,
don't
It's
know.
where's
We're
Moses
not,
now?
we're not,
bro, you're
Tell
being
us where
long
Moses
about
is.
it's not
something
written in
that's
the
simple,
Quran
innit?
where the body of Adam is.
Already
is, then I
answered
just
that
have-
question. I answered that question, but people were complaining. Moses was an Israelite. He wasn't a Muslim.
Yeah, but a Muslim will tell you he's a Muslim because he submitted to
By
the one true God.
definition, he was. Yeah, exactly.
get
He
me?
submitted to that
Listen,
God of
Like you
Israel.
could be an
By
Israelite
definition,
Muslim.
see,
You
that's
could
what
be
I
a
meant.
blue Muslim.
Exactly.
You could
That's
be
why
a
I didn't want to
green
use
Muslim.
the word Arabic. Yeah,
Whether it's you can use whatever word you want, bro, as long as you're gonna be able to produce some truth. You get me? Like, well, I was asking.
it's just
Well,
the
first of
definition,
all,
bro.
listen. Let me
Bro,
ask.
uppercut is an uppercut.
Let me finish. Let me
If
finish.
I'm
Let me
in
finish.
China and he
Let me
calls
finish.
it
Let me finish, man. Let me
grass,
finish, man.
bird's tail, and I go,
Yeah,
it looks
let me
like an
finish, yeah,
uppercut.
because it's that I was trying to speak, yeah, first of all, but you just cut in and started talking over me anyway. Yeah, I noticed that man them are doing that lately. Yeah, when I'm talking, man are just gonna just carry on saying whatever they're gonna say and just speak over me. And that's cool though. Saying that, you know how it goes. But like, first of all, I stay there,
Just keep
yo.
it fair. We all do
Obviously,
that.
yeah, cool. Can the man them prove Adam? Yeah, and then man started talking about Moses, and I was like, all right, cool. Can you prove Moses? So,
Yeah, because really, you're saying I shifted the goalpost, but the truth is you shifted the goalpost, innit? I was telling Ultra that what he's requesting is invalid automatically by these people because these people will tell you that everyone from Adam down to Ultra, yeah, who submitted to one God was a Muslim. And Islam existed even before Adam even existed. So when he's asking me, does Freemasonry exist before Adam, before the pyramids? Does Islam exist before the pyramids? Any Muslim will tell you, yeah. So, like,
yeah, but listen to the next question that we
you
asked.
said, does
And
Adam
I'm going to ask
exist?
you the same question again
And then I
after.
said, you don't need to go to
Show the
Adam.
proof for blood clot Adam or Moses.
Bro, it's in history, fam. You telling me Joseph and
Where?
Moses and
Show it. Show the proof for it then, bro.
Safe,
That's
bro,
what we're
that's
asking for.
that's just come on, bro. Come on, I don't
Bro, if it's
think.
real, then if it's real,
Yeah, don't fall for that.
listen.
They don't. You're
If it's
gonna
real,
put the
no,
Ark 13
listen to what I'm
analogy.
saying. Listen to what I'm saying, yeah.
Bro.
If it's real, you should be able to find the proof for it. If it's not real,
Bro,
you
man,
won't
them on
ever
the
find
G
the
block
proof for it.
saying Muhammad didn't even exist, bro.
I say go to
Come on, fam.
the
Allow it,
Quran.
bro.
Bro,
He
if it's
asked
real,
you for Moses.
I
He
asked
said
you for Moses and Adam, innit, yeah? And again, you're going to try to bait and switch, but it's cool.
Nah, you're
Yeah.
baiting and switching and moving the goalpost, show and prove where
How's it
Adam
baiting and
exists.
switching, bro? Listen,
No, that's not the
listen
point.
to this, yeah?
It's not
Listen,
the
all right,
point,
listen to this,
Eddie.
yeah? Listen,
It's not the
listen. Day. Listen to what I'm saying, bro.
Show me proof
Yeah?
that we came from Moses.
If you use,
How about that?
listen. If
Show
you use
proof
an
we came from
example,
Moses.
yeah, as your explanation, and I ask you for proof of that example, how is that shifting
Yeah.
the goalpost?
Because, bro, like I originally said to Ultra, yeah, I was talking about the pyramids because that's what he asked about, and I told him about Joseph's involvement with Egypt and its construction. Yeah. Then
You told him about Adam and
Random was
Moses.
saying that's a bit too complicated, so I simplified it, and I went all the way to what they say is the beginning, which was Adam. Yeah, and now you tell me, oh, well, prove Adam exists. Bro, forget Adam, yeah? Forget all of that. Yeah, I was chatting shit. Since the
Forget it,
beginning,
yeah.
before anyone existed, these brothers will tell you Islam always existed. Now you're going to tell me, prove anything exists.
Do you
That's what I'm
believe
saying.
that, though?
It's not a question
Hey,
that makes sense. It
Do you
won't prove
believe that?
anything.
This is why
Like,
you're a funny guy,
if I
yeah?
prove to you Adam existed,
No, you
Yeah,
don't
if
have
I
to
prove
prove
to me.
it.
wait, one second.
You don't
If I
have
prove
to
to you
Nah,
Adam
nah.
existed, then what?
You don't
Let
have
me
to
finish,
prove
Khan.
it.
If you prove to me Adam
I'll give him a
exists,
clue.
yeah,
I'll give him a
Yeah,
clue.
then what?
Listen. If you prove to me Adam exists, yeah, if you prove to me Adam exists,
I got you.
yeah,
Then what?
then it actually shows that Adam existed. Duh.
So exactly,
Prove
it
to me
doesn't
Adam
prove
exists.
nothing. Exactly.
It does prove.
That don't prove.
What do you
Bro,
mean
it
it
don't
doesn't
help
prove
no
nothing,
one.
bro? Listen, yeah.
Here,
If
I
you're
got it.
going
It
by a
don't
story
help
that
me. It
ends
don't
with
help
Adam and
Ultra.
Eve, yeah, and you've
It
got
don't
no
help Bernie
proof
or
for this
Ultra.
story, it's just a story. It does
Yeah,
help.
but it don't help Bernie or Ultra. Do you get me?
It
That
does help
it's
because it's not. Listen, if you prove Adam exists, yeah, it's no longer a belief; it's a fact. Duh. A fact is stronger than a belief.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's
Come on, man.
relevant
Okay,
fact.
I can't
Even
get
if
in
I
on
proved
Adam.
it, Do you get me?
Okay, respect. I can't even get into Adam, but I can give you a clue for Moses. I can give you a clue for Moses. In the Quran, it says that we will preserve the body of Pharaoh that we drowned. You know, with the whole water being split thing, it said we will preserve his body as an example, as a as this proof. So I can personally go and look for that museum where the Pharaoh's body is preserved, or that can give you some
what's the
homework
Pharaoh
to do
called?
for yourself.
Was it Ramses the Third?
I don't know.
That's in
I
the British
believe
Museum.
so, but I don't know. I'm not atheist. I don't. Yeah, so I'll just say I don't know. I don't know.
That's good. What you did, Bernie, is good. You came across something you weren't sure and you admitted you don't know. So that's good. So just leave it there. If you want to believe Adam was the first man, then you believe it. If you can't prove it, then just say you can't prove it, but you believe it. You don't need to get involved in a circular argument going round and round. It's just pointless.
Witness, I know you're a rational guy, innit? Do you think that has anything to do with anything? Proving Adam existed?
To him, if Belly wants to know and Ultra want to know, if you can prove it, to them it's important.
But Ultra don't want to know. Like Ultra asked me, yeah, were you following through the whole conversation, Witness?
Yep. Yes, I was.
So how would proving Adam existed prove that Islam existed before Freemasonry? How would that prove anything?
Because you were saying Adam is in the Islamic scriptures saying that he's the first man. And if you can prove that Adam really exists, it then proves the authenticity of the Islamic claim.
Yeah, but bro, Islam will say that Islam existed before Adam and has always existed. So what are you going to show me? Show me before Adam.
No, the part that when you were telling them that Adam was the first Muslim, because the definition is someone who follows one God. If you could then prove to them, if you could then prove to them, give them evidence of Adam's existence, then both of them would be like, oh, right, Day Dunn's telling us the truth because he can actually prove Adam's existence.
I want to make it.
So
what would you believe the Israelites?
Clear in regards to Adam and Eve. In regards of Adam and Eve, I want to make it Quranically clear. We don't believe that Adam and Eve is just two people that will imply incest got us here, and that's biologically impossible. There would be many people with only two fingers and all Hill has eyes looking in the face. You know what I mean? So it'd be a lot more albinos as there are today. There's even an African tribe called the
I get it, innit? It's a figure of speech, but these men want to prove something.
Be careful. They don't be careful. The version that Bernie's giving you is unique to his Moorish Muslim thing. What he's saying is not the Orthodox Sunni stuff. So be careful.
Yeah, witness. What I'm saying is it doesn't matter whether you ask a Sunni or a Shia or a Sufi or weird Muslims, like even Quranists, like Ahmadis, even if you ask the Baha'is, bro, they will all tell you, since forever, before Muhammad, all the prophets before him, anyone who submitted to God was a Muslim. So, like, the question
let me ask you a question, Day Day.
Adam and where and when does not matter, bruv.
Let me ask you a question, Day Day.
It doesn't matter, innit?
Let me ask you a question, Day Day. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Stop running, man. Stop running and don't hide, man.
Bro. All it takes is Witness to say yes or no, then you can ask your question. Do you get it, Witness? Yes or no? Because I want to see his.
Sorry, what you asked me? Do I get what you were saying? Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, you're saying that.
Do you understand that the question of prove Adam existed is irrelevant?
It's
no, he understands what you're saying.
Muslims,
it doesn't mean that he agrees.
It's not irrelevant to non-Muslims, so it's not irrelevant to someone like Veli or Ultra. But to the Muslims, absolutely, it would be irrelevant because they believe that. But in order to make Veli or Ultra believe it, they would want evidence that these characters even existed. So to the non-Muslims, it's relevant. But to the Muslims, as you mentioned, you're right. It's completely and utterly irrelevant. They don't need to see if they're skeletons for Adam. They don't care. They believe it. So you're right.
Cool. Veli, would you accept from the Israelites if they told you Moses existed?
No.
You wouldn't accept it if the Israelites told you the same thing?
No, of course not. I don't accept none of them. I already told you that. But let me ask you a question, man, because you keep trying to run, bro.
Wait, one second. Did you just say you don't believe Moses existed?
No, of course I don't believe Moses existed. No one's proved no evidence that Moses actually existed. It's just bullshit.
Go on. Carry on with your question.
My question to you, is it important to Muslims whether Muhammad existed or not?
Yeah, I believe it's like that's
Man
like
says
one
so
of
it's
the most
fucking the
important
same as
things, innit?
importance whether Adam existed, Moses existed, all the other prophets existed.
Wait. Say the beginning of that question again.
So it's equally. Is it equally as important as all the other prophets existing, i.e., Adam, Moses, Noah, Abraham, so and so,
don't
this
know.
one, that one, and the
See,
other one?
Valley,
I don't know.
that's your job. That's what Quran
Hey,
says.
it's not my job.
It encourages you. It says,
No.
well, hey, I
That's
respect
shifting the
it.
burden
You're
of
gonna
proof.
turn it down, but
It's your
fair.
job. If you believe in
saying.
it, it's your job
No,
to bring
Allah
proof
said
of the
your
stuff.
job. It says for
No.
you to study my creation. You to study my history. Look at those
No.
before you. It's telling
No.
you to do that. Not me.
It's
not
not telling me
Daydar.
to do that.
You
It's
gotta
telling you.
down the string.
It's telling you. Listen,
another
I'm
tab
telling
on
you
Google and
that if
type
you want to bring something as proof,
Adam, where did he come from? Start
Yeah.
at Saudi Arabia. Start at Saudi Arabia. Mecca. Start there. According to our
Adam
Lord's
start-
teachings,
so the
Saudi
earliest-
Arabia.
the earliest man comes from Saudi Arabia. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, modern day called
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia. Yes, sir. In
The
according to our
earliest man comes from
teachings,
Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia, the city of Mecca, is the ancient name
the,
of
the facts don't
Jordan
match up
and
with
the land
your
of
claims, innit?
Canaan, the land of milk and
The
honey.
facts don't match up with your
Yeah.
claim, bro.
Well, what's the facts?
The
Benny?
facts don't match
I
up with your
respect you
claim,
see
man.
it that way, but that's for you to do some
Well,
homework.
the facts
That's
so
all.
far
You're
is
looking
that
for
is that the
conversation to
earliest.
give you your answers in life. That's not how it goes.
Yeah, the fact so
You
far is
still
that
gotta
the
step
earliest. Bro, whatever, man. I was just gonna keep talking in it, but the fact so far is that the earliest skeleton doesn't come from Saudi Arabia, mate. Yeah, so
Of course, Adam had to move around. It would make sense. You don't even stay at the same spot, so that's you see what I'm saying? They gone.
so he started off in wait. You saying you
We need
started
to
off in
move
Saudi
on.
Arabia and then he moved to Africa, yeah?
Yeah, it's called walking around.
Yeah,
like
okay,
you know what I mean.
All right. All right.
I'm not even in
Wait,
Chicago
Benny,
no
wait,
more.
wait.
I'm in
One
Iowa.
second, Bernie.
My
One second,
hometown,
Benny.
my
Benny,
hometown
Benny.
is Chicago. I'm not even in Chicago no more. Does that mean I'm not from
Yo,
Chicago?
Bernie, one second. Bernie, one second. Veli, why
See
is
what I'm
that so
saying?
far
It's
fetched?
like I mean,
Yo,
Why
Bernie,
is
one
it so far
second.
fetched?
Bernie,
Why is
Bernie.
it so far fetched?
It's not really.
Why? I'll
Yeah,
tell you
why
what,
is it so
Day-Day,
far fetched that one
I'll
person
tell you
went
what,
somewhere
yeah.
else?
I'll tell you what you could do, yeah. What you could do, yeah, is provide proof for your claim.
No, but the way you said it, like that's some far fetched thing.
Provide
Humans
proof for
can't
your
do
claim,
that.
bruv. Of course,
Can't
it's
do.
far-fetched thing. Unless you provide proof
Why?
for your claim, it's just bullshit. It's just air,
Bro,
bruv.
humans have
You man like
traveled
chatting
the
air.
world
Well,
Bruv,
here,
this is what I
let's
realised
make it
about
fair,
enough of you,
Devon.
man, yeah?
Let's make
You
it
man
fair.
with your most
That way
high
the
thing,
ball is
yeah?
not
Is
your
that you man want to
basketball.
chat air
Veli, that's a
and
joke.
just say
Veli,
stuff
that's a
like it's facts with no proof behind it, and everyone has to
Let's
accept
do
it.
this. Let's do this then. Let's find some.
No,
Let's
but
find a
saying
medium
that's
then. How
far
about this?
fetched,
We'll find that
it's
proof
not
for you.
honest. It's,
You guys find
It's
proof of us
pathetic.
that we came from monkeys. You find proof that we came from monkeys.
Bro.
Go.
all right,
There's no-
coming
Well,
from
we got
monkeys
another
is not
episode
far
to do
fetched,
that.
but going down the road is far fetched.
Coming from monkeys is far-fetched. Are you a science teacher?
No, I'm saying you're saying coming from monkeys is not far fetched, but bopping down the road
Who
is
said-
far fetched.
I said coming from monkeys is far-fetched, yeah? It's not far-fetched. That's what I said, yeah?
Do you believe in evolution?
Did I say that, though? Did I say coming from monkeys is
No, I'm
far-fetched, yes
asking
or no?
you. I'm asking.
But no,
you.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you, did I say that, yes or no?
I don't know if you said that, so I'm asking you.
No, I never said it. So it's dumb. And I
I
wouldn't have
never
even
said
nothing
you're
like
saying,
that.
bruv. You're
Dumb.
not even listening to what I'm saying. I'm
Yeah,
asking
and I'm telling you,
the
I never
question.
said it. You asked me whether I said it.
I never said, did
yeah?
you say
And
that?
I never said humans
Oh
come
my
from
God.
monkeys. That's something dumb like Bernie
Did
would
I say
say.
you said that?
Humans come from monkeys, LGBT
Did
and
I say you?
atheism.
Why
Oh.
you misrepresenting what I say? Don't chop and skew everything, yeah? I'm asking you if you believe that, and you're telling me, did I say that? I didn't say that. I didn't say you said that.
No,
You're
you
making it
didn't
sound
say.
like
You
I'm
didn't
saying
listen. You
said
didn't.
that.
Evolution doesn't say that humans come from monkeys. So, like, that's even wrong as well.
What? It depends.
So what do you
version
guys say then?
of
You guys only
Evolution doesn't say you
conject
come
at the
from
Quran
monkeys, bro.
today, so I
Believe in
never got a
evolution.
clear answer to what you guys believe. What do you guys believe we came from?
Yeah, like, don't you believe in science and the
So
government?
it says there's a common ancestor, which is a great ape.
So that's a monkey, huh?
That's not a monkey, no.
That's
Okay,
a,
no, okay. So you
It's-
believe
it's
we
an
came
ape.
from apes? So you believe we came from apes? Then?
It's a great ape, yeah. Yeah, great
Bro,
ape, yeah.
that's just dumb. So when I said monkey, you said no, monkey, but you believe ape. All right.
But
So
monkey
you
and
believe
ape ain't
we
the
came
same,
from
bro.
ape.
that's a bigger monkey.
Cool. It's cool. Let me just ask the question how he wants me
Go
to
on
word
then,
it because
go
it's
on
so
then.
specific.
Go on
Yeah.
then,
You
Mr. Science
believe-
Teacher.
Okay, this is not science teacher. This is G block, innit? This is G block,
Go
bro.
on then.
Don't try to conflate the
Yeah,
thing.
right.
Man's a G block. I'm not in a science lesson, innit? Man's not getting paid. I'm not gonna get sued for this, innit? So safe.
Yeah, you keep talking your shit, yeah, And then what I'm gonna do, yeah.
Now I'm going to ask you. So
Yeah,
you're
guys,
saying it's
actually
far-fetched
took your shit.
that-
Took your shit. Let's
Bro,
wait for you, innit?
So answer. Listen to the question so you can answer it, innit? Properly.
Mm.
You're saying it's not far-fetched that humans came from great apes, but it's far-fetched that man bopped down the road.
What do you mean bop down the road? Shut up, man. Are you dumb? Who bopped down the road? So are you
Bruv,
saying
my
that
man
Saudi
telling you
Arabia
he
is
went
just
from
down the road?
Saudi.
Wait, listen,
He's
listen.
telling you he
How
went
much
from
miles?
Saudi to
How
Africa.
much
You're saying
miles?
that's
How much
far-fetched.
miles is Saudi Arabia from East Africa? How many miles?
So that's what we're
bruv?
saying. He's
People
saying life.
travelled
How
around the
many
world,
miles
you
is
know.
Saudi Arabia from East Africa?
They done. What's
How
wrong with
many
you?
miles? How many miles is a great ape from a human?
How many miles is you dumb?
Bro, are you listening?
You
I
are
Bruv, it's not
loser.
further than that.
Bro,
I'll
I
tell you
do-
that. It's not
bro,
further than that.
Don't let him switch the
Alright,
camera.
bro.
Yeah, you're betting on. He said that life started in Saudi Arabia. Where's the evidence for that? He didn't say people. If you come from Saudi Arabia and you're the first man, what happened? What must have happened in Saudi Arabia? Life must have started there, innit? You genius.
But that's not what he's saying is far-fetched.
Yes,
He didn't
that's
even-
what he's saying is
He didn't
far-fetched.
even drop
said,
that
where's the
point,
proof?
yeah? He
He
dropped
just
the point
That's
where
what Bernie said,
moving
bruv.
from Saudi
That's what Bernie said,
Arabia
bruv.
to Africa
so-
was
listen, yeah.
far-fetched. Like
Where's the-
humans,
Hey, James,
what?
listen,
How
yeah.
you gonna
Where's the-
think man
They,
went
yeah,
from
he's
Saudi
so convinced,
to-
yeah. He's so concerned, yeah, with trying to catch left, right, and center, yeah. He's not even listening to the actual
No, he's an idiot,
what the
bro.
brother even said in the first time.
He said
Brother
Right,
life
said
look,
life started in Saudi
did
Arabia.
humans go from Africa to Saudi Arabia?
That's not what he said, you genius. That's not what he said. So what are you arguing for?
Did I say that's what you said? Hey, listen, James Jones is just doing what Veli just did, didn't it? I never said you said that. I'm
Why
asking
Why
you
did
the
you ask
question.
that question?
Man
Why
is
are you
asking-
asking
bro.
that question, Dayton?
You know,
Why
I
are you
joke.
asking
I
that
joke.
question? Why are you asking me? Nobody is like
Right.
co-signing that. So why are you asking?
You're desperate,
I'm asking Veli, yeah, if Africans
out here, bro.
moved from Africa to Saudi Arabia. That's what I'm asking Veli. Veli, do you want to answer the question or
I'm
not?
back up my ass now, yeah. If Africans move from Africa to Saudi Arabia, or did they
Is that
move from
far-fetched?
Saudi Arabia to Africa?
Bro, is it far-fetched for Africans
my
to
God,
move
you need-
from
you need to
Africa
make a break,
Are
to
you
Saudi Arabia?
bloody
Because
dumb?
if I'm
Listen
not
to what you're
mistaken,
saying,
Veli,
you
yeah,
dummy.
if
Listen,
I'm not
yeah.
mistaken,
Stop
Veli,
being dumb,
your
bruv,
whole
man. Stop
contention
being dumb,
was,
man.
look
You're
how
being
far
dumb,
that
bruv, on
is.
purpose.
Look how far that
You're
is.
being dumb
Humans
on
can't
purpose.
move that. Look
You're
how
being
far
dumb
it
on
is.
purpose.
Break. You need, brother,
Yeah,
you need
What's
I
your
said-
point? Wait, 1 second. Veli, what's your point?
My point is that
That
Africans
is far away,
or
no?
that humanity didn't start in Saudi Arabia. That's what my point is.
That was, but alright, cool. That's what your point was, yeah?
That's
Cool,
what my
bro.
point is. Yeah.
Cool, bruv. Your disingenuity is coming out slowly
That's,
still.
you're
What are
lying.
you
That's
talking
not a word.
about?
Oh,
That
that's
is
not a
my
word.
point
Hold on,
exactly.
that's not a word.
Bruv, I don't think that's what your point was still.
That's not a word. That's not a word.
Go to
no
your
more.
history a little bit closer.
Yeah, that's not a word.
Ask some Africans, they'll tell you that they're Cushites and they're Hematites,
All
and they
right,
did
cool.
not come from Africa.
All right, cool. That's not a
Double
word.
check
yeah?
that research.
All right,
Nelly.
cool. All right, cool. That's not a word. And the same evidence, this is the stupidity of certain man. The same evidence you would ever use, i.e., fossil records, DNA, ancestry, genealogy, the any evidence that someone like Bernie, yeah, would use to pinpoint. When Bernie said, "Go get your evidence," the same evidence will be exactly the same evidence that agrees with common ancestry with with apes, with modern day apes.
He's not going to care about
Dumb.
that evidence.
He's
bruv.
dumb, bro.
Like,
But don't worry, bro.
so
Man's
dumb.
gonna done him anyway,
Benny's
man.
not
We're
going to
gonna
care
done
about
you,
bruv. Benny
dummies.
just asked me, oh, look how far Saudi is from
Yeah, we're
Africa.
gonna
And
done
he's
you,
saying
dummies, man.
that was
But
not
you
his
man
point.
keep moving like dummies.
Why did he
bro. You
ask
don't
me
wanna
that
move
question?
like
Why
adults,
did you
bro.
ask me,
Keep in
look how
mind, when
far
I said
Saudi and
that, we're
Africa
speaking-
are for
Why
humans
did
to
I
travel
ask
if
you?
that was not your
I
point?
didn't ask you a
Keep
bloody
in mind,
question.
my
I said
brother,
it's
when I
dumb to
said
say
what I
that
said,
humanity started in Saudi Arabia when there's no evidence for it. I asked for the evidence for that. You couldn't
So
provide
why-
the evidence and
let me
started
say
trying
So
to
why are
dodge
you
and
talking
dance.
about how far the
Let's
distance is and how
keep
can
in
a human
mind
travel that far?
that
Why are you asking that them questions? I want to know what's
Because I
the
said,
point of those
how
questions.
far? I asked you, how far is the miles between Saudi Arabia and is it Saudi
Africa.
Arabia and East Africa on purpose? Yeah, because I wanted to
Yeah,
know
but what's
if
the
you
point of
actually
that
even
question?
know how far apart they actually are.
Which
That's the
time
point,
frame
that's
are
What
we
is the
speaking
point
from?
of that question?
Brother, hey, Belly, what happened to you lot? You lot got beef or something, bro? What's going on, man? What the fuck you
No,
on?
if my man's just moving dumb, bruv. Like, you
I'm
get
moving
me?
down,
Man's
but
like,
you
bruv,
can't
what's
tell
wrong
me the
with you,
point
bruv?
of your question.
Why did you ask
The
him?
point of the question is to show you how do you know how far the two places apart are.
And then, okay, if I said how far it is, then what? So what does that prove? Like what? So
Forget it, man.
It's
Let me
2
just
miles,
bring
so
up this. I'll tell you what, yeah. Forget about that, bruv, because you're moving
yeah,
dumb.
forget
bruv.
about that.
You're
I thought so.
directing
I thought so. I thought so.
4,375 miles away.
I knew it was going to be a forget about that thing.
Rare.
What do you mean forget, bruv? Listen, yeah.
You
What
said forget
evidence
about
have you
that.
provided? Listen. What
It's
evidence have you provided that
330
humanity started? Listen. What evidence have you provided that humanity started in Saudi Arabia? Have you
I don't
provided
have no
any evidence for that?
No, I haven't
Well,
provided
shut
no
up then, man, and stop arguing that point then, man. Why
Yeah,
are you
but
arguing that
I'm
point if
saying
you've
the
got no
truth.
evidence for that?
You're chatting buggery, bruv.
Yeah,
You're
but
like
what,
being
if you've got no
disingenuous. I'm
evidence
being
for that, then
honest.
why are
That's
you
the
arguing
difference.
that point?
Let's just move
Bro,
on, man.
what was the point of you arguing? What was the point? What was the point of your question?
Because, bruv, I'm just showing you.
So let's
Yeah,
move
you're
on.
asking a question. Yeah, you don't know what the reason for that question is, according to you.
What?
I just gave you the reason.
What?
I
What's
gave
the
you the
reason
reason.
for asking me how far to see how if I know how far it is?
To see how far the distance is between the two places.
So what would that achieve?
That will achieve. You don't know what you're talking about because you don't know what you're talking about.
All right, 100 miles. So what? Where are we gonna go from there?
Bro, hey, bro, hey, bro,
Let's
hey,
move
bro,
on.
hey, bro, hold on. Hey, hold on.
No. Let him answer it. Don't save him.
No,
Where
man,
we
no,
gonna go
man.
from
You
there?
don't- you
100
can't-
miles.
Bruv,
Okay, where we
listen,
gonna go from
no
there?
one's not saving me, bro, because you
I
talking
don't think
dumbness
there's
all the
anything
time.
to say.
Okay,
How about we
okay. So
move on, man?
carry on. Where are we gonna go from there, Veli?
No, but stop
Like, so-
talking about it. I think
Let's
you stop
move on.
talking.
Just like you guys get
Calm
through
down.
to the
Everyone
grid.
calm down. Everyone calm
You know,
down.
so let's
Where
move
we gonna
on.
go from there, Veli?
Hey, hello.
It's like when you ask
Calm
me
down.
prove
Nobody
Adam
approves
exists
anything.
and all this. Where we gonna go from there?
I beg you
I
stop
can't even
talking.
hear you, man. And you just keep
I beg
talking
you
shit,
stop
bro.
talking. Yeah, quick
Yeah,
observation.
that's what you're
I've been
hearing,
in the
innit?
chat. Hey, hold on, man. I've been in the chat.
Yeah.
I've been in the chat, yeah. I've been in the chat and I've been listening, and it seems like you want Veli to be wrong, and you're wasting a lot of time doing it. So, Vel, I beg you just say that
Nah,
you've been wrong
Veli is
before.
wasting time
He
with his
knows you're
questions,
not
bro.
perfect. I beg you
He's
tell him
saying
you're
man
not
keeps shifting the goalpost when he's the one shifting
Being
the
wrong for
goalpost.
what?
perfect. You're not
That
perfect.
humanity
Hold
could
on.
have
That don't
started in Saudi
exist,
Arabia.
bro.
Fuck
A
off,
goal
man.
that don't
I ain't
give you a
giving you.
goal. He's
That's
giving a
dumb, bro.
goalpost. That's not the goalpost. He's busting an illusion that don't
Yeah,
make sense.
first we were talking about masonry.
What's
No
what's
substance.
what's
We're talking about masonry in Islam.
Hey, Bernie needs to shut
what's
up.
the goalpost?
Bernie needs
Guy
to
then,
shut up.
Day, what's the goalpost? Now, actually, listen, Day, break down the argument and try and make the point of where I'm wrong and where I'm right. Then go and break down
Okay,
the argument and make the point of where I'm wrong and where
They
I'm right.
done. They done.
What
I want
Bernie
to say
said
to you, they done.
was,
Everybody just chill out. They done. I'm not being rude, but you're not a Moorish Muslim. So when Bernie says his stuff, don't co-sign it because you don't know enough yet.
no,
about the
I'm not
Moorish Muslims.
co-signing him. I'm just asking, yeah, where we gonna like?
Yeah, we started
What
off
is
with
the
masonry
point of
in
this?
Islam. We did kinda
Even the
sway.
same thing. I'm not a Muslim either, but when Ultra said that thing, and then Veli goes, "What about Adam? Prove that he exists." I'm saying, bro, that question like has no relevance. It doesn't
So what?
prove
Well,
anything.
leave
It
it in your
doesn't
question.
help the
Leave it
conversation.
in your question. A man's answered it for a good 10 minutes. Your question's
What?
random. Why did you scoff at that? There's no evidence in the world supporting an
I
out
was
of
gonna say,
Saudi
why
Arabia
did you stop? What are you
theory.
talking about,
Hold on,
James, bro?
hold on, you're talking while I'm talking. There's no
Yeah,
evidence
but
in the
Veli
world.
asked me the question
Bruv,
now.
bruv, there's no evidence in the world that supports us out of Saudi Arabia theory. So if you said, "Oh, there's a spaghetti monster in the sky," or whatever, one
Bruv,
of those stupid
that was
things,
not Veli's.
and I look-
That's
hold on,
not Veli's
hold on,
point. That's the
hold
whole
on,
point.
hold on,
You're not even
hold on,
getting what's going
hold
on.
Let me
You do
finish-
this
let me
spare
finish what I'm
times. You
saying.
like scientific method.
Let me finish what I'm saying. If someone scoffs at something because there's absolutely no basis for someone to make a claim, and you go, "Oh, what do you mean, bruv? What do you mean, bruv?" You're laughing at that. That's a stupid.
All
Your
right,
question.
James, let me ask you a question.
Provide evidence.
Did
Shut
he
up.
scoff?
Provide evidence.
Let me
Shut
ask
up.
you. Let me ask you. Did he scoff at the fact that my man came in Saudi, or did he scoff at the fact that, oh, look how far Africa is from Saudi? How could have a man gone that far?
It was
Which
both
one
of
did he
them.
scoff
Stop
at?
trying it, bro. Listen, James,
Which
James,
one?
James.
No,
Chill
I'm
out, yeah,
asking
James.
Bro, how
Don't
come when I
answer.
ask
Listen,
James?
don't answer no questions.
Wait.
Break
How come
down
when
the
I ask
argument.
Veli,
Break
James
down the. Nah,
answers, and
stop
when I
running,
ask
man.
James, Veli
Because you
answers?
do this,
What's
bro.
this?
You do this running and hiding
What's this?
thing, bro. I don't know why you're hiding, bro.
Who's talking to me, James
Forget
or
about
Veli?
your argument, bro. Yeah.
Which one are you talking
Answer
to
the
me?
question. Answer the first
Which one are
question.
you?
I'm
Alright,
I'm
don't bust this
talking to you.
tag
I'm
team.
talking to you.
Alright, you're
I'm
talking
talking
to
to
me.
you.
Cool.
Yeah, and answer the first question that I asked you. Break down the argument.
Alright.
Yeah,
Tell
the
your
rights
son
and wrongs
to
of what
stay out
man's
of it.
talking about. Yeah.
Tell your
Because
son to stay
you're
out of
talking
it,
trash, bro.
or you
Yeah,
stay
whatever,
out of
man.
it. Let me
Break
speak to
down
your
the
son.
argument, man.
Alright, cool. But tell your son to stay out of it, or you stay out of it. Let me speak to your son. Pick one. Pick one, bruv.
How
Bro,
about
just break down the bloody argument, man. I'm just gonna
Bro,
stop
tell
you
your
for
son
Ultra,
to
man.
stay out
You're
of
just
it.
chatting shit, man.
Yeah. Look, tell your son to stay out of it,
Everyone's
and I'll
mic's
speak to
muted,
you.
waiting for you to talk, innit? So break down
Bro,
the argument.
Is that too much of a request from me? Is it too much of a request? Why can't you do that?
keep in mind the wisdom that I'm speaking on is during the time frame where all of the land was geographically together, so it wasn't even split yet in regards to what I'm talking about. So you got to go way back in your research. Way back.
Bernie, you're a polite guy, but I think you have a lot to answer for this argument between Dedan, Veli, and James. You were the one who made the claims, and then you kept quiet, and this madness spiraled. So,
Yeah, because the madness was my contention with what Veli said.
Disingenuity. Just break down the blood clot argument, bro. I don't know why you keep trying to sidestep. Stop giving. No one giving no. Stop trying to slip out from it, bro. Stop trying to slip out.
You're slipping out of it by not telling James.
You don't know what you're talking about, so we can move on to the next topic.
Listen, if you didn't want to, if you wanted to keep it solid,
every time you do this all the time, bro.
I've been trying to talk. Love and hip hop.
Who am I talking to? Sorry,
we can't have a serious discussion.
You do this all the time, bro.
Who am I talking to?
I had to mute then. Shut up then, man. Just mute, innit? Fucking hell.
Yeah, so tell him to shut up. Why is that so hard?
Like 15 minutes.
I don't understand why it's so hard to tell your boy to shut up.
No, but just do this. Go talk to your girl. I've been quiet.
You've been doing that on purpose. That's why I told no one not to say nothing. You've done that on purpose.
I'll tell you what, yeah. And I know when I talk, you're gonna speak.
You done that on purpose, yeah. You done that on purpose. All that long thing, yeah. When man was muted and no one was saying nothing and waiting for someone else to talk on purpose to try and do the long thing, just to say instead of saying I don't know. What is the issue with just saying you don't know? You could move on, bro. You get me? Just say you don't know, bro. Man, it's too much ego, cuz. You get me? Every time you say something that I don't know, yeah, do you know how much times people say stuff that I don't know about on it? And I say, bro, I don't know what that is. Tell me what that is. What does that mean? Someone might be all laughing at someone about something. I'll ask them to explain. What's so funny about that? Like, because I don't actually understand what you're talking about.
Hey, but can I just say, yeah, and it's amazing. That's the reason I jumped on. I don't know how it got to Saudi Arabia, but the claim that Moses, Adam is a bit of a weird one, yeah, but Moses, yeah, obviously, man's claimed to do some miraculous shit. So the same sources that are claiming that the person is supernatural, yeah, it would be more likely that I would believe that Moses did exist if I'd seen abilities to perform supernatural phenomena.
This whole time, bro.
What'd you say?
Was I on mute this whole time?
Yeah, thankfully as well. I mean, thank the heavens.
Oh my, you know what? Thankfully, that's true. So, Veli, all you got to do to catch me out, yeah.
We don't
like all you got to do to put me in a corner where I can't run anywhere.
Catch you out, bro.
Tell James Jones to shut up. Yeah,
that's childish, man. Everyone was on mute, bro, and you didn't explain what you were saying. You waited for someone else to talk on purpose.
Bro, you're not letting me speak.
Waited
right?
for someone else to talk. All right, you want to talk right now?
Listen. You're speaking to me. Then when I speak, James Jones is gonna speak. Then when James Jones speak and I reply, you're gonna speak. So either you two have a convo, or one of you tell the other to shut up so I can speak to one of you. Like, that's it. If you're saying I'm trying to run, don't give me nowhere to run. Just agree that one of you is going to shut up. Tell him to shut up.
No, bro. No one's going to tell no one to shut up because we're adults, bro.
I got no excuse. Why are you giving me an excuse?
Veli, tell me to shut up. Tell me to shut up, please. I beg you, tell me to shut up. Quickly.
No. We don't negotiate with terrorists. We don't do that, right?
Do you know what I mean, bro?
Hear what I'm saying. Veli, go on mute. James Jones, go on mute. Witness, go on mute. Raheem, go on mute. Right now, no one say a word.
Okay, so Veli, you there, yeah?
Don't come off mute, Veli. Don't come off mute, bro. The floor's his.
So am I not speaking to Veli? So is that how it's gonna go on, yeah? You want me to chat to myself?
The floor's yours. Make your statement.
You want me to chat to myself?
No. Everyone's on mute. The floor's yours. Make your statement. Veli's listening. Go.
Yeah, I said either I'm gonna chat to Veli or James Jones. So pick one. If you're picking Veli, so let Veli reply to me, no? But there you go, bro.
You're talking to me. You're talking to me. I'm here. Go.
Wait, bruv, you wasn't even here for the convo, fam. You get me? You wasn't the guy who asked
Listen. Don't fall for it. Thank you, everyone. Yo, listen. One sec, yeah. I'm just talking to. I'm talking to my uncle outside, yeah. But I beg you, man, just mute up and let my man explain what man was actually talking about. If you don't explain it, Yeah, I
Tell me.
know. This one was only waiting to explain, but it's an experiment, innit? Let's mute up and wait for my man to explain.
Hey, Veli, tell him you're
Yeah,
listening.
but
now.
Veli, are you going to be here?
Yeah, I'm
Are you going to
listening.
reply
I'm
to me?
listening to what you're saying. I'm not going to
Alright,
reply
cool.
to you. I'm just going to wait for you to talk.
So if I ask you a question, you're not going to reply?
Only if you ask me a direct question. But like I said, I'm talking to my uncle.
Okay, cool. Yeah, cool. All right. So what he said was the first man came in Saudi Arabia. You had no contention with that. You had the contention with Ra. He went from Saudi to Africa. And you said, how can a man go from Saudi to Africa? Do you know how far away that is? That was your contention. That's what you made it seem as though was far-fetched. Now you are trying to shift the goalpost. Yeah. I want to ask you if man come from a great ape, is that not far-fetched? But a man walking from Saudi to Africa is far-fetched. You don't want to answer that. You're like, yeah, that walking down the spot is more far-fetched than coming from an ape. That was your whole point to begin with. And that's all I was saying. And you were saying, no, that's not what your whole point was to begin with. And you had James Jones here backing that, saying, no, his main point was how can man be in Saudi when he never contended with that when he said that. He contended with the fact that man walked that distance. That's what he contended with. That was what he was baffled about. And I don't see what's so baffling. So when I asked him, can a man go from Africa to Saudi? Yeah, is that far-fetched? Like, I want to know. That's the whole point of what I'm saying. So don't try to twist what I'm saying and make it seem like it's not.
But that's not
it's very
actually
clear
what the
I'm
debate was.
saying.
The debate was that my man said life started in Saudi Arabia. I asked him to prove that. Yeah, prove that. And then I said, look how far it is from Saudi Arabia to East Africa. You get me?
Yeah, that was your point. That's why I asked you, is that
that's
so
what I'm saying.
far-fetched?
Now, of course it's far. Of course it's far. It's a distance, isn't it? And there's no evidence for any humanity starting. There's no.
I never asked if it's far. Bro, you're doing it again, Veli.
There's no.
I never asked if it's far.
Let me finish my blood clot sentence, man.
But
you can't tell me when I can and can finish. You cannot tell me when I can.
What's your sentence?
Cannot finish my sentence.
Lie on me, and I'll correct you when you're done. Because it's clear what I said. Lie on me, I'll correct you when you're done.
Hold on.
I've not actually said anything that you said though, because that's not what I do, man. You're a funny guy.
Hey, Belly.
Bro, you know what? Allow this going on for tomorrow and day after. Reload it and play.
Hey, Dayton, stop talking for a second. You can hear your own voice in a second.
And play it now.
I'm playing something right now. I'm gonna play exactly what happened. So either you're right or Belly's right. One of you's right, yeah.
Start in Saudi Arabia. Start there. According to our Lord's teachings, Saudi Arabia.
The earliest man comes from Saudi Arabia. Is that what you're saying?
Is that not the start of the conversation right there?
Yeah, play it.
No, you don't need. You just said he was wrong when he said the conversation was the earliest man comes from Saudi Arabia. Did not.
I said no. That's not what I said. I said what he found far-fetched was man walking.
No. What he found
from Saudi.
You're from
Africa.
You are nuts, bro.
Why are you shocked to play?
You're a weird dude, man. You're a weird dude. But carry on playing it anyway. But you're a weird dude though. Still carry on playing it anyway. Because you're a weird dude anyway. And that's what it was though.
I'm a weirdo that tells the truth. You're a weirdo that chats shit.
You're a weirdo that lies.
What did I lie about? What did I lie about? Play the thing.
Hold on, man. Shut up for a second. You've been arguing about nothing for.
Just play the thing, fam.
Do you know what's my man's mad?
It's funny why you want to stop it at that point.
Shut up for a second. If you start a conversation,
no. You shut up and play the thing.
With a mad premise, yeah. I don't have to do anything.
Why are you shook?
You don't have to be on the panel, right? What's wrong with you? Just shut up for a minute.
Yeah, play the thing,
what do you mean? You're just coming in and just being retarded? Like, stop for a minute.
Bro, you're being retarded. Play the thing and shut up, bro.
No, I don't have to do anything, so shut up.
Then that's it. Don't say you're going to play the thing if you're not. You get me? Don't say you're going to do something you're not. Say.
Everyone was muted up for you to talk. So
and I talk, and then you misrepresented what I said, innit? So you obviously weren't listening.
You do it all the time. It's very irritating, G. I beg you, stop.
Just play the thing. That's all it takes. All you got to do is play the thing.
I swear on my life, if you don't shut the fuck up now, I'm gonna fuck up everything you say for the rest of while I'm here. So if you don't
care, I'll fuck up everything I say. I'm not gonna shut the fuck up for you if you're gonna chat shit. You're just backing bullshit with bullshit. Play the thing or shut up. You get me? If you're not gonna play the thing, you chat shit. What are you hiding? What have you got to hide?
I'm gonna play it.
Fuck my shit up. You can't. You can't fuck my shit up.
You retarded.
You can't fuck my shit up.
You retarded person.
It's impossible.
Shut up.
Unless I chat shit, you can't fuck my shit up. So prove that I'm chatting shit, play the thing, and prove that I'm chatting shit. Simple.
You've been chatting
Simple.
shit your whole life, bro. What the fuck are you
Simple.
talking about? There's
Simple,
not a
James.
person in the world that doesn't associate
James,
your name
everyone
with
knows you
chatting
chat shit. Like your word
There's
doesn't count when you say
there's
someone
no
chat
person
shit.
in the
Innit?
world.
Like
Oh,
if you
'cause
told me
you're
Veli chat
what-
shit, I will then
donut,
believe
bro.
that he don't. You get me? That's how bad it is.
Such a donut, bro. You're actually the biggest donut on this
So
thing.
you're not
here,
gonna
bro.
play the thing, basically.
Anyway, shut up, man. Anyway,
Yo,
bro, shut up.
you man, mute up. Let me just read something, yeah. Because and listen to if anything you hear in there says Saudi Arabia or anything to do with Saudi Arabia.
So what, Veli? You're not gonna the thing's not gonna get played, man.
Bruv, just mute up, man. Yeah, we can play it after, innit, but you're
I'll
too
play
busy
it
trying
after.
to
It's
argue.
never gonna
Yeah,
get
we can
played.
play it
That's it.
after, man. Let me read this thing. Let me
Okay.
read this thing, man. The oldest, listen, mute up, cuz don't worry about it, man. And that's some idiot business, but carry on in it. Yeah.
It is
The
some
oldest
idiot
known
business too.
Homo sapien fossil discovered in Morocco. Yeah. So was that anywhere near? Is Morocco anywhere near Saudi Arabia, Day?
But that got nothing to do with me.
Right, yeah. So anyway, yeah. So the human
Exactly. So,
remains,
bro, that's the point.
and
You're
of
arguing
stone
about
tools.
something I didn't say.
The human
You get me?
remains and stone
Like, bro, this is
tools
all
are
God.
at the sites
Like you
between
said, this is an idiot thing.
350,000 and 280,000 years old. The new fossil evidence pushes the earliest examples we have of Homo sapien lineage back more than 100,000 years. The discoveries found in Jabil in Houd in Morocco fill in the patchy fossil record for our species and could lead scientists to revise ideas about human evolution in Africa.
And this
So-
proves that it's far-fetched to travel from Saudi to Africa.
Yeah. All right. I beg you. You know what, Dave? I'm sorry. Listen, I'm sorry for my outburst there. Can you just let me say what I'm saying, please? Yeah. Because when people cut me off, I get really angry. So I apologize for being rude to you. Yeah. But what I'm saying is if you jumped in a conversation at an arbitrary point that you felt necessary, what you would need to do is take the conversation as a whole. So if a man says, for example, humanity started in Africa, but in the Saudi Arabia, but the theory we have is an out of Africa theory. Yeah. So with genetic testing, and fossil records, they believe that Homo sapiens migrated outwards from Africa. That's the consensus theory. Yeah. And even the ones that are not consensus don't posit Saudi Arabia as the origin point. If someone then says, "Oh, so he's saying that to make the out of Africa theory make sense, they would have started in Saudi Arabia, gone to Africa, and then migrated out from Africa out there."
No, that's not even the point. The guy is saying, "How can a man
that is
go?"
the whole.
Let me finish.
That's the point. That was the point, bro.
Yeah.
That's the full point.
That is
The point is,
That's not my point. That's not my point.
my point is, that's my point, though.
That's not my point.
I beg you, lads. Wait. The only way to prove that was the case is how did the conversation start? Because the real incredulity.
Play the rest of the conversation. Play the rest of the conversation.
Play the conversation.
After, play the rest of the conversation in it. Yeah, say your point, James, and then play the rest of the conversation in. Yeah,
you're moving mad.
That man's moving down, innit?
I want to play. I said I was going to play it. I just wanted to make a brief point, which was, blood. If the conversation is about X, yeah, and within X, there's methods of obtaining X. If you can't criticize one of the little methods when the whole base premise is X true or not, you have. Well, you.
But when you say X, Y, Z, and I'm commenting on Y, why are you asking me about X? I'm commenting on Y. Why are you asking me about X?
On Y? No, but X is the premise.
But that's what I had a comment for. Like he made it sound like it was. Let me finish. James, bro. He made it sound far-fetched. Bro, you're asking me a question. Let me answer. Yeah, he made it sound far-fetched that a human, can go from the distance of Saudi to Africa. So why is it different if you went from Africa to Saudi? Why is that not? That's what I'm asking you, bro. Why is it far-fetched that we came from great apes and not wolves?
That's not the point. That wasn't the point.
That's all I asked. Is that not all I asked?
No, that's not the point. That what it was. The point was.
Is that not what I asked? What did I ask you then?
That's not the point. What it was. The point was that there was no evidence for humanity starting in Saudi Arabia. That's what I was talking about.
Did I ask you about that?
No, what you asked Veli was, first you were asking Veli about evolution, then you said, Veli, so you're willing to believe evolution, but you can't believe that a man bopped down the road And then
Yeah.
Veli said, what do you mean bop down the road? Saudi Arabia is miles away from Africa. That was it.
So you know what I mean? Okay, bop down to Africa. Sorry for using the wrong words. Yeah. Sorry for using the metaphor. Sorry for not making it as accurate as you like. I'll try. You know what? I'm gonna try to be more accurate now, yeah, because you lot are gonna take the piss out of every single word or phrase I use. Like, you get me? If I say 1,000,000%, you're gonna say there's no such thing as 1,000,000%. There's only 100% because it's percent, and cent means 100. Bruv, allow it, innit?
But you know,
All I was
Dave,
saying, that is not far-fetched to walk that long. That's all I said. You lot are making it some next thing. They said we came from Saudi, all this stuff, Illuminati. Bruv, you lot are crap, bruv.
Hey, Dave, can I give you one analogy? Yeah, it's like someone saying, yeah, oh, Bernie said aliens exist.
Hey, James, Bernie, please don't give me an analogy because I'm gonna flip it same way you lot are flipping my analogy. I'm gonna flip it.
Let me get through. Yeah, it's like Bernie saying, "Oh, aliens exist. I've seen a UFO." Yeah, and the argument now becomes, can things fly in the sky?
No. If Bernie says I've seen a UFO,
in the origin for man, so that's what man. Everything man laughs at from that point on is valid. The only way to criticize him laughing is to give evidence for them being life originating in Saudi Arabia, because everything else is like, but don't disrespect a man. Say, oh, you don't believe someone can walk from X to Y or whatever it is.
That was my only question, wasn't it?
You're being disingenuous. You know that.
Wasn't it my only question?
And all now, man hasn't put proof. 2 times you've been asked.
Was it not my only question?
And all now you ain't brought it.
Bro, did I have any other question?
You should have no questions.
But why are you, bruv, you've jumped into a next man's convo as a blood. Who are you to scoff at? And man's telling you he's not scoffing about walking down the road. He's scoffing about the origin. And what do you want him to do? You want him to apologize to you or something?
Bro, all you have to say is that's not what I'm saying is far-fetched. He never said that though, did he?
I've been told that I weren't saying that, fam. It's like you just want to keep chatting shit for ages.
Yeah.
You know what? You lot are chatting shit. All you had to do was play the thing.
Well, listen to yourself.
Play the thing. Play the thing.
Yeah, because this is what happens in life. Just play the thing and listen to it.
No, man, just mute up, man, and let him play the blood clot team, man. Play the team, fam.
So the earliest man comes from Saudi Arabia. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, modern day called Saudi Arabia. Yes, sir.
The earliest man comes from Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia, the city of Mecca, is the ancient name of
the facts don't match up with your claim,
the land of milk and
the facts don't match up with your claim, bro.
Well, what's the facts?
The facts don't match up with your claim, man.
That way, but that's for you.
The facts so far is that the earliest.
Give you your answers and like how it goes.
Yeah, the facts so far is that the earliest. Whatever, man. I was just gonna keep talking in it, but the fact so far is that the earliest skeleton doesn't come from Saudi Arabia, mate. Yeah, so
of course Adam had to move around. It would make sense. You don't even stay at the same spot, so that's you see what I'm saying? They gone.
So he started off in You're saying he started off in Saudi Arabia and then he moved to Africa, yeah?
Yeah, it's called walking around.
Yeah,
like you know what I mean.
All right.
I'm not even in Chicago.
Wait. 1 second, Bernie. 1 second, Bernie.
My hometown in Chicago. I'm not even in Chicago no more. Does that mean I'm not from Chicago?
Bernie, 1 second. Bernie, 1 second. Veli, why is that so far-fetched?
It's like.
All right, pause the video right there, and someone tell me, yeah. I pause the video, James.
That one part
I'll tell you what you could do, yeah.
Yo, pause it. Wait. I just want to ask one question. At what point did I come into the convo?
No,
where you said it, like that's some far-fetched thing.
Provide proof of your claim, bro.
At what point did I come in, bro? I beg you, you're making it long. At what point did I come into the convo, and what was I talking about?
Stupidity. Listen to it.
That's the whole point. What point did I come into the convo, and what was I talking about? That was my whole point.
Why are you even coming into the convo?
Hold on, I'm asking Veli if it's so far-fetched for man to walk from here to there. That's why.
What is that got to do with anything? What has it got to do with anything?
That's my question, bro. Can I not ask?
What has it got to do with anything?
Bro, all right. Ask Veli what his question is.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. How can you ask a question and they're both talking? How can you just throw your question in there like that?
Bro, that's not the point. Man saying that my question was something else.
Wait, allow that type of madness, bro. You're not a woman, bro.
What are you defending here? Like, listen.
What are you defending? What are you defending? That's what we are getting to.
We just proved.
You ain't got no argument.
Listen, you're not even in the argument, bro. Ask Veli right now, yeah. Veli, did I not just prove that? That's why I asked you.
That what you asked me? How far? Why is it far fetched?
Why is it so far fetched that man bopped that distance?
That man bopped that distance. Yeah, but that's what I was trying to say.
Is that not all I asked you?
Bro, you asked me that at that time, but the argument was what evidence is there for any humans coming from Saudi Arabia and going to Africa and then coming back to Saudi Arabia? Where's the evidence
That's
for
your question to Bernie. My question to you was, is it so far-fetched for man to walk from there to there? Because that was the point I came into the conversation and asked the question. And you're saying that's not. I'm talking about X when I'm talking about Y. So, bruv, you're trying to flip it again. Be disingenuous. Be honest, Veli. Be honest, James Jones. Come on, bruv. We all just heard it.
You're a liar.
I'm a liar. What am I lying about? What am I lying about?
I'm telling you, shut up. Say something and wait for the answer. You can.
Yeah, what am I lying about?
Veli said the facts don't support that. You went, the facts, Veli. You're already priming yourself to jump in, G. You are moving like a woman. I don't care. You were already priming.
Wait, you're cutting off. Say that again.
And before, you were arguing Veli about evidence from
James,
Moses.
you cut off. Say that again.
You're emotional, man. He's emotional today, man. He's period.
I'm saying he cut off. I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying you cut off.
He's on a super pink moon, bro.
Man said you cut off. Say that again. Is that wrong?
Is that wrong? He was on moon worshipping today, bro.
Is it wrong to say you cut off? Say that again.
You tried to jump in when Veli said.
This is why I don't talk to people like you.
1 second, Torah.
Yeah, then you should have involved in it. Don't talk. Mute your mic.
Look at you, bro.
That's why I don't come in your dead show.
Can you
so mute your mic, bro?
Because you're just a fungus and a vermin. That's what you do. Leech of people.
Now it's me and Veli and James. Now it's me, Veli and James and
You're a fungus.
I beg you pick one.
You leech of people. You got no knowledge. You got no knowledge, bruv. All you do is come to make money.
Trying to machine gun me. You don't want me to answer for
virus. You come like COVID, Bridget, man. You got no.
Listen. Anyone who's watching can see that that's all I asked.
COVID.
I'm like COVID. Or anyone can see. Anyone who's watching can see that that's all I asked. That's what my whole point was. And you lot are just trying to misrepresent me for some reason or another. I don't know.
You're dead.
I don't know.
Hold on.
Hey, Belly. Be the honest and moral one.
Put him in a backstage, man. Put him backstage, man.
Day, let me ask you a question. Yeah. So
before that, be the honest one and tell them what just happened.
Put him backstage, Veli. Put him back. Let him cool off.
This is part to show that why you're being disingenuous in what you're saying, yeah. So when you first cut in, yeah, when I said the facts so far don't lead to no one coming from Saudi Arabia, what was you cutting in for then? When you said the facts,
you heard what I said when I cut in. You heard what you said before I cut in. If you want to play it again, we can play it again.
Yeah.
All I asked you, is it far-fetched for man to bop there to there? That's what I asked, right or wrong?
Disingenuous, because you know I'm not talking about that. You know I'm talking about
argument, man.
Bro, that is what I asked you about, because you spoke about it. That's all I asked you about, because that's what I was speaking about.
What proof have you got to? So what have you got to? So what have you got to back it up with?
Guys, this is like ABCs.
So what have you got to back it up with? The Quran.
What Quran, bro? We talking
about?
You're backed, bro. You're fully backed here.
What have you got to back that up? Listen, what I'm asking you. Listen,
you're bringing something that got nothing to do. That's what I'm saying. Man wants to put more Spanish in the mix.
Listen, what I'm asking you.
Instead of fixing the thing, you want to put Spanish in the mix.
Listen,
what do you want to ask me? Go on. I know it's going to be irrelevant, but go on.
What's backing up your claim?
What, bruv? That's what I'm saying, bruv. You're backed. I'm not making a claim. I'm asking a question.
You're playing thingy bob. I'm playing chess, mate.
You're playing thingy bob. I'm playing chess. Veli, did I ask you a question? I'll make a claim.
So when you was asking,
listen, Veli, bruv, Veli. You have to answer one of my questions. You can't just keep asking questions when I ask you these questions. That just shows you're disingenuous.
I answered your question, yeah.
No. Don't say I answered your question. Don't say I answered your question. Answer my question now. Did I ask you a question or did I make a claim?
This is what I'm saying, first of all, mate. This is what I'm saying, first of all, because you keep.
Are you listening, bro? I've been listening to podcasts. You're not listening to anything I'm saying.
You won't shut up for long enough, bro. You won't shut up for long enough, bro.
Did I not shut up till you finished? Did I not shut up till you finished? Wait. Did I not shut up till you finished and then let you finish? And then when I answered, Tarak jumped in. Is that not what happened?
It's all that spice.
See what I mean? Like, why is man involved? I'm asking Veli a question right now, yeah? All right, cool. Did I make a question or a claim? Huh?
You're different. You're really funny, man. I'm just asking you to listen. Chill out for a second. Yeah, let me tell you something. Yeah.
All right, so you're gonna tell me if I asked you a question or made a claim. That's what you're gonna tell me right now, yeah? Because that's what I asked you.
Yo, you are moving nuts, man. You're moving actually
I'm
nuts.
moving nuts. Sorry, a question is moving nuts, bruv. Or Illuminati. Bruv, listen. Can I ask you a question or make a claim? Bruv, listen, I just want to shut Turok up first. Then we shut up James Jones. Then we shut up Veli. Veli,
Is this
did
what
I ask you a
happened when
question or make a
Corner
claim?
closed down for 3 weeks?
I'm saying, bruv, safe.
Can I just
Man, them
ask
talk,
one
innit?
question, please, because like it's sounding mad in the chat. Like it's sounding like ridiculous. Yeah.
Is this what happens when speakers corner closed for 2 weeks?
Nah, this is what happens when you act stupid.
Have you got speakers corner withdrawals or something?
Nah, it's stupid man's coming on the internet.
Hey, man, you lot, seriously.
But tell your boy to shut up, innit? Like, why?
In it because it's just annoying listening to it in YouTube, and it's just going on. I've been here 15 minutes now, and it's just bare like shit in it. So please, can we just establish like some decorum, some order, and no ad hominems, no back and forth? Because I've even, we all do it sometimes, innit? But it's just, and I'll go and do something.
I agree, bro.
He agrees.
Do you agree, Turok?
Yeah.
All right, so stop the ad hominem, stop the madness, yeah? Veli, did I ask you a question or make a claim? See what I mean, bro? You just agreed.
You're triggered.
You just agreed. Bro, you're triggered.
Allow it, man. This is the Veli show, man. Allow it, man.
You fucked up.
You're behaving like a Montel.
You fucked up, and you're gonna fuck up
just
when
because
Veli
you
answers
get your own show now, you're behaving like Montel.
No. You fucked up, and Veli's gonna show that you fucked up even more when he answers this question. Veli, did I ask you a question or did I make a claim?
No, stop. You're not the center of attention anymore. MA, bring a topic. This is tiring now. You're going around in circles.
But what? You're gonna let Veli not answer my question?
No,
I'm gonna let Turok chat shit.
Nothing you say, bro, because you're dumb.
Yeah, that's it. You weren't willing to answer nothing I say from the beginning because you're dumb.
You win. You got a W. Well done.
Bro, you get me? The only bro, everyone lost here, innit?
Ta-da, mate.
You get me, bro? Like you man moving mad. Yeah, man's not saying I made a claim. What claim did I make, Turok? What claim did I make, Turok?
You tried to say you tried to say Veli's tried to make it sound like it's a long distance.
You dummy. That's what you
trying to ask Veli a question, bro. You just showed you're an idiot still.
You tried to make it out like it's on long distance or something. Like Veli is mad.
It is a long distance. So what? It is a long distance. So like, I didn't make it sound like that. Veli made it sound like that. I asked him, is it far-fetched for man to travel that distance? That's what I asked.
For the panel cancer.
That's a far-fetch.
Hold on. Hey, listen, you want to see democracy? I say we vote for who's the panel cancer right now, and that person either changes their ways or packs their bags. You know, like one of those sticks with a cloth attached at the end in the cartoons and hits the road, bro.
Yeah, carpetbaggers.
But you, man, yeah. This conspiracy is gonna make a vote, yeah. When I'm the only one here who's not a conspirator.
You're not.
Is that your solution, James? If you lot are watching, watch the disingenuity here.
Bernie made a claim and all this madness happened, and Bernie's not even here anymore.
Yeah, just let it go.
But witness, did I make a claim or did I ask a question?
No, you didn't. You won. You're right. You were right.
But it's not about right or wrong. It's still you lot, innit?
Let me just say one more.
I can't believe you're bashed about this.
Let me just say something.
A 5-year-old kid wouldn't be bashed about this.
Yo. Let me say one more thing again, yeah? So from the YouTube, yeah, from what I've seen, like the last 15, 20 minutes and whatever, it seems like what Day is saying, what it looks like is James and whoever and Veli and whatever are of the opinion that whatever they done was saying was shrouded, like the question was shrouded in pretext, in it, and he was and their opinion is that they're trying to he was trying to ask a leading question in it or something along those lines anyway, and they done is saying that he wasn't. He was literally just asking a question. So either one of the things is right, innit? If that's
that's it. It's done. Halas, it's done. Literally, it's finished.
That's what happens when you let your opinion come into your judgment, bruv. Just
really doesn't disagree with
take
you.
it for what it is, bruv. Hey James, take it for what it is. Bruv, I know you want to let it go, bruv, because you're gonna sound like an idiot, bruv. But I will let it go.
You're right. No, you're right.
I'm merciful. I'm not like you.
I'm wrong. You're right.
It's not about right. It's not about right and wrong, bruv.
About the same point. You have to just talk about something else.
All right, let me throw a new subject then.
And I've been giving you man a chance to talk about something else, but you keep talking about me.
All right, new subject.
Answer my question if you're going to talk about me or leave it. You get me?
I'm sure you lot are going to pick this up another time. We can do it another time, innit?
No, go on, go on.
You either do it now or you leave it.
They done. I just wanted to say something to you. I really like you.
What are you talking for?
Wait, James.
You have to do anything that you say, you dumbass.
It's okay. Just relax. They done. Everyone's cool here. They done. I've always wanted to say this to you. They done. You're done out here. I'm just joking with you, They done. You know I got love for you. We're all just joking. Come on, can we move on to something else?
All right, let me
multiply by 10 plus 1. They done.
I just thought you were an idiot right there, Whitney.
All right, let me
see, everybody's laughing now. That's the whole point. Everyone's joking.
Man. Let me switch up. Let me switch up.
Yeah.
All right, switch up. So I was just having a conversation with in fact, let me just draw out this question a little bit more. So like when I was younger, my dad used to be part of you listening? Part of the AAPRP, which is Kwame Nkrumah's what do you call it? His political party that he started, right? So I was little, like 7 or whatever, and I used to go to these things called work study meetings with my dad and that. Go listen to this, that, and the other, play RoboCop, and just generally have a good time, and then hear a bit of politics on the side. I stopped going when I was about 12, and then I always remembered it and whatever. And then like Facebook comes along in 2000 or whatever, and I start bucking up this guy, chatting about Pan-Africanism and stuff, yeah. And then I get married. I got married this last year, and I invited the guy to my thing, and he arrives arm in arm with my dad. I said, "What a Ross?" He said, "Is this your dad?" I said, "Yeah." He's like, "Oh, my dad." I said, "I've known your dad since 1986. Little did I know when I was a youth, this guy was in these rooms with me when I was like 7 years old, and we just happened to become friendly on Facebook and thing. And then Tutu's now, like, you know what I mean? I'm realizing that he's known me for most of my life or whatever by proxy, and has even been educating me by proxy as well. So that was a beautiful thing. And it brings me to the question that we were discussing today earlier on, which was about family. The idea that, I'm uncomfortable with the idea of continuously living in places where I'm surrounded by strangers, innit? Like, before we talk about going back home or whatever, just the idea of living around strangers, innit? Like my aunt, I'm quite fortunate that one of my aunties lives 5 minutes away. My wife's family, her family home, and all of her brothers and sisters and that live about 2 minutes away, around the corner. My cousin and his family live right across the road from them. I could throw a stone in his garden if I throw it hard enough. I know another cousin about 10 minutes away, and my granduncle's 10 minutes away as well. And yeah, this is something I grew, in my questions finished in a sec. In my 20s and that, I was like, yeah, man, what's the bounce? Like, I want to be away from my family. Yeah, I'll go out on my own or whatever. Looking too much at how the white people them's rolling, in it. And now I'm like completely the opposite. Like, I want to retain that familial connection. I want to make sure that wherever I go, my family can come with me, be it that it's in Congo or Ghana or Jamaica or Dominica or wherever it is that I have access to, Zambia, all different types of places. So yeah, that's a question that I want to really put out there in terms of what people's opinions are of the need to stay close to family, because it was actually predicated on the idea that this coronavirus is actually spreading more amongst the Black community because we still have that granny living downstairs and mum and like 4 or 5 generations are in the same house. So yeah, I'm throwing all of that out to everybody. Take it away.
Yo, what happened?
Problems in Italy. Sorry?
Is that Emmy Brown, bro? Big up, man. I was thinking, how's Ultra talking like this, bro?
Well, Emmy Brown's
thought
been
that
on
was
the
Ultra,
panel
fam.
for more than 20 minutes. They done.
I didn't even, bro, because you know this screen is in the thing. I can't even see the thing, innit?
Yeah, well, that's the problem that affected Italy because they have extended families, and apparently they were claiming that's how coronavirus was like taking advantage of Italy. It was just passing quickly. I don't know if that's true, but some people were trying to use that as an explanation for why Italy was struggling. It's always good to be around family members, but I don't know. I mean, it's not easy to do that financially, not in London anyway. So you're lucky, M.A. Brown.
Did you see the ONS stats I posted in the Hangout thing, MA?
Which one?
There's some, I don't know how many people have posted after me, but if you look for my last post, there's some Office of National Statistics stats on total deaths and deaths related to respiratory.
Yeah, I see it. I'm gonna click on it now.
But that's one of the reasons that as just to echo what Witness said, the poor healthcare, the aging population, and the fact that families in the north of Italy are so tight knit.
Yeah,
that's the reasons it spread. Yeah, but would you actually say that is the same for Black people in the UK?
I'd say in America and in some respects, yeah. I think where you find Black people not as tight knit as that is where they are actually copying like the Western family model or the contemporary Western family model, because even them they never used to be like that still. So yeah, but yeah, I'm like my family, I've got two households, one in London and one in the Midlands, where there's 4 generations of my family in that house, innit? So like where I grow up now, where I live now, not where I live now, where I live now is where I grew up, innit? So, and there's a lot of Dominicans in this area. So like, yeah, there's just family all over the place. You get me? So that's a Windrush conversation, isn't it? Like, so it's always been like that.
I saw a video earlier today in China. They've started rounding up Africans. They're blaming them.
Nigerians, isn't it?
Is it only because I heard a few accents that didn't sound familiar, but really, is it
they're saying, well, no, it is actually basically this is what I'm taking from it. They're banning service to foreigners, I guess, for fear of, I guess, number one, them being a taxation to their system, and number two, them assisting in spreading the virus because they've come from outside of China, right? Then how that's ended up manifesting is don't serve Black people. Anyone that has a Black tenant, kick them out of your house. There was like a whole area full of Black people that were renting, that their landlords just kicked them out of their house, and no one else, no hotels are offering them places to stay, no nothing. So literally, this is the greatest example of Black people being the lowest on the socioeconomic ladder as well as in people's perception, because the second there becomes an anti-immigrant sort of sentiment in a nation, the first people to be affected by it negatively are Black people, and like extremely affected. It's sad still, like, you know what I'm saying, especially when how many Chinese people are profiting right now in Africa and actually own, so cannot be evicted or removed. Yeah. And then you've got the equivalent in Africa of people working to stabilize and build their economy, and they're being treated like less than human. What's up?
And I was curious, why would you want to go to China anyway for business? I mean, I was like, what kind of business are they going to be selling Chinese people?
Well, there's a lot of things you can do in China. If like just regardless of whatever race you are in it, like there's a lot of opportunities to.
Yeah, but like what? Give me an example. If you're a Black man, I mean, what are you going to do there? I'm curious. I don't know.
Well, I know people that I know. Okay, for example, I know designers that have gone over there. So if you're some kind of graphic designer or you have some skill in some type of desktop publishing or whatever, there's opportunities to go and work for an organization. Maybe not to go China and start your own thing. Maybe that's difficult, isn't it? I don't know what the
yeah. That's the part I was talking about. Going to I was talking about opening a store, or setting up a shop. I was just curious.
But a lot of them are workers, isn't it?
Yeah,
a lot of I don't because obviously if people were more wealthy, I don't think there would be that much of an issue because you could just essentially pay more, I imagine. But this is unfortunately this is affecting the sort of less wealthy African migrants who ultimately are working there. Now they've got no job, and now the countries, all the service industries of the country, saying we're not going to service you.
It's a good question, though. It's a good question, though. It's a good question. What Witness is asking still. Like, there must be like a Chinese supply line, innit? Like, it's not necessarily exactly human trafficking, although it might be that. But there must be a supply line, because it's a bit weird for that to even be an option. Like, who in fucking Ghana's like, yeah, let's go China and work. What the fuck? Look how far away it is, bro.
Because I was reading a blog, it must have been 6 years ago, a Nigerian woman was complaining about racism in Vietnam. And I thought, Vietnam? What the hell is she doing in Vietnam? I understand things are tough in Nigeria and she has to make a living. Vietnam popped up in her head as the place to go and start a business.
No. Wait, do you remember that guy? I cannot remember his name, but he's a funny guy. He's got like, he's balding and he's on Dragon's Den. And he's always talking about, he's like Cypriot or something. He's always like, I've got factories in China. I've got factories in China. Yeah. Well, I imagine if somebody, like, as in the recruitment process, maybe in China, but like if a Nigerian owns a company, and they may recruit their recruiting pool maybe in Nigeria, innit? Or they may, by association to the nation of Nigeria, have like some kind of link in which people can jobs in China advertise. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense. It's almost coming like not exactly at all in it, but like Windrush scenario where streets are paying gold in China, and you know what I mean.
And they do have a burgeoning middle class, and to support a burgeoning middle class, as we know throughout history, guess what you need? You need a working class, right? So if you're trying to shift everybody from sort of one social class to another, it makes a lot of sense to enter in a sort of foreign, build your working class out of sort of foreign nationals as well, because it I guess eases the pressure, at least like, what's the word, like for appearances. It makes it look like China, there's far more middle class if a lot of the people in the service industries and that are like black or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But yeah, it's like, but man are not serving man food and that, you know that. Pharmacies, supermarkets. No, we're not serving foreigners, but really we're not serving black people. And white people can just flash their white card.
It's just white skin.
We said just lower the mask just to. I said, yo, let me in, dog. Do you know that? Hey, Benny, are you there?
Very.
Yeah, I'm in.
Hey, do you know that? Have you seen that recent Dave Chappelle skit where he's talking about transgender people, and he's like, I'm Chinese.
No, I see that.
He's like, it's how I feel inside. Hey, Dave's the goat, man. Hey, hold on, let me see if I can share that. Hold on.
Belly, would you emigrate to Vietnam to ply your trade?
To do plumbing in Vietnam?
Yeah.
Probably not. I heard that there's a few. I've recently heard a few Jamaicans moving to Taiwan.
Jamaicans will go anywhere, blood. Seriously, we will go anywhere, bro. Yeah, man.
Moving to Taiwan. So.
Trust me.
What are they selling in Taiwan? Smartphones? What they do?
Hey, don't try it.
Supposed to be quite big.
No, I was cussing out the Nigerian woman. I'm like, what are you selling to the Vietnamese? Hair weave? Food? What are you selling to Vietnamese people they can't already buy from Vietnamese people? What are you going to do? I don't know. Vietnam, of all the places you thought, yeah, I'll go set up my business in Vietnam. Fuck. And
what would you, if you had to go Vietnam, or you ended up in Vietnam or whatever, what would you?
What do you mean you have to go Vietnam?
Oh no, man! Like, you know what I mean? You just ended up there for whatever reason. You went jail, and I don't know. You infringed on the Vietnamese government or whatever, and they extradited you to Vietnam, and then you wake up and you're in Vietnam.
Do you know what I do? I buy a ticket to get out of Vietnam.
Would you rob and steal? I'd be a criminal, innit? Yeah, maybe that's what I'd do. I'd just be a criminal.
What would you specialize in?
In Vietnam, I don't know. Whatever. Rice. I just teeth rice, innit?
Well, let me get this. You're going to steal rice to sell rice to the Vietnamese in a country that has an abundance of rice. You ain't going to make much money, man.
Yeah, man, me shot rice. 20 pounds.
You need to find something that they want, that you can be the main source of, that they don't know.
I don't know nothing about Vietnam. It's one of the few countries I literally don't know anything about Vietnam, apart from the previous war, innit? And they were basically a part of. Where is Vietnam, like to the south, like to the
southeast? So it's down near Thailand, Cambodia, Laos, that area. That's
okay, and Korea is attached to the mainland, isn't it?
Yeah, that's correct. Look at this crazy guy in the chat. He goes, "Witness has Muslim president in Nigeria. Are you Islamophobic? Do you hate Muslims? Is that why you wrote that in the chat? Are you firing shots at the Muslim president, Nigerian Muslim president?" You people are crazy. Any chance to have a go at Muslims? Man, they done. You still there? Or is it that they done? Sorry.
Oh, that's some word association. Man said Muslim, man said they done.
What are you still there? Firing shots at they done, James. You're bad.
Why is that a negative if someone's a Muslim? That's not negative, bro.
What?
Oh, so I apologize then. James was actually he was actually praising they done. That's good. That's good. Building bridges. That's
what we not talking about?
They done cool. He just moves nuts sometimes.
Bruv, it's not nuts. I asked Veli one question. You man tried to see the team make it sound like something. Bro, you man move nuts. Come on, don't say I move nuts.
You're right. Sorry.
Yeah, so what? Did someone call me or something? Yeah, who's Witness? You asking me a question?
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I've forgotten what the question was. I'll be honest. Sorry, but yeah.
Oh, it's raining, man.
Well, what are you lot talking about though? Maybe it might help you remember.
We're talking about Laos and shit. Vietnam.
Oh yeah, I heard something about Vietnam and what? Someone wanted to sell rice to someone in Vietnam or something. I was like, what? What's going on in this convo?
Can I play something? Can I play a real quick video? Real quick.
I think Benny's having a barbecue.
I had a barbecue last night, boys. I had a wicked barbecue.
Hey, what ends you from? It's raining outside.
What's that?
What ends is that? It's raining outside.
The H in it.
Oh yeah. I still got a bit of sun.
I
still got sun.
Where are you, they done?
Northwest, innit?
But like where?
Like Brent, yeah.
Alright, cool. That shit about Belly, I'm coming there right now, innit? Meet me outside.
Yeah, come, bro. I'll send you my postcode, but in private, innit?
Say no more. Yeah. We're gonna live stream it, innit?
Hey, Dave. Yeah, I was saying James definitely sounds like he's from North London, innit? Like North.
Yeah. I think he is now. Tottenham side, Tottenham.
Yeah. You know how we know James is a North Londoner? You know, because his accent sounds like Becky's, Empress Becca's. That's it.
I think James Jones is either from Tottenham or Seven Sisters.
Yeah.
It's Tottenham, bro.
Yeah, basically, yeah. But I meant Tottenham main strip, like you're between the police station and Seven Sisters station.
I was born in Haringey though. Like I grew up in Haringey till I was about 12 or something.
Oh, so you didn't live there all your life?
No. But that's where I was like. I guess that's where I was raised, if you like. But what was I gonna say to you? You know what? Empress Becca's from South though. I know you were just taking a shot. She's from South, anyways.
No,
What are you gonna play?
You can hear the griminess in her voice. You know what I'm saying? That South London griminess.
Hey, listen, shut your mouth, man. You're lucky I'm busy. Shut your mouth, man.
Why did Belly get hurt by that, bro? Who's this?
Obviously, are you done, fam? Belly, bro. I don't want to hurt a belly, but just know that I'll never like. Whenever I link belly, yeah, like I'll have to my personal effects of any kind of value. I'll have to lock them in the glovey or something. Do you get what I'm trying to say? It's dangerous. It's dangerous around them kind of man. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Yo, big up.
What did you want to play? What video are you gonna play?
Big up E. No, I was gonna play.
Hello, E. Afternoon, E.
Yo, E. What's good? Who's E?
Yo, you lot can hear me, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought like what man was talking about was interesting earlier about the family dynamic, right? And you know, like when you're trying to move also, like say for example, say you got a family member that's quite attached or not dependent on you, but at some point they're gonna get dependent on you, yeah. But you want to move somewhere and you got other people dependent on you, like children, right? And you're thinking that there's gonna be better opportunity for your children if you move to somewhere, but your other older people that are dependent on you don't want to move.
Yeah.
Like, how do you weigh that up?
I was kind of hinting at that myself when I was opening up the thing. If you can give options in it, like that's like with my wife's family, like she's got quite a lot of responsibilities there in it, and so therefore I have responsibilities too. And then I've got my mum from the Caribbean, and then you know what I mean. So my thing is obviously to be able to actually have yards, to be bored enough to have yards in all the places that yards need to be in it, and then frequent them as much as possible, and just be there. You know what I mean. So that way, you know what I mean, like I can always be there for whoever. So yeah, across the ways as well, like in Africa, this place, that place, wherever.
I hear that. Like, you know, like with dependence, it's like a day-to-day thing. You know, like, yeah, like you can't really just like pop in and pop out. That's like emergency. Okay, like, you know, someone's dying or something, I'm gonna be there for a little bit, or like, you know, trying to get someone back after they broke their leg. But you know, like, yeah, when I'm saying, like, yeah, it needs to be more like at
Let me
least.
ask you a question. I know where you are in it. Have you got like siblings and have you got like a big extended family or quite a tight knit family, like a small family that you would regard as family?
I got a big family, but not all in one place, right? Like, so a lot of them might be in one place and then some of them are more spread out. Do you get what I'm saying? So some of them are more like they're calm, like it's pattern, like any kind of thing. It's like there's, you know, a group chat and it gets patterned. Do you see what I'm saying? But then there's other situations where it's not as easy to have something done.
I don't think that there's a solution for that. I think the solution is long term, whereby families actually plan together and actually decide what they're going to do as a unit, so that it does work and so you don't end up in these types of circumstances, isn't it? Like, you're blessed if you know you come to that realization that okay, we need to be there for this one, that one, and that one, and that one, and then everyone comes to one accord. But that's very rare. That very rarely happens these days. People are on their own shit, or end up in some next place and whatever. You know what I mean? Like right now, I've got family in New York who want to leave the States, but we want to all back up on the continent, innit? So, and then you know what I mean. So those things can happen, but it's not always the case. And the only remedy for that is to think long term, how to encourage your children and your cousins' children or whatever to begin setting them pieces in play. In it might not happen in your lifetime where everyone's on one accord and you've got a village here, village there, village there. I don't mean a literal village. I mean just the community of your family, like close together, innit?
Yeah. Like you touched on like the family planning, right? It's something that me and my missus have spoken about, like in terms of with children, how important is it for you to, you know, like let them know that you lot got to get on with whoever they're with. Like, if that don't work, then the thing can't work. Like, you know, I feel like, especially in the West, you know, you just kind of, more time, you meet who you meet, and okay, this is my thing. Like, you see what I'm saying? This is who I'm bringing. Not like, oh, what do you lot think? Like, should I, you get me? Is this part of the plan?
Do you mean like, how do you mean? Do you mean like, if your children get with a partner, then who, draw it out again.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, say for example, yeah, because if you talk about family planning, right? Say for example, now for the children, right, there will be a plan, right? So that plan is gonna go past childhood. Do you see what I'm saying? And like, it's gonna be flexible, right? It's gonna develop, but at the same time, you're a major part of that plan, right? Like your family, right? So family's looking to stick together to the end. So you can't just bring in someone new that don't get on with the family. That don't make sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
You see what I'm saying? But it's not so much pushed.
It isn't, man. Like I said, like we've grown up. Like, come on, man. Like when I was younger, I was enforcing my wishes of who I was with upon my family, and they couldn't really say nothing to me, innit? I wasn't considering what they wanted, and no, you know what I mean? Like, I wasn't on that at all. Like I at some stage, like probably when I reached about 30 or whatever, I was like, okay, if I am to be with somebody, then that person has to be able to. I got to think about the dynamic that person's gonna have with my mum, with my younger sister, even with my older sisters, and what type of positive influence they can have on them. You get me? And that was a big factor. That became a really, really important thing. Whereby there were certain people that I met, I was just like, hell no. You know what I mean? So yeah, man. We have to be thinking more about how these things are gonna actually work out in the long term, and not just try and dash random woman or man into the family and just see what happens, man. That's irresponsible, and it's bound to turn pear-shaped at some point.
Yeah, because as well with the buy-in thing, because like, say for example, if you're a guy and you now found a missus and you got a plan, and her family might have her own plan, your plan is not necessarily to join their plan. Your plan is to bring her onto your thing, or like you lot do your thing together. Not like, okay, unless their thing is, you know, foundationally built, you know, like, okay, this makes sense. You know, they got a second name that is, you know, certified, and the children are going to benefit from you staying attached to that.
Yeah, 100%. Like that's real talk, man. Like, that's a conversation you would have with the woman, innit? Like early on, or when you know it's getting serious, or when you want to actually settle down or whatever. That's a conversation you have to have. You get me? I think a lot of people don't have those conversations. Well, they're having them more now because we know that the world is on a mad thing, innit? So we need to be thinking like 7, 8, 9 steps ahead. And it's definitely something that has to happen, man. I even like I said earlier on, like this thing of even just living. I've been preaching this thing about living around strangers for a long time. Like, we take it for granted because we grew up here, innit? And it's like, yeah, you might know your neighbors a little bit. You know what I mean? The estate I grew up on, obviously I knew my neighbors quite well. But like, other than that, because the estate is a bit of a village itself, innit? It's like enclosed, innit? So everyone knows everyone. But from when we left there, it's like, yeah, I'm not really interested in my neighbors, and I don't trust them, and I never will. You get me? There, I had it where we just moved from one yard last week. And the woman next door, she was all like trying to be, she was all calling my name and that. One time she said my name, and I said, hello, Ross, you know my name? She's like, oh, because I hear your wife calling it all the time. She just do preying man shit, fam. But yeah, I'm not interested in strangers, bro. And the strangers that I am around, it's like, yeah, you're never going to be of interest to me. I need to have my family around me, or at least extended family, or people that I really desire to be part of my life in some kind of way, innit? I think, you know, if you look at Southall, they've really done a job in Southall, boy. They've done a hell of a job in Southall. You get me?
With the strangers thing, you know, neighbors are people that are like live in close proximity, right? So I always try and like be cool, innit? Like, if I can help them and it's not gonna kill me, then I will. Unless they start moving a certain way, Like, you know, like I've had situations with neighbors, right? Like, you know, I had a neighbor that was hanging some bird seed out their window that was making birds come to my garden. You know, I tried to be official. I wrote them a letter like, yo, man, you get me? Obviously, that's happening. And they didn't do nothing. So I just took the bird thing in it. And they wrote me another letter and I just looked them in the face and I said, what? Like, you see what I'm saying? So I'll try and be nice, but obviously, if it don't work like that, then it's what it is. But I used to have a neighbor when I was growing up, yeah, like when I was at my parents' house. That was my neighbor for like a good amount of years, yeah, like 15 years or whatever.
Yeah.
And I still have a really good relationship with her now. And like her children, and you see what I'm saying? So that was always like, yeah, beneficial. Like, and where she was an older woman, we could talk about certain things and like my brethrens, when they used to come true, my brethrens know her, and you know them kind of ones there.
Yeah,
so I definitely see the benefit of that.
I had a similar thing, like where on my balcony, we had, I think the next door neighbors were Bangladeshi. They were proper safe. They used to give us these sweets in it, but they were disgusting. You know, like the fried sweets, it was just nasty. And then we had a white old couple next to them. And I think I went in their yard once. Only once did I go in their yard, and that was because I was locked out of my house in it. And they gave me, I'll never forget, they gave me rhubarb and custard. I didn't know what that shit was, but they gave me rhubarb and custard, and I was happy in that. But yeah, you try and be cordial at the very least with your neighbors, innit? But I think from a I'm gonna drop this word, psychogeographical perspective, yeah, like being that I'm pro-black and that, and being that I'm aware of colonization and the virus that comes with it, and you know the possession that we talk about as well. Like I'm not really trying to be around them type of people like that. You get me? I'm not, and I wouldn't want any of the rest of my family to have to do that as well. So yeah, man, that's what I want.
Yo, Wagwan.
Yo,
what's going on, man? Yeah, Wagwan. What you saying, man? Big up still.
Big up, bro.
Yeah, man. Yo, Day, are you a Muslim? Man in the chat keeps asking if you're a Muslim still. Day. Right, cause I was saying, nah, Day's not a Muslim.
Yo.
Yeah. Are you a Muslim?
Bro,
no,
how many
you
times
just the most high.
gonna ask me this, man?
You're just the most high guy, innit?
Huh?
No, because the people in the chat was asking you if you was a Muslim, innit? And I was saying you wasn't, innit? But they keep asking.
Well, if you wanna call me a Muslim, I don't mind, innit? If you don't, like, I don't mind either. Like, I know what I'm on, innit? Like,
no, you just believe in the Most High, though, innit? It's like.
I'll tell you my shahada. I believe there is no God but the Most High, the source, whatever you want to call it. If that's enough for you to take me as a Muslim, like blessings in it. I'll still take you, like if you actually worship the Most High, I'll still take you, like, you get me? If you're on the side of the truth, you're with me in it. I don't care who you are.
Yeah, see, yeah. I don't think mine as a Muslim still. Obviously, you just said it. Yeah, straight away. So. But
let the Muslims decide. What do you think or not think? Some Muslims say I'm Muslim, you know.
Yeah, but it's more. How am I going to ask you a question and then someone else has got to tell me about you?
Like, it's their definition, in it. If I'm Muslim to them, like, you get me. So be it. Like, you get me. If that's what Islam means, that you submit to the Most High, then yeah, I am. If that's not what it means, then I'm not, innit? But then they're going to have to account for the prophets of the past that we were talking about, that they claim to be Muslims as well. But then again, there's bare arguments about this and madness in it, so there's no point getting into it.
So what about so do you believe Moses was a real person?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Have we got any like sort of evidence or anything that could back that up, that Moses is real?
Yeah, there's these 3 top sellers, yeah? These 3 books that have been the top sellers for thousands of years. Check those out.
Well, is there any actual real historical evidence? Not like the Bible, the Quran, or the Old Testament? Because obviously they don't match up with actual historical facts.
Yeah, I'm sure there is still.
So, where is it? Do you know where we can look for it?
You want me to go for a hot sec and bring up the evidence and come back?
If you don't mind.
I don't mind this. It's long, but I'll do it. Innit? It doesn't do anything. Like I don't see. Like, what's going to come out of it, innit?
To be fair, the question was, does he believe Moses was a real person? He said, he believed, but believe it, innit? Like,
yeah.
But can I just ask you?
Yeah, but still,
so, for example, if you're looking for a leader of a group that was the Israelites by the name of Moses, that's one piece of evidence, yeah. And another piece of evidence is the guy in the Bible, that Moses, the true Moses. Are you saying that there was a guy that was the leader of the Israelites and his name was Moses, they done? Or are you saying, are you going to look for evidence to prove that the guy in the Bible is true?
It's the same person. What? I don't get your question.
No, because the guy in the Bible was a messenger of God, split the seas, turned the staff into snakes, brought back 11, like however many plagues. That's like, to find evidence to support that is going to be a gargantuan task, yeah.
Yeah, but then, you know the thing with me, yeah, I'm still on the thing where I'm trying to decide whether these people were actually spreading the message of God or not, or doing the exact opposite. Like I think I'm a bit undecided on that. I'm leaning a bit more towards they are spreading that the message of the Most High. They're trying to get it to everyone. That's what I personally believe. That's why it seems like it weighs a bit heavier on that side. But then again, you can't really eliminate all options if you haven't eliminated all options. You know what I mean?
Yeah, cut out for that last bit. I didn't hear the last few she said.
What? Say that again?
About ruling options. It cut out for the last bit when you was talking about ruling out options.
Yeah, so I can't rule out the options basically. So I don't know. Like it seems that the balance is heavier on the fact that he was spreading the message of the Most High, basically. Yeah. But then again, I can't. Say that again.
When you're done, I said when you're done, can I read something?
Yeah. Go on, I'm done. Did you get what I'm saying, Billy? I don't want to rule out all evidences when the evidences haven't been ruled out. You know what I mean? You have to conclusively. Yeah, go on.
Wait, he wasn't. Oh, God.
Yeah, no, sorry. I'm actually really sorry. I thought, when people take breaks.
I'm finished. I think it's clear.
Thank you. And I apologize, but Abraham. Oh shit, where's it gone? Yeah, Abraham, Jacob, Moses, King David, and King Solomon in all his splendor never existed. A 15-year study of archaeological evidence has concluded. The study by Professor Thomas Thompson, one of the world's foremost authorities on biblical archaeology, says that the first 10 books of the Old Testament are almost certainly fiction, written between 500 and 1500 years after the events they purport to describe. Professor Thompson claims, outlined in a new book, the early history of the Israelite people are being taken seriously by scholars. The British Museum's leading expert on archaeology of the Holy Land, Jonathan Tubbs, said last week, Professor Thompson may well be right in many of his arguments. His book is a work of tremendous scholarship. He has been meticulous in his research and brave in expressing what many of us have thought intuitively for a long time, but have been reticent in saying.
Sorry, say the guy's name again.
Thomas Thompson.
Who's this guy? Like, what's he on?
Read out his credentials again.
Why is that funny, bro? Like, what?
You said it, man, gangster, like, bro. Who's this guy, bro? Who's he talking to, bro?
Bro, I'm sorry, man. Habit kind of thing, innit?
Yeah, like, what did you ask?
Like, who's the guy, innit? What's he on?
Credentials.
He's the world's one of the world's foremost authorities on biblical archaeology. And obviously, say again?
Is he a Christian?
I doubt it.
Yeah. Like, I would then question, why are the Jews digging under the Aqsa Mosque to find the Temple of Solomon then?
I don't know, but he's not saying everything and it's a lie.
Yeah, he's talking about the first 5 books of the Bible.
Oh, the books are a lie?
No, he said
He said the first part. Read it out again. So it's not
He said, actually, he said 10 books as well. He said Abraham, Jacob, Moses, King David, and King Solomon, and all his splendor never existed. A 15-year study of archaeological evidence.
Wait, so 1 second. So when you listed these names, is that the names of the book or names of the people?
Wait. The study by Professor Thomas Thompson, one of the world's foremost authorities on biblical archaeology, says that the first 10 books of the Old Testament are almost certainly fiction, written between 500 and 1500 years after the events they purport to describe.
Yeah, that's why it's a bit iffy, isn't it? There's a lot of clouds in the works.
Yeah, but I imagine he's saying, for example, like if 1500 years after some seminal event has transpired, someone writes, and the leader of the Jews at that time was Moses, and he's worked like in the same way that like Muslims, chain of narration, who else has said this, what other ancient texts, what archaeological finds support this, settling here, migrating through here, what kind of other language, all that shit. I imagine throughout that 15 years, he's concluded that no one in that period of time could have known. There was no evidence to suggest they could have known Moses. You know what I mean?
James, what's the man's name again? What was the man's name again?
Thomas Thompson.
Thomas.
That sounds like a made-up name. So I'm not gonna lie.
But you know what? Like, we do know that the books were rewritten at them times as well.
Here's the link they done. It's in the back chat. This is a link to the independent article. It's the first thing I read.
What I was saying is that we do know that these books were rewritten time and time again. So if that's what he's talking about, then
he said no. He said Moses, Abraham, King David, and King Solomon and Jacob never existed. That's what he said.
Yeah, but his evidence to support that is that the most recent book man's got was time after they came. But we already know that the books were changed many times before that time, and until that time, that's the most recent version he's got. You know what I mean? It wasn't a new book. It was just translated and rewritten and rescribed and changed and this and that.
Well, obviously, he's an archaeologist. He's not a linguist. Yeah, he's not just reading. So like I'm just using my simple logic. I'm saying, how would I find out? How would I prove something's true? Well, first, based on archaeological finds, be it fossils, specific migration patterns, specific settling patterns, the archaeology with regards to, what do you call that shit, like, their architecture and like a specific kind of brand of Jewish architecture migrating through the world, that kind of shit. Then I would also look for in what ways was things transmitted. So could someone 50 years ago have known the same message someone knew now? How would they know? There must be some kind of dialect or some kind of language structure, or
what you got to do if you want to get to the bottom of it, you need to check, because we know that the Egyptian histories are basically pretty well documented and preserved. Mm-hmm. So you gotta just check what time was Moses about them places,
mm-hmm.
and then correlate it with Egyptian history, whether certain abnormal anomalic events did happen, and then you got your answer.
Hello?
Yo. No, so does that work? Yeah, prove it, innit? Go and prove it then. Go find Moses in Egyptian hieroglyphs and verify that.
That Thomas L. Thompson, is the guy's name.
I'll be able to do that in about half an hour. I'm just doing something now, innit?
Oh, cool.
Thomas L. Thompson was raised a Catholic, man. So he's definitely got a vested interest in trying to prove whether it's true or not. You get me? So if my man's raised a Catholic and everything that he's pointing into is showing that that part is not true, why would he lie, innit? It's his thing too, innit? You got me? Yeah, man.
Wait, sorry, were you talking to me?
Yeah, well, I was talking to about Thomas L. Thompson,
Yeah,
Thomas L. Thompson.
Who's a Christian. Yeah, I heard what you said. I just didn't know if you, because I was away from the phone. Yeah, bro, I'm sure he has interest in finding out still. Say again?
He's a biblical scholar and a theologian,
Yeah, and he was a Christian, innit?
a Catholic.
Or he was raised a Christian. So he said that, like?
He's raised a Catholic and obtained a Bachelor of Arts from the Kinnesi University in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Oh,
So,
Hey, Don, are you on a bit more of a humble now? Because I want to ask you a serious question.
what do you mean? Are you saying I wasn't on a humble already?
Forget the first question. The serious question I want to ask you is this,
Yeah.
Shifa always talks about egos. I don't know. Ultimately, I don't know if Moses existed, yeah? The only evidence I really see for it is the Bible. But if someone's actually doing what man just suggested, like all the different ways, all the experiments you could think in your mind to prove, if they've done the experiments, the ones you can think in your own mind, and they haven't proved them to be true, isn't it more likely that he doesn't exist? Just like on an honest one, like.
Who's they, though? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I forget.
They, I'm they, you're they, Veli's they, we're they, like, who's they?
But you haven't dedicated 15 years of your life to do anything. Yeah, he's dedicated 15 years of his life to come up with a specific answer, and he's come up with that answer. Now, he may be lying, he may be disingenuous. You can research who he is, all that shit. But the reality is, like the way you say scoff at certain things, if the migration pattern out of Africa, if human sharing common ancestry with chimpanzees, if all of these things, people have dedicated their lives and have got wealth of falsifiable research that's available to the public, open source information, all of that, is it not more ego for you to believe the contrary? Is it not more ego for you to say, how dare you laugh? How can you laugh at a stupid claim made by a retarded Moor? Like, is it not more ego you in that way around?
I didn't say what? Who said that?
You did, kind of.
What is it? What did I say exactly?
I'm not trying to start the whole convo again, but you took the issue with man arguing that, and you tried to bring that claim
arguing what
compared to apes and that. But bruv, you can debunk that yourself.
I asked him, do you find it so far-fetched that we came from great apes, but you don't find it far-fetched that a man went from Saudi to Africa? That's what I asked.
And if
you still don't get that, bro.
Yeah, if in that moment a man said to you, no, but I do find it far-fetched that a man came out of Saudi Arabia, what would you have said?
Then that's another thing. I got no.
I'm asking you, what would you say?
I'm telling you, I've got nothing against all for that, innit? Like, the only thing I had is I don't find it far-fetched that man moved that far. I don't find it.
And I promise you, if Veli comes off mute, he'll agree with that.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, no one said no. And again, that wasn't really even the argument. That man.
That was my only contention, man. That was my only contention.
Let me finish what I was saying.
Yeah.
Because I was, and again, when you keep saying that, I'm not saying that's what you were saying. I'm saying the argument that I was making, why I was disagreeing with the point of Saudi Arabia and Africa is because there's no evidence for any humans coming from Saudi Arabia. You might have been disagreeing with just the distance or whatever, like you were just saying there. But again, when the first interjection you made was when I was talking about the facts so far doesn't prove to any humans starting in Saudi Arabia. So when you make
it's clear what I was talking about, Veli, man. It's clear when I came. It's clear what I asked.
When you made your second interjection with the question, So when you made your second interjection with your question about the distance between Africa and Saudi Arabia, as far as I was concerned, you was talking about
interjection, Veli.
It was the second one. As far as I was concerned, you was talking about the distance, about humanities starting in Saudi Arabia rather than the distance between Africa and Saudi Arabia.
Play me anything I said that proves that I had a contention with you saying that man's came from Saudi Arabia, and not about man traveling that distance.
So like I said, first of all, when I said about the facts, the facts is that there's no evidence pointing towards humans starting in Saudi Arabia. You was like, the facts. Are you going to say that you didn't say that?
Yo, you lot, I'm about to leave, yeah? Can I just drop something in before I leave? I'll be back in about half an hour. When I hear these things, yeah, I know that there's no actual proof to definitively confirm any of the theories, yeah. So what I tend to do is I tend to synergize them, innit? Or synthesize them. So the first human, if it's an evolutionary thing, then there was a first human at some point. Like whatever you want to define as a human, at some point there's still a first human, right? And that first human could have been in so-called Saudi Arabia or wherever it was in it. And that's not the argument that they done is making in it, but he's just saying, I'm just throwing that in there. Like if there was a first human, if you're a believer of evolution, then there was still a first human. You get me? There was still a first human, and that doesn't. So you can find ways to kind of synergize and grow from those arguments, because at the moment, and generally speaking, people are either on one side of the fence or the other. Adam could have been an amoeba for all I know. You get me? Like I don't know, and I don't believe in either of those theories in it. But there's
a lot of people say Adam was an atom.
We can Adam atom exactly atom. We can extend the thinking in it because it's still stunted in it that it needs a bit of drawing out. So that's all I'm gonna say in it. And I'll be back later on.
Atoms made out of clay. Atoms made out of clay.
I don't know what atoms are made out of still.
It's subatomic water.
Yeah, they made out of electrons, neutrons, and protons, but they made out of box, but they made out of strings, but they made out of beta, innit?
When man rhyme words together to say atom, Adam, it must be the same thing. Yeah, that only works in English.
Could be.
I know, but is it made out of clay?
Atom and Adam in Swahili.
Say that again.
Say atom and Adam in a different language. Do you speak another language?
Not enough to say atom in it.
He speaks Turkish, bro.
I don't know how to say atom in Turkish though.
Do you know how to say Adam in Turkish?
Why not say Adam? Adum.
Adam. Yeah, Adam. That's how you say Adam in Turkish, isn't it? Adam.
How do you say atom?
Adam. No,
I don't know. I don't know how to say atom in Turkish. I don't know how to say atom in any language.
Yeah, basically, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, is when man do the rhyming, to say something. It only works in one language. When man do the rhyming of words to say, it's like a synonym. Yeah? It's similar to the other word. It only works in one language. It doesn't work in every language. So
yeah, I find that funny myself, innit? But like some people got that theory and they believe it. So what can I say to them, innit? Like that's their theory, innit? They'll tell you God, you're gonna speak English.
Wait. It's okay for man to have a theory that atoms and atom is the same word, yeah? And you're not gonna question that, yeah?
Yeah,
No, I've questioned it. I just told you, bro. Are you not listening to it, bro? This is jokes. Like you actually think I'm gonna answer your next question after you never heard my first answer.
What was your first answer then?
Bro, do you seriously not know what my first answer was? Like, were you not listening? Didn't you ask me the question?
Say it again.
What was the question I asked? What was the question I asked
again? And I'll answer the answer again.
What was the question I asked you? Because I don't even know what you're talking about. That's why I'm asking you to say.
So you don't even know what you asked me, but you know what I answered.
I know what I said, but I don't know what you're talking about. So I've asked you a few questions now. I need to repeat what you
talking asked me, yeah. If like it's mad that the mans are using a different language to compare a word in a different language to it, yeah. And I said I thought that was mad as well, but that's what people's theories are, and they got their ways to explain it. Like I don't know what you're trying to say about me, but whatever it is, yeah, is not what I said. That's what I said. And if you can stick to that, please, like I would be very appreciative of your honesty.
You're buzzing, man.
What about buzzing? Is that a buzzing thing to say? What is honesty a buzzing? No, like you get me, bro.
Bro, I don't know. You're taking everything as a shot at me,
bro. Because you're like, man, why are you asking me a question and not listening to the answer? Like, why are you wasting my time, Billy?
I'm wasting your time, yeah?
Yeah, like
Man,
you're asking me a question,
tonight,
man's
David.
answering you, and you're asking me a question based nothing on my answer, like I answered something else. Like all of this could have been annihilated if you just listened to my answer, no?
Day, have you
And
slept?
I repeated my answer now, so like we can move on
Day,
as well.
I'm asking you a
It's not
question.
long.
Have you slept tonight? Did you sleep last night?
Have I slept? No, I done a night show still.
Yeah, that's what I mean, G. You're just on fucking up belly, G. You gotta chill out. Like he's a cool guy, man.
I'm not on fucking, bro. Come on, bro. Like, I'm not back belly, bro. Come on, man. Like that's not my motive.
Mad me up. You get me?
I've no motive like that. Listen, because you man have these kind of motives, yeah, you project it on other people and think other people think like you.
Yeah, me I said no.
You can't mad me up.
Oh, me not afraid of.
No bull, no dumpy conquer.
That's what I was saying, man.
Go for your own. Go for your own.
Alright, how can you put? Okay, yo, what I know Walter got something to say to me still.
Hear where you come from. You know.
Good afternoon, everybody. When I jump on, man.
Wait, let me hear what Walter got to say to me.
Just want to say happy Easter to everybody.
Happy Easter,
Walter, happy Easter. Happy Easter, Walter.
Fun Easter, bro.
Hey,
yeah, enjoy your holiday, Walter, man.
Yeah, go nyam turkish egg, bro. Continue now. But anyway, yeah, man jumped on in it. Obviously, we've been talking about this prove Moses and all this stuff in it. So let's get it in it. All right.
Well, you got it.
I'm not gonna say man can prove him, but I'm gonna say because remember James was talking about making archaeological fossils and stuff. We have to remember that a set of people did do an expedition and they did find stuff and they claim to have found stuff as well. That's another thing. But with this whole conspiracy thing, you know, it might sound wacky or whatnot, but let's just go into it. Does anybody know who the Knights Templars are?
Yeah, 1 second, Capo. I know who they are, but listen,
the Knights Templars.
I'm gonna have to say this again. Yo, man's gonna be doing something, so I might not hear what you lot are saying, innit?
Yeah.
You don't worry, man. If we call you and you don't hear, we'll call you again, innit?
All right, say no more.
Hopefully, yeah. All right.
Yeah, the Knights Templars.
Don't true, Baba.
Obviously, we was talking.
So the Knights Templars, yeah.
Yeah, we was talking about. I remember that the Bay was talking about Islam in Masonry and stuff, innit? So obviously, this is where it all started. The Knights Templars, fam. Them lot, their expedition in I think 13 or something, 07. Let me get my bro. Their expedition here, they went to Israel, they went to Egypt, Babylon, all these areas, yeah, and they found stuff. I mean, they went in the temple, they made up their own construction site. That's where the Masons come from, because they started building on that same Jerusalem, that same part that they said King Solomon's temple was. They started doing their own building and their own digging and their own underground tunnels, which they're finding now. You can see that they're finding underground tunnels, which they was taking gold and all kinds of shit out of the temple. Yeah. So this is all their base. So we actually have a group of people, yeah, who have a lot of influence. And when they came back, when the Knights Templars came back, there was a lot of persecution on them, because then Illuminati got made, yeah, because these set of people who said, yeah, we're going to enlighten the world and da-da-da. And that was basically the Knights Templar was them, the origin of them. And later on in America, they remade it again in it. But anyway, off of the stuff that they found, whether it's they're claiming it's Grail, I don't even believe in Holy Grail and all that shit. But there are a set of people claiming to do that, and there is conspiracy around it. You know what I mean? And if they could prove that God and Abraham and all these men existed, do you not think the world would be a different place? Could the world be the same way it is now, us having this conversation on the internet and knowing that there's actually a God out there, there's actually prophets that said this is going to happen, this is going to happen. This will change the whole mood of the world. Don't act like the world would be the same. There's a reason why the secrets are hidden, why the Templars took this shit and they don't show it to this day. They hide it in their temples and they keep a specific amount of people, elite people, that are allowed to know this information. And you have to be a part of a family. And you lot can say it's all booky and bullshit, but the more the years go down the line, the more you lot are seeing this shit's real. Because they got Illuminati cards that were showing this shit. They got the Simpsons in them with the Trump and them. Soon it's going to get to the point where the conspiracy theorist is going to look like the smartest man. They're going to have to take him out the mental asylum with the tin shit on his head and make him speak, because you're going to hear
You know what, Baba, yeah? People are now listening to David Icke instead of BBT, innit?
Exactly.
But David Icke's telling man that 5G is causing corona, cuz. You get me?
Yeah, I don't know
Bro,
what I don't know.
David
I don't
Icke
know.
told you
A lot of
everything that was
conspiracy
going to happen in the last 10 years, and it happened, didn't it?
theories coming. Yeah, the shit
What
that
what
the
did David Icke
conspiracy theorists are saying.
wait, what did Prophet David
Watch
Icke
his shit from 10
prophesy to
years
happen?
ago, and you'll see everything.
Wait.
Watch his shit from
But
10
give
years
us
ago, and,
no.
and think about the
But
last 10 years.
listen. The stuff's already happened, and he's prophesied it happening. So you can say, right, Prophet David Icke said this, that, and the other, and this happened.
Call that mouthful.
Bro, it was predictable, innit?
Yo.
Like, what do you mean no? Martial law is here. Man them said martial law would never be here. Would never be here.
Yo.
No. It's here.
Martial law is here.
Yeah, bruv. Have you not read the coronavirus bill?
No, I've not read it still.
If you read that, you'll see that.
Speaking like this then, yeah? So at this time when everyone is the safest move for everyone is to self-isolate, yeah, as much as possible. If the government was giving out information, telling people there's no such thing as coronavirus, go out. We're going to turn off 5G. Don't worry about 5G, but just go out your house, yeah? Like, what would you say about the government then when there's more people ill and more people dying and more people getting sick? What would you say about the government then?
Well, I don't know. All we know is what the government told us, innit? So it's the same people who are lying to you who are giving you your facts. So it means nothing to me. Like, we don't know what's going on. Simple. None of us on this panel know exactly what's going on.
Well, so if you don't know what's going on, why are you leaning towards someone that's saying 5G is causing corona then?
I'm not. I'm saying my man said that we're gonna have martial law, and here we got martial law in it. Really, if you go into Steve Jackson games, you're probably gonna call me crazy there after this, yeah. But if you see Steve Jackson games, yeah, it was a card set that I used to have as a youth. It's called Illuminati. All you gotta do is look at those cards.
You don't have martial law. You chatting shit for, bro. You don't have martial law.
Have you read the coronavirus bill?
We don't have martial law.
I read it still, but I don't know about martial law. Martial law, there'd be the army on the street would be patrolling. That's not the police, innit?
Bro, the military is coming onto the street. Any riot that happens.
Listen. Normal law isn't suspended. So there has been a law added, i.e., for your own protection, X, Y, and Z. But the military are not enforcing law in the nation, and they are not suspending normal laws, i.e., now the military.
Yeah, they are James Jones. Bruv, care acts are being nullified by the new coronavirus law. Care.
What's care? The people are still receiving their medicine, man. Don't say that, bro. People are receiving their treatment, their medicine, bro. It's only literally if you've got you've got to go to an actual appointment in a place that might be cancelled. You get me? Just
bro, man's are gonna burn your body if you like it or not.
If you're on medicine, then no. But listen to this though, Day, yeah. You know that there's been 5G cell towers. One of them weren't even a 5G cell tower that got burnt down because people believe in the coronavirus cell tower thing.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, no one here knows
for the people that's trying to burn them down. An electrical fire is fucking
the fact that
dangerous.
No one knows what's going on, and there's so many theories. People are just going mad trying to eliminate all variables in it.
Yeah, but would you say that the smartest thing to do, yeah, whether you believed it or not, yeah, would be to listen to both sides and then try and find out what's the truth?
Yeah, that would be the smartest thing to do.
That would be the smartest thing. Not going out, because any of the man that's going out burning down telephone towers, yeah, you can that's criminal damage. First of all, yeah, you're gonna get arrested for. But you could die if you get caught in that electrical fire. Electrical fires are serious, bruv.
Yeah, but bruv, people who believe that truth to a level where they're willing to die for it, then what are you gonna say to that man, bruv? You go convince him otherwise, innit? Like, but because you don't know, you can't convince him.
You need to ask them. He needs to get some sort of facts of what he's talking about. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't just say.
We know waves affect atoms and cells. We know waves affect atoms and cells negatively, and hardly positively. Yeah, so there is some sense behind it, innit?
Did they speak afterwards though? Like to be sure that they didn't know why they was doing it? Like they didn't have facts.
But the 5G people.
Yeah, the people
that are burning down the towers.
Mm-hmm.
No, but they're going on what Day saying on the David Icke talk and all that. David Icke ain't no scientist. Knows about no flipping the flipping no atoms and the ions and this, that, and the other.
Man didn't
He's a
predict nothing.
scientist to a degree.
We're not living under martial law.
He's a scientist to a degree.
We didn't
Yeah,
predict shit.
because you're a scientist. Look, here's the thing: people say that these people who have these weird theories are not scientists. Yeah, but the whole point, like, it seems like scientists have forgotten what science is. The whole point of scientists is to come and propose new, crazy sounding theories that are based on evidence. Say that again.
But anyone could be an amateur scientist. I'm talking about a professional, someone that's but man's talking about when you're trying to get flipping advice from someone that's a top of the field or in the profession. You want to see some,
to be fair,
at least them have some
like
qualification.
Mainstream, though. That's basically what you're asking for, a mainstream one. Because then it's like
not even mainstream.
That's like saying Dr. Sebi's not a doctor, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what man's asking for, a mainstream scientist.
What I'm saying is, is that if it was basically, anything that can be peer reviewed. So, do you get me? Like, I don't know none of the scientists, so there's no for me. Personally, there's no such thing as a. There's no such thing. The peer review, but and it all fails.
No, I wouldn't.
But that's the thing. If you look at it from a flat earther's point of view,
exactly.
Which most people don't, they look at it from the ball earthers point of view. Yeah, you're just gonna say everything's bullshit, everything's bullshit, everything's bullshit, everything's bullshit, everything's bullshit. Like, you don't get nowhere. That's not the method of science. The method of science is to accept it and to understand why this makes sense, how this person made sense out of this information.
It's to display proof.
Yeah, but if you're taking information,
so
and you're not judging it by the new information, you're judging it by the old information. Yeah, when there's new information right there.
Is that what man them are gonna do? Yeah, man them are gonna accept science when it says E1B1A, is your blood type, and that ties you to this, that, and the other. Yeah, but then they're not gonna accept science when it says the world is not flat. Yeah, coronavirus isn't caused by 5G and other shit like that.
That's on half-hearted thing.
People believe half of it. People believe all of it. You get me? There's a lot of truth in fiction as well. You gotta remember that. I can read Harry Potter. There's some truth in there. People do go.
Science is not like a religion, or even like a religion. It's not all agreed upon, right? So there's gonna be people that are official that say different things.
The science got their own different brands.
But that's only in inconclusive evidence. Something that's conclusive evidence. If someone comes up and peer reviews it and they're able to debunk what someone's brought out, that brings up the person that done the peer review. Do you get me? Because they've discovered something. So say like man, don't keep talking about how gravity is fake or whatever. If someone comes with a theory of gravity that trumps all the other theories, and that's the correct theory, and everything else works on it, and it all, do you know what I'm saying? Like it all lines up or whatever. It's going to be the theory, the Bubba's relativity of gravity. You get me? So you will be the new man of science for that.
Because you have mainstream scientists.
But wait, listen.
And everyone will believe
every science. It's in everyone that does science. Listen, but wait, listen. Let me finish though, because I'm saying that it's in the benefits, of the mandem that do these peer review experiments for the brother to be fucking pseudo and fucking up, because you can take their place as being the main man in the thing, because you prove them wrong and come with the actual theory of how the shit works.
Hold on. Say one thing. Jay, can I say one thing? Yeah, it is very true what both sides are making salient points. Yeah, you're right. That there is what's the word, like man will block. Let's say certain people's access to, let's say, if there's a scientific consensus on an issue, then conceivably the scientists themselves could block any kind of revolutionary innovation, technology, theory for whatever reason. But eventually,
because you're gonna have to scrap everything.
Hold on.
I'll just build on what you're saying, innit?
Yeah. Eventually, it will see the light of day because of it, and it's one of the interesting ones is right now with integrated inference theory, projective consciousness theory. There's theories that will bring about the third gen of AI, right? But the second gen of AI is how a lot of these companies are making money. So if all of the companies with the most money have invested in in a specific type of artificial intelligence, and there is a third generation of artificial intelligence, and they haven't made the similar investment in that new technology, they're going to get left behind if that technology catches fire. So until the last day, they're gonna make sure, they're gonna try to make sure the best that they can that that doesn't see the light of day. But ultimately, for the customers, there's going to be a point where a deal is struck between one of these third gen AI companies and one of and a customer or a distributor that it's going to make everybody else want to catch onto the wave. You know, it doesn't matter if you got a bare stock of PS4, you need to start getting stock of PS5 because that's what people are going to start wanting. So you're right, both of you are right. That what Veli's saying is ultimately the scientific method will always endure. And what you guys are saying is true. There is a form of scientism where people believe in science and they believe in a certain way of doing things and they won't want to change it. And even though they know it may be true, they will obfuscate and obscure findings and results to make sure you know what I've seen the most in science is in medicine and pharmaceuticals. Pharmaceutical companies want to get out drugs for the absolute lowest price, and they want to keep people, this is the most important thing, hooked on the drugs.
I was going to mention this, but good you mentioned it.
Yeah, so you're both right. Not neither of you are like, you're not. Yeah, you're both right.
Yeah, so you can see there is some sort of agenda, if you want to put it like that, but that word has just been overused on this channel. Yeah, that is in the interest of a select few, that is not in the interest of the masses. So what is to stop you from believing that the scientists have the same agenda that is in the interest of a select few and not in the masses? What's to stop you from saying that? Nothing. You know what I mean?
Bigger, have you seen the documentary How Big Oil Changed the World?
Well, with the petrodollar and that, or
no, I've not seen it.
Basically, yeah, it talks about certain families, and like it starts with the banking situation, then it like they move into oil, right? And then when they get so much money, then they start putting like buying buildings for places, for schools and universities and such, and then creating committees around health. And because of basically,
you're talking about the Crockchards and the Flockacellas.
Yeah, those and like and some others, yeah. So basically, then they started using petrol in medicine also, right? Because they now had saturated the market and they needed new places to put their petrol. So basically, they created a lot of systems, and even schooling, what they taught in school to do with medicine, they changed it all around. They got rid of a lot of the herbal stuff, and then they made a lot of it petrol based, just to benefit their agenda. And then if you basically came out with something against that, you wasn't being funded, or you know, like everyone was just against you, kind of thing.
And the syllabus. You see, modern medicine.
One sec, Amanda. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, there's someone in the back chat. Yeah, I'm gonna let them take my place. Yeah, I'm just gonna put Baba in the back for a sec. But Baba, you're gonna come back on, and then the other person's gonna take my place. Let me just introduce.
Oh, Benny, put me in the back. Put me in the back.
No, you can come back on. Yeah, whoever's going in the back will be coming back on.
Yeah. Put me in the back.
Who the person
I'm
is,
just doing something now anyway, so just put me in the back. Innit?
All right, cool.
Hey, E, that's the James Corbett one, though, isn't it? That documentary.
I don't know, bro. Like, you know, this mainstream stuff, that's not really my thing, like what Corbett or all of these guys. But I've seen this thing a long time ago.
Yo, Baileys, big up yourself, man. Rock one. Hello? Yo, Baileys.
Yo, the man just makes some fucked up noise.
That weren't me, you know. I don't know what I was doing, like me.
I just heard some mad noise.
Some pig noise.
AI. Yeah, you know about the petrodollar. You know you can only buy petrol using dollars. Yeah, you can't buy it using any other currency. So that makes sure that like you need dollars if you want petrol, innit? So they've made like building up on what you were saying. I think it was E, innit? That they've basically made it so that they are the only ones who can control this whole supply of the thing that the whole world needs for the whole world to run. And they've also controlled the fact that this is what the whole world needs to, because the world don't need that to run. You get me? But they've made it in a way where that's it. You can't use, get a water engine, kill you. You get me, bro? This whole thing is there, bro. Plain to everyone to see. But E, as you were saying, man.
Yeah, man. So,
but hey, what though? Who really thought that? Like up until recently, they can just tell you to stay in your yard. Like on a serious note.
But it's like
we all listened.
But it's like you're saying, there's got to be a reason for that. It's not like manager saying, stay in your yard.
But what if you don't agree with the reason though? Like,
but listen though, E. Imagine how much businesses are right now not doing no business at all. Like, what benefit to everyone's economy does that do?
But I can give you an example, right? Of why that's beneficial to people, right? Like, there's like in any situation, like it could be to bankrupt people, right? To make them more dependent on the system.
Yo, one sec, E, yeah. Yo, Bailey's, you there? Bailey's Church. That's weird still. I think they're waiting for the big screen to go on so they can show or something still, so.
But all I'm going to say, I personally, give you some, I personally think this is a test, to see how we're going to react, to see how the economy is going to react, see what needs to get tweaked and fixed and what bolts need tightening and all that stuff. That's what I personally believe it is, isn't it?
Listen to this advice, What advice I'm going to try to give people now, is if you haven't got a higher interest savings account, this is the time to try to get that money together to start to get an interest savings account, that you can pay a monthly amount in, because when, I'm saying that obviously the economy, there's always a correction, whatever they call it, in the economy, but it always bounces back and it starts to rise back up in it. So if you get in at times when it's hard, like there's a crash in the economy or whatever, you might be getting prices on funds, shares, single stocks, whatever you decide to invest in. The prices you'll be getting will be lower than they ever was lower than they was in January. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so, and probably lower than they was all last year. Do you get me? So,
say that one more time. Sorry. I was writing a comment.
Yeah, with the crash, or with any sort of any sort of crash correction they call it on the stock market, stock exchange. Yeah, when we're going through recessions or whatever. Yeah, those are usually the best times to buy it into getting the stocks and shares ISA, because you will be getting lower prices than you probably would have got in the last couple of years for your money. Do you get me? So when it does bounce back up, because obviously the economy always recovers, or the stock market always recovers and starts to go back up,
you would have got a better rate.
So that the interest that you would have earned, in that time would be more than, you know what I mean, like than just a average person or whatnot. You know what I'm saying, like starting in a good time, because most people try and the crowd of people would save up the money when everything's going all good to put in there. Do you get me? Rather than having the money to do this sort of stuff when the stock market's going down.
Yeah, we need to do a thing with I don't want to say his name because maybe he doesn't want people to know what he does for a living still.
Yeah.
Community that if
we'll chat about that one still. Chat about that one still, man. But yeah, anyone, trust me, anyone that's trying to do this stock thing, you get me, or trying to do this savings thing, or has a way of building up a nest egg for the future, or because you can use it as some way to earn another wage as well. Yeah, but obviously most people that try to save up for deposit on a house, or even to pay off their mortgage or whatever, because there's routes that you can use to try and pay your mortgage off at a quicker rate, or use routes that you could use to save up a deposit for a mortgage, what you probably wouldn't think that like a lump of money that you probably wouldn't be able to see in your account at one time if people were living month to month or paying bills or not earning a lot or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, and you don't have to be any wage can do it, bro. It's just a different sacrifice you have to make for your different levels, isn't it? So obviously, the more you're earning, then the more you can put away. But if you're earning less money, it doesn't mean you can't put no money away. It just means you have to make sacrifices to put that money away, innit?
Hey, listen, I'm gonna chip it up. Be back in an hour or two, Margie. In a bit.
Yeah, see you now, cuz. No, brother. Yeah, B. One sec, let's see this.
So yeah, but
Last time.
like,
hello?
I definitely think. Yo, can you hear me? Oh, is this the
Yeah,
the
I
Bailey
hear you
thing?
still. Yeah, Bailey's. What go on, man? You there? You back now? Can you hear us? Yeah, are you gonna talk, or if you come to join the conversation, or you just come to troll? Yeah, it seems like you just come to troll still. So, are you gonna join the convo, or should I just dash you out now? All right. Yeah, man. I know what I'm going for that one there still.
Well, yeah, like, so what when you say you're definitely going to recover, yeah, like, say for example, now, like for me, it's proper uncertain.
I wouldn't say 100%.
What's going on with the economy.
Hey, let me take that back here, because it's not 100% going to recover in it. Yeah? I don't know the future in it. I don't know what's going to happen, when it's going to happen, or whatever. I'm just saying that there's the future. The past performances shows that after a major crash, there's usually a rise in the stock market after that. So
yeah,
I'm not
there's
saying
already
that
been that rise though.
definitely.
Still,
Yeah, I'm not
like
saying
in
that.
terms of big returns, like days after kind of thing.
Yeah, but shit's still dropping now, bro. Remember, these companies, the high street companies are shut right now, bro. Like,
yeah, but they're letting go of staff, right? And as you let go of staff, you can also, like, even though you're not making money, your stock price can increase.
Yeah, why they're not open for business though? It's got more chance of their prices falling.
I hear that, like, but say now in the stock market, right? Like recently, like I got sent something where a brother, he was part of a hedge fund, and they went on TV to basically like scare people, right? And then they just made good investments back on based on the reactions they expected people to have, and it turned 28 million into like 2.something billion or something like that.
Yeah.
So like there was big flips, and even Dr. Boyce Watkins was talking about a couple of things yesterday about to do with like it going up. Mm-hmm.
That's a little bit. That's a little bit different though. Still,
in terms of like but because
you know why it's like. Do you know what it is? Yeah, because like I'm more talking about not buying single stocks and shares or whatever. Yeah, because that's like because that's trading.
Are you talking about indexes?
Yeah. If you're when you're buying single stocks, single shares or whatever, that obviously you sort of got to know a bit more about what you're doing, innit? Do you know what I mean? Like, if you've got like an investment ISA and you're buying a S&P 500, for example, every month or whatnot, just as a standing order from your bank to your ISA, do you know what I mean? Like, and then it's literally all the top companies in that list, innit? So it's not like a chance on a single, but it's again with that way that you're talking about. Yeah, you've got a chance of making much more money on top at that sort of time, rather than, do you know what I'm saying? Like than an
index
like
or something
say 10%
like that
per year. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bailey's
like
welcome, man. It's like your internet's don't want you to talk, yeah? Yo. Hello? Bailey's Church. Yeah, you can't really hear you properly though, man. Yo, E, well, go on, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry,
Yeah,
man,
but for
brother,
me,
man. It's
yeah,
just,
like I'm not really on the stock thing, like and also, yeah, like see with the savings, yeah, I think if you're like less entrepreneurial or less like, you know, active, yeah, then cool, innit? But there's gonna be a lot of opportunities, right? So like putting certain money is gonna be opportunity cost because people are gonna be broke soon. And a lot of things that they don't need are gonna start going for cheap. And like you're saying, it's gonna then have value, right?
Right.
You know, the ones there, like people are gonna be looking to get out of certain deals that they're locked into for good prices and da 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 da.
Yeah, man.
Yo, if I could chime in. So the difference between the two is that one is investments basically, and one is trading certificates. So that will be mostly referenced as CFD. So which is certificate for trade, yeah. With CFDs, that's what you're talking about, Veli. That's the more risky one. It's so volatile, it can shoot or dip any second. But you know what? With CFDs,
yeah, that's on. You're talking about forex and all that, innit? When you're talking with CFDs or and all that. Yeah, man's talking about stock market, not forex, innit? That forex is.
So you're talking about investments. This is what I'm saying. Yeah. You're warning people from CFD trading. And you're talking about investments is better.
I'm not warning people from CFD trading. CFD trading.
You're warning that it's more risky, innit? Like it's true, it is more risky.
No. It is a bit more risky, but CFD trading is a bit different though as well. So
it's very Forex, different.
You know, the Forex is the dollar versus the yen versus the pound.
So you're talking about trading in currency.
That's Forex. Yeah, but that's what you're talking
currency
about.
Trades.
Yeah, no, that's what you're talking about. I'm talking
about invest in businesses. You can invest in physical objects, but like mostly,
I'm talking about investing in companies or in publicly licensed companies, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So that's it. That's the investment part of it, and the other part of it is the certificate for trade. But what I wanted to highlight, because he mentioned about it can just plummet any second, and like you see companies that you know for a fact are definitely going to plummet in reaction to everything that's going on. Here's the beauty of certificates, that you can buy certificates and then let them go, close the deal when it goes up. But you can also sell certificates and close the deal when it goes down. Either way, you're going to win. You know what I mean? So if you know something's going to plummet, you can get 100 certificates, sell certificates at a high price, and then when the price goes down, you close that deal, and then you will get the difference in trade in it. So if you're selling, you get the difference if it goes low, and you lose the difference if it goes up. If you're buying, obviously it's the other way around, innit? You get the difference when it goes up. But look, I'll still advise anyone who's on that, like you have to do it for at least a month to get used to it. And you might think, I've got it now, bro. Listen to Veli, bro. This investment thing is more certain, and you know where your money's going and where it's gonna stay.
What you're talking about is like day trading, isn't it? Like people that actually, and again, you have to know what you're doing with that.
And you have to be on the screen 24/7, bro.
Disclaimer,
No,
that's not a financial advisor or nothing like that.
I'm not a financial advisor and all that still, so I don't really know much about that. Man's talking about man's just talking about
don't sue me.
A savings sort of thing. Yeah. Just a savings sort of thing. No one on here is a financial advisor, innit? We're just talking like we're just saying what we think you should do or something.
Yeah.
All right, Bailey's back. Yo, Bailey's, well, go on.
All right, listen, 3-4 strikes, he's out, bro. Man's not on nothing. Bailey, are you gonna say something on a level?
Yeah, it's the internet still because they keep typing in the chat and leaving messages in the private still, so they can't hear me.
Man just saying, hey, hi, okay, I'm here.
Refresh your internet, innit? Hey, Bailey's, refresh your browser and then you can jump on still.
Yeah, and write in the private chat what it is you want to talk about. So, all he's saying is hi. Yeah, that's what man's saying, bro. I think it's one of them ones, innit, personally. But obviously, I don't want to judge a man.
you might want to say some serious things as well.
Yeah, you see, like what Ralph just wrote here, yeah, about you at Valley Vision G Block. I know a guy who works at Coots. He told me not to go into crypto. He said stick to forex and stocks, especially the stocks. You want to learn to search up baby pips and use that. So how to like basically like what you were saying there, how to either buy low and sell high, or sell high and buy back low. Do you get me? So that way there, you're counting all the different pips that go. But it's like, again, there's things that you see in it. So you're watching it on either 5-minute time frame, a 20-minute time frame, hour time frame.
Month time
You get me? 1 day,
So
monthly time frame, or something. Yeah, there's different.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like if you know it's
different
going to
time
drop
frames
in a
you can watch
day.
it on.
Yeah,
But
if
like
you know
you're
it's
saying,
going to
like,
drop in it. Yeah, go on.
But again, it depends on what sort of style of trading you do. Yeah, so if you're on that 5-minute, 1 hour time frame, you might
That's
only be there for like, yeah, well, if you're on the 5-minute time frame, yeah, you might only work like 20 minutes to half an hour a day. You get me?
Bro, you could bust
Scalping
in 1 minute.
your money, yeah, and then you know what I'm saying? That, yeah, because you have a set time of trading in it. Yeah, so your win is your winning, or your loss is your loss in it, not just dragging it out for the day. You
Yeah,
get
like
me?
if you
And then
got a
if you're
super
on
brain,
hour time frames, your day might be a bit longer than, because obviously it's like changing every hour in it. Like, so you're trying to look for setups that work within the hour or whatnot.
yeah. Look, if you're gonna go into that, I'll say gold. Like gold always goes up, man. There has been some anomaly in recent years, but gold traditionally always goes up. Like the price always goes up. You know what I
I
mean?
don't know, man. For
Yeah,
me, it's
and
weird,
Munda
yeah.
said futures and bonds. You're talking about futures and bonds with the CFDs, and I was talking
Me
about forex
personally,
with
I
the
would
currency.
advise buying physical gold.
But you can
For
buy
me,
gold
yeah.
shares in it
Brick.
without
You know what I
having
mean?
to.
Everyone is.
Why people buy the shares in the things, yeah, is so again you don't have to have the whole bricks and mortar company. You don't have to have the physical gold. You can buy
Yeah.
shares in a company
So
that
electronic,
trades
yeah.
gold. So then you don't have to have all the gold that they own. You own a
Yeah,
part
yeah.
of their
So
company.
you can buy certificates for gold. You can invest in gold without ever holding the gold, or you could just go to a jeweler and buy a block of gold. You know what I mean? They got different effects, but it's really what suits you more, your lifestyle, what like your flexibility, all that kind of stuff. Excuse me. Yeah. So that's on the thing. Yeah. Were you gonna? Oh no, that was Baba, innit? He was gonna prove the thing. Okay.
Yeah.
This is
But then, no, I think he changed his mind though. I think he said he was gonna let some people down, but then like it kind of changed into something else, and then it went somewhere totally different.
No, but even Baba was saying that it's not 100%, but it was. And like I say, when man is saying it like that, yeah, that's different, isn't it? To when other people come on here and make claims that what they're saying is 100% right and factual. This is right. This is the truth. So and so's here and so and so's there, and
yeah, you're gonna have to be able to give. Yeah, you're gonna have to be able to
when
give
you're like that, that's when
unequivocal evidence that is
right. Now that's why I start biting, yeah, like the fucking bulldog at them sort of times. There, you get me? Because it's like, bruv, you're making a claim that people that are much smarter than you, that have actually done the searching for this, are saying.
But that's dangerous, really, fam. You have to know how
people with the
smart
evidence,
you are,
yeah, but
you're
making a
smart
claim,
guy, you have to know how.
Making a claim that you can't prove, yeah, is nuts. You gotta be careful with oh shit, you come back on, yeah. I don't know what happened there, bro. It's like you dropped off and dropped back on, you know.
Oh, that was weird, bro. I thought you cut off.
It was nuts, though. No,
Yeah, your
you
picture's
cut off
gone
and
now
come
as
back
well.
on. Yeah, he said your picture's gone now as well. Still, yeah, it's just back still, but you're back though, still anyway. Yeah, it's when men are making claims, yeah, of factual things with no evidence of to back their facts, just a belief and just something that says it. Oh, because it says it there, that means it's real. And I'm just like, brother, to believe that, that's cool. To say that you think it's like that, even that's not that bad. Yeah. When you say it's a fact, this is right, this is how it goes. It has to be like this, that, and the other, and blah blah blah. Man has to challenge. Man has to ask you questions about that.
Yeah, you're entitled to say, why do you say that's a fact? I want to see this fact the same way you see the fact.
Yeah, we want to see some evidence in that, mate.
Yo, big up, big up.
Hey, what on, Raf?
What
you saying, bro?
Nothing, fam. You know what it is? It was interesting, Carl. I actually come on the other day. Yeah, I wanted to speak to what's his name, Brad, about it basically, because I was trying to get into things like forex,
real estate thing,
and even the private investing thing. Yeah, do you know what's going on right now, though? Yeah, I've watched 1 or 2 videos. There's a guy. He's a white guy. Called Sam Leeds or something like that. Yeah,
Peter
Leeds.
Leeds.
Still hear me? No,
Samuel Leeds.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah. He's doing a thing. I think I saw a video on him yesterday. He said that he's got one. He said that he's whatever his thing, his website is on. Yeah, he's saying basically that he's offering access to everything on there for £1 for 2 weeks. Yeah.
What?
Sign up for that. For £1, isn't it?
What is it? What is it he's offering for £1 for?
So obviously all these like all his because he's
all his courses and that.
Yeah, his courses and whatever. Yeah, he's a private he's a property investor or whatever they call it. Yeah, and basically he's like giving all the information he has to offer for like £1 in it for 2 weeks in it. So basically, I signed up for it yesterday, but the thing's long. There's so much stuff to do it, but I don't know. I'm trying to find, like, I'm trying to search up something to. I don't know if it's going to be illegal to do this, but yeah, I think you guys know what I'm trying to do in it.
Yeah. But hey, listen, yeah. There was an Asian guy that was on. I'm not telling you not to do it, yeah, but I'm saying he's got a video. The Asian guy that was on Dragon's Den, yeah. What's his name? You know the Asian guy that was on Dragon's Den? He's got a video about that.
Theo Philippus or something, like Theo or whatever.
Yeah, he's got a video about that.
He's Greek or something like that.
Yeah, Greek, I think. Theo Paphitis.
Yeah. Well, he looks Indian. He looks Indian, doesn't he?
Yeah, he looks Indian.
That's an Asian guy.
Not Theo. Not Theo. There's an Indian guy, man.
Some guy called Khan.
No, not him.
Khan.
The newer guy.
I know you're talking about.
Guy.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah, the newer
guy. He's bold, isn't it?
Yeah, man. And he's got. I'm saying that he's got a video on my man saying that his thing's a scam and that still. So you might want to watch his. Obviously, it's only £1 that you paid for the thing, so that can't be a scam anyway. Just getting the information, but you might want to watch
talking about that guy
what he's saying as well.
He said Sam Leeds is a scam. Are you serious?
Yeah. But I never watched the video in it because I never got into that property investing thing. I was more interested in the stocks and shares sort of thing in it, and even the copy trading sort of thing and all that as well. Still,
Man's going into dropping some peas into the thing.
Okay.
Oh, the markets are closed.
Hey, Day.
Oh, it's Sunday still.
You're not on mute, you know.
Shit.
You're not on mute, bruv.
Yeah. Do you know what I was saying? Yeah, I was gonna say, the interview I watched with a guy called Mark Whitten on the Breakfast Club. Yeah, was a good interview that everyone should tune into if you're interested in it. He was talking about how after he graduated from uni, basically he didn't know what to do, so he was still living in his mum's basement and whatnot. But basically, how he started off was, you see the contract things when you're buying up property and whatnot. Yeah. He basically found like an area where it was the person was trying to sell the property for cheap or whatever. So he got that right. The example this is an example he used. He said he got the property for, let's say, it costed 50,000, but he got it down to about 30,000, right? So he then chat to one of his friends or someone that he knows in it that's looking for a property around the area. He said to them, "Yeah, listen, I've got a property that costs 50,000. Yeah, are you interested?" And the guy obviously said, I'm not. Yeah, I'm interested, but obviously I want it for a low in it. So they agreed on a price of 40,000. So what he did was, with the contract that he got for the 30,000, he gives the guy the contract and the guy only has to bring 10K and give it to him. So he pockets 10K, and the other guy goes with the contract to pay the rest of the money off in it. So that's how he said that he made his I think he's got an Instagram page called Mark Flips Houses, but obviously he's American, innit? So I don't know how that would work for a UK thing. So I was trying to find out still. I even had to go, Raven.
Yeah, Rat Raven.
Yeah, I went to him yesterday and I asked him, if I could join one of his groups to chat to people in it. So I've added, I think 1 or 2 people. I messaged people and I put message in the group. Some people messaged me, a few people come to me. So yeah, but with the property investment team, that's interesting still.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah. There's a few bits and pieces going on, man. Still, bro, but it's like it's not on their thing for things that's not finalized or anything. Still, man. So yeah, man. Yeah. But like I'm saying, man, like if anyone, if boy, right now, just worrying about when Sky Daddy's coming back and all that, man, just start thinking about your life, this life, innit? Like that's that's the only thing that annoys me, man. Like
I know.
I don't with the man them, you see that man like God of Jacob, he's doing his thing, but I won't even tell him nothing about his religion. Yeah, carry on, bro, because you're doing your thing, bro. You get me? You saved yourself, you done your thing, you're okay, bro. But when it's the other bummy dons that are just coming around there telling about, we need to be poor forever because God said it's harder for a rich man to go for an eye of a needle. I'm like, bro, forget about that, man. You're just making excuses to be broke still. That's what I'm not with it, bro. Them kind of things. That's what made me get anti.
Or the people that come and start saying, what's it called? That you're if you try to be rich, you're a sellout. Like when Schiffer was talking about Jay-Z and all that, man, and whatnot, and everything, saying that these men haven't done nothing for black people and whatnot. I'll just be looking at these men, I'll be like, so
it's dumb. It's like,
what do you think the issue? What do you think? What are you
that if one rich black person has to do everything for every single poor black person in the world, that's dumb, bruv.
That's stupid, fam.
Them shits there is gonna hold everyone back, cuz.
Innit? That's what I'm saying, bro. But obviously, like, you know what, Mark?
It's not saying Schiffer would hold everyone back here. I'm not saying that, bro. I'm just saying that mindset of saying, right, because so and so's rich, he has to help me.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what we were saying the other day. We were saying that the other day to him still. It said, don't make no sense, innit? You know what I mean? So, it is what it is, isn't it? Yeah, I mean.
Oh, yo.
But,
Bailey's church is blatantly a troll still.
How do you know?
I just read his comment. Sorry about black people. Wi-Fi doesn't work. So fuck him, innit?
Yeah, fuck him. But like I say, man, it's probably probably was Ali Khan, I was just surprised that he got on and couldn't even say anything else. You know what I mean?
That's that is it that Asian guy that kept going on again saying Ali Khamenei or something like that?
Yeah, Khomeini,
yeah. Yeah, Khomeini, yeah.
Khomeini, yeah. He loves Khomeini, yeah. Yeah, man. He loves Khomeini, he loves Isa. That's it, man. And he hates Witness.
Who's that?
Ali Khan.
Who's that? I don't even know who that is.
No, you want to know
that bro he was trying to join earlier or yesterday or something?
Yeah. The one that was trying to join yesterday.
Oh yeah. What, does he chat bare shit or something? Is that why you wouldn't let him join?
Nah, he was racist to Witness, man. And like,
that's that same guy.
Yeah?
Oh, bro, fuck that guy.
Yeah, like you. I was like, right, differently. What it is, it's like my man's actually a youth man, innit? Like an actual youth man. And Witness is old enough to be man's pups and all them things there. You get me? So who's he talking to, bro? You shouldn't be talking to a big man like that, fam. You're just a younger cuz. Yeah. Like, even being rude and all that, really and truly, man, them shouldn't even be being rude to the older dons that jump on the panel or whatever, let alone to anyone else or whatever. But realistically, to the older dons or whatnot, So, but that gets a slide, innit? So, But when man's, yeah, man, trying to, man, trying
Yeah, I
to
believe in
house
that. I
nigga and
believe
all
in
that,
that. I took a book from Islam as well. Yeah, you have to respect your elders and be kind to your youngers, and I feel like that is perfect.
Yeah, that's just how people roll though. One second.
Yeah, I won't lie to you, yeah. On the topic of the property, the black property thing, yeah. I did find one person, she has a Instagram called, let me actually get the actual Instagram up so it's not just waffle. Can you guys hear me, by the way?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, yeah. Let me get up still. So it's not just give me a bit of time still. Instagram's gonna be moving mad right now. Yeah.
Man like Rob in the building, Machine Gun Robbo.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
What's
Rob.
going on,
How's
bro?
your day been?
I've had a super
Mate.
workout, 2.5 hours mowing.
Oh, lovely, man.
Wicked.
This guy would put you to shame. It would bring a man to his knees. I'm halfway there, I tell you.
What, how big is your spot, Rob?
Let me see if I can show you a little bit of it.
Yeah, please.
Don't worry, it's not my property though. I wish it was.
Oh, are you working for someone then?
No. I rent it. Don't own it. Jeez,
Oh,
I'd love
okay.
to. Let me show you what it looks like. Half of that over there, I haven't even mowed. Right?
Where are you, bro?
I've mowed a stripe
Look
there.
at the size of this.
And this part down the bottom there is all I've mowed. That whole thing there.
Rob, is this like a private land, or are you in a park, or what?
No, it's out in the country, right? Just renting a house that's got a huge property. It's like the rest of that over there, I've mowed up there. You can see like a straight line.
Yeah.
And this has taken me 2.5 hours. And almost been non-stop. I just take a 2-second drink every so often. And there's a lake, there's a stream. So the bottom there is all like a stream. My wife loves it. Yeah, I'm like, fucking hell. This is like major exercise for the week. Fucking hell.
How much can you rent a property like that if I wanted to get something like that for however long?
Anything between sort of 800 and 1,200 quid.
800 and 1,200 for how long?
Per month, obviously.
For a month, for that whole thing, like.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously it's a property. It's not a huge property, though.
Yeah, but still, like that plus the property is a big thing, like.
Yeah. I mean, the property's huge. I don't know. Fucking hell. I'd love to get a mortgage on it, but no chance of that, I'm afraid. Not anytime soon. But I heard you talking about Samuel Leeds because I was mowing and I was listening to you guys because it's great to put your earphones in and you don't hear the mower because the mower is so fucking loud.
Yeah.
It drives me nuts. But you talked about Samuel Leeds. I actually went to that thing more than once. And I saw the documentaries on YouTube about him and stuff like that. So I had a first-hand experience of being there. And you'll learn something. But it takes the first day goes from 9 o'clock until 10:30 at night. And so it's like a hell of a long day. And the first 2 hours is all it's getting you in the mood, right? It's like hands up, everybody stand up, tell me where you're from, blah, blah, blah. It's all this sort of stuff. We could dispense with that and get straight to the info. So there is some decent information, but it's very hard to do it on your own. If you walked away from that and tried to do it on your own, you're a very brave person. There's not enough there to help you go all the way. So, but he sells his courses there, right? So he'll sell 3 courses over 2 days. And the courses are the cheapest one is $2,000. I haven't done any of that stuff. And the most expensive is 12,000, I think. Something like that. So, it's, I don't know if you guys have been on it.
I personally don't know anything about this kind of stuff. So that's the only reason I'm not commenting on it.
Property is not easy. I mean, there's people that are successful and stuff, but property is not easy. It can be done, right? There was a guy, one of the things, because one of the other guys I heard on their speaking, right? Deal packaging was kind of what I heard. They use a different term in America, right? But it's where you find a deal and then you find a buyer. If you don't have the way to buy it, if you find the right deal and your numbers stack up, you've got to do a bit of work on it, obviously. And then you can sell the deal onto somebody else. And people have made money doing it that way. because that's much easier than getting a mortgage, trying to find somebody to rent it, and all that sort of stuff. So deal packaging could work. Still,
a lot of people will find a buyer first, innit? Before even trying to get a property, innit?
Yeah, you obviously got to. Well, you got to find this. You got to find what they call a motivated seller, right? So somebody who wants to sell it at below market value. So if the bank values the property at, like, let's say 100K, you want to buy it at like 85K. And people might think, oh, you're doing people in, but some people's circumstances are such that they'll sell it at that price, right?
Yeah.
And that'll be fine for them, right? So that's kind of one of the strategies they use. There's like about 5 or 6 strategies that they employ, but none of them are easy. They make it sound easy, right? It's the same with any of this stuff. But if you watch the documentary, right, there was a guy that committed suicide, and that really sort of put a stain on his name a little bit, because the guy went in for the high-end course, right? He was an ex-army guy, and he borrowed the money, right? He spent like, I don't know, whatever, 15K on this thing. And he said to them, I've got no money. I'm going to borrow this, if you, because this high-end package, like, they'll help you, right? Get your first deal. He's like, I've got no, this is it. I'm borrowing money, blah, 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 way more than I can afford, but this has got to work. And like after 2 months, he's like, this isn't working. Can you help me? And he like, the family tells a story that, that they weren't helping him to the degree that he wanted. And then he asked for his money back, and they're like, they wouldn't initially give it back. Then there was another conversation where they wanted to give some of the money back, and then Samuel's team, like, tells a story that they agreed to give him money back. It turns out they only agreed to give him some of it back, and then but they didn't do it immediately. And then 2 days later, while they were at an event, he committed suicide, and so that was in the media, and it was on the BBC. If you go look it up online, there's a whole BBC documentary about it.
Wow.
So it didn't reflect well on him. Like, I've been to it, right? So I've been through the 2 days on more than one occasion to see what it's like, because you can go basically for free, right? And the selling is quite hard, but I know that because I've been around that environment for years, so I kind of know what's going on there. But it's quite a hard sell, and like I say, you stay late at night on the first day. And maybe he's better now, because that really hurt him last year. I think it was end of last year, this guy committed suicide. I don't blame him entirely. I mean, if somebody commits suicide, there's always a way out, right? For somebody to have the idea that there's no way out, it's like a limitation in thinking. But, to not refund somebody as well, this is like a big learning for him, right? If somebody's not happy with your service, refund them. It's just not worth the effort, like this, right? This is like really hurt him. That 13K, I'm sure if he could wind back time, he'd give the guy twice his money back, right? To save his life. So yeah, it's go along, right? It's no harm. You won't lose anything. It's worth going to listen. But the first 2 hours, I would suggest you be 2 hours late, because the first 2 hours is all about like hands up, like they get you into what's called a yes set. It's like a psychological condition of agreeing and following what other people do and agreeing with what they say, right? It's a whole sales technique from sort of start to finish. And so that first 2 hours, you don't learn anything. It's all about where did you come from, why are you here, all that sort of stuff. And then after the break, like whenever 11 o'clock, then they start to get into some like actual information, and they go online and they pick up, they get audience members to tell them where to go and say, okay, which city do you want us to go and look in? And they normally say go north, right? So north of sort of Manchester, up north you get better properties. So they'll normally pick up north, and then they'll go and phone agents live. I don't think any of that's put on, right? Because I've seen it on more than one occasion, so I can compare them. So I don't think any of that's put on. But what they're doing is only like the first step, right? It's only like finding a property that might be good. There's like loads of steps after that which they don't go through, because that's much harder, right? You've got to negotiate with somebody, you've got to get the right papers, you've got to put an offer in, and all of that sort of stuff takes like months, right? So they show you the kind of the sexy bit of like finding a property, which is cool, actually. It's good to know, right? I know a little bit about finding a property, but don't ask me to like go through the whole process. I haven't done that, right? So yeah, it's property is a tough.
So what, it's the same. Sounds like the same thing like with the you get the ones that say they teach you how to trade forex. Come and do a free course, and then there's like you got to pay $6,000 for the course at the end or something like that.
Yeah. That's hard. That's easy in one sense. It's easier in the sense that you can get on and start trading. The difficulty is you've got no control over it, right? And so the market will do whatever the market does, especially with forex, which is currency. That's very volatile. It means that it goes up and down very quickly, whereas your standard shares don't normally like go up and down as quick as Forex, right? So if you're not watching that thing regularly, then you can take a massive hit on it.
Yeah.
But it's the same thing. Yeah, they'll teach you, and it looks good, right? And they say, just buy when it's low. Put what's called a stop loss in, which means like there's something when it triggers, when it gets to a level below what you want to sell it for, it automatically sells.
Closes
but
it
again, it depends on the stock, how much what's the word? How much of the stock is being traded? I can't think of the word now. And so there's a lot more to it, but they make it sound easy, right? You're watching it, because I've been to that as well, right? I went to the free course because I'm interested in seeing what these things are, right? So I went along to the free course. And when you're watching this from the back, you go, fuck me, this looks easy. This is like a walk in the park, but I'll do this tomorrow. And then you try it. Yeah.
It's a whole different story.
Whole different story. So if you're going to go for it, cool. You've got to have the staying power to do it all the way. And you've got to be committed to do it virtually every day, at least for an hour a day. If you don't have that,
yeah, because I got fucked here. Basically, I was into basically certificates in it because it was just quick money. But it was easy, and you tried it, and it's like, yeah, the prices are not like the prices that you get. Because if you go on a professional account, for example, you pay less prices, but you got more damage in it.
Yeah.
Good evening, good evening, good evening.
And of course, there's commissions as well. I mean, they kind of they gloss over it. So every time you buy and sell, the trading platform or the brokers take a fee. And if you've watched Jordan Belfort, right, The Wolf of Wall Street, you've got to watch that movie. It's
so many people have told me to watch that. I'm gonna watch that. So
I met him. He's very sharp. I mean, the guy. I've met a lot of people, and I've seen lots of people present and train and teach. He really is a sharp guy. I mean, it's rare that you come across somebody you just go, fuck me, this guy is so razor sharp. You can just see, if you watch the movie, he taught. There's a scene with what's his name, Leonardo DiCaprio. If you go onto YouTube and you type in Wolf of Wall Street, I think like telephone scene or whatever it is, something like that, you'll have the scene where he's in this penny stock brokerage before he hit it big in Wall Street, and he's on the phone and he's speaking to this guy about a stock that might be going up. That whole scene, Jordan Belfort taught Leonardo DiCaprio over a period of 3 months. Everything, like from the inflection of the voice to every word that he said, he taught him that entire thing. That scene was played back exactly as Belfort would have done it. So almost word for word, pretty close, right? Watch that scene. It's like
when Jonah Hill was on the phone in a phone booth.
He's not in a phone booth. It's like in the beginning. So he's in this, like, before he goes to Wall Street, like he goes around a bit and he finds this place that sells penny stocks. And for those that don't know, penny stocks are like stocks that are only worth pennies, like literally 50 cents or whatever it is, right? Instead of like $10 or $300 for Apple or whatever it is. But at that stage, right, you can make massive profits as the broker. You made 50% for every cent. So if somebody's bought like 10,000 shares at 50p, right, half of that money went to you. And that's how it worked at that stage, right? So he made a killing. Obviously, that's how he became like a multi-millionaire. But that phone scene, if you go look for it, it's on YouTube where they've just cut that phone scene now, and that entire thing was his training. And of course, Leonardo DiCaprio is such a great actor. He played it like to perfection, right? And at the very end of the movie, if you watch the movie, Jordan Belfort he announces himself. He's right at the very end, like after he come out of prison. Leonardo DiCaprio is still playing him, and the person that's introducing him onto stage is Jordan Belfort. So if you go watch the very end of the movie, the guy that says, "Okay, and ladies and gentlemen, I'm welcoming to the stage Jordan Belfort." That's Jordan Belfort welcoming Leonardo DiCaprio. So it's
Leo says, "Omar, shut up, man."
What is he when he takes the whole room's attention while he's on the phone?
Yeah. That's the one. Yeah. So they all turn around, they start looking at him. Right, that's the phone scene. Yeah.
So it's like a minute. I might as well play it.
Right now, John, the stock trades over the counter at 10 cents a share. And by the way, John, our analysts indicated it could go a heck of a lot higher than that. Your profit on a mere $6,000 investment would be upwards of $60,000. Exactly, you could pay off your mortgage. John, one thing I can promise you, even in this market, is that I never ask my clients to judge me on my winners. I ask them to judge me on my losers because I have so few. And in the case of Airtime, based on every technical factor out there, John, we are looking at a grand slam home run.
Everyone's watching like they've seen an alien.
Shares, John. Let me lock in that trade right now and get back to you with my secretary with an exact confirmation. Sound good, John? Great. Hey, John, Thank you for your vote of confidence. Welcome to the Investors Center. Bye-bye.
That one, he's got a system that he teaches people, right? Called the straight line system. And if you look online, the other thing that he did a podcast with a guy called Grant Cardone, who thinks he's the best seller in the world. If you go watch this podcast, you can see Jordan Belfort knows his stuff. The other guy is blagging it. And I met the other guy as well. He's big talk. I mean, he's worth millions, but he's big talk. And when you see the two of them talk together, you can see who knows what they're talking about and who's like fucking just making shit up along the way. But that sentence he said there, right? I never ask people to judge me on my winners. I only ask them to judge me on my losers because I have so few. That was one of his key. Yeah, that was one of his signature sentences, right? And he taught.
So he dropped that to everyone he speaks to, like.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro, that's joke.
But if you see him live, I mean, he's just as charismatic live, and he's just so sharp as well when he teaches. Very few people can teach really well, in my experience. When I've watched hundreds of people. He's one of them. He could teach you, and I'm like, fuck me, this guy knows his stuff, and he can teach people. But I think he's got very little patience.
Can he teach anyone?
Well, anybody that's prepared to learn and can follow along, because he's really sharp, and he'll teach you like little things that'll go over people's heads, right? And those are the things that makes the difference. But you just tell like he's like so
teaching is
sharp.
hard. It's not
very hard to get the nuance across, right?
Yeah,
and he's been doing it for years. I mean, he still owes people millions, right? He's still in massive debt to people that he ripped off, right? And he hasn't paid them back. So there's a bit of a grey mark against him still, even to this day, because he only spent 22 months in prison, right? I say only because he could have spent like 20 years.
Who could have spent who spent 22 months in prison?
Jordan Belfort.
Oh.
Because he got done by the feds for this sort of trading where he was taking people's money. And it was like these penny stock shares. It was somehow illegal. I don't quite know the specifics of how it was illegal, but he got done by the feds. But he cooperated entirely, right? Otherwise, he was looking at 10 to 20 years, and he did 22 months.
But I've heard, with when it comes to things like trading and that, I've heard some people don't even have like the full knowledge on it. But what they'll basically do is the little knowledge they have, they'll make a call saying, if you come to my course, you learn how to do it. They tell them that obviously that it's not for definite, it's not always going to work, And by making that loophole, when people do, obviously people have gone under the pretense of that it's going to work 100%, And then when it does flop now, for them, he just turns around to them and say, oh, but I already told you from the beginning, it's not going to always be 100%.
Yeah. And the other secret they do, right?
Thousands of pounds.
If any of you ever want to do a course, first come and speak to me before you spend a lot of money. I've been around this for years. The other thing they do is they give you a money back guarantee. You've got to read the small print, right? The money back guarantee says oftentimes, because I know what these guys do and I've met many of them, I've seen the money. It says to you, yes, you've got a money back guarantee. Some of them will say you get a money back guarantee within a year. But if you read the small print, you have to follow everything that they've told you and still show it doesn't work. Now that is the killer thing, right? Because most people, will never follow. But even if you did follow, they will find something that said, no, you didn't follow that. You didn't do that part correct. Sorry, we're not giving you a refund. So
you got to follow it to the T and be able to prove
which is like, how easy is it to follow to the T? You only have to find one or two things where you can claim the person didn't follow it and you don't have to give them a refund, right? So all of these things that sound good to people, if you don't read the small print and you don't research, right? Somebody was talking about the Dragon's Den guy. I watched that video as well. That guy was like really sharp. And the young man that went to it, right, who thought that, Samuel Leeds was like the bollocks, this Dragon's Den guy said, okay, let's do some research on his companies, right? And he told him about how much a company's credit is worth and stuff. If you haven't watched it, go watch this, right? Turns out that he had like 12 companies or whatever. I didn't do this myself, but after this, I was like, fuck me, that's a good idea to do, right? Not one of his companies could get more credit than £5,000, I think it was. And the dude, this Dragon guy was saying, hey, here's one of my companies, 75,000. Right, that you can get credit for. And he said, do your research on the companies first, right? Don't buy in the room. Find out about it before you commit money, right? And he obviously, this Dragon guy was like, no, I wouldn't do this. Right?
So
Rob, were you saying that a lot of these online courses, those obviously it's probably a lot of them are scams or whatever, innit? But so which one of these sort of people, these online people, which one of them and not sort of scammers? Do you know about any sort of people that are like that are worth?
It depends what the field is. Right? It depends what the field is. Look, any one of them could potentially work, but there's some degree of luck and a shitload of hard work involved. It's nowhere near as easy as they tell you, right? So it depends on the field. I mean, trading, I couldn't I've tried one of those. That didn't work for me. But then I didn't have the patience to sit there day after day watching the screen. I did it for a while, and I did a trading account. And obviously, Day has done it for longer than I have, and he's made some money on it. But you've got to have dedication, right? And if it's not something you enjoy, and it becomes like, oh, fuck, I've got to sit in front of the computer and do this shit now, your chances are like no good, right? But if you get that bug for it and you love it, then the chances are better. But still, they're hard. 100%. So, you know what? It's hard to say. It depends on what it is that you're doing.
I think I'll advise it to someone who's a video gamer. Yeah, I'm like, play this game. You know what I mean?
But then you need skills in that as well, right? I used to play games when I was young.
My kids watch the video game YouTubers, yeah. And sorry, Rob, to cut you there, yeah. But a lot of those video gamer YouTube people are getting quite a lot of money, man. So literally, yeah, if you've got like a headset and you can self-record yourself and put yourself in a little box in the corner while you're playing the games, talking with your mates or whatever, and just busting jokes or people are getting paid for that, man.
I think I can do that. Like Steam, you could do that off Steam. If anyone wants to do that, by the way.
Yes,
Switch is a big one.
Switch.
That's the one. Switch to get
you got to be good, right?
By the way.
You got to be good, and of course, PewDiePie is the biggest. He has second biggest now because this place in South Korea overtook him, but second biggest following in the world on subscribers. Right, he makes about 20 million a year just from YouTube, but he's got like 95 million subscribers, and he started out playing games, and he still mostly plays games. Right, and he makes 20 million from that, and they demonetized him and they took away some of his shit. He still makes millions, but that's because he's got so many subscribers. And they took off like tons of subscribers. At one point, YouTube just slashed everybody's subscriber list that weren't active, right? And they dropped like 50 to 60%, or they only had about 50 or 60% of their subscribers left. So PewDiePie took a massive hit. He lost tens of millions
when they were closing down Google Plus, innit?
Yeah. Or just after or before that, or whatever the case is.
Yeah.
But I mean, you can make money on any of these things. And if Veli kept this up for like 5 years, and he got to like 10,000 subscribers, and they were active regularly, and he monetized it, he could probably make $2 or $3 grand a month. But he'd have to have it going, and and it's consistent. So this is one way you can do things, but you got to be consistent and do it regularly. That's the biggest thing, is regular, right?
Yeah, we're going to try and keep it consistent and regular still. But what other like sort of online hustles do you think, or any of the online, like the people that are online YouTube coaches? Is there any of them that's worth taking advice from, or any of the newer people to YouTube that might be listening? Or even ourselves on the panel, obviously, because everyone wants to. Well, I don't know about everyone else, but I want as many streams of income as possible to try to make my 9-to-5 life not really as just coming from one person.
Yeah, I'm doing one in a particular field at the moment that I haven't seen whether it works, but I think with this, one of the ways that seems to work is if you've got expertise, like with Ultra, right? This will surprise you. I know a guy that made he made 20 million in total, but let's say he made about $500,000 just on how to become what was the first one he did? He started with property, how to buy a property in Bulgaria. That was his first thing. But then eventually he like how to become a policeman, how to become a fireman. Like Ultra, for example, could teach people how to become a bus driver. But he'd have to do the entire course and then put that online. Like for yourself, Veli, how to become an electrician. Hey, I'm going in to teach you, but you'd have to structure it. And that part takes time, right? But you'll be surprised how well those sort of things, and especially now, right? Everybody's at home. Nobody can go out. So how to be or do something that you have expertise in, you can make money. But the problem is not just your expertise, but how do you market it? And then how do you sell it? That whole side of it is a fair amount of work. You've got to set up the software and what's called autoresponders and all this sort of stuff, which I've done before. It's quite a bit of work, right? But it can be done. And like I say, this guy did it years and years ago, and he's retired now and just out in Kent or whatever. But that can be done, right? So one of the things is like package your expertise. Like I say, I'm doing it in media, but you could do it in electrician and Ultra, and anybody who's got expertise in a field, that can
Yeah.
package it and sell it, right? That's one way to do it, because you work once and then it'll pay again. There's no such thing as like truly passive income, because you've got to keep nurturing it and stuff, and you might have to update it if the rules change or whatever.
Yeah.
But there's a fair amount of work up front, and then it becomes a lot easier. But you also got to invest your own money, because you have to market it, right? Nobody knows you, and so that part is the more of the tricky thing. You could make a course, really. You could teach people what to do. Like, how do you learn for the exams?
Yeah, and
How do you get your first job?
You know, I don't think you need to do much. You know, sorry to cut you, but like you could just get someone to come with you to work and just shoot everything you're doing, and that's all your content right there. And in the back, like you can dub that by saying, "Look, this is what I'm doing here. This is how you do that." You get me?
I understand what you're saying, bro. You got to make
What's
it
up,
like
Veli? What's up, Dave
like,
Don, Rob, Henry?
You got to make it like a course, innit? Like so, like
yeah.
You know, like say like a plumbing course, right? Because obviously Martin's plumbing in it more than electricity or whatever.
Yeah.
So say I did like a basic plumbing course or whatever. Like what tools plumbers have. What I don't know, man, how to change a tap, and you know how to even repair a tap, because you don't have to change, you can repair the tap as well. Also, so
the question to ask yourself, right, is what is it people are looking for? And to me, because I've seen somebody else do this, okay, and I'm not saying you'd make millions or even tens of thousands, but it's worth a punt, right? Is somebody who wants to become a plumber. That's where he made his money. It's like somebody who's never done it, because fuck me, I know plumbers that make 30, 40K a year, right? That okay, the work is quite hands-on and stuff, but hey, if I can make 40K a year, 30, 40K, whatever, that would be good, right? So you teach them, but it starts out with like, okay, you've got to go to plumbing, you know, I don't know what you call it, plumbing college, plumbing school. Here's what you need to learn. Here's how you get yourself out there, blah, blah, blah. That whole part of it. The teaching how to do a tap, they'll learn at plumbing school. That isn't really the difficult part. The difficult part is how do you get in? How do you become a plumber? And then how do you get out there and work for it, right? That's the part that you've got expertise in, because anybody can go on YouTube and say, how do I change a tap, right? That's not difficult. But how do I become a plumber? Man, you're the man, right? If I wanted now to be, I'm speaking to Veli. Who else do I know that's a plumber, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But it's a structure, right? So the way I did it.
You can have links to agencies or whatever, and even little payment sort of structures or whatever, where
exactly.
people that you're handing to as apprentices or mates or as actual plumbers, you're getting paid a certain amount for. I know when I used to work on building sites, there used to be extractor fans. You see, like the extractor fans, the adapters for the extractor fans.
Yeah.
So there was a guy that used to do the adapters for the extractor fans, and he had his own little contracts where he had a main contract from the people that had the contract to install the ductor fans, and under his name, and he paid the people a wage and say took £2 each off each person's wage, and obviously worked there himself, so he was getting his day's wage as well. So obviously everyone was still getting probably a bit more money than the people that was working for other companies on the site, but he was still able to make money on top of the money that he was able to pay as wages as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah. For you, Veli, it'll be a case of what's called brainstorming. You probably know that anyway. And then you do what's called a mind map. A mind map is like something that's got these bubbles. It looks like speech bubbles, but there's so it's called the How to Be an Electrician course, for example. And like, what's step one? Like, you go back in your mind and go, okay, if I was starting this again, what would be the main topics that I want to cover? And then within that, what are the things that people need to know?
Yeah. I get that, man.
Yo, Veli.
Yo,
I was gonna ask you one question. Now I got two. I'll ask you the second one first. What you got? Extractor fans. You got the links?
No, I got what industrial extractor fans.
Nah, man. Just man wants
Just
to
normal
install the fan. Yeah, in a window, in a
or
glass.
bathroom for glass.
In a
Hey,
kitchen,
they're
for a kitchen.
in shops still, man. You can get them from like Screwfix and all that. So
Yeah,
yeah,
but the thing is, I know that some of them don't create that negative pressure and don't really have that suction in it. So I thought you might know about that. Another thing I was going to ask you, since probably this is your forte, do you deal with water pressure and that?
yeah, you can get you got low pressure in your house. Or
Yeah,
in your,
like,
flat.
yeah.
Do you live in a flat or a house? Is it?
It's a yard, isn't it? It's a house.
In the house, alright. So
For the moment, anyway. Basically, yeah, it's my brother's house, yeah, but we're living here because it's quarantine thing, and his water pressure is very low, and man wants to increase the water pressure to have
So
the up.
if he's got
Yeah.
if he's got a pressure reducing valve, on his incoming mains, he could have a bit of lime scour on the pressure reducing valve or whatever. It just needs cleaning out or replacing. Then that will raise the pressure. If he's just naturally got low pressure and everyone on the road has low pressure, you can get something called a mains booster pump, where
mains booster pump.
Mains booster pump.
Get a booster pump, Belly.
Is that like an electrical pump?
Yeah, and it just pumps, just raises the pressure of the water.
Yeah, he's got one of those upstairs.
No, it's not. It won't be upstairs. It wouldn't be upstairs. That's a shower pump.
Yeah. I think that's what it is. So
the mains booster pump would be on the incoming mains.
Oh, it boosts the whole yard's thing.
Yeah, so it'll be after that.
One second. Let me open my notepad. What's the first thing you told me? What valve, Simon?
Pressure reducing
valve.
Pressure.
I'll get it.
Reducing valve. Yeah.
Reducing valve.
Basically, it's some of them have a pressure gauge on them. The newer ones have a pressure gauge on them. The older ones don't have a pressure gauge on them. If it's that's blocked, it's probably better for a plumber to do it. But it needs to be isolated. You remove the head of the pressure reducing valve, clean the scour off of the gauze, so obviously it's clear again and it's clean, and then replace the head of the pressure reducing valve, and then your pressure should be back to normal. If it's just blocked and it's broken, or if it's like too old and crusty and whatever, you can replace it for a new one. The same thing, isolate the water, open a mains tap or mixer tap downstairs, so you can take the pressure off of whatever is still left in the mains. Then undo the two nuts on the pressure reducing valve, remove the pressure reducing valve, install the new one, put PZFE around the olives. You might have to remove the olives and nuts as well. So that's why it's easier if you get a plumber to do it, because
technical shit and oh my days.
Removing the nuts and olives, it's easy to do, but it's like you basically
need
have
specific tools. Like
you just need an adjustable spanner that fits around 22 mil compression fittings. Because it's not going to be. It's usually in the old properties you might be on 15 mil pipe, but in newer properties they're on 20.
Yeah, it is kind of like one of them old yards, like kind of thing.
You gotta pay.
You see what happened there with Valley, right?
Yeah, I will pay Valley, bro. Don't watch that. If I'll tell my brother, listen, my nose is plumber, bro. Sick plumber, my nose.
Did you notice that, Dan? Valley invoke like the Dunning-Kruger, but the opposite way around, right? Often it's people who are ignorant thinking they know something. In Valley's case, he actually is an expert in this field, but he said it's easy, right? But you and me, like, fuck me, it's not easy. We wouldn't know the fucking first thing about it. We'd battle and probably spring a leak or some shit, and he goes, it's easy, right? This is exactly what the Dunning-Kruger says, right? It says the people who are experts vastly underestimate how much knowledge they have, and they think other people know it too, and it's simple, right? Because he said, this is easy, right? But it's only easy if you're an expert, right? That's the Dunning-Kruger. It's like it's an inversion, right? So he will make it sound like it's easy. You and I'll go, fuck me. Oh, Jesus, here's the water spraying all over the show. In the meantime, for him, it's boop, boop, it's all done, right?
That's true, because so like changing taps in people's properties or whatever, it's I could smack out I don't know, man, probably about all the taps in your house and putting them back in like less than half hour or something.
Yo, let me ask a question. If every walk
the
of
rest of us
life,
will be struggling with one tap for half a day.
yo, check this out. If everybody had to do it yourself
Well,
on
that's the thing. Most people
YouTube,
underestimate. They just don't realize how much
I don't
expertise
think.
they have in whatever
Hello.
the field is. Right? Most people are not
one
experts
sec,
in your
Malik.
field.
Hey, Rob, you might need to drop out and
Rob,
jump
can
back in here because
you
you can't
hear
hear
me,
Malik.
Rob?
Oh, sorry.
No,
Okay.
you can't hear
No.
you.
Just
Sorry.
Rob, can you hear me?
He can't hear you, man. He would have talk over you like that if you could hear you speaking, bro.
Oh, okay, cool.
But carry on talking though, Malik. Carry on.
Nah, I was gonna say if everyone. So go do the next one.
What? I thought you said you're gonna get sleep every day.
Yeah, but when you finish
baby Malik, forget me.
Yeah, I was saying if everybody had a do it yourself video online, do you think we're not gonna be running out of our jobs?
Yeah, do you know why? Yeah, because it's always like unless every single person's on YouTube, then trying to learn how to change taps or whatever, then that's probably the only way in it. Like, there's always going to be
but also
that needs plumbing work done or whatever, innit?
Yeah, but also, a lot of people will have a video but think this guy's a prick, and have another video and be like, yo, this guy's sick. I actually entertain watching him, and like he actually teaches me a lot more than the other guy. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people have preferences in it, so you have to make someone
personality, online personality sort of matters as well. Like, so you can't be too much of a wanker. Oh, you can be, because some people like that character as well.
Yeah, some people like that. Within reason, innit? Like, a bit cocky.
No, you know what I mean? Some people like the other character where the people's like, yeah, I know, man. Every different character's got its market in it. So,
yeah. If you're a good teacher and you can teach a whole variety of people with your method, I think that's the best method.
Hey, Dada, you want to learn how to install the pump?
Yeah.
But so the mains booster pump, but you have to have a see for this as well, it's like that needs to be wired up in it there. So that means you're gonna have to tap into a few spur, run a wire from a few spur to make another spur that you can hardwire your pump to.
You lost me at spur, bruv. What's a spur?
You know, like what you plug your you see, like in the kitchen, what you plug your kettle in. In the front room, what you plug your TV into and sort of stuff like that. Yeah, it's one of them, innit? So in the front, say in the hallway, you might, because it's your water cupboard's probably in the hallway, like in the cupboard under the stairs or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's something like that. You got 2 cupboards under the stairs.
With one of them's got the electric and one of them's got the water in.
Yeah. No, one of them's got the electric. Oh yeah, he's got this cupboard upstairs, that has like a fat boxing bag in it. I think that's what you're talking about.
That's a hot water cylinder. That's hot water cylinder.
I'll jump out still. Yeah, I'll come back later still. In a bit.
You say the too much plumbing, Jeez. Yeah, man. Well, basically, to install the pump here, we just install the pump without wiring it up here. As you might want to get an electrician to hardwire it or whatever, So
I got a brother who's an electrician. He could probably deal with that part of it.
So if you isolate the water, you'll need plumbing tools for this though, because you're gonna need to cut.
Can't I go outside and just turn off the water?
Yeah, you can. You can turn it off at the mains, But whatever happens, you need to turn it off again and then release the pressure from the kitchen tap or whatever. The kitchen cold water tap. That's the mains. So turn that on until no more water's dropping out of that before you cut any pipe. Then you're gonna need to cut in first of all an isolation valve. That you can isolate the pump from. So you're gonna cut in an isolation valve before the pump, and then a bit of pipe, and then the pump, then the isolation valve on the other end of the pump. So wait. Sorry, I missed a bit. So before the isolation valve on the top of the pump, you need the actual isolation valve that you can turn on and off. So like a stopcock. So you're gonna cut a stopcock in,
Yeah. Then you're gonna have a bit of pipe work with a pump.
That's that little thing with a
Yeah,
little flat head on it.
You can either have a lever valve, yeah, what you support a
Yeah,
turn
or a
on and
lever,
off,
yeah.
or you got the spindle one, what you fully open and turn close, like winding sort of thing. Yeah, you twist it to turn open.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, like a tap in the bathroom. Yeah,
Yeah.
So it's not like that, but it's a stopcock anyway.
You twist the finger. Yeah. I know what you're saying. Still,
but you use that motion in it.
This one has that. It's like the isolation valve is just literally a little piece, and then it's got a flathead screwdriver thing. You spin it, and the ball in the middle with
that's a ball fix valve. That's a ball fix valve. You can have a ball fix valve. Yeah, ball fix valves are shit, man, and they leak all the time. So that's why I said stop. So what? Isolation valve.
Would this thing not already be there though? Do I have to get one?
Yeah, the one that's there is the one for the mains, isn't it? Why you need to add one in there is just in case you need to change the pump, or you need to change one of the pump valves.
Okay.
So if you need to change one of the pump valves, or you know what I'm saying, or you need to do a bit of work on whatever, yeah, you can just isolate that piece there and change that part, or isolate the other part and change that part, or isolate the two ends, take that bit of pipe work out and add something else in there. You can put the pipe work back to how it was or whatever in it if you're moving out or something.
Yeah.
Or what? Yeah, just like.
So basically, I'm future proofing.
On the other side of the pump, yeah. On the other side of the pump, you need the pump valve on the top of the pump. Yeah, you don't have to have that. Yeah, but people usually have that so you can just maintain the actual pump. You can change the face of the pump or whatever, and then you need a stop valve on the other side of it. So again, you can isolate that to do any work that needs to be done on pump or valves that are leaking. Because
what does the pump valve do?
Pump valves that isolates the pump in it. So if you just need to change the pump, if you just need to change the pump, you could just isolate the pump valves. Yeah, but if you need to change a pump valve, you can isolate the water on both sides.
Yeah.
You don't have to have the two stopcocks on there. Yeah, people add them in there because they'll
make it easier.
They'll tee the pump in it to the mains or whatnot. But again, it boosts your mains water, yeah. So it's like 3-bar pressure, so you can have a tap on upstairs and downstairs at the same time.
Yeah, and both will be high pressure on that.
It just means that one won't dribble in it. They'll just both be reasonable pressure. So, say you're running at 10 liters per minute or something like that. Yeah, that's not that high pressure. Your shower probably runs at 18 liters per minute, a normal shower or whatever, and you probably use the most water from your shower. Because
how much would you charge for these kind of operations, Billy?
How much should we charge?
To just get man's water pressure up, yeah? How much you charge for that?
I'm not sure, man. Just depends what he's doing, man. Like, right, if it's going to be installing a pump and all this sort of shit, then
it depends on the setup of the yard and all that.
Yeah. We start at a 1 already.
Yeah.
From there. And obviously you've got to pay for the parts as well, innit? Like, you need to pay for pumping shit.
Do you sometimes go into people's yard and just have to twist something and like you get a 1 for that?
You could do, but
sometimes that's all it takes, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit dishonest. Basically, with the boilers that I fix, yeah, so they're called thermal stores, yeah, and not many plumbers know how to repair them. So,
what is that, a new thing or something, or old thing? Or
no, they're not new, but they're just not in many places. They're mostly in places like that were built without gas, or places that in new build houses from the year 2000 sort of onwards.
Yeah.
So,
relic.
Or like hot water cylinders. Yeah, go on, bro.
Nah, you done? I was gonna ask if you could stop a tsunami.
You know what?
Belly can stop a tsunami, bro.
Can you stop a tsunami?
No. I can stop a leak, though. I can stop a leak on a pipe. You know what I'm saying? That I can't stop a tsunami. You know what I mean?
You can start at the beginning of the butterfly effect.
You know what I mean? Like, I can install like a point. I can't do gas points no more because I ain't got a gas ticket no more. But I can install the pipe work to it.
Yo, do y'all renew certifications over there?
What's that for gas? Yeah, for gas you have to renew. It's something called Gas Safe now. But really and truly, yeah, there's renewable energies coming in now. Yeah, so trying to get tickets in that would probably be the way forward. I would say for a younger plumber, someone that's
your belly. Very good.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you, I live in a block. Can I change my water pressure as well?
What in your yard? If you live in a block?
Yeah.
Well, if your water pressure is decent already, like if it's dribbling, then yeah. But if it's running at a certain if it's running at 12, 15 liters per minute, then adding the booster pump in there probably won't do nothing. Because it's already running at said pressure, you know what I mean? If it's running at 3 bar per pressure, then it's already doing what it should be doing. Like if it's running at like half a bar pressure, it's just dribbling out of the tap. That's when you're gonna need some added assistance. So,
what do I have to go through the whole block, or can I just increase the pressure on my block?
No, it's I don't know. In a flat, maybe a bit different still, because obviously your pressure's coming from one either a plant house or from one main water pipe underneath the ground that leads into the flats. So so obviously you calling for pressure on the top floor sort of might not work. Do you get me? Because all the mains is teed up on all the different floors before it gets to your floor.
Hey, man's gonna watch Belly's show, you know. I'm gonna be your first viewer.
Man, they must be getting bored right now still, because the numbers have gone down, boy. 38.
I know. Sorry, bro. I'll do apologize again, man.
You get me? You want to hear you, man, argue about God.
Yeah, shut up, bro. You know, bro, atheists are dumb, blood.
Shut up, man. These people are dumb, fam. You get me?
Dumb, bro. But on a level, yeah. Hey, did we answer the question of the day, though?
What's that?
Nah, Bernie was going to answer the question of the day, yeah, but you let him slip away, yeah, because you put your cape on for him. And it's okay. Yeah.
Sorry,
you
know what? See, when I got no sleep, yeah, my patience runs low, and I just got I can't just sit back and listen to something that you know what I mean?
Yeah, say that, man. Don't worry, man. Don't worry, man. Come on, you know you do the night shift, didn't it, man? So really and truly, I shouldn't be too harsh with you when I'm trying to chat to you or whatever. I should be more understanding. So my bad. Big
up, Eddie, anyway, man. Fam.
That's what I like.
Malik. Yeah, I like Malik to go into the thing as well. Oh, bruv. Rob is in some sick ends, fam.
Oh, man. Rob is about to go battle with a beer.
Yeah, man.
The stream is low at the moment. The stream is low.
Yeah, it's cool, man.
Pretty cold.
Have you seen
pretty cold.
Have you seen? Oh, fucking hell, man. You in the river, yeah? Mate.
Yeah.
My feet are freezing. By yourself? No, this is the last thing I would do by myself.
But it's a small river, right?
Yeah, right. What if you got an anaconda popping in from that river?
If you got what?
Anaconda.
Oh no, we don't get that in the UK, so we're all right. If this was the Amazon, I wouldn't be floating about in a river.
Yo, what do you not believe about this alien, though?
Believe about what?
The alien.
The aliens, what about?
Basically, there's this alien that can morph into any shape, innit? It can transform into anything. Like, it can transform into a chair. like or human or animal or something like that.
Are you talking about like the T-1000 from Terminator?
No, I'm talking about.
Exactly.
No, I'm saying like this exists. It already exists. You know what I mean?
What, in
it's
real
all
life?
around us. Something. Yeah, in real life. Real life.
Where's this alien? I haven't seen one.
I would have to disagree with that. I believe you see many of them.
Okay. Where's one? What do they look like?
Huh?
How do I identify one?
Turn on your video.
One second, guys. Yeah. Baileys, what's going on, man?
Oh, yeah.
Can you hear us? You're not coming in no more, man, because you keep making that sounds like a Wookiee and then just jumping off.
It's like a cat or something. Some shit.
Is that same guy?
Yeah, man. I think it's actually a woman.
Is it?
Well, I don't know. It might be a guy with a super high pitched voice. Who's that? Which guy do we know that has a super high pitched voice?
I had a feeling it was a little kid. I thought it was a little kid.
Is that the guy from Philippines?
No, the beatbox guy. He was sick, innit? Remember the beatbox guy? He was sick.
Yeah. Yo, I didn't know you remember him.
Fully, you know.
He couldn't speak English that well, yeah, but he could beatbox Snoop Dogg and something, yeah, and it actually sounded like the song.
Yeah.
I wish I was there, bro. What was this, yesterday or a while ago?
Nah, that's a while ago.
Oh, okay, yeah, fully missed. I like beatboxing, bro. I was really into beatboxing in my youth days and didn't pursue it because I just thought, you know, Faith SFX was about Rahzel. He's the guy that I was like, you know what, if Rahzel exists, what's the point of me even going into this, bro? You don't know about Rahzel?
Oh, he's a rapper.
Yeah, he's a beatboxing king. Literally the king of beatboxing. If you never heard of Rahzel, basically, have you heard of some guy who beatboxes If Your Mother Only Knew? He beatboxes and he does the lyrics at the same time.
Yeah.
So if you heard any beatboxer beatbox that,
it's question of the day, man. Because yeah. We talked a little bit of about plumbing, you know what I mean? Yeah, obviously Rob's got a guy in the middle because he's a piranha.
Nice one.
He's got the best one though. You get me?
Wait, just quickly, sorry to interrupt, like, because obviously it's immoral to interrupt, isn't it? Did we manage to find anyone?
Sorry?
What? You broke up.
Anyone more moral than me, or did we only get as far as
Yeah, the only time they was trying to test your morals was when they was asking about Mrs. Ultra and Baby Jesus. You know what I mean? Like Ultra Mary and Baby Jesus. Yeah, that's the only time. You know what I mean? Like they was testing
I think then surely we have to like concede that it's conclusive. Then there's nobody more moral than me.
I put up a couple people.
No, you did, but you only put up candidates or nominations. Like there was no conclusive, like.
They haven't been here. Look, C-Time hasn't been here. Eric Ingram hasn't been here. M.A. Brown was here. He was here today.
No, I spoke to him. I spoke to him in the live chat.
What did you lot go into that?
No, it conveniently slipped me.
Yeah, but you know what? I'd like to see.
Ultra was more moral than him. That's what happened. When we were speaking to him, he said, "Do you know what? Actually, I'm less moral than Ultra Funky." So
he said that.
Yeah, that's what he said.
What M.A. Brown said that?
Yeah, M.A. Brown said that he's a pagan and he's less moral than Ultra Funky.
There it is. Bam, bam.
I don't know why. I think you're joking.
If I'm lying, M.A. Brown, click the link in it and tell me I'm lying, innit?
Yeah.
Even though I see you typing in the chat for the last half hour, so you probably didn't hear that.
And remember as well, this is the thing. This is important as well. This is important. It doesn't matter if you like me or you don't like me. That's not important.
Yeah, 100%.
Not to be perfect. No, that's not the claim. The claim is
more moral. The most moral on this thing.
Yeah, straight up and down. And I'm not gonna lie to you right now. I'm standing on my balcony, yeah. The weather is nice. And I'm
Give us a picture, man. What does it look like?
no,
eh?
no, I'm naked. I'm naked.
Not of you.
Don't give us a
of
picture
the
of
view.
you, man. He's like, no. You know what? My dick won't fit anyway, except it will cover up the screen. Like, you. I'm naked.
But what it is, that feeling just in nature, innit? Like, do you know what it is? Because the balcony goes up to just underneath my chest. So even though I'm naked from the waist down, you can't see. It's not immoral.
Man brought it full circle.
It's not immoral because
Yeah, Veli's got to be careful with you, Ultra.
Yeah.
Last time you gave him a strike plus 7 days, he didn't appear in the
Do you know what the fun
subscribe feed.
that was just a cut though. And do you know what the funny thing is? It was a light-hearted
I know.
for a friend. And it literally said, for my best friend from Lanzarote. What I was, so it was perfect.
Yeah, well,
Also,
you should have put like sellotape on the thing.
Could you imagine
Black tape.
like, having to drink from that cup?
You know what? That's right. You know, hey, Ultra, if you would have put sellotape on the nipples, yeah, they would have been able to straighten.
No. Do you remember? I bought in the PC version. I had her chest covered. In fact, she was covered fully. The only part you can see was her belly button.
Yo, Baileys, what you saying? You got to talk here.
What are you trying to say? We can't hear you. We can't hear what you're saying. It's very low.
Who's that? How they doing on where they?
It's like they're trying not to laugh, isn't it? I just heard That's definitely Ali
They
Khan.
gave a monkey a phone and he's just fucking with it.
Ali, talk.
Oh, that's Ali.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure still because they were showing pictures of their room before. I had pictures of a crown.
Yo, shall I hack into?
No hacking. That's immoral.
Yeah. Think so. Look, there's a white hat hacker, there's a black hat hacker, and it's a grey hat hacker.
Black hat hacker?
Yeah, black hat hacker. Those are you would call the hacker. The white hat hacker, you would call him. Well, that's what you call a cracker, sorry.
I just didn't give you permission to hack it, okay, Day?
Yeah, you don't give me permission to hack him. I heard you loud and clear.
Just so you know, I don't co-sign the hacking of anyone because I'm moral.
What, hacking is a moral thing though? Cracking is the immoral part.
Yeah?
Yeah, they've made hacking synonymous with cracking because, you know, it's Hollywood shit.
But that's the thing.
A hacker is really the guy who comes to your house and fixes your problems.
Oh, yeah, a life hack. Do you know what's funny? On my last suitcase, I YouTubed suitcase packing hacks. Yeah, and like instead of folding my jeans now, I rolled them.
Yeah.
So I rolled my jeans now because obviously, like only pussy-holes like take big suitcases and pay £100 each way. Like if you're going transatlantic, no, even that. I was going to Miami with just hand luggage, like a boss. I'm not gonna lie, yeah. From the 12th floor, like London is just it's really lovely, especially when there's no one out. The pollution is like visibly reduced.
Yo, you know what? I was gonna say something about that as well, yeah? Everyone start thinking about mosquitoes. You get me, bro?
Why?
COVID-19, bro. It's hot. Mosquitoes are gonna start popping up.
To be honest, I don't know. Maybe it's I'm on the 12th floor. Yeah, it feels hot. It doesn't feel hot up here. The breeze from the river is really, really nice. Like even the river doesn't stink. Normally the Thames stinks, but it doesn't even stink. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, no one's throwing shit in there no more, innit? It's not getting polluted.
You know, listen to the mad thing. Apparently, allegedly, I haven't confirmed whether or not this is true, right? But gang violence has all but ended because of Corona.
Yeah, everything is ended because of Corona. Yeah.
But the funniest thing is, this is the thing, yeah. You know, sometimes like you need to hit the reset button and like just start again. I mean, like if you're a gang member or like one of those like homicidal maniacs, maybe just like look, maybe just allow it now, and maybe just say, you know what, that was pre-COVID-19.
COVID, yeah. The new world now, isn't it? Yo, this is what I was saying. It gives a lot of people. This is what I said I liked about it. Yeah, it gives a lot of people time to think and reflect on themselves and all this stuff. At least that's a good thing that comes out of it.
Yeah, it's true. Also, one thing I've learned about that COVID-19 has taught me is that Ultra Funky is not cut out of prison. Yeah, I can't go to prison because A, I'm too pretty, and B, I can't be locked out. I really can't. It would fuck up my mental health.
Yeah.
It would fuck up my mental health.
Yeah, there's people who stay at home 24/7 and don't even know what's going on. You get me?
No, that's long, man. The world is too big for that shit. The world is too big for that shit.
Yeah.
Oh, so I'm on a swearing embargo. Every time I swear, I have to transfer £1 into my wife's account, yeah? And I'm already £17 down.
Yeah, I'm trying to get off of that too.
Fucking Daredevil, yeah? We just start from season 1 again. And there's some serious bits on there. There's one scene where, like, some guy around with Wilson's girlfriend, the Kingpin's girlfriend, and he was not happy with that. He did a matter with his car door in it. It was like, yeah, it was too much.
We need to do a show, yeah? That recommendations of shit to watch, like movies and shows and all that kind of stuff.
All right. Well, I'm recommending for anyone to violence. I recommend.
Well, I didn't hear you. Sorry, say that again.
Daredevil season 1.
Yeah. I know the movie was
season
sick.
1. No, the movie was shit, bro.
You think so?
The movie with Ben Affleck.
Yeah, it's not about that. I mean, like the guy, like the way they displayed his power and how he sees through auditory means.
Daredevil the movie is up there with Catwoman as like shittest movies ever made.
I don't know. Maybe it's because I haven't seen so many movies yet. This is why, for me, I'll benefit in it because like, I can catch up on all the media I missed out on in it, all the movies, all the shows, all of that kind of stuff in it. I don't really.
Listen, they done. Hear what I'm saying? Daredevil season 1, get it done.
Yeah, say no more. Let me write that down.
In fact, just all you have to do is watch the first episode, then you'll be like, yeah. See, episode 3 is a little bit of a slow burn, but it sets up like some serious ish. I have to say ish because she's right behind me. She's right behind me.
I didn't want to put bees in there.
She's not behind me.
That's 50p though. That's 50p ultra.
No, I said ish.
Yeah, that's half a swear word, isn't it? 50p.
No, it's 50.
I'm trying to get you caught on that. Daredevil. Who else has got recommendations, man?
Person of interest.
Alright, boys. We need muscular Christianity.
Person of interest.
Person of interest.
Yeah. Mad tick. If you're not hooked from episode 1, then that just means you ain't got no taste.
Who's that? Veli. Hey, Veli, mute your thing, innit? Are you talking or?
Oh my days! I'm on mute.
Nah, we heard everything, bruv.
Yeah, Veli, we heard it all, bro. We heard it all. You nasty beast.
Veli exposed.
Yeah, we heard what you say to the woman, you nasty beast. We heard you.
Nasty, blood. How you gonna say them things? Oh, but online for the whole world to hear as well, bro. Allow it.
Man. Shut up.
Oh, yo. All right,
You know
cool.
what?
I'm gonna
You know
go back
what's
in on the
funny as well?
aliens.
Wait. They done. I'm gonna recommend two films, right? Both of them, I've got Natalie Portman as the lead, right?
See, I don't even know who that is. I feel like I should.
Oh, perfect. No, you shouldn't. It's not important to know people. Right. V for Vendetta. The letter V.
I've seen it. I've seen it. I love that movie.
Tell me that film's not wicked,
bro. It's the wickedest film. It's the wickedest. I am Guy Fawkes, bro. What are you talking about, lad?
That dude is Agent Smith. He's a legend, right? Agent Smith.
Are you gonna Yes.
What, from Matrix?
Yes,
Or from
that's
V
him.
for Vendetta?
No, that's him.
Both, it's the same
Smith is V. Agent Smith plays the V character.
No way.
Yeah.
Bro. Yeah, bro. Film. Since you've already seen that one, I'm going to recommend another film. It's called Black Swan. Right?
Black Swan.
I'm not going to lie to you.
I think I saw a advert for that. Is that with the Harry Potter guy in it?
No, it's a ballet song. It's a ballet thing with Natalie Portman. She's a ballerina.
Oh, is Ultra setting me up for a shit film or something?
That film is only for smart people.
I haven't watched it though.
Oh,
No,
we need to have a meeting on Ultra's place in G-Block after that one.
What? Say that again?
Nah. Hear what I'm saying? Listen.
Now, what did he say? I didn't even. I missed that.
I took the wife to see it. Yeah, she was like, "Oh, let's go see Black Swan." I was like, she's like, "We're going on date night. We're going to Black Swan." I was like, "Ah, cool." I'm not gonna lie to you. I sat there and I was like, "This film is a mind fuck." Like it's kind of like the female version of Fight Club, kind of like
what?
Have you seen Fight
This
Club?
thing you're talking, yeah.
Fight Club.
Yeah.
You see Fight Club?
Yeah. That
Imagine-
bro, that is
imagine
a
Fight Club,
dirty, right? Bro, that's one of the sickest movies in all of history.
Yes.
Yo,
Yes,
Fight
it's
Club
one
is
of them. It's
mad.
one of them. But listen to what
One
I'm
of
saying.
them.
Imagine, see, Fight Club was obviously written by a man, right?
100.
But if imagine a woman was told to do Fight Club, right? If a woman was told to do
What is that, Black Swan then?
it,
Is it me or is he cutting up?
a mind fuck. Trust me, it's a good film. Damn good film.
That's what you talk about, Black Swan, yeah?
Hey, has anyone
Black
seen?
Swan.
Has anyone seen? You remember that film with Tom Cruise, Vanilla Sky?
Nah.
Movie, yeah.
How about you come close to the mic?
It's a shit film, but I was like 10 or 11 years old when it came out. Maybe 9 or 10. Yeah, that film fucking fucked my mind as a child, bro. I was like,
What was it? Enter the Dragon. Enter the Dragon.
No, Vanilla Sky.
Vanilla Sky.
Vanilla
You know what
Sky.
fucked my mind, bruv? Have you not seen a movie called There's a Couple? Have you seen A Clockwork Orange?
Yeah.
Yes, that's a mind fuck and a half.
And have you seen this movie called something? Is it the thing? Spotless Mind, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind?
Eternal Sunlight of the Spotless Mind, or like Eternal Sunshine of the.
Yeah. That was a weird.
Yeah, that was stupid.
Who said
There was
Clockwork
no-
Orange? That film is fucking dumb. I didn't even
Yeah.
understand shit.
No. Bro,
Just
listen,
listen
that
to
film, mind
glass.
fuck. I'm not gonna lie. For me, it ain't great, but I like those
Shit.
films where like you have to think about it. It's deep.
Yeah,
It's
it
just
is.
about.
All that fuck off.
Shall I tell you what
Hey,
one of
listen.
the sickest films in history is?
Go on.
Have you not seen The Raid Redemption?
Oh my god! Oh yes! All right, listen.
Bro.
That film is
I'll tell you
mad.
something. Before you go on, yeah. I'll tell you one more thing, yeah. This is the one movie that the more you go up in the sequels, the better it gets. How? I don't know how.
No, I disagree. The first one when they were in the building and he's trying to get to that last boss was the business. That film
What? You
was the
telling me the
hardest.
prison one wasn't hard in the pen and they got that fight scene?
Nah. That's the one where he's fighting in the prison in the mud, isn't it?
In the mud, yeah. Bro, that was the dirtiest scene I've ever seen.
They break into the toilet when he's in the toilet and they break in on him. And then
and they corner him in the one toilet, bro. I beg you, bro. That is, bro, next level.
No,
Bro,
the first one's the hardest. You know why the first one's the hardest? Yeah,
Why?
because it was the first time I've seen anything like that.
Yeah. That's what I meant. The choreography, the camera angles, the way it was produced and directed.
Whoa.
Different,
And then,
different.
bro, if I say Mad Dog, yeah, tell me that the levels ain't high. Mad Dog. Who am I talking about? That dude was a fucking beast.
That final boss, just before the final, yeah, bro. And he's got the honor in it. Man comes with honor. I'm gonna beat you. Like, we're gonna have a fair fight, bro.
Listen, I'll have both of you. Yeah, I'll have both of you. Come at me, pussies. Oh shit. You know,
bro, the raid. If anyone has not seen the raid, like,
you know, he sounded like there when you said that, Ultra.
Yeah.
Dan.
Which one?
GOITM.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's that?
And anyway, he ain't done a live show for ages.
Oh, that's what he says. Come, what pussy? Come to my yard.
Right, it's a Jamaican. No, listen, the Raid Redemption, that film is greasy.
Greasy on a next level, I like.
See,
literally a next level. Literally a next level.
Them things are just some fake on back in it, basically.
No. It's nothing like on back. It's nothing. Oh, by the way,
This is more realistic than on back. Furthermore, this is more realistic than on back.
Like, see me, I don't watch none of them Southern Asian kind of. You get me, man? Come
on.
Trust me, James Jones, you would love this.
Oh, hard, bro. James Jones, hear what I'm saying?
You can't
watch the Raid Redemption, and if you don't like it, I will personally pay for a cinema trip for you and +1 at any cinema in London.
And I'll drop you a tenner into your account still.
No, I want 2 different cinema nights. So
what the funny thing is, do you know how fuckery that is? The last time I went cinema, I took my daughter and I thought, all right, we'll go to a luxury cinema. Bro, do you know how much the cinema costs? £33.
Yeah, every man.
That's a piss take.
Yeah, that's a piss take. You know what, Ultra? Did you have like your own table and a waiter?
They're taking a piss, bro. But I won't lie to you. Oh, swore again. Sorry. Oh, you're gonna have enough money for this breast pump by the time I'm done. Jesus.
Man just went in and slipped out.
Oh, damn it!
Send that nug over, bro. Send that nug over.
What's that? I'm 18 pound in the hole.
Ultra.
Yeah.
Ultra Mary is definitely more moral than you, boy.
Yeah, 100%. And she has to put up with me, the poor thing. Help. Huh?
Bad man, yeah. Because a man,
I can't hear you very well, bro.
You know why you're a wicked man, yeah? Because there was a whole 12 hours dedicated to proving Ultra immoral or proving that someone's more moral than Ultra, and not one man came with a legitimate suggestion.
What? Who is on the thing trying to bring suggestions? Who is on the panel?
A bag of man, bro. A bag of man. A whole day's worth of panel people. Like.
I brought some. I think I brought probably the most decent suggestions.
Who? I won, innit? Because I said the baby Jesus. But who did you bring?
Nah, baby Jesus ain't. Come on, bro.
Bro, listen to this, James. Jesus. A whole show, no one could get it done. And I'm sorry. From now on, I'm gonna have to maintain the most moral because it's a big title. It's a big job.
Nah, bro. I still want to see you and Eric on the same panel. Yeah, and an agreement being made.
Big job.
Hey, Dom, you know how many people Eric has euthanized with his voice? Get out of here, man. Ultra's never done that.
What? Bro, you're taking a piss, bro.
Euthanized them with his voice. Nah, to be fair, if Eric's your dad and you ask for a bedtime story, you was in bliss, tender bliss. If he was your dad and you asked him,
it's either that or he bored you so much that you asked to be put in care. One of the two.
But I like Eric, man. I don't like that you lot are talking about him like this, man. I like him, bro.
I like Eric. I literally said something that was sweet, and you're saying
I
you don't
know,
like.
but like it was like a backhanded compliment, innit?
Oh, what do you mean? I literally just said if he was your dad and he read you a story, you was in tender bliss. There is nothing like backhanded about that.
I suppose you're right, man. I suppose you're right.
Yes,
still.
I'm always right.
No. I'm just giving you it because you get me. I want to talk about the aliens because I feel like Rob is the
Wait,
biggest
have you seen
critic on
Aliens?
this thing.
I'm back. Where's the
I have
alien?
seen Aliens.
All of them.
I haven't seen all of them. No.
Wait, do you like? Have you seen Prometheus, Ultra?
Yeah.
Oh, you meant the movie? You meant the movie?
Yeah, I meant the movie. What was you talking about?
I was talking about actual real aliens.
Oh, fuck off, man! You ain't. Oh.
Listen. Ultra.
They come from the
Wait a
most
second,
high,
yeah.
don't they?
Rob is
Aliens from
probably
the most
the least person that will be convinced in it, and I'm going to convince
Correct.
Rob. And I'm going to convince everyone else.
Wait. You're going to convince us that there are extraterrestrial beings that, like, their genesis is not of the planet Earth.
Yeah, I suppose you could put it that way. I'm going to convince you that there are aliens that exist around us.
Wait. Do you mean they're here now?
Listen, I'm going to convince you that there are aliens that can morph into any shape. Yeah. Like even a dog or a chair. Like.
Wait. Hold on. Do you mean like Mystique from X-Men?
No. I mean an alien. You don't know what it is. It's an alien.
No, but it's an alien, but it can do the same thing as Mystique from X-Men.
Much more than what Mystique can do still.
Yeah, and I'm gonna need some like obviously I think it's extraordinary require extraordinary evidence. So
I know, but I felt like if I convinced Rob, you'll all be convinced, right?
No, that's not how it works, bro.
So if
Rob
I convince you,
believes
you'll
that
all be
I don't-
convinced.
No,
but Rob is the most critical here about everything, innit? Wouldn't you agree, Rob?
Probably.
Yeah, pretty much for claims that don't have good reasons. Yeah.
Exactly. So if I convince Rob, you lot should be convinced, and I feel like he'll do a better job at critiquing it than you lot.
Not
Wouldn't
necessarily.
you lot agree?
You know what the funny thing is? Rob
necessarily.
We're critiquing.
Hold
That
on.
doesn't mean
Hold on.
that because Rob believes it, I therefore.
Yeah, no, but hold on.
Correct.
The second
No.
statement.
I said that I'm going to convince all of you, innit? So it doesn't matter.
1 second, Dedan. 1 second.
Yeah.
The second claim is fair. You believe Rob will do the best at critiquing your opinion. I would agree. But say like you believe Rob is the most critical. He's self-admittedly not critical of things that I'm critical of. So I think that's a hard one to thing. But
Like what?
to be honest, I'm still waiting for him to have this discussion with me about what my skepticism is surrounding the corona hysteria. But we can do that another time. The point is, there's many things he accepts that I don't accept.
I make sure I'm here when that convo go on, innit?
Yeah, no problem. But anyway, so go on.
Wait, one second before you continue. My 2-year-old, he threw his toy sheep over the balcony, and it's on the ground.
Oh, leave it. Leave that corona thing. Leave it.
No, it's there. It's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jay, just to say as well, the other guys here might actually, pick up on something that I miss. So I'm not the benchmark necessarily. I'm only as good as I am. I'm not perfect. So the other guys here are going to be listening carefully as well.
Rob, he wants you to be his daddy. So just go on, be his father for the day. Go on, baby.
What the fuck? James Jones got some next level view on the world still. Yeah, so there are aliens that exist. And I believe all of you have seen them. Yeah, Rob, as we were saying, turn on your camera in and I'll show you. Are you still by the river?
Yeah.
Jeez,
all right, cool.
These things.
Cool.
Hey, Rob, why does that mean you're in the Fellowship of the Ring?
What's that?
Bro, Rob is in the sickest place right now, bro. Don't even talk to Rob about that. He's in the sickest touch.
It looks like you're gonna come back with a Tolkien manuscript.
Look, that's the river where the ring is in, bro. I beg you, fam.
When I cross
I
the
really
river,
put
I'm gonna be
Rob's screen
attacked
up
by
so I
orcs.
can see these aliens.
The orcs on the other side of the river there. I just haven't been brave enough to cross over.
Yeah, Dedan
there you go.
Dedan is hiding somewhere across that river. You're right.
Yeah, he probably is behind one of these trees. Gonna pop out with his bring all his brethren along here.
Are you willing to go back into the river?
My feet are freaking freezing, dude. All right, just for 1 second.
No. Don't even go. Yeah, just point the camera into the water. I want to look at the stone.
Right, so Rob, while you're walking towards the river, I'm just going to put this out there. Anyone who's seen the movie Splash,
right there. Wait, right there on the shore, that black stone, a bit lower. Yeah, see that stone right there.
What, this one? This one?
No, the first one you touched.
This one.
Yeah, grab that.
No, it's lodged in here. Can't get it out.
See, it's an alien, bro.
There we go.
Hiding. That's the alien.
How do we falsify that claim?
It's a fucking rock. You can't get it out, so you said, yeah, it's an alien hiding.
Yeah, yes. No, it wasn't because he can't get it out. I said it was an alien before he can't get it out. Remember that? I said it was an alien before.
Safe to say that the claim remains unsubstantiated.
No.
Yeah, no. I haven't. Like, all I said was I just pointed one out to you, innit? That's all I've done so far.
Wait. So you said the rock's an alien? Wait, is the rock itself the alien, or does it contain alien parasites from Mars or something? I don't know.
No, the rocket itself, yeah, is made of alien.
Careful.
Hey, Ben should be paying me for this. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, you've done that here. Let me tell you what you've done that here. You said the rock's made of alien.
Are you a safe distance from the edge of your
Listen. Wait.
So what was the proof?
Wait, James, wait, bro.
We didn't even get. But man's not.
It said the rock is made.
Can't even finish the news, bro. Hey, this is the biggest laugh. The whole G block. Oh, dude.
Hey, no, you're not out here, bro. Listen.
That is on par with. Is that on par with the Most High?
On par with the Most High. No, I'm saying it's an alien, isn't it? I'm saying it's an alien.
Yeah, but I mean, is that as unsubstantiated as the Most High?
You haven't even given me a chance to substantiate it. All I've said, you wanted me to point one out. I pointed one out, innit? Like,
no. They done.
I haven't even explained anything yet. All I said is I'm going to show you.
Bro. That's it. You said, and I quote, that rock that Rob pulled out of the ground was made of alien. It's made.
Yeah.
What is that?
I'm not denying what I said, bro. I'm not going to deny what I said, but don't say something that I didn't say, innit?
Wait.
Don't add something that I didn't say.
Hold on.
Don't take away something I said.
You said, and I quote, yeah, that rock is made of alien.
Yeah, I said that. You get me? What? Can you falsify that?
I don't even know what it means.
It's made of aliens, man.
I can't even falsify it because I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Belly. I think that's the same guy, Belly.
No.
Or kid or whatever.
I need to go off this.
I swear that's a baby, fam.
Okay, what guys? Everyone's dying laughing. What happened?
Wait, 1 second. Belly, is that person in the chat?
Bailey's. Yeah, well gone, man. Talk up, man. Hello, you there?
They done. My eyes are wet.
Yo, Bailey. Do you speak English? They might not speak English. That's what it might be. Do you speak English?
Why can't we hear Valley?
Habla anglais.
Tu parles anglais?
Hey, Rob, jump out and then you can't hear Valley.
Okay.
Yo.
No.
My chest
Habla
is
anglais.
Parlez-vous?
So, Bailey, what are you doing?
Parlez-vous français?
Anglais? Espagnol?
Habla español?
Who said that? Did Bailey say that?
No.
Nah.
Hey, they done.
Bailey, what are you saying though?
They done. Listen, you hurt my feelings a little bit.
No, stop, like you lot irritate me. What the fuck happened?
Bro,
basically, man showed Ultra, yeah, an alien in it, and I said it's made of. I told him that stone, yeah, is made of alien.
I thought he was gonna show him. I thought he was gonna show him on a tadpole or something.
No.
No.
Like he said to Rob, point at that stone. Yeah, Rob pointed at that stone. He said, "Yeah, that one." He said, "That's an alien." So he said, "Rob, pull it out." Yeah, and Rob was struggling to pull it out because it's lodged into the dirt. And then he's like, "Yeah, see, that's an alien." And just as he said it, Rob was able to pull it out. Yeah, and then Daydan goes, "Yeah, that rock's an alien." And then he was laughing, and then he's like, "The rock itself is made of alien." Yeah. And then he goes, "Oh, but can you falsify it?" Yeah. And I was like, "But bro, I didn't even know what the fuck."
Because you know what, he hasn't given me a chance to prove it, innit? So I was saying, can you falsify it though? You get me?
Bro, what does made of alien even mean?
You know what it is, yeah? Veli's thing, I kind of killed it a while ago, yeah? So I just felt like I had to balance out the scales so it can, like, you get me, rebalance. But still, I'll still go through with it. Look.
I don't get it.
So,
I don't get what you mean,
so
Veli.
this thing,
Explain that.
basically, I just asked Veli about plumbing and ting, and I did the thing, innit? Like, man just went into academics of plumbing and that. So
Okay.
I'm just trying to, obviously, man had to relive in the thing, innit? But
Mashallah.
yeah, the thing is made of alien, yeah. So here's the thing, yeah. Like even your chair could be an alien, innit? So,
bro, if my chair's an alien, DFS better come and get back their fuckery, bro.
yeah, bro, and it can manifest in different forms, innit?
Is that why?
Also, these aliens are indestructible. Indestructible alien.
Wait.
Indestructible, bro.
Wait.
You know what?
Can't kill the alien, fam.
You know what? I find it hard to laugh, yeah, because we had a legit fucking hour argument over absolutely nothing earlier about bringing evidence and claims and all this shit, and it's like, I hope
about what?
About whatever we was arguing about, but now it's like, I don't, you know, the way you switch between being serious and joking, because I know you're a smart person. You know? I'm lost. I don't know when you're like, I don't know what's going on with you sometimes. I don't know if you're being like, you taught me some actual shit on
James Jones. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, yeah.
Was this guy serious or joking?
No, I'm saying about aliens, innit?
Yeah, I'm out in it. You lot deal with your thing.
What about the question of the day? Yeah? We've spoken of the question of the day.
All right, cool. So shall I carry on to this alien thing? Would you like more, or did you get it?
No, I think we're
let's
done.
do the question.
Yeah, I think we're done. Yeah, I think we're done.
So you're convinced, yeah?
I'm convinced you're talking bollocks.
Bruv, I'm saying it's indestructible, bruv. Like you can't destroy an alien.
Right. So if my DFS sofa is made of alien, That means if I douse it in gasoline or petrol,
Wait, one second,
and then
Ultra.
set it ablaze.
Ultra, 1 second. Rob, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear Ultra? Yeah?
Yeah, I can hear Ultra and you.
Can you hear
me? Cool.
Yep, I can hear you, James, now. Yeah.
Cool. I'm very silent, so yeah.
Yeah, so they done. If I douse my DFS brown leather sofa in petrol, and then set it ablaze. Yeah. What are you telling me? Are you telling me that it
the alien won't be destroyed? Yeah.
So what happens? What happens to the leather and the wood and the screws and the fixings and the fixtures and the
transform
leg? Yeah, into ash.
Yeah, but it just transformed, didn't it? It's still the alien.
Yeah.
It's still made of alien blood. Not alien blood, but it's still made of alien.
What does that mean?
It means like that it's still, you can't destroy it, innit? And it can still
No. But what does made of alien mean? You know, like when you say burgers are made of mincemeat, or like yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, what does made of alien mean? Like, if something's made of alien, what does that mean? Burgers are made of mincemeat.
Yeah, same way. Burgers are made of mincemeat. Yeah. Mincemeat are made of aliens. Bro, you're not getting it, fam. Bro, it's an
really
alien.
not.
It exists.
I'm not getting
Like,
it. I
there's
don't
an
get
alien.
it.
It's right there, fam.
I don't get it.
Are you telling me there's no such thing as this alien that everyone can see, yeah, that cannot be destroyed and it can manifest in any shape you see?
Guys, remember we've got an audience, so I don't know this little tickling each other's stomach shit. I don't know what's going on.
Let's answer the question of the day, shall we?
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you concede then? Do you concede that aliens exist?
No, let's move on.
That's it, innit? Like, you get
I'm
me?
laughing. It's because he's provided nothing.
What do you mean? I've answered all the questions you've asked.
No,
yeah? And every time I go in to explain it, I just go into more questions back again. You get me? So if you want to move over it, that's calm as well. Like, I don't.
Sounds like the Most High to me. Sounds like the Most High.
Yeah.
I know everything to you does not sound like what is being said, innit? No one said Most High. No one said nothing like that. You just made that up based on something you once heard me say in the past, Rob.
There are legit people listening. Yeah, there are people listening to hear something, not just stupidity plus giggle plus stupidity plus giggle plus stupidity plus giggle.
Bro, why is it stupidity? I'm telling you, yeah, there's an alien that can transform into any shape that you cannot destroy.
Yeah,
you get me?
Are you gonna listen to what I'm saying or no? You're not gonna pay attention to what I'm saying.
Go on, I'm going to listen to what you say.
Yeah, okay. So now I'm saying enough. you know the parents, when parents come into the room and say, enough now, lads, yeah? Enough. So let's move on. Answer the question of the day.
Daddy
Well, I
Jones
think
is in the
everyone here
house.
answered the question of the day, though, no?
I haven't.
Who didn't answer it? All right, go on, Rob.
What is it? Let's just have a look at it.
Say it out loud first.
Why
yeah.
are religious people... Sorry, what is it?
If
Can somebody read it?
if religious people have the truth, why are they so unhappy with criticism?
Oh,
I think my answer was the best so far, innit?
Yeah, I think it's potentially a failure to be able to answer substantially the critique, and if it's quite robust, then it's subjectively called an attack. And I think if you were, as you say, and I'm sure you've said it or somebody said it, if you were very certain of your claims, you wouldn't get emotional about it. But I think people are not that certain of it.
You'd welcome people questioning. You'd want questions about your truth, because if you're standing with the truth all the time, nothing can ever defeat it.
Well, I think what we often hear, though, is a subjective claim, right? Which is you're, quote, attacking, is it Islam or Christianity or whatever the take. And that's, of course, entirely subjective. In other words, if you speak loudly or robustly about something, then somehow, and when you ask somebody for a criteria, right, you just get complete silence or some rambling response that doesn't resemble anything coherent. And so really it's just a subjective judgment, right? This attacking business. It's just a critique, right? So yeah, I think it's just a case of people are either tired or they know they don't have a good argument, and so it's a way of trying to deflect into an emotional state rather than dealing with, you know, the subject matter.
You know what? So, Rob, are you saying essentially that the reason why theists get upset with critique is because, one, they can't answer, two, secretly deep down they know it's bullshit, but they love it, and they love it hard, and they don't want anyone to interfere with the relationship they have with their imaginary friends?
I mean, I think that's the case for some people. I wouldn't say that for everybody. I take everybody charitably in the sense that I think they believe what they claim to believe, right? Until I find out otherwise. If somebody tells me they believe X, I'm going to take them at their word, if and until I find out that either they're trolling or they're dishonest or whatever the case is. But there are people like that, right? It's called the Clergy Project in America, right? So there are priests, at least in Christianity, and I hear from ex-Muslims who speak to me that there's plenty of Muslims who won't come out because of fear of whatever, right? So people will claim to believe something, but secretly they don't, right?
Being thrown off a building, is that enough of a motivating factor?
Well, that or some other unpleasant consequences, right, in certain countries.
Imprisonment.
Yeah, or whatever it may be, right?
Can I ask you a question, Rob? Yeah, and I saw a debate with you once. I'm not sure. I don't think I watched the whole debate because the Ginger Hamza guy irritates me, and oftentimes I don't really see an end to it. I see he tries to like tie the conversation up in knots so that there's no a logical way out. But he was arguing with you, and he basically, I can't remember, it was like halfway through, he was like to you, your science will never prove my God, therefore conversation done.
Yeah. I mean, that's.
But to be fair, though, in his defense, that's right.
No. What he was doing, what he did.
That's a critique, idiot.
No, but what? Hey, bro, really? What's have you not? That's the fuck, man.
Yeah, I think.
You got better question. You got anyone that comes on here, by the way. You've got opportunity. Yeah. You've chosen to jump in to speak. If you don't take that opportunity 1 or 2 times,
probably do, but still,
Make an effort. Make an effort. Unless you're silent and you can't use your mic, make an effort. The first words you speak are important. Outside of that, I'm gonna give a flying fuck about what you have to say unless you take it.
Wait, what? Are you not talking to me or something? Because I don't know what's going on. Oh, sorry.
No.
I just heard if you're silent and on the panel, like I don't know what was going on. Sorry.
Shall I answer that thing about Hamza then?
Yeah, go.
This is a common mistake that some theists make, and he's one of them. In the sense that, hey, science can't prove or disprove God because God is outside of the scientific purview, and therefore science. This is nonsense, right? Because if the God, that would be true of a deist God. That in fact would be the case if it was a deist God. But a theist God, the claim is that it's interfered or in some way metaphorically put its hand into this natural world, right?
Exactly.
And there will be evidence of that, right? If there's no evidence, then the claim is vacuous that it did anything in this world. So that's a mistake. It would be if you were a deist, you could say that, sure. But if you're a theist, you can't say that, right? Because you make claims about reality, that God has interfered in reality, and that's by definition that's a methodological scientific endeavor that can be investigated.
This is why the definition of or the acceptance, the sort of half measure or half I don't know how you say it, but like only accepting science to a point, right? If science is if stuff like mathematics and the observation of like laws of logic and stuff, if they are truly objective, right? Yeah, and that means to say that they are in accordance with reality, independent of humanity, then science has to be consistently true, sorry, not science. Then like laws like rules or laws like mathematical laws or logical laws, they have to be consistent independently of us throughout the universe. And that's the way we can observe and test the universe based on certain immutable laws, certain constants. If you believe in, let's say, experimentation, which, let's say you're not a flat earther and you believe in like gravity or you believe in strong nuclear force, whatever it is, whatever kind of constants we've observed, then you cannot believe in your God's miracles or his interaction with the universe, because then he would be testable. Then we would be able to use science to test him.
And if you're saying no, it's a miracle, so by definition it's not testable, then you don't believe in any way of science. And every scientific law you believe is some arbitrary, random observation.
Yeah, but you lot don't believe in science. I just made a scientific observation, and you lot laughed at me and disregarded it.
Okay.
And said it's bullshit.
Okay.
Kind of what you're alluding to there, James, is something,
And
if
then
I
Rob
understand it
said the
correctly.
Most High.
Are you trying to be Schiffer today or something?
No, I'm just pointing out that you're being a hypocrite, innit?
But you've got an opportunity to take part in the conversation. I mean, don't spurn it.
I am taking part in the conversation. I'm just asking, like, why would you be so hypocritical, innit? Like, first of all, Rob, you need to get over whatever has hurt you in the past and be here in the present. That, like, something stopped you from listening to what I was saying, and you heard the Most High somewhere in there.
No, I equated alien with the Most High. That's what I did. I said to you, is the alien like the Most High? That's what I said.
Yeah. And I said no, but then you said, yeah, it's the Most High. It, like, something stopped you from listening to what I'm saying, yeah? And you just kept hearing the Most High because you once heard me say this.
Yeah, this guy taught me, was it apophenia?
Yeah, apophenia, pareidolia, I think.
Yeah,
simultaneously.
and the Coriolis effect. There's days where this guy's sharp, and then there's days where he's like this. So I don't really know.
Why wouldn't you say, James Jones, that there's days where you're sharp and there's days where you don't understand what's going on?
Okay, fair enough. Go on, Rob. What was you saying?
I think partly what you were talking about there is kind of, I've heard it from somebody, and I thought that was quite interesting, right? It's the argument from miracles, which is an argument against God, because if you believe that God set the laws of physics and the laws of logic, then the argument of miracles breaks those laws.
100%.
And when people have been challenged on this, and one particular guy that I'm thinking of, he came on this panel once, the guy that called Duncan Atheism, when he was challenged on this, right, he said, no, it doesn't. This is amusing. He says, no, it doesn't break the laws, it supersedes them. And I'm like, that's a semantical difference that's meaningless, right? At the moment that a miracle takes place, that law, whatever it is, be it the law of identity or a logical law or a physical law, is not in operation, right? So if you're going to claim there's miracles, well, then you can't claim that everything is immutable, as you pointed out, because you've left open the possibility of miracles. And how do you determine that it is in fact a miracle? So, yeah, the argument for miracles was an interesting argument against that claim.
Do you know what's interesting as well? It's the fact that you're using two contradictory proofs. Because this is, I brought this up to TOITN. That was how I and that was because he referenced Tegmark. And when I was listening to a speech given by Tegmark, one of the points is he was saying that the understanding that mathematics is the language of the universe is predicated on the fact that we will ultimately, given enough data, be able to explain everything, and then ultimately, as a result, be able to predict based upon the analysis and explanation. That was his logic, right? But you cannot then hold two contradictory proofs. You cannot say an evidence of intelligent design and therefore God is the fact that mathematics can be used as a language to describe the whole universe. Then by the same token, say another proof for God is an aberration or an anomaly within that. You can't. They're two contradictory proofs. You can't hold them both simultaneously. The question was posed to me: what is a simultaneous proof? I gave example of Moses splitting the sea, or the resurrection of Christ, various other ones, Immaculate Conception, so on and so forth. To which I think there was like an extempore effort at explaining away all of these. Like, what if this? What if that? I think Isa said, "What if Moses, peace be upon him, had a fucking a sapphire at the end of his thing, and that's what assisted him splitting an ocean?" But they're two.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter, right? And it, as we understand it, because we can only go as human beings, right? That defies the laws of physics as we understand it, right? This thing. Now, if you're saying, well, hey, it could be a magical stone like Thanos' glove, well, of course, you could postulate anything, right? But there's no good reason to believe that's the case.
Would you agree we don't understand the laws of physics?
No, we do actually understand them very well. In fact, that's why I keep recommending read The Big Picture, right? Because Sean Carroll talks exactly about this topic. And he says specifically that what's called the core theory, the four fundamental forces we understand very well. And even the fact that we don't yet know what dark matter and dark energy is, the fact that the core theory has been able to make predictions, and those predictions have been shown to be accurate, and the same with quantum mechanics, down to X number of decimal places, one of the best predictions in all of science, right? Tells us that whatever other forces might be the case, we understand these extremely well. Whatever the other forces are, they seem to have negligible, if any, impact on the laws of physics as we understand, because they keep working time and time again. Right, so we do actually understand those extremely well. He went as far as to
So
say
what about the
that
parts
no
of
matter
physics that you don't understand? Do you say you understand those also?
But that's parts.
That's
That's not
what it sounds like.
That's physics. That's
no,
parts.
Say that again.
What
There is.
he's saying.
Oh, sorry. Go on. Go on, Rob.
You go. What Sean Carroll is saying is that we understand the core theory. And that is very unlikely ever to change, because the amount of predictions and the amount of testing that's been done with this core theory is overwhelming. And even if we discover dark energy and dark matter and we could actually measure them and then make predictions with them, that wouldn't override the core theory.
Get the remote.
And so the core theory itself, the four fundamental forces, right? Gravity, strong and weak nuclear force, and electromagnetism. I think that, well, those are the main ones that he talks about.
Yeah, no, that's the four. That's the four forces, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. He says that we
sorry,
understand that
repeat the four
extremely
forces,
well. Say again.
Explain it to him as well. Like, so explain it. So, electromagnetic.
Before he explains it, tell me what the four forces are again, please. I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
Strong nuclear
gravity.
Strong, weak nuclear, gravity. Okay, yeah, okay.
And electromagnetism. And he actually, he also rules out, right? This is interesting because he goes through the four fundamental forces. Unless there's a force that is unknown to us, right, that we haven't discovered, the chance of somebody doing telekinesis or something else is virtually impossible. And he goes through the reasons why, right? It's easy.
Mr. Sheldrick's bullshit theory, isn't it? Morphic resonance or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, he goes through this from a scientific point of view. It cannot be the strong and weak nuclear force, right? Because that only works at the atomic level, the subatomic level, right? So we can rule out the strong and weak nuclear force. Then what have you got left? You've got gravity and you've got electromagnetism. It cannot be gravity because gravity acts so weakly on other objects, right? So we can rule out gravity. So the only thing left, this is him speaking, I'm just repeating what he's saying, is the electromagnetic force. And that force, again, would your brain would need to emanate enough of that to interact in the world in some way that can affect other objects. And again, the electromagnetic force in the brain is so low that you can't do that. So unless it was some other human that could emanate this, or there was some way to massively boost the electromagnetic force, or gravity for that matter, humans can't do that as we understand the core theory, right?
Can I ask you a question quickly, both of you, Day and
as we understand the core theory.
Yeah, but do you know what? It
part
makes
of
it very difficult to have discussions where you constantly speak in the penumbra, like whatever statement is being made. If there is any type of gray area, you will insert this kind of hyper skepticism for absolutely no reason. If you have something to speak about, if there's some kind of challenge, then say it. Then say, you know what?
I'm just clarifying a part of the sentence he said. Bro, you literally just explained about me. You literally described yourself and said, I'm that bre. But that's you, fam. You come in, say something of no substance to the conversation.
Okay, cool. What I'm saying is, anyway, you know what's interesting? So, given the forces that we understand, is this fair to say? Is this statement fair? And I want to hear Day, your opinion, and Rob's opinion.
Yeah, go on.
Consciousness is the result of a strong nuclear force. Go.
Consciousness is the result of a strong nuclear force.
Of the strong nuclear force.
Of the strong nuclear force. Can you go a bit more into that so I can understand what you mean by that?
All right, let's see if Rob answers first. And then
I don't know about that, James. Obviously, that's not my field of expertise. All I could say to you is that it seems very clear, and I was listening to something again by Jerry Coyne earlier today about free will, or the lack of free will and determinism, and specifically about brain states and so forth. And I think the only thing we can say with a relative level of predictive power, i.e. that the chances are that it's the case is quite high, is that consciousness is the result of brain activity. Now, whether that brain activity, as you point out, I think it's possibly electromagnetism, but again, we'd have to ask somebody that's much more of an expert than that. I'm not sure, because I think, as I understand it from Sean Carroll, the strong and weak nuclear force only act at a subatomic level. And for consciousness, again, as I understand, I could be wrong, that's the emanation of the firings in the brain, which is electromagnetism. So I would suggest, and I could be wrong, that it's a result of the electromagnetic force within the brain. That would be my...
Those would be the
I think that's one element of it.
Yeah, right. So those would be the only two options that obviously logically would have, because it wouldn't be gravity. And obviously, arguably, if you use strong nuclear force, you could argue that there is a form of. But I would say that ultimately the bonds that are made to, or the sort of atomic composition of that matter is ultimately brings forth, or is the difference between unconscious matter and conscious matter. So that's why, as opposed to electromagnetism, because other things that harness electricity don't necessarily produce consciousness, but it seems to be a unique composition of atoms that creates consciousness, right? So
yeah, I mean, that's a mystery, right? You're right. It's a mystery as to exactly how the brain produces that. But what we do seem to think, i.e., people that are extremely smart and have studied these fields, either the philosophers or neuroscientists, is that it is the result of the brain. However that is happening, yes, it's a result of that. But you're right. I mean, it could be, you could have one of the other forces involved there in some sense, but it's this unique combination of molecules which are acted on by the core theory in whatever way, that give rise to consciousness. And it seems to be this unique series, same in other animals, but the only thing that we are aware of that consciousness arises from is some sort of collection of molecules that we call a brain.
Because you know why I asked this question, why I think it is important to try, because one of the major criticisms of science is obviously the hard problem of consciousness, and is the sort of what forces apply to abstraction. Does your idea is your idea subject to any physical laws? And obviously no, like that's a crude example, but no, you think of a fucking, I don't know, a unicorn or something, and that ultimately is not a unicorn may exist in your mind, right? You may be able to explain, draw whatever a unicorn, therefore the unicorn does exist, but it's not subject to any physical laws. But ultimately, if you can reduce consciousness down, I mean, a physicalist would say this, right? If you can reduce consciousness down to a science, then arguably you'd say that what would be the laws acting upon consciousness, or what laws would consciousness be a result of? And I would argue, same way of you, it's between electromagnetism and strong nuclear force. I don't think you can make the argument a weak nuclear force, because I mean, particle decay ultimately is the result of a loss of consciousness, right? So you say that actually forming consciousness, making conscious matter, would be subject to nuclear force. I would say that would be an argument from a physicalist perspective or materialist perspective.
Well, I mean, if you talk about decay, obviously consciousness does decay over time, doesn't it? To some degree, I suppose. If you as you get older,
reduced as the result of it may be. Sorry, I'm not a fucking particle physicist. I'm just saying.
I think it would be better to say that consciousness uses decay.
How do you mean? Are you just
say that again?
Consciousness uses decay.
No, but
wait, what do you say?
Me personally, I would say that it is a combination of all the forces. But I understand that you would disagree with whatever I say.
But I think it also goes to entropy, right? The universe started at very high entropy. I always get high and low mixed up, but I'm sure it's high entropy, i.e., that it was highly organized at close to the Big Bang, and it's becoming more disorganized over time. And our brains are simply molecules in motion, as the rest of our body and the rest of the universe, and we're going from high entropy to low entropy, and so eventually it will decay. That's inevitable. It's just a shame that the body takes such a long time. So I think entropy plays a part in that decay as well, and eventually your consciousness goes as you get very old. You're still conscious, as in, like, to some degree. I mean, my granddad eventually had a stroke, and so he could open his eyes, but who knows whether the lights were actually on, right? The heart was going and stuff, and he was lying in a bed, but who knows whether there was actual consciousness? What do we measure, right? The brain, probably, if we put him in an MRI machine, there would have been brain states going on, but what that actually represents from a first person perspective, probably not nearly what you and I would call normal consciousness, right? So, but it is a mystery.
Yeah,
but
I
having said that,
assume
James,
you were asking on the physical level, right? Because we're talking physics here.
yeah, that's the only thing we can measure, right? We can't measure first person perspective, so we can only measure. We can only get feedback from other people on first person, right? So the rest is just.
But doesn't this prove, Rob, that you don't completely understand physics?
No, but remember what the claim was. The claim wasn't that we understand physics in its entirety. What Sean Carroll says that we understand the core theory extremely well. That's what he said. Not all of
So
physics.
you understand the theory.
The core theory, which is the four fundamental forces. But if there is some other
Okay.
force, whatever effect it has is so negligible as to be, it doesn't seem to affect any of our measurements, predictions, etc. with the core theory, which is the four fundamental. That's what he's talking about, right?
So would you
could
change
argue that
your
if you knew what you were
answer
talking
when
about.
I said, would you change your answer then? Because what I told you is, but you don't understand physics completely. That's what I said. Hear me?
But Rob,
Yeah,
Rob,
if
Rob, you could be
One
honest.
second. Can I just get this answer, please?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, if
I
you're
think you might
referring
want to
to
change it.
if you're referring to something that we don't yet know and you include that in physics, then yes, you could say we don't understand physics, because if there is
No, but that
other
was the only
forces.
question.
Say again?
The question in question was, yeah, me telling you, but you don't understand physics completely, and I made it clear that when I say you, as in we, yeah, don't understand physics completely as scientists, and specifically when I single you out, you don't understand physics completely. And
Of course I
remember
don't.
why
I'm
I
not an
said that?
expert.
Because of the claims that you were making and the mockeries you were making about other people, saying that these physics might be possibilities. And you said that we understand physics and these things don't happen in physics, where I replied, but you don't understand physics completely. And you said we do. And you kind of stressed that we do.
Okay, so when I talk about physics, what I talk about is the core theory, because whatever else, if there is something else, then we don't know what it is, and it doesn't seem to have any measurable impact on the world as far as we can tell, or the impact is so low that it isn't measurable. So when I talk about physics in my head, so I'll extrapolate it for you, I'm talking about the core theory. If you're saying there is some other sort of physics, then by all means put it forward and we'll see whether, you know, anybody else agrees with that or whatever the case is.
Core theory. So you have a...
Can I say
Go on,
something?
go on.
You know, there's
Yeah, go
like
on.
rules. Yeah? There's like rules. Like this is what's interesting about zero and a dark matter. It's like if let's say the hypothesis or the theory that has been put forward. Yeah.
Okay, 10 more minutes, then we need to go in.
Yeah. Let's
Because
say the
Mummy's gonna-
hypothesis or the theory
Sorry.
that's been put forward isn't complete in that it works for 9 out of 10 simulations, but not 10 out of 10 simulations, for example. Yeah. It doesn't necessarily disprove a theory like conservation of energy, and it still may require a form of dark matter or dark energy being substituted in these instances. But to fully understand what is dark matter or what dark matter is and what dark energy is, the current theory that you have to describe dark matter and dark energy may not be sufficient, but it doesn't overrule the conservation of energy law. Do you see what I'm saying? Or every action must have an reaction. It doesn't contravene those laws if you don't know something. And you know how you know something? You know more with data. And there's some data, like what do you think would be easier, to test what's going on in some distant planet with mathematical and physics theory, or being on the fucking planet to test it and grab more data? It obviously you'd have a much more better, clearer picture if you were on the actual planet. But let's say for whatever reason we can't obtain that data now, and we have to have theories. The core principles that exist on Earth may not be contravened by the more data we have. But it still doesn't mean that because of those core principles, we're going to get everything right in theory. Do you see what I'm saying? So when he says,
but the point is, we don't understand physics. Simple. We don't understand it.
What don't we understand about it, though? Which part?
There's a lot you don't. Okay.
Not me
Don't understand
personally, right?
gravity.
What?
Don't understand gravity. There's many theories of why gravity works. Don't understand electromagnetism. There's a lot of theories as to why electromagnetism works.
No, but we do. Listen, if we understand how something behaves, and you're saying in an extreme instance, i.e., we understand gravity, but we don't know how gravity is acting at the singularity, for example. Yeah, we don't have data. We can't go. We ain't built a time machine yet to go back in time, but we know exactly how gravity behaves now. So we know that there's some things that would have been impossible back then. Some things
I
wouldn't.
don't get it, but you lot are supposed to be atheists, scientists, honest people. Bro, we do not completely understand physics. Say yes, bro. Just say that, bro.
No, I don't agree.
Well, let's clarify. Yeah, let's clarify.
We do not
Dale.
completely understand physics. Is that not clear?
Dale, let's
Yo, Veli.
clarify.
Yo, Veli.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. 1 second. Yo, Veli.
Oh.
Yo. Yeah, that's it. All right, cool. I think they knew what was coming, innit? Yeah, go on.
You know what?
Yeah, what happened?
No, I have to agree with him because
Nah, I was calling you because that person, Bailey's church, was about to do a dodgy thing still.
the definition is this. Yeah, the definition is this.
I saw her in the back. It's a black lady still.
The
Yeah.
knowledge, hold on. The knowledge of nature is the natural science that studies matter, its motion and behavior through space and time, and the related entities of energy and force. So, just the example of dark matter and dark energy would mean, yeah, you're right. We don't fully understand it. Yeah,
That's
we
it.
can see
I
it.
would agree with that.
Yeah, I think that's fair, no, Rob? By that definition, we don't fully understand it.
Yeah, I think what I understand people to say what they don't understand is why gravity acts the way it does or why the electromagnetic force acts the way it does. But that doesn't stop us using it and making predictions with it and getting a exceptionally high level of reliability with it. So the why question is maybe an interesting one, but it's irrelevant to whether it works or not. And from what we can tell, this thing
Rob,
works
you're sounding a
extremely well.
little
So-
disingenuous, man. All we're saying is that we do not completely understand physics. That's the claim.
Yeah, but that's just a blanket statement that really isn't helpful.
But I know,
It's not
but
a helpful statement.
It's very helpful.
Rob, based on that definition, you have to agree that. but based on that definition of physics, I think it's an easy point to concede. Yeah, like just the fact that we've got dark matter and dark energy means yes, we truly do not know how energy and matter behaves completely. We don't completely know it yet.
Yeah, but James, as I've pointed out, what Sean Carroll said about this was that even if we were to discover what that is, the effect it has is negligible, if anything, because what the core theory already does has been extremely well tested. It's got such a high level of confirmation, and it makes extremely high level predictions that turn out to be correct. So whatever else it is that we quote don't understand, it has a negligible effect, if anything, on this theory. So when we use this theory, we can be extremely confident that it works. Whatever else is going on,
I don't agree.
Interacts so weakly that we are unable to detect it. It doesn't seem to have any effect in the measurable world.
No, but if in lieu of sort of Einstein's relativity, someone can posit an alternate theory of gravity, whilst accepting gravity does exist, an alternate, let's say, like equation or calculation or formula for obtaining the gravity of like a cluster in some distant galaxy, and that sort of fits for the sort of speed of rotation or whatever in that cluster, and omits the use of dark matter. If there's even the possibility of some kind of theory of how to calculate a constant, but we're just talking about calculating it, yeah, and that supplants Einstein or something in the future, or like if we understand far more about the singularity, if the variables in an equation being pushed to the extreme and accounting for becoming a singularity, if we can better explain that with another theory, right, that still observes the laws, then arguably that is understanding how something behaves better than you did before. And then as a result of that, the person prior to that could make the case then, oh, you didn't truly understand it before as you did now. So all of these examples of essentially falsification going on throughout science leaves the room for someone to say, yeah, you don't fully understand X. The definition is pretty simple. Do you fully understand the behavior of matter? No, because there's something called dark matter, and it's called dark matter because we don't fully understand how it's behaving or why it's behaving, how it's behaving. And the same with energy. Why is energy acting in a way to accelerate the expansion of the universe? We don't fully know. It may be negligible. I'll concur. I'll agree with that, but we don't fully understand it because then it wouldn't be called dark.
Yeah, but when physicists talk about physics, they're talking about what they do understand, right? Which is the core theory, not what they don't understand, and doesn't seem to have any effect on certainly on the core theory's predictions. So if you want to say that physics includes what we don't know, sure, then you could always say that, but that's by definition, right? So if you say, okay, well, we don't know physics, and what I mean by physics is the things we don't know, well, obviously that's circular and trivial, obviously. But when as I understand it, they're talking about what they do know. So when they refer to physics, they're talking about what they understand.
Yeah,
they seem to have a good grasp of.
I'm trying to concede to make everyone happy. Like based
The
on
problem with conceding it, James, is what it does then is leave open the gap for people who want to invoke some sort of spookiness there, spirit or spirituality or something else that might be floating about. And I think that's something I want to avoid, because there's no good reasons to believe that that works or that we have any data for that whatsoever. So I think conceding, quote unquote, that we don't know something that's true, but it's trivially true. And it also allows people to then say, well, you guys don't know. So it could be the case that there's a spirit or there's a soul or there's some other mythical idea.
Hold on. Let's be clear. They done. We're talking about natural laws. So there is no room in that in that uncertainty, let's say, for the supernatural. So all of the laws that do exist currently, I'm not saying they are wrong. I'm saying there may be more color to be added, or you could fill in what we already know, let's say. But
would you say that these colors that we haven't added onto the periodic table of colors, so to speak,
because they're not talking about they're not talking about elements and stuff.
I never. I'm just using that. I said so to speak, innit? Okay, so like same, because you said colors, innit? Okay, so say these colors that are not on the spectrum that we have put into their position on the spectrum, we have a missing spectrum.
I don't mean colors like colors. I mean like color something in, like fill in something. Not like colors like there's a whole myriad of. No, I mean like feel something.
I know, bro. Listen. This is what I don't get. You use something, yeah. I'm not holding you to your words. I'm using the same language you're using, but when I use that language,
I apologize.
then it's
I apologize.
you get, bro.
Yeah.
So what I'm
exactly what I was saying. You guys sound like us now. Oh, you don't get it. Don't because we don't. I'm just sensing the same attitude. You guys are just conjecting.
Like I'm literally using the same language, in it. Like but he did concede to it.
I thought you misunderstood me. Go on, carry on. You're right. You can use analogies.
So what I'm saying, would you say that these would be considered supernatural, since you don't understand what it is and it's not in your natural realm of understanding?
What?
No. Of course not. If you're saying dark energy, right? So already there is a level of understanding. That's why maybe Rob is right and I am actually wrong to make any kind of concessions on these points, because if you're saying if nothing contravenes the conservation of energy, then whatever you learn about dark energy is going to be negligible in comparison to not knowing what energy was in the first place. So you develop parameters for energy, and you don't understand how an energy in this particular sort of portion of the universe operates because of maybe some kind of external factors that you hadn't taken into account because you don't have the data to calculate properly. That doesn't necessarily mean now that you never understood energy in the first place. It just means something else at play here. Maybe it's something that you already also know, but you don't know it's being used in conjunction or in combination with, because you don't have the ability to analyze data that far out for whatever reason. So now you rely on theories. Now you rely on theories, right? Maybe one of 5 theories that you have works perfectly, but because you're not there to test it, you're never going to know. Or because there isn't enough comprehensive work having been, maybe 2 years from now, a theory that is generally accepted gets proved finally. Like in 1960 or wherever it was, Higgs posed.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is before that.
Until the Hadron Collider, you couldn't. Someone like you could say, "Well, you don't know; it's for a fact." No, but it could be. It could be another field, and then the Higgs field is.
Yeah, until they discovered the Higgs boson, now you know it's a fact. Before it was a belief of some supernatural thing, like for example, gravity or quantum entanglement. And until you find out they're real, then you're saying it's not. Like,
how could he have provided that? How could he have theorized that? How could he have provided it? Because he worked within the laws that we already observe. So it's not to say that we don't understand physics, because if we didn't understand physics, he wouldn't have been able to explain, predict, and then be proved correct. He wouldn't have been able to do that, right? You see what I'm saying?
Who? Higgs. You're talking about Higgs.
Yeah, he wouldn't have been able to do that. It's not like he prayed to God and then decided something. And no, he literally used mathematics and physics to prove something. Same like Einstein, they used systems that were in place. So if you keep going through an axiomatic system and you keep producing results time after time, that does 2 things. It allows you to predict and it allows you to explain.
So what?
Perfect. Even Einstein himself described quantum entanglement, for example, as spooky action at a distance. So basically, he's saying this is some supernatural woo, as Rob likes to call it. This is some woo, yeah? So now, scientists are saying the exact opposite, that this thing exists. And all the madness, yeah? These, I keep forgetting the word. I just said it a second ago. Supernatural or whatever, yeah? Things start, you think about them, yeah? You see, how do they fit in with the world as you know it? What is being spoken about here? And then you realize what the my brain. You know, I need to sleep or something, man.
Yeah, you still ain't slept yet.
Yeah, I still ain't slept.
Now you're talking about quantum.
Damn, though.
Oh,
I know. But
James and Rob with no sleep. Big up to you, Daydon. I respect that.
Yeah, big up, man. Yeah, these stuff earlier. I'm sorry, man. I went a bit. What do you want to say, man? Go on.
Yo, your day's done.
Bro.
It's nap time. It's nap time. But yeah, no.
Yeah.
You are right to the letter. I've just me being honest. You are right in that, based on that actual definition. Yeah, there's scientists that if you force them to base their response on that definition, they would have to concede that. But Rob is kind of right in that it doesn't that will allow for supernatural, which you kind of improve right because we've gone straight there, but it actually doesn't. It actually not like it actually doesn't allow. We do understand physics to the point.
Have you had lack of sleep as well?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I just stutter a lot. Like this,
oh, damn, James. You speech impediment. I didn't know that.
No, I'm joking. I don't stutter at all. I've just
sometimes
when I'm thinking, no, obviously listen, this stuff is way above my pay grade, you know.
Yeah, I get you, man. Like no one's expecting like Einstein to come out or something. Yeah, I am. Get me.
I'm not a physicist, and all of the shit we're talking about, I couldn't give you the equations for it. I couldn't give you the equations for any kind of particle decay or particle or covalency or bonding. I couldn't give you any electromagnetic circuit explanation in like equation form. I can't definitely.
Yeah, ratings for that, man. I commend you for that as well. Yeah, that's sick.
No, I
support what they're doing still.
Yeah, no, I said I can't. Yeah, you heard that, right?
Yeah. I know you can't.
Oh, cool,
you do have a relevant understanding of it still, even though you don't know it to the. I mean, you can get that understanding without knowing that equations. They'll just help you understand it on a deeper level and know how to use it and manipulate it.
Yeah, but when a scientist says something, or like I read like Hetero all the time, he's in the chat now. He sends me random links to tests and that, and I try. And there's some things my brain cannot. I'll be honest. I read the same line over and over 20 times. I still don't understand what it's trying to tell me. Yeah. So this.
Yeah, but that's calm. You know, it might not be your day. Yeah, you might understand that next year or in 10 years. Like you might need a few pieces before that.
Hopefully, that's why you keep trying, isn't it? But the point is though, don't be told like a lot of like shiffers and that say, oh, you don't believe everything. Like, not really, because everything I don't understand, I say I don't understand, and anything I do understand, it's because I've read it and it made sense at the time to me. Maybe it changes when someone else explains it better, and I didn't really get it in the first place. But if it makes sense, I'll be honest and say, oh yeah, this is why I get it, and I'll explain it to you. If it doesn't make sense, like it was you, innit? You gave that explanation about gravity and weight the other day. And that's exactly how I learned it. With the you put a weight on a spring, like you put a magnet on the end of on a weighted spring. No, sorry.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and basically you can test the electromagnetic force because it pulls it, but then you can do the same thing with gravity when you put it vertically, and then that's how you can prove that in the same way electromagnetic force is operating, a gravitational force is operating, and that's what creates weight, isn't it?
Yeah. That would be a simplistic way of putting it, but then you could get a deeper understanding from that as well.
Exactly, but I learned it the same way you did. If I didn't know that, then I wouldn't be confident taking the piss out of the man in the chat about gravity. Wait,
bro, you know what, James? Yeah, you should never aim to take the piss out of anyone, bro. Like it obstructs your productivity and your growth, literally.
Bob, you're just taking the piss out of us for like 20 minutes about aliens. Stop.
This is the thing.
Yeah, but they got tired though, so
but the fact was, you were taking a piss, and you thought I was taking a piss, so you're reflecting how you see the world on me. I keep telling you this.
I'll be honest with you. You know, you fucked up because when you do show me that you know stuff, probably a lot of stuff I don't know, that's the standard now. Anything outside of that, I can't and I can't accept it. I'll be honest with you.
One day you might accept it, man. You never know. Like we said, you can't understand everything all the time.
You were on a mad thing, though. Be honest. This morning, you're on a serious mad thing. You know
Bro,
what?
listen, you lot were on a mad thing, innit?
You know what he was saying?
You lot were on the maddest thing. Man literally said, "What's so bad about man walking from Saudi to Africa? Why is that so far fetched?" That was it. That was it. And then flippage and spinach and what do you mean, man? Black man went in Saudi. No one said that. I said, what's so far fetched about a man traveling from Saudi to Africa? That distance is not like impossible to. That's all I said.
Are you
get
an
me?
adult?
You man went on the maddest one.
Are you an adult? Okay, are you an adult to say that you may have misunderstood what was going on then because you wasn't listening? Because there's no way if you listened from the beginning, that was what you were arguing about. There's no way you think that's what Veli was arguing about.
Bro, we played it again. We could play it again as well, innit? Like,
bro, so this is what, so you listened to the beginning of him and my man's chat.
Bro, you played it, didn't you?
Yeah, and
also at which point I went into the conversation.
Yeah, so listen to my question. Then are you honest enough to say that you didn't hear then how it began? Because if you heard how it began, why you
I heard how it began, yeah.
It's why you jumping in there.
Because bro, they're talking about X, now they're talking about Y, and then I said, what? Why? And I said, wait, why is Y so impossible?
Yeah, but this is what it is, yeah. It's like this, right?
Wait, do you understand that though, James? Because you must be able to understand that.
Yeah, I told you I didn't disagree with that. Listen, if you didn't hear what was going on and you jumped in at one point, yeah,
I did. I had nothing to do with X. You get me? I don't agree with it. I don't disagree with it. I don't know, innit?
But you can't challenge.
I don't know.
But you can't challenge a man on why if you ain't heard X, because it's like saying, for example, yeah, if me and you are arguing, yeah, about aliens, and you're trying to make a case that aliens exist, and someone comes into the conversation and hears, but why was there lights in the sky at night? And the next man says, oh. And the next
man goes, what is it so far fetched to see lights in the sky at night?
Please, come on, bro.
It doesn't mean he's saying anything about the aliens. It just means it's far fetched to see lights at night.
But then you have to be fair and say that everybody's reaction saying that you like you got it wrong, whatever, yeah, is fair as well, because you ain't listened to the whole chat. So how can you say
how can a question be wrong? I don't understand.
No, it's not about the questions wrong. It's
this is a scientific method, Flex. That's a silly question. There's no such thing as a silly question.
You got onto man because he laughed at it. That's what you were like.
No, I got onto man because man was saying that I'm trying to say something that I'm not trying to say. That's what I got onto man for. That was it.
But I'm telling you, I said this to bare people. You have to be serious when two men are having a discussion.
Oh no! I should have stayed out of it. You know what? I should have stayed out of it. But I found it funny how man found it. The reason I interjected because I found it funny that he found it far fetched that man walked that distance. That's all I had. Like, I just found that funny, innit? What's up? What's up, Bailey's church?
What's going on with you, bro? Do you not?
Yeah, bro. Something's not right with these two, man. I'm not gonna fake. Something's not right.
Sky Church, are you gonna say something or what?
Yeah, you gonna say something, Sky Church? Please. Don't be on some bullshit, man.
It's the same person. I knew it was the same person. Is it not the same person?
Yeah, it is.
Big up, Rob. Big up, Rob.
Oh, safe, Rob.
I don't understand why are you persisting with this retarded? Like, why are they getting a touch?
Some people got nothing to do in the day but go on panels and go,
Yeah.
Come on.
I don't mind if it's their baby, yeah, but then why wouldn't they? Like, you're the one who's clicked to come on. It's not the baby that's clicked to come on, bro.
That's what I was saying, bro. I was saying, bro, someone gave a monkey a phone and they're fucking with it or something. You get me?
Why? Because they're black.
On YouTube.
Oh, because they're black.
There's a monkey because they're black? What?
Oh my god, son. Is that what you
get with atheists? This is what you get with atheists, but this is the kind of understand it.
Wow.
Good God, Daydon, are you kidding me? I'm a black man, Daydon. How could you say that?
That's exactly why. Fine. Yeah. Okay. Fine.
This Daydon.
Hey, you know what's so bad about that as well? You've got DC Brad, who's calling himself a black Ottoman, bigging up your people, and you're calling his people monkeys.
Yeah, big up DC, Brad. No, I'm not.
Wow, I came in here with
oh, by the way,
I heard Daydon was on here trying to make his day better, so he knows he has an ally. But damn, bro.
Yeah, son.
you know what? The people pushing racism into the world here are two people on the panel, and one of them isn't. So let's just clarify that. Yeah. let's just show who's peddling that consciousness.
That James' claims are not real.
You're a bastard as well.
Yeah, of course they're not real. Yeah, you're peddling a consciousness. Yeah, to people who might not have that consciousness as well. So
you know, Raspek.
Congratulations.
Raspek coming today and called me James, maybe Black Jones. You cunt, Brad.
I didn't call you that.
No, he saw your name from yesterday.
Raspek said that, or James? Brad.
Raspek said it, but he blatantly saw Brad's name from yesterday, and he was called James, maybe Black Jones, and man fucking used it to insult me. Thanks, Brad.
Oh man,
it's all your fault, man. No, I like Brad though, man. I think Brad is sick. I think he comes on, he like even when there's a mad mood on the thing, he just jumps on and like. It just turns into like some sick thing, like a chill. You get me, bro?
I don't like the G block fighting with each other, man. I don't like the violence on the block, man. We got to keep it.
The only way
the
only way we attack people on the block, or the only way like we would attack someone like Brad is when someone like Ards poses a question about him coming to Islam and Brad doesn't shoot him down.
What do you mean? First of all, James. Brad doesn't shoot him down. If you hear the conversation, or if you listen to the conversation me and Arns had, it was a very because I was on the Black Power thing, and he was like, "Well, there's no," because I was like, because of Abrahamic, so I'm like coming from like a Christian home. I always thought that was like the turn the other cheek aspect. You know what I mean? And James, show me your hand, Jones. Yo, big up to Leon, man. Big up to content, man. Content over everything.
Big up content, man.
You know what I want to do? I want to like give content so much money and then like have him change it to like black man over everything, just to see how everybody else would react. For
that Moroccan thing and the James, show me your hand. I'm unsubscribing today.
Hello?
What's that?
I said for them comments, I'm unsubscribing today, bro.
I must have missed the comments still.
You just commented now. What do you mean? You just said he just commented now.
Wait, sorry. You talk about my comments?
No, content, man. Fuck.
Oh, sorry. My bad, bro. I'm moving a bit.
How long you ain't slept for?
Since around 3 a.m., something like that. But I slept for like 2 hours though, innit?
Wait.
So
you slept at 2-3 a.m. tonight or last night?
No, I slept at 12 a.m.
Tonight?
Yeah.
Yesterday? This morning?
Yeah. And then I woke up at 2 a.m.
So you have 2 hours sleep in 24 hours?
No, in 47 hours. No, wait. So it was 47 hours, 2 hours sleep, and then I'm up from 2 a.m. till now. So 47, 9, 8, 7, 17, 6, 5 o'clock. Say 5 plus 47, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Bro, someone do the maths, bro. I beg you.
No, I used to do that bare when I was young. Well, I'll say that. I still do.
Yeah, but I'm like I used to have some chronic insomnia, yeah, until a situation in my life where I was kind of put in a situation where it kind of cured it, innit? But then after that, it just this corona thing must have kicked it back off again, bro. Like the situation is weird.
You smoke weed now?
Nah, but if I did, I'll probably like KO. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you see, back in the day, yeah, if I didn't sleep, I couldn't smoke. If I didn't smoke, I couldn't sleep.
Yeah, that happens. Like I had a guy who used to get me basically this cardboard box, yeah, a long box with bare little jars inside, and they would have these different types of indicas. And bro, this guy's a doctor, innit? This guy's fully a doctor, yeah. He'll tell man which one to take in which situation, yeah. Like he had this certain kush, yeah, that he bred just specifically to KO, bruv. Like, I might used to be a heavy smoker. I'll bun 50 zoots and I'm calm, like walking energy. Yeah, bro, I'll bun this zoot, bro. I'm gone. If there's insomniacs, come to me and I'll show you the doctor. Innit?
Man used to, you know, one thing that bugged me out one time. Yeah, there was this place. Well, it was just weird. It was like, yeah, I don't know. There's basically a coffee shop open in London. It was like maybe 2016, 2015, and it started as an invite only thing, innit? And you get put on this WhatsApp.
Oh wait, I know what you're talking about. Man's part of that thing still.
Where did you say you're from? Don't say it, but you said North Wheezy, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah, near them sides, yeah? Them sides.
So let me show you this card. Actually, you carry on. I'll find the card still. It was the old school card they used to have.
And there was one. It started in there, and then there was one in East, yeah.
Yeah.
People that run it, yeah. Cool. Yeah, cool. Anyway, and then so boom, man used to start. Man went there a bit, and then man, I used to just go there and buy a draw and bounce because man was, it's boomy. Like I was thinking, oh, we're gonna get nicked, fam. This is a mad thing, yeah.
Yeah.
And after a while, like man started knowing all the staff there. They come my brethrens and that. Like, man,
Yeah, those are my guys still. What, you know Harry? Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, and then man used to chill. And then one time I was chilling, yeah, and there's this Asian guy, and like, he looked kind of not like super well dressed. He didn't come in a suit or nothing, but he looked kind of like
short guy.
No, it's quite tall actually. To be fair, he just looked like a well-to-do kind of brother. And obviously where the thing is, it was like there was a room where you could play PS and that, and then there was like a few different tables and a few different couches. But the tables were quite big, so like you'd end up, unless you come with your man, then you'd end up. If he was like two, I was 2 man up that day, innit? So my man was sitting there on the table on his ones, and me and my brother when they sat there. So whatever, billing it's burning it, and I think man put chip in my piff, and he's like, I can't ever do that, and I was like, why? And he's like, oh, this is what my man told me. He said, because I'm a surgeon, and he was like, basically, he was like, I myself used to smoke a lot of cigarettes when I was younger, and he was like, something like I think like cigarette smoke increases the chance of infection, something, and he was like, maybe one time he had an accident himself. I think he said he crashed a car or something. And he was like, and I used to tell patients to not smoke or whatever. But he was like, but then I was finally in the position where I needed to recover and heal. And because I know the, I guess, the science or whatever behind it, he was like, I just stopped smoking. I don't know why I've gone on this long ass story. It was just mad because I was literally smoking weed with a surgeon. Just bunning zoots, yeah. It was like 35 or something, one of them. And it's like, obviously, because it wasn't even like a super upmarket place. It was kind of ghetto, but my man's just there like a surgeon. You get me? You kind of posh brother, like we're just bunning weed together. It was mad.
Yeah, but they know about these things. That I remember I used to go to my guy, yeah, and he used to go, yo, you bun it up, innit? I'm like, bro, how do you know? Bro, blatantly, I'm a dentist, your gums and that. You get me? That who else is gonna know that? Oh yes, man, found it. Oh wait, my name is on one side still, so.
No, the place I went to didn't have a card though, so you're up on me.
Yeah, man was on all the things, innit?
Do you remember Kilburn High Road, the pool hall that used to sell? You know about that? Used to sell weed in it.
Poolcrest, they're still open, fam.
Yeah, and then I swear they got raided and it closed for time, innit?
Yeah, but they're a bump though, innit? You know that, innit?
Yeah.
Fully bump up.
That place was actually mad though, They were doing that for a time, bro. Like, man, and like they actually had decent part. Like, I think they had like am in it. It's just always am.
That's the card, isn't it?
I can see. Oh, I'm looking at the YouTube guys. Oh, okay, yeah, no. What's is it still active now?
Right now they're back on the WhatsApp thing, innit? So they're still doing you get me, the regular service. Even now during the season, innit?
Are you on the phone? Are you on the phone?
Am I on there?
Are you on the phone?
No, I'm talking to you. Yeah,
but on the phone.
Yeah, on the phone, yeah.
How can you be on the phone for this many hours and it not overheat and shit?
Well, what I can do is log into my other phone and show you my rig on this phone. But that's just long, innit? Like, bro, Androids are sick, bro. I don't know. Are you got an iPhone or something?
Obviously, I can't use this. I can't use StreamYard for more than like 10 minutes and it burns up.
Bro, man's been on StreamYards all day. I haven't charged my phone since yesterday, and I truly say I'm on 36%. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's mad. So what phone you got? Samsung.
I got an old school phone, bro. The phone I'm using right now to make these things is a Note 3. That's like the newest one is like the Note 10. So imagine that's like an iPhone 3. Like that's what I'm using basically.
And then what's the other thing you got?
The other thing is some shitty Samsung thing. Bro, Samsung is shit, bro. What's it called? S5. Galaxy S5. I got like 5 phones in it, but like I'll prefer Sony's over Galaxies. That's preference.
I don't think like smartphones, and I don't think I've had anything other than an iPhone still.
Bro, you're missing out on the whole beautiful world, bro. Like, but it explains a lot though.
Why? Go on, yeah, go on.
Because, bro, like iPhone people tend to be of a certain caliber, and then you got the Android people. But you know what? Here's what's funny. There are some iPhone people out there, yeah. And man looks at them, I'm like, bro, you have an iPhone. I just can't believe it. How can someone like this have an iPhone, bro? Like,
what does this mean, bro? I don't understand.
What does this mean? Oh yeah, I know. Like, if you had the Android, you'd fully understand, bro.
I don't get it. But you know why man can't really like get onto me like that, yeah? Because I had a brethren that worked in thing.
In what?
That worked in Apple, innit?
Apple.
Yeah, so I used to get the 10% or the 20% discounts on various items. So I got a 6S right now that I paid cash for, but I got it on a discount. So I ended up paying, I think, like $380 for it, and I think it was like, well, no, maybe like I paid like $4 something, and it cost like $6. So,
oh yeah,
yeah,
bro. I would have copped that, shot it, and got an Android.
Then I got a SIM only contract. I got iPod Shuffle back in the day for like the dirts.
Oh my days, iPod Shuffle, you know.
Yeah, no, I'm saying I got a MacBook Pro for the dirts.
That's the thing about Apple, yeah. Like you have to buy an Apple collect. Basically, they're gonna capitalize your life. With an Android, I can have any Android with any TV, with any computer, with anything, as long as it's not.
I wanted that. Hold on. You know how Raj is the biggest pussy in the world, yeah? Raj just said, Billy Vision on backstage. Mind you, it's only me and you on the panel that are talking. But this guy says he's a demon and he hates me. Why do you want to come chat to me, bro? You should, like, when I see Raj on his own on the panel, you think I'm ever jumping on that panel?
What, Raj has his own show, innit?
Yeah, he's a fraud.
People on his panel.
He wants to come on to talk to me. As soon as he jumps on, I'm off. Fuck him.
I think I might have tuned into his show once, but I thought he doesn't have a panel, innit? It's just him speaking, right?
Yeah, but hey, Hetero Blood, you can shut the fuck up, yeah, about Day Dunn's the voice of reason, yeah, Mister Pretend you didn't have a smartphone, yeah.
Who's that?
Hetero, and you know what I'm talking about, Hetero Sapien. You know what I'm
Hetero, yeah, big up.
You know what I'm talking about. Don't, you're a dumb guy because all of this big up smartphone business, and a man told me he didn't have a smartphone. But yeah, so
nah, Hetero, big up, man. Hetero's starting to see the light, man. James Jones, maybe one day as well.
What? See, bro. What do you? What do you?
You did not like that, innit? You did not like that. Why didn't you like that, bro?
Listen, both of you. What do you not do with your smartphones? That's so amazing,
bro.
Hi everybody, man. Hi everybody. Big up everyone.
What's up, Raj?
Round over one into the avatar. Put the dark under.
Oh, he went.
Yeah, Mr. Taurus. Go back in your shell, Taurus. Put your head back in that tortoise shell. We know you're shit.
Bro. I know your demon is stronger than
that.
I
am the holy water. I'm chucking holy water on that demon. And he legged it. Well done. Exercise.
James, I know the demon is stronger than that, man.
No, the demon's scared of the Rajaniya, man. I understand how to defeat these demons. I'm like the what's it called? What's that guy that gets the vampires? Like you know, Blade. I'm like
Van
the
Helsing,
Blade.
yeah, Blade,
Van
Blade.
Helsing and Blade.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm that type of dude, man. Like as soon as I come on there, I'm just like chucking these guys out, man. Garlic all over the
Someone
place.
said you're Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Yeah, I don't mind both Buffy the Vampire Slayer, freaking Blade, goddamn well.
You know what? Just before you go on, yeah, I do feel like I need to answer James' question. So with Android, you can do anything that your computer can do, basically.
Is
Yeah,
that
you
the
can run
level of
Windows.
his question? Was it?
He was like, what can you do? What's so special about Android that you can't do on iPhone? So you can run Windows on your Android. You can run iOS on your Android. So like you can have an Android, run iPhone on it, and it will be a better iPhone. Like, you get me?
Yeah, I prefer Android myself, man. I prefer
Yeah,
that
100%.
over iPhone. My nephew's got an iPhone. I don't know what
You
it
know
is.
what? You know what, Raj? My ratings for you, yeah, from that bar has gone up.
Oh, good, man. Is that because I defeated the James Jones, the demon?
No,
Well
it's
done.
because of the Android thing. Like,
Oh yeah, no. I haven't. I mean, I haven't. I was
no,
thinking
but that's
about getting
ratings
that
as
Apple.
well. Yo, what did you do to James? Like, why? What happened in the world?
It happens like this, man. Have you not seen me? He always runs when I jump on because he knows.
Well, you
Yeah,
know what,
he knows
James, yeah,
what
just
it is.
needs a
Yeah, you know,
little bit
James
of-
Jones. Yeah, in real life, he's some 6'5" basketball player, and he's shook of this little Raj. Like that's what you call a real pussy hole. Yeah, because the guy is supposed to be a big guy, but he won't show his face. He won't say his real name. He won't give any details about his life. So we don't know nothing about him, but he knows everything about everyone else. And
I
that's
don't, I
what you
don't
call.
blame him for that, man. First rule of the internet, innit?
No. Let me say something. If you're just a normal guy like yourself, yeah, who just goes around, says a few things, cool. But if you're a cunt, yeah, like James Jones, talking the most amount of shit, and then you expect people to say, okay, he won't tell us nothing about you, but he knows everything about us. Like, we want to know who you are. He's not some normal dude. He talks the most amount of trash. He's not like yourself, like he's a
fair
decent
point,
dude.
fair point.
So if people that don't show their face here, that's cool. But if you're a cunt like James Jones and a demon, man, we want to know what you look like. I want to know your name. I want to know your shoe size. I want to know whether you goddamn or eat goddamn baked beans on Friday or Saturday. I want to know everything, man.
I want to know what you ate for breakfast.
Yeah, I want to know
who you
everything.
went to,
I want
yeah.
to know everything, yeah. And I think we have a right to, because this guy is part of the whole unholy trinity.
What's been up
so-
with you this week, Raj, man?
Oh no, nothing much, man. Just the next couple of days I'm gonna be quite silent, so it's not that I'm dead. Tomorrow's Vasaki, so the most important time for Sikhs. So April
What is it?
13th. I mean, I don't want to go too much into because I don't want to talk about religious stuff, but it's basically in 1699, the 10th Guru. I don't know if you know what the card says. It's going to be like, tune into a show. I don't want to promote any of the shows, but I am doing a show tomorrow, kind of going
you're
through
gonna be
this. So
talking
yeah,
about it.
so I'm going to be going, and I don't want to repeat the same things I'm going to repeat on there, but it's a very important time for
I'll
Sikhs.
ask you some controversial questions,
Yeah, go on, man, go on. I'm happy. I'm happy for controversy.
and I hope you don't take offense to it, because obviously,
Dude, I'll
I've heard-
take offense and I'll say some puddy dars and gunjars all over the place, but don't worry, I'm still cool with you, man.
just don't take offense, man.
Yeah.
I'm literally asking you to know
Yeah,
because
I know you
I've
better
heard
now. You have to
told
remember.
me
You have to
this.
remember. Yeah, you have to remember. The other time when you was asking me personal questions, I didn't know you, and I just thought you was being a pompous prick. Now that I've spoken to you more, I'm not gonna take offense to it. Yeah.
Cool. It's not even personal. Furthermore,
Alright,
it might be to some degree, but you know what I mean. So Muslims have told me this, and I've confirmed this with other Sikhs, but other people have keep telling me that this is not true. And like, I'm out here because I know that Guru Nanak, yeah, after that the thing changed and all this stuff, yeah. So basically, do Sikhs want to kill the Muslims?
All right. So there's this myth here. Like, if this happened to me, yeah, like when I was going Speaker's Corner, there was this myth that I can only cut my hair when all the Muslims are killed. Yeah, like some crazy shit like that. Yeah, and to me that's very disrespectful because like we don't hate in Sikhism. Yeah, we have Muslim saints like Baba Kabir, Farid. If you look at Guru Nanak Dev Ji, his best friend and companion that he went around the world with for 25 years, by Mardana, he's a Muslim Sufi, yeah, and his descendants are still in Pakistan, and we treat those people with respect. So no, we do look here. There are certain forms here of every faith which is extreme, and those people I have no qualms with, like, you know, going to war with. But
Also,
Muslims,
there's
no.
like a minority sect kind of, because like when I'm saying this, like I'll remind you that I said that I heard the Sikh say this as well. It was confirmed by a Sikh.
Well,
So
he's
we're
an
talking
idiot. Then
like
if
a
he said that, man.
minority class that believe that. It's not
Yeah, so
everyone.
you're looking at ISIS, yeah, like people like that mindset, yeah. Those are my
Okay,
enemies, and they
yeah.
should be everyone's enemies, yeah. Even Muslims, Christians, they should be everyone's enemy because they'll have a Muslim's head on a stick, yeah, as quick as they'd have my head on a stick if they didn't
But you
believe
know
in their way
what?
of
The way
thinking.
this guy described it, yeah, was like the Sikhs don't want to tell you this because it's kind of like they just wouldn't pull this information because it sounds bad. That's
No,
why.
trust me. I would say, you know what I'm like, man. If that was the truth, I'll be like, yeah, that's what I believe. No, I'm not gonna lie to you. If that's what I believed, I would say it straight. I don't like. For me, like if you look at when it comes to Guru Nanak Dev Ji, like the Muslims say he's Muslim, and the Hindu say he's Hindu, and that's the beauty of Guru Nanak Dev Ji, the founder of
That's a
Sikhism.
beautiful person. That
Yeah,
I
because
know for a second. Yeah, that's a beautiful person.
because both of them felt like they were his, but he wasn't. He was a Sikh here. But it was, I kind of take that as respect. Like, you know, he was saying that, you know, basically just be a good Muslim and be a good Hindu. If you look at the basic tenets of Islam, like the 5 pillars, like if you just done that, yeah, I don't think people have any issue. It's when people start becoming too kind of like caught up in the other shit, yeah, that it starts going a bit mad. Like even the basics of Sikhism, basic of most religions, like even basic of Christianity, like the 10 Commandments, like people just stuck by the basics, yeah. And didn't get caught up in the
important thing
politics.
you just said. That's a really
Yeah.
important thing you just said, yeah. Because what I do notice tends to happen, and this is kind of what gives birth to these extremist kind of ideologies, personalities, cliques, gangs, whatever you want to call it. These people, they tend to go into the intricate details of whatever religion or belief system they have. But the problem is they use that and trump the primary, like, as what they call pillars of the faith, yeah, by these things. So really, when you read these things, you should be applying them in accordance with, first of all, the highest level, the primary pillars. Yeah, these are the primary tenets of the faith. Now, everything you read else is going to have to come under these. So reading it in some other way.
I agree with you 100%. I've said this from day one. Yeah, it's like even Sikhs do this shit. Other people, they get caught up so much in the little nuances that they lose the big picture. So example would be like, I hear a lot of Muslims arguing about the most ridiculous things. Yeah, like the most ridiculous things, like so minute, but it's causing so much friction. Yeah, like you hear them arguing for hours about something like, oh, you're doing shirk. It's like, okay, the main thing is to pray in it and like love your creator and like to help people. Like stick to that kind of stuff, yeah. And I'm sure God doesn't really give a shit, yeah, or he won't care too much about other stuff. If you're praying 24 hours a day, yeah, but you're a demon still and you're not doing nothing, there's no point in that either.
Yeah, because like I see, like for example, there's a Muslim teaching that I found, and I found this really interesting because like when you see the teaching and then you see the people, you're like, what just happened? You know what I mean? Like, are you sure this is the text I was reading? Like, because there's a teaching that says that when you enter wherever you enter, or when you're around a group of people, let's say, yeah, you should always bring benefit to whatever situation you're in and not harm. So when you're in a situation and you're not bringing benefit to it, like basically that means even if you're chilling there stagnant and not bringing benefit, that's a bad thing. You should be bringing benefit to everyone around. So when you come into situations and start bringing harm upon everyone, that's the thing. Like a lot of people, like I wouldn't say this is Islam, yeah, because obviously Islam does not teach that, but Muslims are blatantly, you can see.
You'll see in Speaker's Corner, yeah. Speaker's Corner is not a place for religion. I've said that from day one, man. That place is like it's a place of like anyone that goes there saying that they go in there for like being pious, you're lying.
Oh, what the fuck is Raj?
Oh no, bad. Now there are certain people that do go there.
Run double, man.
Oh, run double. He went, man. Well, how do you feel about your boy running like that?
No, I had a. So apparently, I was gonna have this big Easter get together. No one in my family is trying to do it, so they're demanding that I bring them individual plates now. So
All right.
hell no to about
Happy Easter, man. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter to you.
Yeah. So when if you
I've
guys
heard you talk about this before, Raj. Yeah,
so
and
if
I
you guys,
did want to comment on it.
yeah. Let me say,
Yeah,
so if you guys
one
Speaker's
time
Corner,
comment.
if you guys Speaker's Corner, like it's a place for ego, arguing people. Even myself, I love the arguments. I love being like, in the center of like disputes. And I'm not even lying to you that I like that shit. I thrive on that stuff. But if you're going,
honest,
but if you're going there for religion and trying to be a pious guy, and that's not the right place to go. The people that actually do that never go on camera. There's so many people I see at that park that I respect. Yeah, for Muslims, Christians, they don't go on camera. They're just like in the corner talking to individual people and doing their own form of what you call kind of like preaching and stuff.
Because that's exactly what I was gonna say. I was just gonna say last time you spoke about this, I wasn't on a panel, it's full, but I did want to make that as well. Like people, you do find mad level people there, but you just gotta find them in it. Like they're there not to be on camera. They're there to find who wants to listen and who can teach them as well. Like me personally, I speak to a lot of people in Speaker's Corner. And like I tend to find these random people. Like you might find someone who this is their first and last time they ever come here. And like, whoa.
Do you guys Speaker's Corner? Do you guys Speaker's Corner?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, now I'm gonna find who you are now.
You will never look.
It's cool, man. It's cool.
I've been going to Speaker's Corner all my life. Yeah.
Have you? All right.
And I think I might have slipped on camera, but I would never like go into the camera and be on camera like
so you've been there, you can see like the people, they just want to win. They just want to they're not like I'm being honest with you, I'm just for that
and not win in the sense that they're gonna learn something and that's a win for them. They're gonna go home with something extra. And not win by making someone else feel bad that they lost.
That's the best type of window when you have someone so demoralized they never want to talk to you again.
I see that as a loss.
A bit like James Jones.
Yeah,
I feel like I lost if I made someone feel like that,
No, but the thing is, I'm the first person to say I love freaking rinsing people out like that. It's a great feeling to be able to stand your ground and you've got like hundreds of people against you. Because I've had times when I've had like 100 people sort of like, really wanting baying for my blood, and I just stood my ground and doing my shit, and still come out on top. And I'm telling you, for your ego, that's a freaking big win. But it's not good for your soul. But it's not good for your soul though. It doesn't mean it's not going to make you a better person. I can tell you that straight now. Like it actually grows your ego and stuff like that. And so this is why, like, even with Sikhs, I've heard some Sikhs have told me, oh yeah, we might come down and say, dude, man, if you're coming there to preach Sikhism, man, don't go there. It's demonic down there. Like this is why I think Speaker's Corner has done more harm to religions than a lot of things. Like, people see that.
Yeah, but you know what? Again, it's exposed a lot of things, man. It's exposed a lot of things.
Yeah, but the thing is, you look here. When a camera goes onto people, whether you like it or not, I'm being honest with you. As soon as that camera switches on, people start to behave differently. Even I do to a certain degree.
100%.
Bro, and I don't even know I'm doing it. I don't even know I'm doing it. As soon as the camera, all right, I don't want to lose. Now, if you're having a private conversation with a guy, like you don't care if you lose or win, because that's just a private conversation, You could be like totally wrong. But when you got a camera in your face, and there's all these people watching, you don't want to be the guy that is wrong, and that makes makes you lose in the long term.
Yeah, I think one important aspect of this whole thing is that obviously we can go into physics and we know that the observed object behaves differently than when it's not observed. But let's not get into that. We can say that right now, when you're speaking to someone, you want to get the person you're speaking to understand what you're saying. Now, when the camera is on, you have to also, there's a lot more pressure. You have to make sure everyone understands what you're saying. You know what I mean? And when there's someone with you who's twisting everything you're saying and could, like, someone with some sleight of speech that can make it sound like you're saying something you're not, and they'll make it sound like that so bad that there's nothing you can say to make it not, and it's blatantly not what you're saying, innit? So
I mean, I had that situation when I said F6. That's the one time that I'm like, I didn't mean to say that, and I'm truly saying that in my own head. Like I still
I
don't
think I
even know.
understood what you mean, man, when you said that. But a lot of people took it in a. It is look the words you use, yeah. You do have to be a bit more articulate with it, and you like. But still, like if people were more loving and understanding to one another, then that wouldn't even have been a big deal.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. It's like you can love your religion, but you can still hate the people of that religion sometimes. Like when
I
you
get
see
you.
hypocrisy,
I
like
get you.
sometimes you might be a Muslim, yeah, and you're like you love Islam, but these Muslim people are making you look bad, like they're hypocrites and shit like that. The people. And so for me, when I was looking at that day, I was standing there going, I was looking at. I don't want to say the guy's name because me and him are cool now, but I was looking at him, and the guy's telling me I'm not a Sikh here, I'm not this and I'm that. And I'm like, dude, I know so much about you that makes me look like a saint compared to you, and that kind of shit pissed me off, and that's why I said it. But I still said the wrong thing. Yeah, it just came out. But there's one thing I learned about Speakers Corner. Once it's on camera, it doesn't matter how many years ago it happened. People still think. So people still come in like go over to me. Oh, Raj, why did you say that? I saw a video. So I said, dude, that was like 3 years ago. I apologize for that. Like,
Yeah, no,
unless they look at the time scale and they look at the
Hey,
date.
why do you support Tony Robinson, man? That's fucked up, man. I just saw that video yesterday, man. It's fresh in my head. So
yeah, that's the thing. So I have to keep an answer, and I'm not even aligned with Tommy Robinson.
Wait, since you're here, Raj, because I asked this when you were being spoken about one time. Never really got to ask you. Yeah, why did you? Actually, I think I did ask you, innit? Why did you stop supporting Tommy?
Look here. The reason, first of all, I'll go as to why I supported him. So what happened is that I started like from my area. What people don't realize, my area that I've grown up in my life, and I'm still here, used to have the largest Pakistani community outside of Bradford. Yeah, and now it's a bit more diverse now because the Olympics happen and stuff like that. And so I grew up with the Pakistanis and Muslims and stuff like that, and all my mates always. But over in the 90s,
what's that, like Alperton sides and that?
No, East London, Waltham Forest. Okay, yeah, so like what happened is that I had no issues here when I was growing up. Then I started seeing stuff changing in the 90s, with extremism coming in. I don't know if it was the Saudis or whatever. And then I started having problems in my 18, 19, 20s with extremism, like Islamic extremism. And then slowly, I started seeing things change here. Like, the younger generation become more extreme and people becoming a bit more, I say insular. And then obviously there's a lot of issues going on here in that Asian community as well. And I was getting sick and tired of like the grooming epidemic, this extremism. My people are getting, Sikhs are getting a backlash. Like when something happens in the Asian community, like Pakistanis are doing grooming up north. Like a lot of people don't understand, like the Pakistanis, and Sikhs are different people. Like, we look similar and we have the same language, but we're not the same people. And even with even with the extremism, like my two of my nephews have got long beards and turbans. Like if you didn't know who a Sikh was, you would think they look like Bin Laden. Like literally, my nephew wears a round turban and long beard. And so when you see stuff like that, and you're like, dude, like we're getting the backlash, all this stuff. And I have to admit, I was pissed off, man. Like in 2017, when I first went Speakers Corner in September, in that year, just in the last 4 months before I turned up, there was a Manchester bombing, there was a London Bridge attack, and you're looking at maybe like 50, 60 people murdered over that. And also the grooming epidemic had just exploded. And one of my relatives was groomed as well, like 10 years prior to that, or 8 years prior to that.
Oh, yeah, so
I'm going to be honest with you. I felt like I was like pushed towards Tommy Robinson. Like I saw that guy talking about Sikhs and stuff like that, and I do have respect for the guy still. I think he's done a lot of stupid stuff, but I still think he's highlighted a lot of issues that I agree with. And so
before you go on, I do want to reinforce the fact that the ignorance, lack of knowledge, and like you said, the insularity. Like insularity is a key issue that I think is not spoken about enough.
Yeah, so I started to drift towards that end. And I have to admit, when I first went Speakers Corner, I was pretty hardcore, yeah. So, but over the good thing about Speakers Corner, like because I started meeting people over a period of time, like like your views can't help but change just because you're meeting people.
Are genies real?
What's that?
Are genies real?
Are genies real? I hope they are, because I need a couple of wishes. So if you know one.
Don't your people? I thought that's what the
you goddamn racist.
Of course they're real, man. Have you never seen Aladdin?
Did you hear that racism? Look at that. Black on Asian crime there, man. Black on Asian crime.
Yeah, brother. Like I swear you were just banning racism a second ago. Actually, no, you're peddling. Sorry, my bad.
You see that, everyone, the Black and Asian crime there. Yeah, so like, what's happening with the Robinson movement? Yeah, like it's kind of like it got to a point where like, I'm never aligned with anyone 100%. Like if I gotta ditch someone, yeah, because I don't think they're gonna, I'll ditch them. I have no issue. I'm not a sheep, man. And so I've got to the point with Tommy Robinson. Although I think he's done some good things, he made some big mistakes, and on top of that, he's kind of like the movement is fractured, and it's gone into a point where like I can't support the movement, which is so fractured and disorientated and going down a path, which
It's
I
something
think
that you can do though. If you had a genie, you could like go back in time and then never talk to Tommy Robinson, and no one will ever throw it up in your face. See?
Now, what I would do if I had a genie, I would make sure I make James Jones into a theist and not a demon.
Is that your first wish?
Yeah. Look, that would be one of my wishes, because you can't have a bigger cunt here than James Jones in the world, yeah, and we can't have him in the world like that. We need to get him back to some form of civility. Yeah, he's a demon, man.
Oh, James Jones, Raj got bare love for you, man.
No. I believe he has got some good attributes. The only time I cheer him on when he's roasting Respect. Other than that, like I think he's a demon. But other than that, that's the one good thing you can
I
do.
get it.
Yeah. So yeah. But even
as an Asian man, you enjoy two black men fighting for no reason.
Is he black though? I don't know, man. I don't know. I think is he black or is he?
That's he may be black, but we don't know that. But still, you know, he might be mixed race. You never know. So he may identify as black. You never know. Or maybe he's transracial and he's black on the panel.
Rachel Dolezal.
Yeah, he's like you know, Ralph Dolezal.
Might be blue like me.
I don't even know what. But the thing is, yeah, like with Day Done, yeah, like if you say to me, you know, I don't want to tell you who I am. I'm like, cool, because you're not controversial, yeah. But when you have controversial people online and their avatars, I don't care, man. You need to. I want to know who that person is. Like, I want to know who that person is. Yeah. Like with you, Brad. I thought you was a 65-year-old Morgan Freeman looking type of guy.
Yeah.
Like when you turned your camera on, like you know, you're totally different from what I thought.
I know. You're not used to seeing beautiful black men. I understand. I get it.
No. I'm not used. Like your voice is like you should take it as a compliment, because if you got a voice which sounds older than what it is in a kind of a wise way, like I'm like okay, because before like you saying the shit you did and I thought you were 60, I was like, all right, what a little prick, yeah. Now that I know you're a young guy, it makes sense. You understand? Like a 60-year-old saying what you're saying sounds weird to me. That's why I used to cuss you out all the time. And now that I know you're like a 30-year-old guy, like it makes sense now. Okay, jump on, Khan. Jump on.
Oh
Khan,
yeah. Oh yeah.
Khan coming true, yeah. Yes.
Hey, yo, let me ask you something, Dedan, you're Turkish, right?
Oh.
I will not reveal that information.
Okay. No, that's just what James said. He said, come on, bigging up your people. So I was thinking, okay, I didn't know Dedan was Turkish. Never mind, forget what I said.
Nah, you know what? There's some sort of conspiracy to put me out as a Turkish man. I think the Turks are trying to claim me, man. Like, you get me? I'm purple.
They're trying to claim me too, bro. Like Khan calls me Black Torgut sometimes. He'd be like, oh man.
Is that why you're called DC Black Ottoman?
Yeah. He like, you know, sometimes I'm known as the Black Zanj. Then they call me.
Oh man, you're the Ottoman.
Shall I say something in Turkish, yeah? That only the top Turkish G's will understand, yeah? And you young bucks will not even understand this. Tayyare hedefe ele geçirin.
You're Turkish, bro.
You're Turkish, man. Oh, you're
from hardest languages. I'm trying to learn this shit, man. This shit is hard, bro. It's like it's masculine, but it's like, damn, bro, come on, this is tough.
The thing is, yeah, like go back to like you know the like if you look like I was saying, you know, if people just follow the basic of their religion, yeah, I think the world would be a lot easier. Like in Sikhism, yeah, we have like 3 kind of main things that you need to do in order to kind of like be a Sikh. So like we say Nam Japna, yeah, which means Nam Japa, yeah, which means
Nam Japna.
Yeah, so meaning like repeat God's name, like pray basically, yeah, focus on God, yeah. Kirat Karo, yeah, which means earn an honest living, like when you're gonna work, yeah, and Van Chakna, yeah, which means share with others, yeah, like you know,
Van Chakna,
yeah. And so if you look at that, if people just did that, yeah, and then believed in God and stuff, we wouldn't really have that much problem. And the same with Islam, yeah. When you look at the the basics, yeah, like I think it's what is it? Let me just Google it. Profession of faith, yeah, the prayers, yeah, zakat, fasting, and a pilgrimage. Like people just did that, yeah. Would there really be any problems?
No.
Yeah.
I
And
don't
same
think
with
so.
Christians. If the Christians just followed the Jesus, or the Jews just followed the Ten Commandments, would there be
Well,
any
no,
problem?
I want to be fair. One thing I want to be fair about, what I think a lot of people do in regards to like sectorial religions, is that like they'll look at four and say, all right, this is like there's like billions of people within theists, and it's just like, all right, you take five. Because like I've seen theists do that on the panel. Like I've seen someone would say, well, look how this atheist behaves. This is how all atheists behave. I think if both sides were to sit down. Because I'm gonna be real with you, I feel like being a formal theist myself, I have to say the atheists really have a very simple thing they want. They want everything that everyone believes to just be proven. And at that moment, what can you do?
Did
know
you
what
say
I
a former theist?
Huh?
Did you say you was a former theist?
I was.
Oh, we lost you.
Yeah. Well, no.
How long
It
ago?
was,
No, DC Brad isn't an atheist, man.
Huh?
I said DC Brad is not an atheist. You're DC Brad, right? Yeah, DC Brad is not an atheist.
All right,
I'm not
guys,
like-
what's happening?
How's it going, man?
What's that? Yo, Khan, what's good, man?
Oh, good, man.
Khan's
Johnny?
good.
Yeah.
We need to bring Brad back over to the God side, man. He's been
What?
corrupted. The
He
God
already
side.
is, man.
I follow my
Everything happens in its own time, man. There's no rush.
No. He's being brainwashed by the demon block 24 hours a day.
Nah.
Yo, put some respect on G.
I actually got a big up Hugo Revolutionary Guard. You don't know.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, no.
Can I make a bet right now? Can I make a bet with you guys right now? How much
Yeah, what?
I were to pray right now for God to share my screen, he won't do it. But if I were to pray to Veli right now to share my screen, he would do it.
No, you can't. Oh no, that is blasphemy, man.
Is
That's
Veli more
blasphemy.
reliable than God? That should be the
I'm
new.
not gonna lie, that's blasphemy.
Yeah, but you know what? If you ask your worst enemy to shank you, and then if you ask God to shank you, which one's gonna shank you?
There you go, Danon. This is why I rate you, Danon. You think you're like one of the few theists that just sits back and you think. I like that. Good job, man. Good job. Even though it was a joke and you ruined my joke, good job.
Yeah.
No, you believe no. You lot, yeah, from the atheists have a hierarchy, yeah, of your kind of gods and demigods, yeah. Like Christopher Hitchens is your actual god.
No, see, there's
No, let him break it down, innit?
Veli's like a disciple, yeah. He's a disciple. Rob is like a messiah or something, yeah. You have your own kind of like hierarchy of atheists.
Richard Dawkins never claimed to be a prophet of atheism.
No, Christopher Hitchens.
Oh, well, Christopher Hitchens never claims to be.
Hold on.
Hold
Jesus
on.
never claimed to be the son of God, though.
Big up Skyworks.
Chill.
No, but if you look at it,
got you.
Oh, so Bradley, when you see Christopher Hitchens, like I'd say Christopher Hitchens is like a proper G. Like he's one of my favorites as well, yeah. Like in terms of like, and the thing is, I have to say, like he talks a lot of sense. But since he passed away, yeah, people treat him like he's some kind of like god. Like if you watch videos, yeah, like he's like a saint now, yeah. And in the atheist community, there is this hierarchy. You cannot deny this.
But the same thing with yo, big up to Captain Bloodfire. So God chooses not to share your screen. He doesn't exist. Fallacy.
God created the universe.
These are jokes, bro.
God created the universe, but he couldn't share the screen, so there's no God.
Share my screen. You see how what kind of God is that, man? You could.
Yeah, but you are you saying there's no real hierarchy within the atheist community?
Brad, can I ask you a thing? Can I ask you a question, Brad?
It's like a
Brad,
yeah.
If your intention is on this earth is to build a nation,
yeah,
can you do it without God?
Well, the thing is, though, is like I'm not 100%. Like I'm more. See, that's what I'm saying. That's why I think I can empathize with the atheist because, like, if you read the Bible, you see multiple occasions where God literally revealed him. He literally, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna show y'all how powerful I am. So I agree with atheists in the sense, like, I want God to do that. But in regards to building a nation, yes, you can build it without God. You just need laws. Because Hammurabi built a nation without God, and he built it with laws. I mean, multiple Kemetic, multiple kingdoms across the world did that. So like I can, I believe I can, but like I could could I build a nation without laws? No, but I can definitely build it without a God, because I can make myself the God. You know.
I never meant a hypothetical nation. I meant a nation out of your people who currently have some degree of believers amongst their ranks.
Wow. Good job. No, I wouldn't. I would think that would be impossible because there's Christian, Muslim, theists like across the board. So I think if anything, if I were to try to build a nation saying that, by the way, Christianity, Islam is banned, you might as well just, walk out the room because no one's going to listen to me at that point. So, yeah, no, it's impossible.
So can you see where the not the contradiction, but can you see where the difficulty lies? Because
Kondo, let's
if you do, you're damned. If you don't, you're damned. Like either way you go, either road is going to be difficult.
But like, listen, like
for you to say let's throw religion out the window, then everyone has to agree with you.
Yeah, no, that's why I say I would never be able to. That would be very unsuccessful because I can even tell you that like a lot of revolutionary groups in the Americas started out of either a mosque or a church in regards to the Black community. So, I could never. That would just be retarded. So yeah, you got me there. It's would be impossible for the current state of African people on the planet to build a nation without one of the Abrahamic faiths.
Right, so let's say, for example, you still had that same intention, and you just basically had to appease those people who had like some sort of theist belief.
Yeah.
Do you think you could then still build that nation without handing power over to them or being taken over by them, but still incorporate them by appeasing them? Do you think it's doable?
Yeah, and honestly, I would do what we do in the West because it's like kind of when I see who's Sam Harris, some idiot. I would kind of copy what I see in the West right now, where it's like you have like in America right now. So like there's like a soft campaign, I would say, coming from the left in regards to Muslims. So like you see a lot more like people from Muslim countries becoming famous as comedians now. The goal is to make be more hilarious and like
the acceptable face of Islam.
Same thing with Sikhs too. Like you see the that Sikh politician that's in Canada. Now you see guys like there's a guy that's
Jagmeet Singh.
Yeah. So you see him, and you see that like kind of like integrating. So you have like these small little videos on social media trying to like say, oh, you can be a Christian, you can be a Muslim, you can be a Sikh. Just when you go to like, if you become a soldier, fight. You become a doctor, heal. If you become a teacher, teach. So yeah, it is. I think it would be possible to create a society like you see now, because if you never talked about religion, let's say we took everyone outside of religion, put a Muslim, a Christian, an atheist all in the same room, and they weren't allowed to tell you what religion they were, and then you had people outside that room guess what religion they were, you would never be able to know,
Right.
Because I've met white girls who've come to me and told me, Alife brother,
Yo, Raj.
There's a secret.
Alife, bro. What does that mean?
Yo, Raj, Jen Wallace has a question for you.
What is it, Jen Wallace? I got Jen Wallace here.
Raj, are there mantras in Sikhi?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. So there is. I don't want to say more because obviously the people start cussing me out and saying, Raj,
it's the equivalent of zikr, though, isn't it, Raj? It's like just the remembrance of.
Yeah, I mean, we have what's called a Japji Sahib, and it's like we call it the belly body. If you ever want to test out if someone's Sikh, you ask them this, because most Sikhs are taught this from like a very young age. So if they can't repeat it, it's like, what do you have in Islam that you normally ask people to test them? What is it called?
I'll say Salam Alaikum.
No. It's like the Lord's Prayer. It's like the equivalent of the Lord's Prayer.
Yeah. So we have a similar situation where, like, if you don't know that, like the other day, I had to do a Sikh panel, and someone jumped on. He was saying he was Sikh. I said, "All right, repeat to me the Bali Body, the Japji Sahib," and he couldn't do it. And I was like,
I remember.
Like, you know that verse that the Muslims read in every prayer. Like, if you can't recite that, you're basically not Muslim. Yeah.
That doesn't mean you're not. I'm not gonna say he was a Sikh.
Doesn't mean you're not a Muslim.
Yeah, it's just
that you don't pray and that, or you don't know at least about.
Or I was a little bit suspicious until he proved to me. So like, I always use that as the kind of standard. Like, if you don't know that, then I'm going to be a little bit. I'm not saying you're not a Sikh though, but if you don't know that, then there's a problem. Like you should.
Hey,
There's a
Raj.
suspicion.
Hey, yo, is it true that Sikhs? Is it true that Sikhs kind of have like? Because I heard there's a hidden page in the Kama Sutra that only Sikhs know. So can you like help?
Yeah, we got our own page, man. We got our own page.
They took the hottest page and put it in their pocket.
I mean, the Kama Sutra, I mean, on a serious, like the Kama Sutra, like is one of those weird situations in Indian history. Like, it is quite embarrassing. You know, the temples, the Kama Sutra temple is inside. I don't know if you've seen them. Yeah, these temples in India, and like when the Brits went there, I think they saw it as real depraved. So there's temples. They're beautiful temples. Don't get me wrong. The architecture is incredible, but when you look up close, there's things going into places and positions like real graphics. So you can imagine like going there and like thinking, what the hell is going on here, man? Like you need to Google it. Like,
yeah, you know what? Last time I was asking you about the lingam and that, but then I realized it was Hinduism. It wasn't Sikhism. So.
Yeah, I mean the Hindu the Kama Sutra was written thousands of years ago. Sikhism is 500 years old, so it was before that. Yeah.
But lingam and yoni have nothing to do with Sikhi, innit?
What's that?
I heard
Lingam and yoni.
that Hinduism wasn't even named by the indigenous people of the area. I heard that it came from the British.
Yeah, no, they come from. I think it was the Islamic conquerors. They used to call India Hind, and so they named them as Hindus. They don't. I mean, the Hinduism is like such a. There's so many different types of Hinduism. Like some people.
Hindus.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I don't like, even myself. I'm confused about Hinduism because, like, I'm a Sikh. We kind of done away with a lot of a lot of this kind of like idol worshipping and stuff like this, like the stuff that Sikhism is very against, and even I've been told that they don't believe in lots of gods, but it looks like that from the outside, even to me. And I'm from India. To me, it looks like there's millions.
Thousands of gods too.
Yeah, I've been told by Hindus, no, there's one god, but these are their different types of personalities or temperaments or something. So one will be the god of whatever, the other one of that. But yeah, I can understand from outside why it looks so.
I met a Sufi once, and he even refused to do takfir on Hindus. He said they believe in one god, and I was quite surprised by that.
Yeah, I mean, I think some like a lot of religions, remember Hinduism is one of the oldest. So you're looking at 4,000 or 5,000 years old. Over time, it becomes corrupted. I think. It's bad to say that because I'm not saying Hinduism is corrupted, but I do think practices have gone mad. Like there's a temple for rats. It's like, come on, dude, man. Like leave that alone. Like, why
Taking it a bit far now, isn't it?
So there's a video and it's quite embarrassing. Like they've taken it so far. So they revere the rat, So the rat, has its own temple and it's filled with rats, And also the guys that look after the temple eat from the same food as the rats, and drink from the same water. And you can imagine, the kind of problems that would cause, hygienically. And they revere the rats as a god. And so I think those kind of practices are not really new. They're being corrupted by people like getting stupid superstitions and stuff like that. Apologies to any Hindus out there, man.
Big up Turgut all. Big up Turgut all. And Jen Wally. Yo, Khan. See what I was talking about earlier? What is it like the first page of the Quran or the first verse of the Quran? Like you know what Muslims say. Is that what they recite in the prayer?
Al-Fatiha is the equivalent of the Lord's Prayer.
Is that the first verse of the Quran?
No.
No?
It's not.
Or the first,
I do realize that whenever anyone wants to prove someone's a Muslim, they'll ask that. They'll like, can you repeat that? And if they can't repeat it,
but that's not easy. That's not easy to.
It's not supposed to be. It's not supposed.
In Arabic, if you want to recite in Arabic, it's not easy.
I'm not saying it's easy, but if you don't even know the basics, like the most basic part of your faith, then like I'll give an example. I'm not Abid, who's Abid now. Abid, he said to me he was a Sikh, so I said to him, dude, what's the name of our holy scriptures? He couldn't name it. And I was like, dude, you could never have been Sikh, no matter what you say. Like, if I asked a Muslim, what's the name of your holy scriptures? They can't say the Quran, then they were never a part of that faith.
I heard you.
Scriptures of the Sikhs, then. Like, do you have like a Bible, you know what I mean? Like an equivalent?
Yeah, I mean, we have what's called a Sri Guru Granth Sahib. So, Yeah, so we have our own. I mean, tomorrow I'm doing a show. The next 2 days I'm gonna be very pious because it's Basaki for.
Are you doing your show, man? I should come by there. You know, drop
I don't want to. Look, yeah, I know Vedi's gonna say, but it's gonna not be on my channel. It's gonna be on Manny Cinders around tomorrow sometime, maybe 5 or 6 o'clock. It's gonna be a religious show. So if you want to learn about Sikhism and why,
Daydan, did you when you said it's the first page? Sorry to cut you. You know when you said it's the first page of the Quran, did you mean that it's the first surah, like surah number 1?
Yeah, like the first chapter, innit? The first.
Yeah.
Of like from the second it says Bismillah, yeah, like that page.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you.
So tomorrow I'm gonna be because it's weird because it's April is the Easter for Christians. You have is it a religious time for Muslims? I think they got what is going on for Muslims? Ramadan, and for Sikhs in April it's the most important time called Baisakhi.
Oh wait, what? Ramadan's when?
It's now, I think.
Now it's Ramadan.
Yeah. Is it?
Oh,
Yeah.
the Muslims are gonna be
Brad,
peak.
So all of us here have got like religious times, and maybe April is a special time for people. I don't know, but it seems a bit weird.
I'm gonna fast, you know.
Are you gonna do it?
fast?
All right. Yeah, you should
You
try it.
can't fast without praying though, Daydan.
Why?
Because you have to do the prayers as well.
Oh, that's what is it disrespectful if I fast without praying?
No, but it won't be Ramadan.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
maybe
I
he wants to put his foot into the door and not go the full way.
You did.
so-
How long you been a Muslim?
Because I know fasting is beneficial. I definitely know that.
Yeah,
And
after
there's
3 days,
been-
you can reset your immune system.
Yeah. Oh, that, bro. Everyone should fast. COVID time.
Yeah, everyone should fast right now, man.
Everyone should be fasting. Oh,
You know that I know,
all the
I know
Muslims are gonna be
Muslims that
cured.
fast every
Imagine
Tuesday
that.
and Thursday.
Hey, imagine everyone
Every
dies and the Muslims are the only ones left because they fasted. That would be so judged.
Oh God!
That'd
And I
be
was
so
the only,
bad.
and I was the only one left as well. I was like left by myself. I'm like,
All the Muslims are just Raj.
Yeah, it's Raj. I'm like,
Oh
nah,
my
I'm
days.
not converting, guys. Sorry, you're gonna have to give me our own country. Where I can
Hey,
live by
Raj, I don't think you have a choice at that point, innit?
Yeah,
Like,
no.
everyone except you.
I'd want special status. Like, yeah, I want the whole of Australia, like for myself.
You know what? According to Islamic law, you basically get that.
I'm gonna make sure you pay the most taxes. I'm gonna really like every time you buy. What's it called? I don't want to disrespect. It's called like the head wrap thing. I'm gonna make sure the price of those. If you try to change your color, make sure. It's
Oh, how dare you!
Nah, I don't think you can do that. No, you can't.
Yeah, you take your
Um,
shahada. It's really
You see
expensive.
the tax for someone who's not a Muslim, yeah, it's a fixed tax, innit? It's not about their income.
Yeah.
Oh no!
And
Don't
what
talk about jizya, please. I beg you, don't talk about jizya.
Oh,
It's gonna
jizya,
go-
yeah,
No,
yeah,
no,
yeah.
don't talk about it,
So,
please. I
Raj,
beg you.
Raj, you're going to be paying, yeah,
No, don't do it because they're gonna end up making
the
me
least
get
amount of
paid
tax on earth. Obviously, if there's broke bread.
please, Daydan, please. I'm trying to be pious here for tomorrow, like next 2 days. Please don't talk about
Why?
the
What's
jizya.
wrong with what? Is that not true, Khan?
No, dude, I've got
What's
the,
that?
the Sikhs have a long history with that jizya, man. I can't, like I can't talk.
Oh, there's some genetic memory trauma.
You know, one of my biggest sayings is quite controversial, so don't say it. As soon as you start talking about jizya,
Hey, alright, cool. I won't say it.
don't talk about that. Don't talk about it.
All right, so Khan, what would Raj get land-wise or like that? Would you be able to
Land.
be in his own ends?
Say if I was the only Sikh in the, like the only non-Muslim in the world, yeah.
Yeah, say everyone died except the Muslims and Raj.
Yeah, and I don't want to convert. Can I have someone
If
like
everyone died apart from Raj and he was the only non-Muslim, I guarantee you he'll become Muslim.
No. I'm saying I wouldn't. Yeah. Can I have
Yeah,
my
he's saying he would.
And his life would be a lot better because we'll probably give him a wife as well.
No. If I can have the whole of America,
Yeah.
the whole of America, and then you lot
Would
can
you give him the whole of America? But I think that's a bit unreasonable, though, Raj.
Typical Raj, innit?
What? What do you mean? I'm
Bro,
gonna
look,
be by myself.
Muslims are encouraged to have a lot of, like, to be fruitful in it. So
Dude,
each Muslim family, obviously, if it runs smooth. What, say that again?
It'll take me 100 years to walk around by myself, man. So let me have the whole of America. Like that's a good. Imagine.
You're gonna be so bored.
No,
man.
If you're one person, why would you need to own land?
Raj, me and my because I'm going to take a bunch of white kids and make them janissaries of mine. I'm gonna call them like,
no,
Nice.
yeah. So I'm gonna take a bunch of white, my Janissaries. But nah, I'll let you have New Jersey. That's the only thing you can have.
No. No, the thing is, yeah, like I don't want to. Like, if I was
But Raj, you do realize, yeah, that you're basically, if you don't become Muslim, you'll never get married and you'll never have children. You know that?
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, like I would sacrifice that.
Come on, bro.
Raj, how can you not want the punani, man? The pum pum.
Did I say I didn't want it? But I said I would sacrifice that.
Yeah, you sacrifice.
I look here, like for me,
It's a big
like
sacrifice, bro.
Yeah. But if I look here, if I had the whole of America to myself, never to see another human being, and I could just wander around and do that'd be freaking amazing.
Why?
Yeah, but it's not going to be built like it is. Actually,
No, I don't care. I don't need it to be built. I've said I
will
wouldn't.
though, anyway.
All right, so one of my things, yeah, I've done a drawing called my what is it? I can't remember. It's something like my ultimate dream, yeah, something like that. And it's me sitting on Mars by myself with a drawing pad, with my feet up on a rover, like just chilling out. Like that to me would be bliss, just by yourself in a freaking land with no one there. That would be amazing, and with animals and stuff. What's wrong with that? Did you not cope with that though?
No, I couldn't live like that. I need a woman, bro. I'm gonna need a woman, bro. I couldn't live by myself, bro.
Well, what if they?
I'm having difficulty now, and it's been like 3 weeks.
Oh, all right,
I'm ready to kill someone.
No, Khan, you know the funniest thing I remember you said? You was like, yo, Belly, don't abuse me. You're not my girlfriend.
That's an English joke, though. You have to be English to understand that.
Back. This shit was funny.
Where is Veli today? Veli's shook, man.
No, he's not.
Veli's been on. I think he's been busy all day, man. So every time he turns on his mic,
whenever I jump on there, yeah, because I destroyed the demon block with Schiffer the other day, and he actually
Schiffer.
He sent to the video. You know the way they sent to coronavirus videos.
Oh wait, 1 second, Raj. Wait, 1 second. Everyone, 1 second. We go into Veli's history. Yeah. Obviously, the video should be uploaded by now. Raj is obviously saying that man deleted it because they got
smoked. No, he put it back. He put it back up now. He put it back up now.
Are you sure?
Are you sure? I don't know. I've not checked, but I can imagine.
I'll see. No,
the guy that you took as your teammate that you just.
No. Like I said, yeah, Schiffer talks a lot of shit. Yeah, so he's around 90%, 8%, yeah, of the stuff that he talks here is pretty crazy. But
yo, Veli, I thought this thing is gonna take 24 hours to upload, fam.
Is it not there?
Nah, 2 days, then 4 days.
You know what it's like here? You know how they censor the coronavirus videos? This is what they're doing with that video now.
5G.
They censored
talk about 5G too much.
You know what video? Do you know what video we're talking about? You know the video where, like, whether you agree with Schiffer or not, yeah, like he knows how to get under these guys' skins, yeah, and I like people like that.
Because no. The thing is, Schiffer breaks the rules of the G Block. You're not supposed to be about You're not supposed to be about like yelling and screaming and all that shit like that. He does that. He will say some nonsense. He'd be like, you know how God is real? Because the Most High told me, you're done out here. But.
Schiffer actually said that though.
You're making me miss him. You're making me miss him now.
I miss Schiffer, bro. I'd love Schiffer on the panel. But did he actually say that though, Brad?
Yes, I asked him one time. The Israelites were black. He gave me an Assyrian king and said, "Look at the Assyrian king. Who are they oppressing?" And I was like, "These people. Like you can't tell their race." But he says, "Do they have coarse hair, curly hair?" And I said, "Looks like it. That's how you know that the Israelites were black. You're done out here. What?
You're done out here."
Yeah, hold on, Brad. Yeah, look, I don't agree with a lot of stuff he says, but he has got a lot. Even with me, you may disagree with me, but I have an ability to be able to get under people's skins. Even Khan's irritating. That is a talent as well, yeah, to be able to annoy people and trigger people. And he knows,
like, how does that prove though? In the end of the day,
it doesn't matter. But the point is now they've censored the video. They put it like the coronavirus videos. It's gone from YouTube. That video from 2 days ago. Like, where is that video?
You trying to say Schiffer's dropped some information about the coronavirus?
No.
I'm trying to say it's Illuminati. They took it down.
No. Veli censored the video because it made the G-Block look like goddamn big girls. They were crying and bitching like women.
Oh my days! You know what? I just clocked, Raj. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that was the video that I was trying to reference. With what we were trying to replay a couple times, and Belly kept bringing it up, and I said, "Let's just replay it. Let's just play it," and it's just not there.
Yeah, so look, if you look here, every day he does a stream here, it goes 2 days ago, then it goes 4 days ago. Where's the 3 days ago video?
Well, I mean, okay.
Where is it? We demand an answer.
Video.
We demand answers.
That was a video where Rob was going mad because what it was, Schiffer jumped on and he did like a very irritating move, but it worked. He just started reading a kind of like a thesis, and they were going mad. They were frothing at the mouth. Rob was malfunctioning like the robot he is, but he was like sparks were coming out of his brain. Veli was going mad, saying, "I believe in God. I believe in God. If you stop." And so now, yeah, they removed that video.
Veli said that.
Yeah. Well, I think he said that. I can't say for definite. I heard something like that. No, but the thing is that where is that video? Now you can't tell me that video is now gone, yeah, and like it's not there. The only video.
Raj, here's the question. What was the timestamp? Was it within the 12-hour timestamp?
Yeah, it was within the 12 hours, and that whole 12-hour live stream has been taken out.
Bro, none of that 12 hours is there. Not 1 second of that 12 hours is there.
Oh my goodness.
It takes a long time, but 2 days ago one was up. Yesterday one was up, but for some reason 3 days ago needs a lot longer because like there was too much heat on it or something. I don't know.
You go 1 week, 6 days, 5 days, 4 days,
4 days, 2 days.
Where's the 3 day one?
That's exactly, bruv. That's the same one that was missing yesterday.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
Ooh. This is a bad look for the G Block, man. Like
hey, listen, I'm trying to let y'all do Dawo right now and chill.
All right, so your title is "If Religious People Have the Truth, Why Are They so Unhappy with Criticism?" Now you say you have the truth. Why have you censored that video? Because you're not happy with criticism.
You can't call Belly a kuffar because how is he hiding truth? Okay,
Belly, I ultra set you up for failure by oh my days. Am I seeing what's happening?
It's bad.
Oh, bro.
It's bad. I feel sorry for them in a way because they were having a lot of wins, and now they've just like embarrassed themselves. It shows that they're just as bad as religious people.
So whoa.
Just as bad as religious people.
No, so religious people, like they will say that religious people, if they lose something, they will like censor it. Like I've seen it, they won't put the video up. Now they're doing the same thing.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, I hear what you're saying. But like you mean like very invested religious people who are arrogant and all that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so now because they got triggered on that video and they look silly, the video is gone now. That's a religious kind of thing to do, like theist kind of thing to do.
Yeah, like don't put it out in the open. Hide everything.
Oh man.
Yeah. Let's make up another story. Hey, everyone, look at that.
Oh, the dog ate the live stream or something. Yeah, like they're like they're gonna use some mad excuse the way it's gone now. Like, oh
the dog ate my YouTube.
Yeah, my dog ate my wire and it didn't upload or something. Like, oh no, we'd have to do a whole show on this to find out what happened with it. Yeah, where is he? He can't even answer in the thingy because he knows he's been caught out. Big up to Schiffer for that, man. Big up to Schiffer.
Big up Schiffer, man. Hey, bro, I don't like anyone saying bad things about Schiffer. I hear that, but obviously he does say some things that are a lot of people would disagree with. But what I like about Schiffer is that if he believes that to be true, he'll say it. If he don't believe it, he won't say it. Like,
no, I say I'm not gonna lie. He talks a lot of garbage here, but I will say this: that
he believes it.
He does but he does not go by public opinion. That's one thing I appreciate because he was told that I was some freaking degenerate, some prick, and I was like, yes, I am a degenerate and a prick sometimes, but I'm also not that bad. And he made his own mind up about me, and other people, it was like Banksy was on here, and like everyone was saying Banksy's a nonce and all this kind of stuff, and he made his own mind about it. And I appreciate people like that will make their own mind up about people and not get swayed by public opinion.
Yeah, I heard a lot about you before I spoke to you. Still,
yeah.
But you get me. You're like, this is a very important thing. Yeah, I spoke to you. You get me, and you spoke to me. I can't watch you speaking to a prick. Like, if you watch me speaking to a prick, you'll probably think I'm the biggest prick.
Yeah, but how Brad? You know, me and him had a massive argument when we first spoke. Yeah, remember that day when I was cursing you out? Remember the day, Don?
Oh, when you were cursing, yeah.
Yeah, because I didn't know you, yeah, and you just jumped and going, Raj, why do you rah? And I was like, dude, who are you, you little prick, asking me these questions? Because I didn't know you. Because like, imagine
Well,
someone jumping on, yeah.
I got the
don't know,
patience
man.
and I understand the human nature in it. So like, you
So
can't really.
Oh, look his hair, look his hair.
The father, the unholy father. We demand answers.
We demand answers. Inquiry, conference call, incoming.
Veli, what going? What
Oh,
happened?
do you think Veli's jumped on to speak to us, bro?
No,
He jumped on. He jumped on to speak to Brad. Brad.
He says, stay on code. Stay on code. Stay on code.
By the way, Brad, yeah? Yo, Brad.
Yeah. Hey, I'll be right back.
Yo, Raj, let me ask you a question, bro. Let me ask you a question, man. Let me ask you a question, man. Can you break down Schiffer's argument from the other day?
Schiffer's argument was like, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, blah, blah. God is real. Blah, blah, blah.
That's really it.
Wow, Veli, would you say that's an accurate summary?
But that's the worst thing about it.
Yeah.
Even though his argument was terrible, he managed.
Yeah, it was. That was an accurate summary.
Yeah.
Yeah, God is real. Bruh.
Big up Schiffer. Hey, Schiffer, if you're listening, jump onto the panel, bruv. You get me, bruv?
But that's the best thing about it, yeah. It was such a weak argument, but it got under your lot's skin. You lot lost your cool, yeah, and it makes you look bad. Like, it made you look bad.
Okay, what did we do to lose our call? Because you're saying we. What did we do to lose our call then?
Rob was malfunctioning. There was like sparks coming out of his freaking robot brain and shit, yeah? You was like going crazy, like, oh, rah. And then you had the ultra malfunctioning as well. Like, all of you lot were like losing your minds. James Jones.
One second. Yo, Veli, how do you
it?
pronounce this? Mr. Procletije, yeah? The video isn't removed. It was simply too long for YouTube. Okay then. Okay then.
Yeah, edit that shit, man. Edit that.
Yeah, that's what happens, man. When I told you, when it's over 18 hours, if it's 18 hours, it won't save it, innit? Because it's over the 11 and a half hours. It won't process it.
The dog at my homework.
It's just on my, what's it called, man?
Yeah, that's
It's
like
on my,
You
I
didn't
can see
say
it,
that. You said it will upload over 24 hours, bruv. It's been more than 48 hours.
Yeah, I'm saying I can see it still. I can still see the video, but you might.
You can see it. All right.
Bro, you know what?
Yeah,
You know
yeah,
what? If
still
you
up,
click
still
on
up.
edit video, Veli, yeah, and you change it from private to public, then maybe we can see it.
Yeah.
Billy, can I ask you a
It's
question?
not on private, you daughter.
Well,
Yeah. I'll tell you what, yeah. First of all, yeah. Wait. Hold on. Day. Why Carl answers that question, yeah? Scroll through and see if any videos are over 11, are over 12 and a half hours or anything like that.
Yeah, but bro, all these videos, all these shows were over 12 hours. All of them.
The last one was 16 hours.
No, but if they're 18 hours, anytime they go over 18 hours, they don't process it. It just saves it.
So what was the point of you saying look for them and look if anyone's over 12 hours? What was the point of that?
Yeah, because to show you that none of them are fucking over 12 hours, you knob. That's the point.
But all of them were over 12 hours though. That's bruv.
None of them I said look at the list
come on,
of
bruv.
videos.
Come on, bruv.
Sometimes
Billy.
you're insufferable to argue.
I'm not Schiffer's.
Sorry for being deep, bruv, but I just had to. You should have mentioned that.
No, it's insufferable to argue, man. But
I'm not Schiffer's greatest fan, yeah, and I don't agree with this thing that he does about all the theists have to stick together and have a united front. Like, I'm not down with that, yeah, because most of the time he's like misrepresenting Islam on a massive level. But anyway, cut a long story short, yeah. I'm asking you, yeah, as a channel owner rather than as an atheist. I personally think out of order that people all getting together and being like, oh, Schiffer's not good for the channel. Schiffer's the worst thing that's happened to this channel. Schiffer shouldn't be allowed on the channel. Like, I just think it's out of order.
No one will get barred like that anyway from people saying so and so is not good for the channel. They'll have to do something on the channel that's worthy of being barred, isn't it?
Same peak. Yeah, listen to this, yeah? Do you know how much people complain and say, oh, we don't want to listen to Rob. Fuck Rob. Rob can't come on the channel. Rob. But Rob comes here every day, mate. So.
But Rob's your messiah.
Yeah, all right. Like Manny Cinder's your boyfriend.
Yeah. We got Manny Cinder.
Manicinta.
Yeah, we got ready, man. Now, come on, man, come on. You can't. Rob is one of your kind of like your unholy trinity, like the disciples. So you can't really name
the
him.
unholy trinity, yeah, is me, Ultra, and Jimbo. You get me? Robbie's a
This
G
is
block
too
still,
funny,
fam.
bro. If you're not just
Stop shooting,
reading
you
these
get me?
comments, yeah, it's too funny, bro. It's too funny. Look. This anonymous wrote win. All G blockers do is win. After what we just said, yeah, you're gonna type that comment.
True, man.
Yeah? That is joke.
It's true though, man. You gotta be real, fam.
Wait.
Listen,
Renegade Ralph.
Nah, I'm gonna give you and Raj a chance. Yeah, I'm gonna give you and Raj a chance.
They
Yeah,
are
I'm gonna give you and
intellectually
Raj a chance.
dishonest.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
I'll give you and Raj a chance, yeah, to explain and break down G Block's clear L's.
All right, so I'll go first here. So the thing is, I agree. Yeah, G Block has made theists look quite silly because some of the most silliest arguments, some of the most barbaric behavior has been from us theists. I apologize for us, but the thing is, the problem is that we don't know how many we've won because you've censored those ones. We don't know now because they're on private or they're not. They're gone. We don't know now.
Recording L's on that. You get me?
Yeah, you'd remove those ones. We don't know. We can't remember now. Like, where are they?
All right, listen.
Look, I'll tell you something, Veli. Yeah, like there are.
I got to put up a fucking. I got to carry on.
Now I'm saying there are obviously some theists that will fit into the same category. Obviously, yeah. But I would say, yeah, that when man comes onto the G Block, I feel like atheists, yeah, like if they feel like they're losing, because they got this thing about losing, isn't it? A theist wouldn't really, a proper theist, anyway, the way I see it, would not care about losing an argument, yeah? Like, you didn't lose nothing. The Most High is still the Most High. You get me? You're still good. You haven't done nothing bad. You just tried to teach, and man became idiot about it. Yeah, you ain't lost nothing. If they felt like they won something, yeah, that's like, you get me. They got something missing. Maybe they want to feel full. Like, I don't know what it is, yeah. But a proper theist, don't like. You can't even take it L. Like what? What is an L? Like, what's like? Oh, an L. Oh no, I'm gonna die. Like, you get me? Like, oh, so what? But some that's why I said some theists also fit into that category. But those same theists, yeah. Let's go back to the question of the day. If religious people have the truth, why are they so unhappy with criticism?
Day, why are you sidestepping though, man?
Why am I scientific?
You did the filthy dance.
No, not scientific, man. You did do that. You did. You know what I'm saying? You did the Harry Kushner down the road in that. I was like, right, what's going on?
I don't understand what you're asking me. Why am I what?
Yeah, the question was, give me, between you and Raj, describe a clear L.
Bro, the fact that you are seeing something you can be educated by as a L and W situation is a L. You're living a life of L-ness. You get me? Do you understand that? That is the biggest L.
Wait a sec. So who first of all, out of us three, me, you, and Raj, came on here and was talking about L's and W's?
You.
What? Me?
You.
Did you say me?
Yeah, you introduced this whole G blocks don't take L's. Well, we win. You get me? That's your whole concept. It's not my concept. I don't know if it's Raj.
No. I do say that. Look, I concede. Yeah, I have said we win a lot. It's hard winning all day. Yeah, but they do win as well. Yeah, but the thing is, I believe the reason why this has happened is not because of Veli. Veli's actually a fair guy. It's that demon James, because James looked like a goddamn demon on that show, and that's why he doesn't want to be shown.
Veli is a fair guy.
Yeah, it was him.
James is more. No. James is more fair than Veli.
No,
Veli's like Maradona.
Wait. You know what? The fact that I gotta think about this. The fact that I gotta think about this shows a problem. You know what I mean?
You're crazy. James is a demon, a real life demon. You can't compare him to the other two of the.
James is young and
Raj. There are levels of demons in it.
Raj. Explain it, LB.
There are levels still.
All right, so I'm not. Look here, I can't remember until you uncensor those videos and allow me to watch them. Then I was thinking, but you've censored so many of them, yeah. So there's probably thousands of videos on there that you lot have lost, but we can't see them or you've edited them that we don't put them on there. I need to see them first.
According to my definition of an L, I reckon I beat Rob twice, innit? And obviously that's my opinion. It's my opinion, and he never conceded. But a lot of people come up to me going, "You know what? You rinsed that Rob on that particular argument," and that was just twice out of.
What was the argument?
Yeah, but M stacks don't count, man.
The other day, I was trying to explain to Rob that his own made-up version of ethics according to atheism isn't really what he should be talking about, because there are ethical frameworks that atheists should refer back to, right? And he's got his own made-up version. Hold on. Nah, he's got his own made-up version of the scientific method plus empathy plus reason. That's Rob's own made-up version of what an atheist morality should be. And I said to him, he's made that up. That's got nothing to do with any other philosopher or anyone that he should be referring back to, and it ain't an ethical framework.
What you said
there. And James Jones came on the following day.
Let me listen. Wait. Stay there. But pause. Hold on to there. Because number one, yeah, you're straw manning because he never said that, yeah.
But he did say that.
Yeah. Number one, you're straw manning him. He never said that, yeah.
You're a liar, and you're an atheistic liar.
Okay. All right. The man's here now anyway.
Look, the man's here himself.
The man's here now. You get me?
Speak of the devil.
Robert.
Like I was saying, yeah. Boom.
Belly was in distress, and now Rob's here. Always happens.
Belly's ever in distress.
No, he always
James Jones as well. And then
No. Honestly, this has happened so many times. Whenever Belly's under distress here, Rob just jumps out like Batman. Like how the freaking
Raj, are you trolling? Because I'm sure you're not serious. Hey?
Dude, like the other day, yeah, I remember
obviously he was listening when Card said, I fucking beat Rob on whatever debate, and then he strawberred you and said, "You said this, that is atheist philosophy."
Talking to me or somebody else?
No, he asked what was the definition. He asked Rob.
Explain what you said. Explain what you said again, then.
What is the definition of an L? And I said we got different definitions of what an L is, because in my opinion, I beat Rob in two particular arguments where he didn't actually concede. But I'm judging it on the fact that a lot of people come up to me saying that, you know, you beat Rob. So it's like subjective. So if no one's ever going to put their hands up,
explain the situation.
No one's ever going to. All right, cool. I'm going to get to that. If no one ever puts their hands up against defeat, right? Like, which is Veli's method of saying, all right, we never take L's. In other words, you could beat Veli all day long. He will never, ever, ever, ever say, okay, I concede. Never. You can paint him up and down the town. He'll never turn around and say, I concede. So that's why Veli says, L block, we never take L's. That's what he means by that. It doesn't mean you can't beat him in a debate. He just don't give a fuck if you win.
I'll tell you something,
right?
yeah? Wait,
obviously, we have
James Jones takes the most
what is an L.
W.
But anyway, James Jones
explain what you're saying in it, because you did try there still.
What I was saying about how I got my point over on Rob is that I was trying to say to Rob that his version of scientific method plus reason plus empathy is not really an ethical framework that he should be referring to. It's just a made-up thing that he's made up himself, and he throws the scientific method in there because no one can argue with the scientific method.
No, actually, it's not. So let me correct you. It's based on the Sam Harris, although I've changed my mind on the objective initial starting points. Harris argues for the initial starting point, and others before Harris have argued similar arguments. So this is not me making stuff up. It's based on other people and philosophers prior to Harris as well. So the difference between myself and Harris is that Harris suggests that you can have an objective starting point. I'm suggesting that that point is subjective. And on top of that, you can have an objective standard. So you claiming that I've made this up, is not true. I mean, there's very little that I make up. I listen to very smart people. I try and reason it and see whether it makes sense to me. And I've changed my mind on a few things. But it's very rare that I come with something that nobody's ever heard of. I think the only thing that I've come with was the claim about the Muslim claim about, you know, God being separate from his creation. Now, again, probably there's a philosopher who's come up with it far better than I have. But that was one of the original things that I came up with that I'd not heard anybody else come up with. So it wasn't mine. You can disagree with it, but then you are disagreeing with people far smarter than me. So maybe, but it wasn't mine. So if the L was, hey, it's yours, Rob, then that isn't the case. If the L is, hey, I don't agree with it and here's some inconsistency, then I haven't heard that yet. So you can welcome to articulate it if you wish.
If I may,
my whole point wasn't
I'm going to be quick. I'm
going to go. Yeah, I'm not running off here. I need to go. Yeah, I'll be back later on. I'll be back later.
I'm
not running. I'll be back. I'll be back in a while. I'll be back.
Rob,
go ahead, Con.
I was just trying to explain that we have different points of view on what constitutes an L.
Okay, so all right, so cool. So was the L that it was my made up thing? If I've now explained that it's not my made up thing, is there something else that constitutes an L for you?
If you're saying that someone else,
get Khan and Rob, if you can hold these thoughts here for 1 second, yeah. I want to say what I think an L is, because obviously I need to run the late thing, so I might just go knock out a bit. And I want to obviously answer Raf. Are you Jesus? I don't know if I'm Jesus. I guess that's your answer. I don't think I am, but I don't know. And I think an L is literally chilling, hearing information and not learning it. That's an L. And James Jones takes the most W's for G Block. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, but he's got integrity. If you beat him fair and square, he'll put his hands up and say, "Okay, you beat me." That's not
he'll
taking an L.
He'll actually take something from the conversation. He'll learn something new.
Of growth.
He's willing. Yeah, but at the same time, still, he's got two sides. It's so weird, bro. With James Jones, it's like, I don't know. Yeah, I think you lot are right. I think
he's got that mischievous side to him as well. Like, he's naughty. Like, he's a little kid. He's not a little kid. Obviously, to him himself, he's a big man. But saying like he's still got that.
Right, listen, you man are dancing, man. Just come with the blood clot L's, man, and stop dancing, man.
That's what the L's are.
First of all, you're talking about how the L that Rob took here, and then you side-skipped and danced around.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Khan and Rob get back to it. Still, I'm gonna let Khan and Rob get back to it. But Veli, what do you think is an L, though?
Yeah, when you're arguing from the wrong side of the fence, innit? When someone's got the truth and you haven't.
But bruv, what the wrong side of the fence? Everyone's on the right side. Come on, bruv. That's an L. That is an L.
That's not
according
an L.
to G Block.
Okay, all right.
But what do you mean on the wrong side of the fence? All right, I believe in Krishna. You believe in Vishnu. Who's on the right side of the fence?
Is this a W? Yeah, I'm gonna argue that 2 and 2 is 5, and you're arguing that 2 and 2 is 4. I've got the W.
Okay, you got in that case.
Shut up there, man. Stop it, man. That's exactly.
Okay, but you're saying the right side of the fence. G Block isn't about 2 and 2. G Block is about a God or no God. You get me? You can't prove, and they can't prove, and safe in it. That the right side of the fence, and that's why I said it's an L, because that's the whole point.
Other claims the claims that was made today about humanity starting in Syria, in Saudi Arabia or something like that, yeah, which has no evidence to back it. Yeah, that's an L.
What? Because he had no evidence to back it, he took an L.
Yeah, of course.
But bruv, no one let him speak anyway. He came on the panel a couple times.
No one let him speak. It was you that didn't let him speak, because you kept him dancing and jumping around.
Nah, you made it long. I told you, is it so far fetched to bop down there? Yes, no, that's it. You switched it. Then the next thing, brought James. You put yourself on mute. Call James. Yo, James Jones, man, need some help. I beg you do a mad thing. Oh, you're Funky. You're Osha. Oh, you're Rob. Oh, man, go on the panel, man. Man, bro, you've done a Mazza thing, bro. I just asked you one question.
Bro, again,
you made it.
Where's the evidence? Yeah? Where's the evidence?
See that? That was an L. That was a big fat L.
Yeah, where's the evidence?
Whoever wants to see an L, watch the beginning of this show. Simple.
Where's the evidence for Adam, Moses, and any stories that verify any of the stories surrounding Moses in Egypt?
Where is
Okay.
the evidence?
Everyone
That's a
who's
tried and
watching
tested
right now.
method.
No, Khan,
You
he's
cannot
asking me.
provide the evidence for that, yeah?
But 1
Khan,
minute.
please let me
Take a million
respond.
L's,
He's asking me.
take a seat down
He's
the road.
asking me. One
There's
second.
no
One second. I need to
answer.
clarify.
There's no
Khan,
answer for
please,
that.
bruv. In the name of God, please. Thank you. Yeah. Now, everyone who's listening right now, all you gotta do to see that Veli just took an L is watch the beginning of the show and see how now he's trying to switch and like deceive everyone. Watch the beginning of the show, listen to it, and listen to what Veli's saying now. Say it. Go on, Khan.
You watch the
Yeah.
beginning of the show and you'll see that my question hasn't changed.
Yeah.
If Ultra, have you been listening? Yeah, since I've been asking that question about Adam, the evidence for Adam and the evidence for Moses.
From Ultra started that convo.
I only literally just jumped in, so I've missed like the last thing I heard.
I mean, at the beginning when I was chatting with Day and Burn.
You started that convo though. Remember
when I was chatting with Day and Burn.
Oh no! If you're talking about like Quay earlier, the reason that
look, Khan is here. Khan is right here. He's a Muslim, yeah. Yo, Khan.
What?
Was Jesus a Muslim?
Depends on what definition of the word Muslim you're going with.
So, don't you believe that all the prophets before Muhammad were Muslims?
Yeah.
Dayton, we were going to have a
So, did
conversation.
Islam exist before the pyramids?
Dayton, we were going to have a conversation with Khan. You wanted one question. You've sidetracked the whole thing now. I thought you were going to take a break.
Yeah, bro. That's all I wanted to hear. Khan is saying there was Islam before the pyramids. There you go, Ultra. That's your answer. How are you going to try flip it now, Veli? Please.
What?
How are you going to
even
try
talking about?
Let's get back to it.
So that what you just said there provides the evidence for Moses and Adam, yeah?
But asking for evidence of a belief is that's nonsense.
Because the whole point, was showing does Islam exist before Freemasonry, right or wrong? Ultra?
Turns it from a belief to a fact. So if you have the evidence for a belief, it turns into a fact.
No, Veli, you're a one-trick pony though. Like you do that for
How is it?
everything. You ask someone, what do you believe? And they're like, I believe in this. And you're like, prove that to me. And they're like, well, I can't. And you're like, oh, you're talking shit. And just walk away. That doesn't mean that person don't believe in what they believe in.
Listen to this,
And the fact that they're
I
ready to
believe
die
in
for that
flying
belief
pigs.
doesn't go away
Ask
just
me to
because Veli
prove where the
asks for
flying pigs.
evidence.
I believe in flying pigs. Ask me to prove the flying pigs.
Why do I care about the proof?
Why do I care,
Because I can't
bro?
fucking prove it, man. Because you're chatting shit,
Believe
bro.
in flying pigs. No one cares, bro.
That's what I'm saying, Veli. That's to you, isn't it? That's up to you. If you want to go that road, go that road. But that doesn't prove nothing.
Belly, listen, these men are saying they believe shit they can't prove, and they just want to believe it and be comfortable. Just leave them in their delusions, bro.
No one's asking for proof. If I wanted proof for my belief, I'd be asking the people who taught me my belief and say to them, oh, where's the evidence for this belief you're trying to teach me? Obviously, if I can't listen to proof of it that much, I would not be believing the things that I believe in.
Yeah, listen to this, Khan. Yeah, man's going. What came first, Islam or Freemasonry? I go Muslims. If you ask a Muslim, they'll tell you Adam was a Muslim, and the guy goes, prove Adam exists. That's not the point. You get me?
If you look up atheism.
Maybe I'm missing the point. Maybe I'm missing the point. I concede. If I'm missing the point, I concede.
Maybe I'm missing the point. Maybe you should try this. Why don't you lot try this? Try this, yeah? Don't come around and ever talk about your belief like it's a fact, and no one will question it. How about you try that? Why don't you?
You want us to speak to? You want us to speak of a belief as though it's a fact, but we are not as disingenuous, bro. You want us to speak of our belief as a fact, yeah? When you are the ones who are disingenuous, not us. We're not going to be disingenuous and tell you, I believe that this is a fact that you should believe, and I'm going to prove it to you. Bro, you want us to do that, but no one's doing that. You just want it to be like that. I get it. Bro, I get it.
Hey, Veli, read between the lines. Just calm down for like a second and listen to what they're saying. Just actually hear what they're saying. They're saying they will believe the craziest, stupidest bullshit, but you know what? It's their crazy bullshit. They don't give a fuck whether it's true or not. just leave us in our delusion. That's it.
No, wait, Ultra.
No, but
We don't give a
that's okay.
fuck if you want to
That's
know
okay.
whether it's true or
That is
not. Like, I
okay.
tried to tell you that
But you
aliens,
think
you do not
yourself.
give a fuck whether to know it's true or not. That's your problem, bro. I still
Wait a
believe
minute.
that rock was an alien. Safe.
You said that rock was made of alien. You was trolling.
Yeah, it was made of alien. Did you hear my explanation? Nah. So I don't care. Believe it or not.
No,
So
but
what?
we was laughing, and you was laughing, which led me to believe you was just having a good time. And you said yourself, like, you killed the conversation. You just wanted to give everyone a laugh. But excuse me, trolling.
Yeah, but that conversation was working on many levels, innit? And one of the levels it was working at was to show, that you don't even care to even know, let alone to speak about what you're claiming to care to know.
Wait, they done. Do you remember I did that Aunt Francine example earlier where I said, if someone said your mum isn't actually your mum, it's actually your aunt, there was something happened later early in life where they had to like cover it up and blah blah blah, which is why Aunt Francine loves you differently, and then the other claim where your mum isn't your mum, it's a Chinese guy who started coronavirus.
Yeah.
And then we agreed that your mum, a 3-foot Chinese dude who started coronavirus isn't even worth investigating because it's just a nonsense. We agreed this.
We agreed it sounded unreasonable.
Exactly. So if someone says to me, a rock is made of alien, that is the same thing as saying, Ultra Funky, your mum ain't your mum, it's a 3-foot Chinese guy from Wuhan who started coronavirus. It's the same thing.
Well, just because it sounds unreasonable does not mean it's not true, man.
No, but oh my god, bro, we literally, like 3 seconds ago, you agreed it's unreasonable and therefore doesn't warrant your time. You just agreed to this.
I probably won't go into that, innit? Like, you get me? Same way you did not want to go into the rock alien, you were uninterested. Like, I'm not blaming you for it. I'm not blaming you for it. I understand.
My eyes wet, okay? My eyes were streaming water because you hurt my feelings, okay? I was laughing so hard, everyone on my estate could hear me. You see what I'm saying? Like, my wife, she heard me swearing, and I'm nearly 20 pounds in the hole. My daughter,
I might drop you another pound in this conversation. Watch out.
And then when I told them why I was laughing, they started laughing also. So to me, when you said you killed the conversation, I just wanted to make everyone laugh and just bring it back. I thought, okay, so he's having a laugh. But now you're telling me you're being serious. I'm worried.
No, I just told you that conversation was on many levels, innit? That was one of the levels. Obviously, there were other levels, but
you know I'm low IQ, bro. You gotta break things down to me.
No, you're not. You just decide to focus on the things that you prefer to. You know what I mean? Everyone does that, man. It depends on what your goal is in life. But what I want to tell you, is that if you right now told me something about, okay, you told me, okay, your mom is your auntie, and I said I don't care. That's all. So what, bro? You get me? Veli. Ultra. My auntie's mom is a woman called Jeff. My auntie's mom is a woman called Jeff. Do you care?
I wouldn't personally care because it's got nothing to do with me.
Thank you.
Oh wait, do you mean if my aunt's mum was a guy called Jeff?
No. My aunt's mum is called Jeff.
Dayton's aunt's mum, his nan, is a dude called Jeff. Yeah.
Is it a woman called Jeff?
Yeah.
So do you care?
If you told me that, I would assume that like the person in question has probably got like really fucked up parents who named her like I thought it would be a joke, or they're going through an identity crisis.
Forget Jeff. Her name's Jen. Yeah. Do you care though?
Bro, I don't know what are you trying to do, man? Because you're just raising the conversation about bullshit.
I'm asking him if he cares. Do you care? Are you going to investigate it?
No, I'll tell you why the answer is obviously no. Because your nan.
Wait, one second. Is your nan a prophet in the Bible or the Quran?
Nothing to do
with your nan a prophet in the Bible or the Quran?
What's Bible and the Quran, bruv? Look, so many conflicting conversations here, bruv. I feel a twist about to come up. I feel a disingenuous twist of my words is about to happen. Let's watch it in action.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even know how that even makes sense to me.
No, but Ultra knows what I'm talking about. That's why I'm talking to Ultra, innit? I was talking to you about what you knew I was talking about. I'm talking to Ultra what he knows I'm talking about. You know what I mean?
What about how the stone was an alien?
Oh my days, this is what I'm saying, bro. Did I tell you that I saw it coming up? Yeah, that's what I'm talking to Ultra about. Cool. Anywho's, yeah, I would love to stay. If there's a 7 for the panel, I did want to stay until there are 7 members for the panel still, because I need to KO and get this thing. Obviously, when you finish, I need to. Like I promise these lot I'm gonna bring this guy with some inside information as to the security of the city and the country and the police and the military involvement into the new rioting and madness. So
yeah, hey, man's not gonna lock off Mad Late today as well, anyway. So,
huh?
Man's not gonna lock off Mad Late today though. Still,
you're not gonna lock off Mad Late.
No, not Mad Late because I've got work tomorrow, man.
Oh yeah. Well, I hope the Lions Den show runs a bit late. Then I'll try.
You don't just open up.
I was still.
Huh? You don't just open up. So. The show's only just started, so it should be over for 2 hours.
Oh yeah. All right, I'll have enough time anyway, man. But bless up everyone. I'll see you lot tomorrow. You're gonna be here tomorrow, Veli?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think you started bare late today or something.
Yeah, the man does a line, man. Let the man have a line. Fucking G Block every day. All day.
Get me, bro. You man had me on the G Block all day today, but I was doing bare shit in it. I think there was so much shit I didn't even hear. There was bare combos and that happened.
Before you go, yeah. Like what I need you to do is like put down the internet. Like don't use your phone. Like just close the door. Don't talk to no one. And watch Daredevil.
This is the last second. Watch Daredevil.
Watch Daredevil Series 1, Episode 1. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to do that tomorrow or tonight after the show. I do. Yeah, as soon as I lock off the show, I'm gonna do that.
All right, cool. Don't forget now, because I'm gonna be quizzing you on it tomorrow.
Say no more. Say no more.
All right, cool.
Easy, man. Bless up, everyone. Have a good night, Veli, DC, Ultra, Rob, and Khan. Everyone. I know everyone in the chat.
Big up. Hey, put your nighttime channel thing in the chat as well.
Wait, shit, has they done got a channel?
Yeah. He does the night shift, man.
Lights out after party.
Oh, I just swore again. No.
Yeah,
I'll put it in the chat. I'll put it in the chat, innit?
I hope you realise
there's another nut for the jar, though, innit?
Swearing is an immoral act.
Okay, can I get back to chatting to Khan now?
Oh, I'll leave with that safe.
But I'm making recompense for my mistake. I'm immediately recognizing that what I've done is wrong, and I'm paying compensation to those that it's affected who live with me. Hashtag. Yeah.
So anyway, back to Rob. Yeah,
wait,
Rob,
hold on a second. Wait. Calm, please. Wait 1 second. Before you guys get into the religious stuff and Islam and Christianity, let me just ask you a question, Khan, because this is important. Have you seen Daredevil?
Do you know what? Now that you said it, I'm gonna watch it.
No, listen. Series 1, Episode 1. It's all over Netflix. It's naughty. It's old now. Well, it's not old, but it's been out for a minute. But I just started it again, and it's brilliant.
Why'd you start it again?
I just felt like something, and I pressed play by accident. Watched the first episode while we were eating.
Ultra, have you ever seen a film called Old Boy? It's on Netflix as well.
Oh my god! Wait, which one? The Japanese version, or is it Korean? Is it Korean or Japanese? Yeah, I won't lie to you. The truth is, I saw the American version with the guy from the Goonies, and I watched it just like because I just pressed play, and the twist, the twist. Oh god!
No, but there's a fight scene. There's a crazy fight scene in
Yes.
With a hammer.
Listen.
Oh yeah.
If you like that kind of fight scene, you need to watch the.
Do you like Jet Li?
Huh?
Do you like Jet Li? Do you like Jet Li?
Not.
Like his fighting stuff.
I prefer Donnie Yen, to be honest.
All right, cool. There's a film. It's a Netflix film, so it's not really great. But the fighting in it, the choreography and everything's amazing. It's called Revenger. It's another Korean film. Revenger.
Wait, have you seen the Raid? Have you seen the Raid Redemption?
I can't hear somebody.
Is it in a disused building?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it's not disused because there's Bear Man in that building. But yeah. Basically. Tell me
that sort of reminds me of what's that Bruce Lee film where there's that different layers of the building, and as he goes up, it gets harder and harder. Game of Death.
Game of Death.
Yeah, it reminds me of that.
Bro, and have you seen the new Judge Dredd?
No.
The newest one. It's not new now, but it was like they redid Judge Dredd.
I'm not really a fan of Judge Dredd, I have to say.
Oh, neither was I. The Sylvester Stallone one was garbage, hot garbage.
Yeah.
But the new one has got Queen Cersei as the main villain.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, Queen Cersei is the main villain, and I'm not gonna lie, she's greasy as well. Yeah. Anyway, listen, you and Rob can get into it now, but Khan, once you put down the internet today, yeah, Daredevil Series 1, Episode 1, and if you don't like it, I'm gonna personally read.
I like Daredevil. The film was even good.
No, the film was. I was about to swear. No, the film is hot garbage. That film is better. Nah, that was hot garbage.
I actually enjoyed it.
Nah, hot garbage. It's a disrespect to the superhero film.
All right.
No, but listen, Daredevil Series 1, Netflix. Please come tonight because I will be quizzing you about this tomorrow. And
cool.
Find out if you have taste.
What?
We're gonna find out if you have taste.
Oh, right. I thought you said we are going to find out if you have a SNES.
What?
I was going to say I've got an Xbox 360 and an Xbox One.
No. Daredevil Series 1, Netflix. Bam, go. All right, Rob, you and Khan, get into it. Go.
I won't let Daydan do that again. I was too charitable. I've learnt my lesson. That won't happen again.
I don't know what happened.
Let me just ask one question about what an L is. And that went on for 20 minutes. I won't allow that again. I've learnt my lesson. I only make that mistake once. Right.
Okay.
Let's
So
get back to it.
my definition of an L isn't necessarily to force the other person to concede, right? Because there are some people that would never concede, regardless of anything. So my definition of L is to basically achieve my goal that I set out to accomplish. Therefore, to me, that's an L. Now, if other people, if that's the W. So if other people come up to me and say, well, we saw that, and we can see the value in what you did. Yeah, to me, that's a win. A lot of people might agree with me. Like the conversation I had with Rob, where he said you can't disprove God. You know what I mean? To me, that was a massive achievement for me because I never thought Rob would say that. Do you know what I mean? I suppose I could have just asked him outright. He might have just given up the answer.
Well, it depends on the God, right? There's some some that's more difficult to disprove, like a deist God. But then, of course, the claims that are made by it are, very little anyway. So, but
I'm saying for myself personally, to hear you say that, yeah, I felt like I achieved something because originally I thought you'd never say that. And I was looking at you as a person who, for example, had zero belief in God. And there was no possibility of you ever...
0.1, just to be intellectually honest.
I'm just saying that, there's no such thing as zero. So when I heard you say that, it sort of restored my faith in humanity because I thought, do you know what? He's just arguing his current position. In the future, that could change. So I felt like as if
there was enough evidence.
Yeah, so I just thought... there's the possibility is there, so I can now relax. Do you know what I mean? That I can see you as a normal person, or I can even relate to your current position because there was a time where I was that person.
What is that person?
Wait, hold on. Pause there for 1 second. You can't. Let me ask you a question in the middle of what you're saying there. Yeah. So, what would you say? Yeah, is the most intellectually honest person? A person that will never change his position no matter what evidence is put in front of them, or a person that will change their position when there's evidence that proves what their position was wrong.
intellectually honest.
Mm-hmm.
Well, refuting truth, yeah, makes you dishonest. That's the definition of the word kafir, to cover the truth or to reject the truth when it's put to you.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to ask that still.
Cool. Anyway, so that was not my number one achievement there in that argument. So, like, regardless of whatever else happened in that argument, I was happy to walk away from the argument feeling like I achieved something. Secondly,
and the achievement was
Hmm?
hang on one second. So the achievement was me saying that I can't disprove a God.
Yeah.
Okay, but I'm happy to concede that, right? I would have conceded that to anybody who asked me. Again, it depends what you mean by
Yeah, but
proven,
I'm
which
saying it's not
God.
personal. Like, I'm not this kind of person that's gonna like get my flags out and be like, "Oh, beat Rob." Oh, like, that's not
Well,
my.
I don't think of it as win and lose anyway. I'm not so much the win and lose. I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
has somebody got a good argument? So the win and lose thing
But
for
I'm saying
me
in
is
the
not
context of L block,
important.
like I mean a G block. In the context of
Okay,
G
well,
block.
yeah, if you want
right?
to
Yeah.
phrase it that way. Okay, and
Right.
the other one?
So then the second one was, which you said is not your position, but I was saying that if you're going to argue what is like, how do atheists like have morality or ethics? To me, there's plenty of philosophers that you can refer to that have no like religious like connection, and you can easily produce moral frameworks that have no
Sure.
religious connection. So to
Sure.
use the scientific method, to me, it's just like a smoke screen. It's just like saying, you know, argue against this because I know you can't win. Go. It's like giving a dog a bone to chew, and the dog just chewing that bone, and you're just sitting there laughing, going, "Nah, he's never going to get nowhere with that." You know what I mean?
Okay,
That's how I look at that.
All right, so let me see if I can articulate it. Maybe it was my poor articulation. That's always possible. Based on the moral framework that I use, if somebody said to me, "Well, how do you establish?" Okay, we agree that well-being is the standard. How do we establish whether something contributes to well-being or detracts from it? And that's where the method comes in. Because if I ask anybody else, how do you establish? So if I said to you, Khan, how do you establish what's right and wrong? Presumably you would say, well, because of what the Quran says or God tells me or whatever the case is. So that's your methodology. In order for me to know what's right and wrong and for it to contribute or detract from well-being, I need to use science. I can't use my own feelings. I can't appeal to intuition. I can't appeal to ad populum. So science is the methodology along with reason. So, and I don't see it as being. I don't see it as being
Islam,
a knock.
we are told to go to the experts. So if we don't know something, we go to the experts. So if there's any new sciences that are around now that weren't around in the time of the Prophet, let's say, like he wouldn't have known that. So he's saying go to the experts. So that is our method as
Yeah, but
well.
that's a problem.
So going to scientists like epidemiologists, yeah, does not put you out of Islam. It still keeps you within some framework of operations.
Okay, but hang on. There's a problem there. You or the book at least claims that it is a complete book with the information that's required for humankind, like Surah 3:138, for example. If you are saying no, but there's something missing, then either the book is not complete, or God is mistaken, or didn't provide all the information. But you can't say that everything's in there, and then we can still appeal to experts later on down the line. If I was the mouthpiece for God, I would articulate everything that God told me, and particularly I would say to God, well, God, to show that you are the expert, articulate everything that a human being would want to ask. I don't care how big it is. I've got the time. Presumably you're going to let me live long enough to articulate.
Imagine I'm giving you an acorn. I'm saying to you, take this acorn, and this is all you need to end up with a big, strong tree. And you plant it in the ground and it grows into a big, strong tree. Now, we haven't taken a lot of things into account, like, you know, the air, the water, and that the rain. Like, there's a lot of things that we haven't taken into consideration there, like that has contributed to that tree being a big, strong tree. Like the fact that there wasn't an earthquake, etc. Like the list goes on. You see what I mean? So when the Quran is given to mankind, it's sort of like an acorn. Do you see what I mean? It's like basically a blueprint, for creating a nation according to the laws that were set out by the Hebrews, for example.
hang on, Con. It's not a blueprint. A blueprint tells you exactly how to do something. It doesn't leave something to your imagination. It doesn't leave something for you to try and work out that isn't there.
All right,
Blueprint
okay.
specifically gives you all the
That's the wrong.
information.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's not a blueprint. It's like a start. It's like a starter kit.
Okay, but that's insufficient. I expect God to give me a blueprint, especially if he's going to judge me on the blueprint. If he's giving me a starter kit and judging me on the blueprint, that is immoral and unjust. Give me the entire manual, then test me on it. Don't give me part of the manual and then test me on the entire manual and expect 100% or even 95%. Obviously you're setting me up to fail, and then you punish me because I can't pass it. How is that moral? And this is the problem. You know, if Muslims said to me,
I don't know whether it's like you have this like high expectation of God.
Yes, I do. I mean, he's the creator of the universe. Can I not have a high expectation?
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm saying like a higher expectation than me. Or you might
Why
have
don't you
like
have
a very
but why don't you have a high expectation though? Why don't you have a high expectation? Why is
Rob,
yours so low?
you might be a person with a very internal locus of control. So when you take a test, for you, it's more important that you got 100%. You don't see the process of me using that test as a motivation to improve myself as a person. You're looking at it as, no, I need to pass this test, I need to get 100%. Anything I get wrong is a punishment. Like I got minus, let's say I got 99. Oh, they minus 1 point from my work. Like they're criticizing my work, therefore. They're saying that my work's lacking, therefore. I'm taking that as a personal criticism. Get me? And it's hurting my feelings. Like I'm taking it as a failure. Even if you beat the whole world and you got the highest score out of everyone, that -1 probably would still upset you.
No, you're missing it. You're missing it. If the teacher gives me a manual and says, I'm going to test you, but the manual is incomplete, and I'm going to test you on a complete manual that only I, the teacher, have, that is a problem.
All tests are like that.
No, they're not. No, they're not. No.
Rob,
And if there are any tests, then that's immoral, because you are not being given the full information to actually study and decide whether you wish to follow it or not. I can slap free will even if I'm giving all the information.
Rob, when the test is for all mankind, right? The purpose of the test is to rank people in the results. So some people done better, some people didn't do so good, right? The test isn't a test of the test. It isn't to see, oh well, let's see how good this test is. Does this test allow like anyone to get 100%? Oh, if it doesn't, then there's a problem with the test. No, every single test is like that. Any test you take, if like a majority of people get 100%, how are they supposed to then rank the people and grade them accordingly? That's not the purpose of the test. The purpose of the test is to separate the men from the boys. The purpose of the test is to separate
the way to do that, the way to do that then is not to give everybody all the information, because that way nobody can get 100%, and then God can always punish people and judge them, right? You think that's moral?
I'm saying this, Rob. In exams, right? You're given, like you go to your lecture, you do your lecture, and then you're told the extra reading, right? You're like, these are the books that you need to read, cover these chapters for your extra reading, right? They don't give you all the information for the test. Otherwise, it would just be a test of your memory. That's not the point.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but that's just not how it's done.
So I've got to work out something that I don't have the answer to, that I could always get wrong, and then the teacher can smile and go, well, you didn't get 100%. And I never had a chance of getting that. And I get punished, by the way. I'm now in detention because I didn't get 100%.
I don't think that's actually the situation, though, Rob. I think there is a bit of give, like there is a bit of forgiveness. As long as you tried your best,
claim that.
I'm saying as long as you tried your best, I don't think God's going to punish you for your actual mistakes, because they could have been with good intention, right?
Well, then don't do dawah, right? Why would you do dawah then? Because people can be honest without ever understanding Muslims, and by your logic, God will take that into account. So if they've never met God, they've never been a Muslim, don't go and speak to them, because the likelihood is that if you do and they reject it, they're going to hell. So you would be the contributor of them going to hell. Otherwise, by your logic, as long as they're trying to do their best, God's going to be okay.
Isn't to convert atheists into believers, right?
Why shouldn't
it be? Is to correct the mistakes of the past and make the current system improved system. So when they look at, for example, the Old Testament and the New Testament, they're saying this is now the third chapter, which is the criteria for the other religions, that they can all use this as a yardstick to make sure that they're, correct. Same how Jesus corrected the Pharisees. Yeah, so there is that element of correction that's always needed, because as time passes, methodologies become like lost in translation, or whatever happens from generation to generation, that there is a disintegration of the integrity of the core belief, right? So if I'm explaining myself properly, what I'm trying to say to you is, Rob, there will always be people who are classed as believers. They're just inherently built that way, right?
Yeah, but that's only because of their credulity and their lack of critical thinking.
No,
and to answer your question, hang on.
That is their inherent characteristic.
No, it's not inherent. Or you have to prove that. You haven't proven that. But going back to your other point,
in science, we can use science, to decide, are there people who are skeptics, and they're skeptics all the time. They're skeptics in every area of their lives, because their personality trait is to be a skeptic. It's not like they're skeptic about religion. They're skeptical about everything. That is just their disposition. Do you get me?
I'm not skeptical about everything, but I am skeptical about supernatural claims. But let me get back to the point you made. If in fact this religion is so good as you claim, okay, he's dropped off there. Maybe he's listening. Then it should convince atheists. And the fact that it doesn't, and it's so far remotely far from convincing atheists, is a problem that you will just hand wave away and go, well, it's not meant to convince you, or hey, you're too skeptical. Well, I'll take that as a compliment, although I'm not skeptical of every single thing, but I'll take that. So if your religion isn't strong enough to convince me or anybody else on this panel, that's a problem with the religion and your God, and it's not a problem with all of us. And especially if you can't deliver a full message, it can only do part of it, and the rest of us have got to work it out, or your experts who disagree with each other have to try and work it out based on their own fallible nature. And then you want to claim God has given us the information we need. No, it doesn't work that way. But I don't understand why you're not getting this whole thing. If I give you a manual that is only half complete, or even less than half complete, or hardly says anything, just tells you a few actions to do, but doesn't tell you what to do, and you've got to work it out or guess it, or come up with fatwas that are just man-made stuff, and then I'm going to judge you on this, whether music is haram, or whether you can do this or that, or whatever the case may be, and then you're going to be judged on this? No. And then you come along, well, not you personally, but Muslims come along with a great deal of hubris and tell us that this is the best thing that's ever been invented. And myself and Ultra and everybody else looks at it and this goes, no, this is utterly vacuous, made up by humans in the 7th century that were terribly ignorant about a great many things, even if they made it up at that stage. Could have been after that, of course. And then you want us to believe this? Nah. Stretches credulity.
Would it be wrong of me to concur with the statement that was just made, or would that be would it be wrong of me? Because
no, I think you'd be.
That is exactly how I felt, or how I felt. It's exactly how I feel on a day-to-day basis. It's just like, guys, listen, I don't believe you. I'm not an atheist because of science. I am not an atheist because of evolution. I'm an atheist because I don't believe you. I have not been convinced by your God claim, and that's it. And if we put it back to the question of the day, for some reason,
if Veli's there, sorry, Khan is in the back.
No, it's all right. Sorry. He's in the back. Oh, Khan's back.
Yeah, Khan's back. Sorry, man, my internet cut out.
No, that's all right. You need to get Virgin, man.
I will do.
Virgin's good stuff, man. No, it's just yeah. Did you hear what Rob was saying, Khan, before he dropped off?
I heard most of it. Yeah, to be honest, I'm not gonna lie. I was in the back for a little while.
Do you have a rebuttal for it, or like an argument, or?
What I'm saying is, from my point of view, an atheist can still be an ethical person.
Perfect.
Because, like, the argument is, oh, if you don't have anyone standing over you, enforcing whatever, you're not really going to do the right thing. My answer to that is, every person has a conscience. That's what the conscience is there for. So you can't cheat your own conscience. So it's not your level of atheism that's a problem, or your level of disbelief. It would be your lack of conscience that would be a problem for me. And likewise, in our religion, we're taught that everyone's born with this fitra, this natural inclination to be a good person and to believe in God and whatever it is. Now, if you're saying, all right, I don't believe in God, but I'm saying I'm taught that somewhere inside you, there is that little acorn that can grow into a tree, and it has the potential to become a great believer, right? I believe that. Even if you're saying I don't recognize that about myself, I'm saying I believe that about you. Now, that doesn't mean I have to force anything upon you. It means that I just have to always treat you in that way, where you have the potential of one day becoming a believer. That means that I'm not supposed to really treat you badly and make you hate me or hate my religion. I'm supposed to always treat you like a guest in my house. Like, my house ain't your house. You're not my Aki, you're not my brother, but you're a guest. So I have to treat you cordially. Do you see what I mean? Otherwise, why would you ever want to join my religion?
Exactly.
Right. So that's how I see it.
I like that 1000%.
So that's my point. So my point is, if you believe that a person's always born good, then why can't they be ethical? If you believe that everyone's got a conscience, then why can't they have the ethics enforced? Like, do you see what I mean? It doesn't have to be that they recognize that it's God. All right, we might see those things as being from God, but that person might not. It's irrelevant. The point is, he's still got a conscience and he's still got a human nature that makes him a good person and want to be ethical. Otherwise, why would atheists spend time coming up with ethical frameworks of their own? They would just simply say, we reject the Quran, we reject the Bible, we reject these ethical frameworks, and we don't need this in our lives. But they're not doing that. They're going and creating their own ethical framework. So they must obviously have a desire to live ethically. So then for you to turn around and tell them they're not ethical or they don't have ethics in them, that's just nonsensical. And it's not what our religion even teaches. It's not what our religion does not even teach that. Do you see what I mean? That is a problem.
What do you think it is?
But the thing is that when I say these things, everyone's like, oh, Khan's a chocolate Muslim. Oh, but if all the Muslims believed what you believe, then it wouldn't be a problem. But because the Muslims are all mostly misguided, then we have to judge Islam according to what the majority of Muslims say about Islam. Then my hands are washed in it. My hands are clean. I'm like, you know what? Ask me a question. I'll answer it the best of my ability. And that's it.
Khan, what is it that makes people say things like that to you? Like, for instance, what you just said, I'm trying to pick a hole in it, and I really can't, right? Because it makes sense. Everything you just said was like spot on, right? And if I could be asked to clap, I would, right? But my question then becomes to you, what you just said was not out of line. It wasn't rude. It's from what you've just said, it's actually in line with what you're taught. So why is it that you get other people like in your camp that would say horrible things like you're a chocolate Muslim? Or
I think what it is with most religions, it's like the Bible. Like, people can quote verses, isn't it? Like, and they use those verses. Like, it's like getting the newspaper and a pair of scissors and cutting up all the words, right? You could probably get the Sun newspaper, cut up all the words with your scissors, and fucking make a work of art out of it, or replicate Shakespeare's fucking Romeo and Juliet if you wanted to. Do you get me? I think that's what people do. Like, they take snippets and they use it to reinforce their agenda. Do you see what I mean? That's what they do. So rather than doing what we've been told to do, which is take the Prophet Muhammad as your example, so then you look at his life and how calm he was And for example, like when he went to war with people, it would be like a last resort. Do you know what I mean? Like these sort of like examples that we take from him, yeah, should really be our guide. And the underriding methodology that the Prophet brought, which wasn't there before, yeah, should be your methodology. So if you have that methodology in your mind, in place and working, you should be able to deal with most things and be right. That's what I've called being righteous. So when you employ the correct methodology, then whatever, like it's like the scientific method. If your scientific method's on point, you can apply that to every question, and you can apply that to every hypothesis, and you can come up with a conclusion based on clear-cut data. Do you get me? Or not clear-cut data, for example, and just say, well, it was inconclusive. Do you see what I mean? So it's all to do with your methodology. So to me, as a Sunni Muslim, yeah, I see that there is a proper methodology that was brought about by the Prophet Muhammad, and if you employ that methodology, same as I am, yeah, you should always come to the right conclusion. Now, we have ummah, we have other people around us, so, you know, they say two heads are better than one. So if I'm not always correct or I make a mistake, there should be other people there to cross-reference with that will show me, like, wait a minute, you missed this bit, or you missed that bit, or you got this bit wrong. And then therefore I should 99% of the time be able to move forward and just keep moving forward, you know, in a healthy way. But not everyone agrees with me. That's the thing.
But that's the thing, Khan. I'm not gonna lie to you. And like, obviously, there's a degree of bias here, right? But when the statement you made was spot on, because it perfectly aligns with how I feel and what's real. But it's also, from what you're telling me, aligns with what your religion teaches you. So for me, listening to you talk, I'm hearing that anyone that thinks otherwise is not, either doesn't know their religion properly or isn't practicing it properly deliberately.
If we were living, right, in a time where the non-believers were oppressing the believers, there is a mechanism there for the believers to come together and establish haqq, right, which is justice. Yeah, that is inbuilt in our religion, and that is a threat to some people who are like, oh no, the Muslims are going to do a jihad. But really, if you could apply that to now, right, there is no reason for a Muslim living in England to do a jihad, because he can eat his halal food, he can pray 5 times a day, he can let his wife walk around with the hijab on, and there's no problem. So there's no reason for him to justifiably overthrow this country or this system or reject what's here. So he shouldn't really be a threat to this country. If anything, he should be a benefit to this country by saying, I'm not going to be an alcoholic, I'm not going to cost the NHS money, I'm not going to fucking make my children be criminals, I'm not going to send them out there looting and vandalizing and adding to the crime rate and costing the police money. So in that respect, the Muslim should be a benefit to the country that he lives in.
No, but the majority of the Muslims
and
are.
If you're not a
let's
nationalist,
keep it real.
if you're not a nationalist and you're not supposed to be a nationalist, then you're not going to be like bothered about what country you live in. You're just going to want to benefit whatever country you do end up living.
Wherever you live.
Yeah.
So why is it that you would get pushback from this? This is I'm trying to get to the underlying issue here. I'm trying to figure out what it is specifically.
This is what I'm saying. It's like this is what people do. They get their scissors out and they start taking little snippets to reinforce their agenda. It's the same as the Bible. Like, how many people do you know who really sit down and read the Bible cover to cover, and they know the stories, or they've got a priest who sits down? Like, when have you ever met a priest who sat down with you and said, "Oh, I understand your problems"? Like, if you look at the Bible, there's a story of, like, I don't know, fucking whoever, Jonah was swallowed by the whale, and you get me, like, and give you like something that you can relate to. They don't do that. They take chapter and verse, cut it up with their little scissors, and they come up with all this violence and aggression and like use it as a incentive, but not incentive, but like I don't know, a spur to motivate you or to move you in a certain direction. Or they use fear, that they give you fear. Oh, you're gonna go to hell. This is gonna happen. That's gonna be scared. Like, they're trying to motivate you through fear. Do you get me? Like, but really, there's so many things in the Bible itself. Like, even leave the Quran out of it. That if a person wanted to, if I wanted to be your life coach, for example, and I wanted to motivate you to be a better person, I could use the Bible to do that. regardless of whether you believed in God or not. There's enough stories in there. There's enough positive in there. You get me? Right.
I agree. So, Con, one of the moral attributes I applied to my life is let he who is without sin cast the first stone. I love that is an amazing thing to say. And if you actually like seriously think at just how deep that is.
Ultra, who did I say that?
Wait.
I'm saying. Benny, welcome to the panel.
Thank you. So can I address the verse of Ultra?
Give me 1 second to speak to
Ultra.
No,
wait. Let me address one thing.
No, I'm talking. You're waiting.
Benny.
Ultra.
Just one sentence, bro.
Bro, just be a bit patient, man. Come on, now. I'm in a conversation here.
No, bro. It's about the verse he quoting about the casting the first stone, bro. Quickly.
Right, but listen. The other day, someone was saying about someone who dragged their child in front of the. Well, how can I wait when I'm already talking?
Bro, can I say something quickly and then you can talk, bro? You're talking all the time, bro. Let me say one sentence.
What do you mean? It's not. There's no timers here. We're not timing it.
Okay, wait, bro. Let me say one sentence. Like I said before, if Ultra really studied the Bible and studied the really deeply, then he knew that this verse is a corruption, is alteration, is adding in. It was not original in the manuscript. So Ultra, this verse is a corruption. So you code in a corruption. Little
anyway, Ultra, can I say something?
Yeah, I'll come back to that.
I used that quote the other day when Schiffer was explaining about how, I don't know, was it Schiffer, but someone was explaining about a person dragged their child in front of the what's it called, the Pharisees, the leaders of their town, and said, "My child don't listen to me," and then people stoned the child to death. So they were doing these sort of things, a lot. That's when Jesus come and said to them, "Let he who is without sin cast the first stone." So basically, what he's saying to them is that you're killing people because they're breaking the law. Where's your compassion? Now, if you're the leaders, hold on. If you're the leaders and you're teaching these people and they're not learning, then you're failing as a teacher. The failure's on you as a teacher to be teaching them, because your responsibility isn't just to reprimand them for not following the law. You're supposed to be their example. You're supposed to be their teacher. So the failure's on you. So if you're without sin, if your conscience is clear, you've done everything you could to teach them, and they're still rejecting you, then you can throw the first stone. But as we know, a teacher, a loving and compassionate teacher, will never ever say that, "Oh, I've done enough." They'll always say, "Well, I could have done more," because that's the whole purpose of the teacher, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, listen, just quickly, Con. I do. Again, I'm finding myself agreeing with you somewhat. The reason I like that parable, and just to bring Bernie in quickly, even if it is a corruption, I don't care. Like, if it's a corruption, I don't care if there's a parable from the Quran. I don't care if there's a parable from the Bible or the Torah. I don't care where it comes from. If something is gold, then it's gold. I'm personally not an anti-theist. I really don't care if a guy is a Christian, a Muslim, a theist, or I don't care, right? The only time I sort of start piping up is when people say things that I think are ridiculous, right? But if you want to be a theist, please, by all means, go ahead. If there's a story in the Quran and it can be applied to 2020, right, and it can improve the lives of my fellow human beings, I don't give a shit. Let's do it, right?
Yeah, but Ultra, can I say something to you?
Yes,
I think
please.
that's all good and well if somebody's going to claim that, hey, it gives their life some meaning, or it gives them something positive, right? But the other question that we mustn't forget about is whether they care whether something or things are true, right? That's the more important question. If somebody says, I do not care what's true, I only care what makes me feel good, and I'm going to believe myths or ideas that I can't substantiate because it gives me some value in my life, it stops me wanting to commit suicide, great. In that case, it's fine, right? But then they have, by definition, said that they're irrational. and then a conversation with an irrational person, as we've seen even on this panel, get absolutely nowhere, right? But most people, people are rational or claim to be rational, and they do care about what's true. So then the claim about whether it makes you feel good is completely irrelevant, because something can make you feel good and be a myth. So that's not an argument in favor of claiming something's true. It's only an argument that says, hey, subjectively, it gives me something positive. I can't argue against that, neither can you, right? A murderer can say, hey, it makes him feel good to kill people. We can't argue that it doesn't make him feel good. We could obviously point out that it's immoral, and would he be okay if somebody did that to him? But we can't argue that it doesn't make him feel good, right? Obviously, what he means by good might not be what me mean, but whatever. But the bigger point is, hey, do people care about what is true? And if they do, fine, welcome to the rational conversation. If they don't, welcome to the emotional side of it. But then you're disqualified from having a rational conversation with the rest of us.
Yes, I agree. I agree. Wait, Ultra. I agree. You have to care about what is true. Because end of the day, Ultra.
It was more like if there, like I was saying specifically, if there was something in the Quran that could be applied in 2020 that will improve the lives of my fellow human beings, then I'm all for it. For me, it doesn't matter that it's from an ancient book. That doesn't matter to me. What I'm saying is that if the Quran had information on agriculture or water culture or recycling or anything that could be applied to today that would improve our lives within reason, I'm all for it. It's not just about what makes us feel good, because remember, I'm
can
coming.
I say something?
Okay, Benny, please say something quickly. Yeah, go on.
What I'm trying to say something is I'm a Muslim not because it makes me feel good or whatever. I'm a Muslim because it's the truth. So end of the day, your loyalty is to the truth. Your loyalty is not about good feelings and about your race and your culture and about groups and whatever. Your loyalty, end of the day, has to be always the truth. Seeking the truth. Your goal is always have to be seeking knowledge, gaining knowledge, seeking the truth. And that's why I'm a Muslim, not because it makes me feel good.
Hey, Benny, listen to this, yeah? What if you was handed evidence that proved to you beyond all reasonable doubt, yeah, that what you believed was a lie? Would you accept that evidence?
No, because the okay, how can I say that?
No.
Okay, maybe. You know what I'm trying to say? You cannot.
That's not honest, though,
you cannot
bro.
disprove. No, you cannot disprove God, the Creator, because it's beyond evidence and everything. It's beyond that. It's higher than that. But you can.
You got a dishonest position, Benny.
No, what I'm trying to let me finish. Do you understand? You cannot disprove. You cannot come with claims to disprove God. Nobody can do that.
No, but what about your
Nobody's in
one?
a position
What about
to-
your one? What about your
Okay, that's the thing. Yes. Oh, you can come with claims with my God, but you cannot come claims to disprove God. So yes.
So would you stop believing in your God if you had evidence to believe that your God wasn't true?
What then you have to really tell me what do you mean by evidence?
Yeah, but evidence that you classed was evidence beyond reasonable doubt. So it could be nothing else but this man, this woman, or this God or whatnot. Who it is.
What do you mean by reasonable doubt?
Right, all right. What if your challenge was met? You said last night. You said if there was a verse that had the same kind of rhythm or some, I can't remember what it was, but you like some rhythm or something. If you found
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
But I know, but
You didn't pay attention.
Listen. Think of what Veli's saying and use the example last night. So whatever your challenge was, if that challenge was met, would that be enough?
What I said, if that challenge was met in the conditions, but I have to, because you made a good point yesterday. You said does it has to be in English or spoken in English or spoken in Arabic? And I was not really, had no time to search that. But let's assume it is in Arabic, because the Quran came in Arabic. I think nobody can meet the challenge just to come up. Because you have to just to come up in a second with words that has powerful meaning and can change society and can have a coherent flow and is rhythmic just because when Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, received the revelation, he had no time to think. He just spit it out. What I'm trying to say. So nobody can do that. Yeah.
Is there any evidence? That's what the question is. Don't overthink it.
What do you mean? Any evidence of what?
Is there any evidence that will make you stop believing in the God that you believe in?
No, I don't think so. I don't really think so.
Then you're irrational. Is that
what I'm trying to say?
Is that not the point people are trying to make here?
No, what I'm trying to say, I'm already convinced. It's like gravity. You are convinced that when you throw yourself in the 10th floor, you're not gonna rethink or reconsider gravity.
But would you believe it?
But Benny,
like, what are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, but no, Benny, listen.
Understand what I mean?
You see what we were saying? yeah, about the question I asked you, yeah, because I was saying if someone was to ever bring you evidence, yeah, to show you that what you believed was wrong and what they believed was right, yeah. So whatever your belief is, or say you was a Muslim and someone from a totally different spiritual system actually come and got God to speak to you and said, look, what you was doing is wrong or whatever evidence you needed to be proved wrong, would you accept the evidence? That's basically what it was, isn't it? So whatever evidence you needed to be proved wrong of what you believe in, would you accept the evidence that you was proved wrong?
Yes, accept the evidence, but there's a but there can be a flaw in that, because what I needed is maybe not sufficient for real evidence.
Else. Yeah,
maybe
it was just for you.
What I'm trying to say,
for your own.
For
it
me,
was just for you, though. It weren't for anyone else. It was just for you.
Yeah, but for me, that's not. I'm not reality. I cannot bend reality. I cannot change reality. So even if it's what's for me, it doesn't mean it's true or reality. You know what I'm trying to say? So even if it's convinced for me, it doesn't mean it doesn't change the reality. I cannot change reality. So
you're saying even if someone showed you that you was wrong, and you accepted that they was wrong, that you was wrong, yeah.
Yes.
You accepted the evidence that they was right, yeah. They would still be wrong because you was right in the first place.
No, what I'm trying to say is that the perception that I have is sometimes not in line with reality. What I'm trying to say is maybe they come with the evidence or whatever, and in my perception, oh, this is a clear-cut evidence, but it doesn't mean it's reality. It's in your perception that they come with the clear-cut evidence. What I'm trying to say?
It could. To me, yeah, it doesn't matter what the evidence is. Yeah, I'm asking you for your evidence, innit? So what evidence you don't even have to tell me what evidence it is. Yeah, I'm just saying, yeah, whatever criteria you set out, yeah, to be proved right or wrong, yeah, that criteria has been met. Then would you accept that you was in the wrong?
No, I'm not in a position to make out criteria was how to disprove the Quran.
Well,
the creator has to. The creator
what criteria
has
did you
already
use to prove that it was right then? Because you're saying you're not in a position to prove that it was wrong or whatever. How did you use any criteria to come to the conclusion that what you was following was the truth then?
Because I already had a presupposition, already had a pre-notion or a natural disposition that there's a creator. So by that natural inclination, I searched for that creator, for that communication, and it was and it clicked with my natural what I already believed, already had inside. So it clicked, and that's why for me it was the truth, the absolute reality. And then by disproving that, I'm not in a position to give a criteria. Only the creator is in that position to give you a criteria to disprove it, and he already did in the Quran.
Yeah, but you're not taking no. You're only dealing with one. You're only looking for confirming evidence. You're not looking for any evidence. You're not looking for the truth. You're just looking for stuff that confirms what you believe in already.
No, well, what we say, we have the fitra. We already have the.
You're not we. I'm talking about
already have
you. You keep saying you keep talking about everyone else in general, but I'm only asking.
Yes, that's
just
what I
you,
believe.
just Benny.
Okay. So I already had the fitra. There's the light inside of us, inside of me, and the light is that was already given by the Creator, and then the other light is the revelation. So when the other light meets your light inside of you, then it will glow. Then you will wake up. It's like a wake up call, and you will wake up because the other light meets the light that you already have inside of you, and it went through. It went in. And that's why people don't accept the message, because their light is weak because of distractions and many things around them. And that's why it doesn't go through, it doesn't go in. And with most of the people, it doesn't go in because they are distracted. Their light is weak. And my light was already glowing because I was searching. So that's the analogies I can give you. And maybe I'm too deep, but I hope you understand.
Yeah, but
you understand?
So, nah, because it's like I was saying, it just seems like you're trying to just find like evidence that just gives you confirmation bias. That so you're only looking for stuff what confirms what you already believe, rather than looking for what you feel what is the actual truth.
No,
because like, listen to this though. You know why? Listen, the only reason why I say that, yeah, is because why I asked you the opposite question first of all. If there was any evidence, would you accept it? Like to show you that you was wrong, yeah? Is it like no one's brought you that evidence yet? I was just saying that. So if the evidence was ever brought to you to show you that everything was wrong, you was trying to do everything to not say no. But then when I said, how did you confirm that you was right? You gave me a million reasons why you believed the thing was right.
Yes, because look, how can I say that? How can I say that? For me, even though I didn't come in contact with the Quran or the Bible, whatever, or other people, even though I was neutral, just I'm a person that thinks, reflects. And by reflecting and thinking, you will come to the right conclusions. That's what I think. If you really have a sound mind. And what I mean a sound mind
you've
is
been told what you've been told. You don't believe it's not an original thought you've had, and it isn't something based on experience you've had that no one else has had. This is something that is genuinely accepted to be true, is taught to you, and everything you do now to explain it is gonna be confirmed. Like really did hit the nail on the head. All of that waffle, no disrespect, but is you trying to rationalize something which you've already accepted to be true.
No, how can I say that? I already accepted that there's a creator. So for me, by looking, really studying big claims like the Bible, the Quran and everything, the Quran clicked with me. So it clicked with my already what I have inside. There's the fitra, it clicked with my fitra. And that's what I'm trying to say. If you don't really have that basic mindset, then it's very difficult that the revelation will go through, because you are distracted with other things. If you're distracted, then
but maybe
you have to really
maybe you don't think clearly. No, but you're smart enough to understand it could be the other way around too, right? Maybe you're the one. Maybe because you're not seeing clearly, you've believed in some form of delusion.
Yeah, we can go in the hyper skeptical things, but I think if you really,
it's just it is or it isn't, isn't it? Same way there is or there isn't God. If you believe this fitra is true,
so why you know what I find interesting is that most of your people, when I say atheists, is they're starting with the basic beginning. Okay, there's no God. And let me see and find out if there's enough evidences and proofs if there is a God. For me, it's not the right. For me, is absurd. It's a reversed mindset. For me, it is the other way around. Is starting with the natural position is there's a God, let me find out proofs and evidences that can enforce my conviction that I already have inside, or disbelieve more and more in that God. So for me, what you guys are doing is reversed. From a natural position of a human being, because the natural position of a human being is they start off with there's a creator.
Prove that.
And then maybe
prove that.
Because there are already many tests.
Listen.
Okay.
No, I don't want to hear your opinion. Prove that.
Okay. For example, there was a test being done by children, and the test, I can just in summary, I can give you the link of the test.
Yeah,
they found out that the children are naturally have a position that they believe in a higher power. So, and we can see it also in the history.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah. I will send you the link of the university. That was an experiment done, and we can see it also. You trace it back in history. If you trace it back in history of all tribes and nations and everything, there was a common thread, the common pattern. There's always believed in a higher power, and we can.
Yeah, but the higher power wasn't the creator of the universe. Just give me the send me the link, please.
What I'm trying to say is they already had some position, a basic natural position that they're. Yeah, I will Google it. Now I'm outside and have bad connections, but if I'm going home, and then I will send you the link. But what I'm trying to say is this.
I used to believe in God. Rob used to believe in God. James used to believe in God.
Yes.
Yes. When there was evidence provided to man, that you had to question.
I used to believe in God too, you know.
Sorry, Ultra as well. So yeah, even Brothers. Brothers has got his Yoruba God.
Brothers still does, bro.
But Brothers has got his Yoruba gods now, and he obviously can't tell his daddy that you don't believe in God. You get me? It's cut off inheritance. Inheritance and them things there. So hold it up, Brothers. Yeah, of course, man. But bring me in though, still, man. You get me? 10%. You get me? Yeah. So anyway, once we've received evidence that we thought was sufficient, I don't know what evidence James received. I don't know what evidence Rob received. I don't know what evidence Ultra received. But once each of us received evidence in our own time that we felt was sufficient, we made our own mind up to say, all right, I don't believe it no more. But with you, you're not willing to accept any sort of evidence, because in a hypothetical situation, when I put that to you, you didn't just say yeah. You said loads of different stuff. But when I asked you how you confirmed it, you was able to tell me a million ways.
Veli, what you're really trying to say is, and maybe you never thought about it, is that you disbelieved in your religion, your upbringing, that your parents told you. You disbelieved in that, but disbelieving in the Creator still is a very high jump to take. Just because you disbelieving in the culture and religion that your parents told you or your upbringing, you cannot make a jump just disbelieving in the Creator. The whole mindset of that is a very high jump.
No, but Benny, I don't know where you live.
Just take a little step,
Benny,
just disbelieving in the religion and go further than that.
Benny, I don't know where you live, yeah. But how can I put it? Like, if
I know where he lives,
you know what I mean?
No. For example, like the reality is, yeah, whether I believe or disbelieve in God is irrelevant, yeah. At this stage,
it's very relevant.
God exists. That's
the root cause of all the questions.
Hold on, God exists outside of the universe. So, in the conventional sense of, if I said I'm outside your house right now, you could go check. You could go open your door or wherever it is that you are right now, and you could check if I was there or not. And that would be a simple proof as to whether or not I existed, or whether or not I existed outside your house. Or if I said there was a pink spaghetti monster outside your house, you could go check right now and you can make the decision. We're talking about something that exists outside of the universe. So it's a lot of is more different criteria as to why you believe. And a great example of what I was trying to say earlier is, did Moses exist or not? Was there a leader of the Jews that had the name Moses? Potentially, probably. So why would someone even make an issue? Because Jews exist today, right? And there's been examples of groups that identify as Jews existing throughout in different places in history. But what would be the reason that someone like me would reject the biblical account of Moses? Because they said he was a magician that split an ocean. So now, because if I use other criteria, is it likely that somebody could split an ocean with a staff with a sapphire in the end? Probably not. Is it likely someone can turn an inanimate piece of organic material into a fucking conscious snake? Probably not. You know, instantly anyway. Probably not. If could someone make all these plagues and whatever different things happen, it fucking the seas turn into blood and all that? No, there's absolutely no scientific to prove that. So then it is less likely now, when there's absolutely no fucking corroborated evidence for Moses aside from the Bible and the texts themselves. It's very unlikely that Moses now existed. Could he have existed? Of course it's possible. Could he have done the things that he said he'd done? I feel like that's impossible. Therefore, I have a belief that Moses didn't exist. It's fairly logical. You're talking about something that exists outside the universe. So you're intellectually dishonest to say that you know without a shadow of a doubt that God exists, or you've always known there's a creator, or you know what's outside of the universe. No, you have a trail, little crumbs, Hansel and Gretel kind of crumbs of evidence dotted around. This Bible says this Hindu Sanskrit shit says this one says that one says that. You can disprove all of these or you can prove that they're not 100% confirmed, all of these different cases. Simple one is, did Muhammad truly exist? You don't have any compelling 100% ironclad evidence that Muhammad existed, as Stops and Rob proved the other day. So even that's a way to say, like, how can you be 100% certain that the man came with a message from God? So it's not as simple as saying, oh, the creator, you don't know what's up.
Okay, so you're dealing with secondary things, James, because the root cause of all your questions is that you're disbelieving in the creator. If you disbelieve in a creator, all the rest is irrelevant and secondary. Because if you really had the mindset, for my understanding, is the natural mindset to start off is believing in a creator, then the second thing you will do is searching for that creator, for that communication. And that takes effort and takes time and takes a reflection and everything and study. And that's what I did. So your position is your root cause of the questions, root cause of your problems is not because of the things turning into snake or whatever. That's all secondary. Your root cause of your thinking is because you're disbelieving in a creator. So if you tackle that, then the other things will logically follow, because the logic will follow. It has to have communication. The creator had to communicate to the creation, and then you have to search for that. And that's what I did, and I found that without a shadow of doubt, certainty that the Quran is that communication.
How do you know with certainty?
I am 100% sure. Certainty, yes.
How? What is your methodology to come to certainty?
How can I explain that? It just
Bailey, one sec here, bro. Brothers, are you there? Your brothers, are you there? Your brothers. Alright, let's stop it for MA. Alright, go on, carry on.
I'll ask you again,
Carry on, bro.
What is your methodology by which you came to 100% certainty that this book is from God?
Okay, there's many factors. For my criteria one, as I reflected on myself and things around me, is in line with the Quran, because the Quran talks about the inner self and everything. Criteria two, I reflected on the creation
slowly. One at a time. One at a time. Otherwise, you can shotgun everything, and then we can't discuss it. The first one tells you about the first one tells you about your inner self.
Self, yes. I reflected on my inner self, and it's in line with the Quran. For example, the Quran talks about the state of human beings, that the human beings like to rush. They like to rush things. They want to do it quickly. And in my experience, yes, that's the state of a human being.
Has any other human being come up with that idea?
Okay, now we go into what's about, and I'm telling you my reasons. How I came to certainty.
Yeah, but we're
and I have to
examining your
finish it,
reasons.
otherwise it's not. Let me finish it, and then you can respond.
Okay,
please.
you can shotgun
It's just
everything if
quickly.
you want.
No, it's not a shotgun. It's just 5 criteria. Then you done. So the first criteria is I reflected on myself, and it's in line with the Quran. The second, I reflected on the creation around me, everything around me, the creation, and it's in line with the Quran, because the Quran also says to reflect on the creation around you and to seek how the life began and how to seek and everything. Do science. So the third criteria is history. I studied the history of mankind and tribes and everything, and it's in line with the Quran, because the Quran talks also about history, and it's the same pattern that human beings always make the same mistakes, and I don't want to follow in that footsteps to make the same mistake as the people before us. And the fourth criteria is Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. I looked into his life, and I come to 100% certainty that he was a human being with high character, high morals. He was an honest human being, and he was, before he was received the message, he already had the nickname El Amin, the trustworthy. So I trust him. I trust his testimony. I trust him with my life. And the fifth one, I looked into the whole Quran, and then with these 5 criteria, I come to certainty without a shadow of doubt. Because if reality hits you, the truth hits you, the doubt runs away, and doubt run away, and I'm at peace. Even though I've struggled in life and I make mistakes and everything, I'm at peace.
Right, let's go through those
truth.
then,
I
since you
found my
wanted to do them.
purpose.
Okay, let's go through
Yeah.
those since you wanted to do them all at once. Now we have to go back and go through all of them. You said the first one tells you about yourself. Is it possible that human beings can reflect and see what other human beings are and make deductions like the Quran? What is it that specifically the Quran says that either no human being could have said or said it before any other human being ever said it?
Now you go into side things, but what I'm trying to say, it talks to you directly. So it talks to you. How can I say? It talks to you how, in your experience and in your reality, how human beings
Exactly. How does it do
think.
that? How does it do that?
Because the creator knows best what he created. So he created the human being. So he's the best to talk about how human beings are, because he knows ourselves better than ourselves.
Okay, but how does the Quran speak to you? You said it speaks to you. How does it do that?
Just by analyzing the Quran and then looking around me, because the Quran is a sign. It's it points to something. Because if it points to something in reality. So if we say ayat, and ayat is a sign. So if you read something in the Quran, you can see it in real life and in your experience, and you can think about it. So it's a sign, and it points her to your reality.
Okay, so when the Quran says something that doesn't match reality, how do you reconcile that?
Then you have to show me.
So something like the earth is rolled out like a carpet, i.e. that it's not flat, or that the sun and the moon swim in their orbits, this sort of thing, doesn't match reality. And now you have to come back with apologist methodologies, because this is what they thought at the time. And, if they were ignorant and they hadn't even heard of Eratosthenes, then ignorant people would have thought that these things swim, because that's what it seems like to intuition. But people who are ignorant and don't understand or don't study would have come to that conclusion. So it's entirely acceptable at that time. But now, of course, we know that's not the case. So how do you reconcile these things that don't match reality?
No, because I can easily reconcile it, because the Quran is a speech, and it's a human speech, and we don't speak in our day-to-day lives scientific speech. What you are trying to do is scientific speech. We don't do that in our day-to-day life. For example, if we say, I saw the sun setting, in a scientific speech, there's only speaking in the lab. It doesn't make sense, but we don't do that in our day-to-day life. So you're trying to mix scientific language with day-to-day human speech. It doesn't work. So try again, Rob.
So when we talk in day-to-day speech and we say that the Earth is flat or that the sun and the moon swim in their orbits, you agree that doesn't match reality, yes? But it's okay because we're just
No.
talking normally. We're not talking about what's real.
No, because language, this is the speech of human beings and the speech of language.
What to speak is to speak inaccurately, to make mistakes. Is that the language of?
Yeah,
Is that the language of the Quran, by the way?
The language of the Quran is just a very how can I say that it's a sign language. It points a
mistaken sign
gives
language.
You image. It's very. It's your opinion, but it's a very imagery language. It's a very imagery language, and you cannot speak it in a scientific language, because scientific language, if you do that, we cannot really.
Can the Quran at least get things basically right, even if it doesn't give us? Because of course, again, we could always expect it to speak science, because that would actually be pretty impressive, right? Especially if it talked about quantum mechanics or something like that they didn't understand at the time, but was so clear to us today that scientists would just be bowled over. They'd be baffled by how this could possibly have been understood. That would really have been something impressive. But instead,
no, because the scientific
things that don't
language
match
is only
reality.
speak about in academics. It doesn't speak in lay. Look, the truth is for laymen and for people who study at Harvard or in science. So
Okay,
the reality.
Is this book only for lay people who don't understand reality? Is that what this book is for?
No. See, why are you trying to add? Don't add things, bro. Be sincere. Okay.
Well, you
Don't
said
add
it's not
things.
for scientists, i.e., people that understand the world. It's only for people.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. Just pay it. Don't listen. Okay, I know your tactic. You were trying to add and you're very wow, bro. I have to really pay attention what you're saying, because
does it match?
Okay,
does it match what scientists understand, Benny? Does it match what scientists understand?
Look, scientific language, we don't speak it in our day-to-day life. So if you want to approach the humankind, is not you don't approach them with scientific language. You approach them with the language that they are familiar
with.
And
yes, I understand. Okay, so
Benny, familiar with. So the Quran is a very imagery language, because it's trying to picture an image for you so you can understand, because the Quran came to understand and change the way you think. And how you do that to change the way you think?
Benny, you don't need to be for both. I understand the point. This is for lay people.
It's not for you, bro. Bro, I don't explain it for you, because I know your agenda. So I explain.
Who are you trying to explain this to?
But hey, Rob, you're
for people who are looking for the truth, not for you. Rob, it's not for you, bro, because you're made up your mind.
Rob, you're being intentionally direct and concise, and he's being intentionally evasive and ambiguous in the way he's responding. So you're going to get into this cat and mouse conversation that I imagine you probably had over 10 times before.
Yeah, all right, I'll leave it.
You're never going to. No, but feel free to carry on. I'm doing something in the background, but it's just never going to get anywhere. You know, you're not going to be able to pin him down.
No, because because I know his tactics, James. I know you're on the side of him because he's an atheist. But
you don't have any. Listen, you don't have any intention of proving any rules, right? So if he was to give you options or something,
no, my intention is to explain things to people who try and understand
credible options rather than answering in that rather than answering through that paradigm. So we're ultimately going to get a thing where you're literally speaking different languages or different frequencies, because you do not give a shit about engaging any of what he's saying honestly, and he doesn't care about most of what comprises your speech. He cares about the answer to his question. So you're talking.
I want to answer his question, but not for him. That's the thing. I want to answer the question for people who really maybe are looking for their purpose and for the truth in life. That's for the people. This message is for those people, not those people who put all their trust in some false god. So okay.
Yeah, atheism means we have no God. So you're
yes, you have. Yes, you have, James. James, you have.
Hold on. You're far more at risk of believing. Hold on. You're at far more risk of believing in a false God than someone who believes in no God at all. But
bro,
anyway, that's a conversation for another day.
Bro, you have a false God. Trust me. You have. I don't know what it. I think science is your false God because you put in all your trust in science. Bro, you put in all your maybe trust in science, bro. Trust is not the only way to truth, bro. You have to understand that.
Okay.
Don't put all your trust in science,
MA,
bro. It will
something, brother.
disappoint you in the end of the day.
MA, you there?
Yeah.
Feel free to answer the question of the day, my friend.
Right. What's this question of the day? The question of the day is: if religious people have the truth, why are they so unhappy with criticism? Yeah, man. It depends on the religion, innit? Some religious people are perfectly happy with criticism. In fact, they will go out of their way to explain their thing. I wouldn't say, like, again, I'm guessing you guys are talking again about the Abrahamic faiths, right?
Say again?
I said, I guess you lot are talking about Abrahamic religious people, right?
No, Rob asked me if I'm certain that Islam is the truth, and I say 100% certain, and I give him 5 criterias, and he's trying to he's trying to, with his agenda, he's trying to cut me out with things and everything. Not really trying to understand, asking questions to understand, but no, trying to I don't know. I know his agenda. It is clear. He's trying to make as much as ex-Muslims and atheists as possible. But Islam is growing, so it's not gonna happen, bro.
All right, James, what do you mean? His or the question of the day? Which one?
Say it one more time. Last time, say it one more time.
Yeah, what do you want me to address? The question of the day or the thing that Benny and Rob were going about?
Oh no, the question of the day, man.
Yeah, all right. So it depends. If you're talking about Abrahamic faiths, then the reason they are unhappy with criticism is because they're expansionist religions, and any way you can take it down a peg or two diminishes their expansion ability, if that's a word. So yeah, also yeah, this thing of if any of these religions only depended on, if they weren't expansionist, and also if they didn't promise something in the afterlife, I don't think you'd see as much problem. I think the amount that's riding on a religion being true is what causes the issue, isn't it? Like if your entire eternity after this life is riding on this religion being true and you believe in it and being unshakable in that belief, then that's when you have that level of opposition in it. And that's quite natural.
Can I address Dark Musician quickly, please? Because Dark Musician said
he's not in the call.
Wait, no. I want to address because I have to clarify. This guy is literally saying that Islam is for uneducated people. That's not what I said, Dark Magician. So let me clarify. I say the truth, the universal truth, is for everybody to understand. So for people who go to Harvard and who are very have a high IQ, when the truth comes, the universal truth, they will understand it. And people who just never went to school and just goat herders or whatever, children, when the truth comes, they will understand it. That's what I mean.
Okay.
Truth doesn't have to be complicated. Universal truth doesn't have to be complicated, because the truth is for everybody and everybody needs to understand.
Okay.
And
It's kind of the
truth comes.
It's kind of the same way. Kind of the same way that pop music, yeah. We have certain tunes that are just so catchy that everyone just sings it. They don't even realize. You go into a shop, you hear it, you're like, oh, that's that song again, isn't it? You don't even really like it, but the tune just gets into your system, into your head, and everyone knows it. Like that Kylie Minogue tune back in the day, whatever it's called, La La, that one, yeah. I regard certain aspects of the Quran or Islam as having similar qualities of, it's contagious in a way. The same way that the way I was describing it the other day, I think it was yesterday or whenever, about these amazing contingencies that the Quran comes up with to kind of trap you. So so I would agree with Benny, but for a different reason. I would say that it's for everybody in a sense that it can trap anybody. It's that clever. It's a really, really clever book. So yeah, I wouldn't agree with him in terms of it being accessible to everyone, because clearly most Muslims don't even understand what the Quran's on. You get me? So yeah, that's my contribution. Still, I think.
What I'm trying to say is the fundamental truth. Look, the concept of God, that God is one, is absolute, independent. You can only have one absolute, and everything around you is dependent. You are dependent. So all dependent things depend on the independent. You cannot have infinite regress of dependent things. It doesn't make sense. So you have to have one absolute independent thing. Let me finish. Very simple, logical.
You're not a physicist though. So when you're talking about the real, like an objective reality, or how the universe works, as it were, you're not a physicist. You don't attempt to do the equations. Hold on. You don't attempt to do the equations which deconstruct ideas like that. You hear some Muslims say something, or some theists say something. You hear a philosophical argument by two people that you're not even qualified to critique. You take one of their theories and you come and deliver it to us as if it's some kind of ultimate truth. You don't understand why. Why is it? If the universe existed, has existed for all time, then of course an infinite regress is possible. Guess why? Because you're a finite being. So you don't know half the shit you speak about. Absolute contingent. You don't even understand.
James, let me jump on the back of that.
It just sounds cool.
Benny, so infinite regress, yeah? Everything that James just said is exactly right. I know you don't understand what, you might even not even understand the implications of infinite regress on a deeper level, innit? But why is that even an argument? An argument that you can't substantiate and you can't even, if the thing is, the argument of infinite regress, if you took the other position, you'd have more, you'd have more supporting evidence for your idea of an infinite being, but you won't even do that. And a lot of Muslims find it difficult to do that because the Quran doesn't say that.
My point is...
No. Don't just make a point, like respond, innit?
Yeah. Respond. Can you repeat it again?
Yeah, so the idea of infinite regress, like James has outlined why he believes you're unqualified to even discuss the finer details of that level of...
I'm talking about dependent things. Infinite regress of dependent things. That's what I'm talking about.
Stop. Why? Okay, forget it. Why is infinite regress a problem? And please make sense. Don't just say some shit. If you don't understand...
I didn't say infinite regress. I say infinite regress of dependent things. So look, you cannot have... If everything is dependent on everything, dependent on the independent, you cannot have infinite regress of dependent things. It doesn't work. You cannot have... You have to have some...
Okay, 1 second. Is Allah dependent on anything?
No.
Right, so then you're wrong then.
That's why.
So then you're wrong.
No, what I'm trying to say.
No. Wait. You're wrong. You just said you cannot have. Hold on. You just said you cannot have infinite regress of dependent things. Yeah, only something.
Yes, exactly.
Right. So you're saying that just by choice, we're saying that Allah is this independent thing and everything else is dependent on Allah. But there's no evidence for that. Or what you've explained basically.
No, it's if you trace it back, it's logical.
1 second. As far as I'm concerned, yeah, what you're saying indicates to me that Allah is also dependent. That's my conclusion.
No. You have to take it. You have to take it all the way back. So look, I'm just simplifying, but okay, to understand, you have to simplify it. Because like I said before, the truth is simple. So
please wait. Just don't start off with me, because you don't need to start off with me. Let's go straight to the creation and Allah. Yeah. So let's
let me break it down. Okay, just simply, yeah. Maybe it's childish, but it's simple, and simple you can understand. So you are dependent, for example.
Fucking hell, what did I just say to you? Don't start with me.
Okay, me.
Forget all of that. Go straight to creation and Allah. and explain to me why it has to stop at Allah.
Yes, because how can I say that? Because dependent things, if they are only are dependent on dependent things, and dependent things depend on the dependent things, eventually it doesn't work. It's gonna, how can I say that? If you have, for example, if you have
Bruv, can we not, bruv? Every time this does this, actually hurts my brain. Like, you're gonna make at some stage in it, you're gonna create some dilemma.
That's arrogant of you, James, to say that. That's very arrogant, because I didn't insult you. So why are you insulting me?
Hold on.
That's sign of arrogance, bro. That's very sign of arrogance.
Listen. People far smarter than you have come short with this argument. So show a bit of humility and just say that from your understanding of it, it's a dilemma kind of thing. Who gave the order? If someone made something, the best one, the one I know offhand is who gave the order for the army officer, the soldier to shoot. You go in a line of people who gave the order, and then ultimately it had to be someone. Cool. The reality is you're using what is essentially something at a planet, not planetary, sort of the human perspective scale, and applying it to outside the universe. At some stage with this infinite regress, you are going to make a special plea and just insert a god. And then that's where it's going to end, because you say so. We know that. Everyone here talking knows that. So let's not waste time going through the whole rigmarole and just assume that until you know from a philosophical and from a cosmological point of view why your argument makes sense, there's no reason to field it here. We don't need to hear the again and again. And again.
Bro, if you don't want to hear it, no problem. But okay, let me.
Yeah, but it's just because you don't even know it. You don't fully understand.
Bro, you're very arrogant. Don't be. Can I say my piece? Can I say my piece?
Can you make it snappy? Because MA was talking about
something. To you, maybe, bro. Maybe you think you're a high level or something. To you, okay, no problem.
The question of the day. But he was answering the question of the day. You randomly started talking to the Dark Magician, and then you remembered something which you wanted to insert earlier, and you were
M.A. Brown asked me a question, right? So let me answer the M.A. Brown's question.
You should have given it when you asked earlier.
Bro, James, relax, bro. I don't know why you're in feelings, bro. M.A. Brown asked me a question, and I just trying to simplify.
No, my feelings, but how many times do you have to listen to? I have to listen to a dumbass argument when we can have a conversation about anything.
Bro, I listen to dumbass arguments all the time, but I don't get.
Name one that you've heard from me. Name one that you've heard from me. Name one you've heard from me.
All the time, bro.
Name one you've heard from me right now.
I said not you directly, bro. I said people.
Well, I'm giving you respect by saying it's a wasted argument.
Okay, this to you, bro. But maybe there's someone who really wants to know. I don't know, but okay.
Yeah, I don't really want to know either, to be fair.
Okay, cool.
James, Benny, you don't really understand these things. It's not something.
Yeah.
You say
you
that an infinite regress doesn't work because reason that you don't really understand.
You're cutting me. Okay, let me talk. Don't cut me. That's the thing, huh?
Wait,
I think
Benny,
you really. Yes.
Yeah, let me just
semantics, Rob. This is what you're good at.
Listen.
Everything is waffle and semantics. You have nothing to say.
Okay, hear me out.
Empty. It's
Benny,
empty.
The irony. If only you knew the irony in that statement.
The irony is on you, bro. You don't even realize it.
Robs, don't say that for a second. Benny, basically, yeah, people who have had this conversation with Muslims already know where this is going. Like, there's a script in it that certain Muslims have, and it's very easy to see it coming from a mile off. When you say certain keywords or certain phrases or whatever, it indicates to us that, yeah, this person's about to go there, innit? And certain arguments hold more water than others. The infinite regress argument holds no water whatsoever, and I haven't.
But I was not talking about. I had a different point, so you don't listen. I said about dependent. That's the key word.
Bro,
you cannot have regret.
Different. It's not.
James Jones was talking about creation. The creation.
You've got nothing.
Talk about
new.
Dependent things.
You haven't got anything new that we haven't heard already. The infinite regress argument is based around dependency. That's the whole point of the argument. So it's no different to what anyone else has said. So we can talk about something else. Yeah, so the question of the day, yeah, religious people have the truth, why they're so unhappy with. My answer was that, yeah, when you've got an expansionist religion that also promises something in the afterlife, that raises the stakes to the extent to which we see today, innit? It's too important for individuals who follow that religion and for those who are administrators of that religious order, innit? It's too important. They'll fight tooth and nail. In fact, they'll shoot you for it sometimes. And yeah, that's why. I don't know if there's other belief systems that can be regarded as religions. It's a bit of a vague term as well, but we can see that there's other belief systems that don't fold or shudder to criticism in such a way, and they don't make claims like some Abrahamic faiths do as well. So it makes them a lot less vulnerable to criticism, and so people don't feel a way about being criticized on it.
Saying everybody is nobody likes to be criticized because it's a proof that you've got something wrong or you've made a mistake. But what was interesting about the conversation I was having earlier, which arguably I should have let continue because I'm in and out, but it's like you should welcome a degree of criticism, right? If you yourself were not sure. But if you're absolutely certain and compelled to believe what you believe, that's the only reason that true criticism, you're going to be like proper, you're going to consider it an anathema to you. You know what I mean? Because it's like, all right, cool. I wish I was right, but I'm wrong. Good job. I know I'm wrong now. So I don't embarrass myself in front of more people.
But then obviously the big problem with that is if you have a religion that makes the claims that it does and almost invades your space by proxy anyway, it's like, fuck it out. What do you want me to like? I used to hate reading books in it because I felt like it was a one-way conversation until I realized, I can write in these books. You get me? It's kind of a similar sort of thing. Like if a religion is going to claim, like it used to be worse, man. Like in a Speaker's Corner, it used to be fucking worse. I used to have Muslims. It might still happen, but it hasn't happened to me in a long time. Muslims coming up to you and telling you, like first of all, I'll pray for you thing is really asking me to box you in your face, isn't it? You tell me if I say I'm not on it, yeah, and you say don't worry, I'll pray for you. That's that, yeah. Don't be surprised if I switch in it.
Can I say something? Can I say something quickly? Look, it's not about criticizing and everything. It's about a clear-cut agenda to cause doubt and to apostate Muslims, because the Grub has a clear agenda to.
You mean critical thinking? I appreciate you.
Yeah,
got
that's
it
what
wrong,
he said.
That's okay.
You already exposed yourself many times, bro. Your agenda is to apostate Muslims,
to get people to think critically, yes, then they should hopefully see
Muslims.
that this is
So
true.
he's trying to cause doubt to Muslims and to apostate. He's trying to block the way of guidance, block the way of
That's right.
He's trying to get people to believe it.
That's his job with his little white gin powers.
You're ingenuous. I'm disingenuous. Stop before you go further.
He's atheist, but it's not bad enough to be atheist.
No, baby, tell the truth, Rob. It's Satan. Rob, it's Satan. Okay.
To be atheist is already bad enough, but he takes it to a whole nother level. His whole campaign is to stop Islam and Muslims and everything. This is all.
And your whole campaign is to try and prove your myth true.
And
that's not disingenuous, right? When I try to show that it's incorrect through critical thinking, that's disingenuous. You don't know what consistency is. I think the word hypocrite comes to mind.
I don't want to be in footsteps on the day of judgment because you're taking it to a whole nother
good job.
level.
There's no good reason to believe in judgment.
Denny, you know what the Quran says? I remember this verse in the Quran. It says, Alhamdulillah, leave the atheists alone and do your prayers. So you're not doing that, man. Come on now.
No, but no. If you're just disbelieving in God and wait, if you disbelieve in God, it's nothing, and you about your life, there's nothing wrong with that. But if you make it your full-time job, just to apostate Muslims and to cause doubt and lies and mock Islam and its messenger.
We haven't shown that. You can make that claim.
Then how such evil and person that is. That's taken.
Nah,
to
bro,
a
you gotta see
whole
in the
nother level.
hadith. I forget the name of the hadith, but there's a hadith. It was written by a black man.
I don't want to be. I don't want to be in your footsteps, Rob, on the day of judgment.
Shia Issa wrote his hadith.
See, Benny. What you just said, yeah. This is where you start to invade a man's thing, innit? What do you mean? I don't want to be in your footsteps when the day of judgment comes.
I already explained it, bro. Have you not paid attention to what I said? I said disbelieving in God is not. Disbelieving in God is already bad enough, but he takes it to another level. His campaign is to cause doubt, cause
critical thinking, Benny, get it right.
And to
Don't
no.
misrepresent
I already know your show, bro. I already watched.
No. See, now you're being disingenuous, Benny, because just as the rightly guided Imam Issa the Black Elect said, leave these people alone, bro. Okay. Leave them alone.
Bro, you cannot. No, bro. Because he's an enemy to Islam, bro. What do you live in? He has a full-time campaign. What you talking
Rob
about,
doesn't
bro?
have a
You're not a
full-time campaign
Muslim, so
because
you're
Rob.
not in a position
That's
to
why
have
I would
opinion.
never see. No,
Bro,
Benny,
you're not a
Benny,
Muslim,
brother,
so I don't know what you're talking
brother,
about. I'm a
listen,
Muslim, so I know what I'm
how
talking
dare
about.
you?
He's an enemy against Islam, bro.
You know what,
Causing doubt
Benny, I'm
and
gonna take
lies
my
and
shahada.
misconceptions about
Take
Islam.
my shahada so I can put a fatwa,
Bro,
so I can talk.
Bro, you need Islam doesn't need you, bro. You need Islam, bro. Islam is not.
Islam don't
cheap,
need
bro.
me? Are you kidding me? I'm a black man. Islam has always needed black men. Who do you think the Moors were?
You need
Look
Islam. Islam doesn't need you, bro.
Nah,
With
Islam
you or
needs
without
black
you,
people.
Islam will prevail. It will be successful with you or without you, bro.
I think Benny needs to go read again Surah 31:19. Benny, go and read Surah 31:19.
Bro, Islam will succeed with you or without you. So you can be on board or you can be missing the boat.
But how is Rob against it if all he does is ask questions? How can he be against it if he just asks questions?
Bro, you missed everything I said. You missed everything.
No, you said he was on a full campaign. Wow. Oh yeah, by the way, Veli, congratulations on 1,000 subscribers.
You know who?
Big up, G.
Benny reminds me.
Do I speak Chinese or something? Do I speak Chinese? I really explained that. If you were just an atheist, bro, I will never attack you because you made your choice. But if you're an atheist and you take it to a whole nother level to make your full-time job and campaign to cause doubt and to make sure that Muslims will apostate.
Wait, time out, baby. Who would you rather have? Who would you rather have breathing down your neck? I know you Muslims. I know a lot of Muslims are not really afraid of Benny. I mean, not really afraid of Rob, but they're really afraid of James C. James SC. That white boy has studied.
But JMC has no own channel, and just like Rob. Rob he has a full-time job to cause doubt and lies, misconceptions about it. It takes it to another level, a whole nother level. Atheist is already, I don't know, is level, but taking it to a higher level than that.
Wrong. Is he right?
And the funny thing is, he doesn't really have certainty if Allah exists or not.
Oh, wait. You've spoken. Benny, man, you've spoken a lot. Just give it a rest for a minute, yeah, please. Rob, is your channel quite heavily devoted to exploring Islam?
Not my personal channel, but that channel that I co-host to Stop Spamming called The Gin and Tonic is a weekly show on a Friday for about 2 hours once a week that critiques Islam.
Okay, why? What's the reason why Islam is the object of your critique?
Well, mostly because I see it as being more harmful than Christianity. They're both equally wrong. And even more so because Stop Spamming has been reading it, studying it, speaking to Muslims for about 10 years, has investigated virtually all of the claims that Muslims makes and made videos over years. So he's much more knowledgeable and we go into it. And we're talking about slavery at the moment. So that's the reason, particularly for Islam rather than something else. But I think the Abrahamic religions are all equally mistaken.
Yeah, I would say you're justified in observing, whether you want to call it Islamic or Arabic culture and their misdemeanors in their own lands and in other lands and whatever. Would you ever investigate the crimes of white Europeans across the world?
Yeah, I know there have been some, yeah. But my main focus is on religion because I don't think it's true, and it has billions of followers, and it has negative consequences, not the least of which is not having any good reasons to be true, and secondly, to have people doing, or at least some people doing, bad things because a book says so.
Yeah, my question was, would you ever investigate the crimes of white Europeans today?
Well, I know some of them have done it, yeah. But would I go and investigate that more closely? No, I'm well aware of it. I'm happy to accept that. That's not the focus of what I critique.
No. I think you're assuming I'm talking about historical. I'm talking about contemporary crimes.
Such as?
Let's see, such as obviously certain European Western governments have an influence over governments of other nations and inciting coups and stuff like that, or
very good point, Jeremy Brown. Very good point.
European charity workers, for example, going over to places like Congo and stuff, just to be able to rape young girls and even boys as well. The same.
Are you suggesting that governments have sanctioned that, are knowledgeable of that, and now hiding it? Is that your view?
No, I'm not saying anything. I'm asking you a question. Okay. Are you interested in investigating these types?
No, that's not an interest of mine. If in fact that's the case and there's evidence for it, I'm happy to accept that. But it's not. I could investigate everything in the world. You could always ask me, why aren't you investigating this, that, and the other thing? But my focus is on religion.
There's evidence. Wait, I want to say something. There's evidence, and it's clear as well.
Well, there may well be evidence that these people have done that thing. The implication is that governments have somehow been involved.
Wait. The most damaging statistics, if you look at it, the most damaging groups that causing harm and terrorists and everything are white supremacists. Just look it up. The highest rate of causing damage and terrorists.
No, you're mistaken.
Yes, it is in America, especially in America. So you have a clear.
More Muslims die by other Muslims blowing themselves up than anything else in the world. We can go and have a look at the numbers. They far exceed any white supremacists. So you're simply wrong, Benny.
White supremacy is the biggest threat in society right now. What you talking about?
You keep telling yourself that if it makes you happy, buddy.
No, that's true, bro. Especially in America, Brad. You're living in America.
Benny, one sec, because you're killing the argument. Rob, he's right in terms of the statistics in the US, not regarding people blowing themselves up, but terroristic actions in America. I believe, from what I've read, that white supremacist groups have the highest number of
exactly.
Convictions or whatever you want to call it. I'll have to look it up again to get it exactly.
Yeah, you can have a look, but I mean, obviously you can cherry pick a country and find that out, right? If we look worldwide, Muslim terrorism far exceeds any white supremacists in terms of body counts and killing, and more Muslims suffer from other Muslims than anything else.
Okay, and that's your okay. No, that's fair enough. I mean, it is quite obvious that there's just from your answers. He kind of just swept it under the carpet with the cat. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly. Thank you, M.A. Brown.
You're
paying attention.
Do you think the weird thing is, like, if I was to speak to a Muslim, like I've got a couple of work colleagues that are Muslims. I did have some friends that are Muslims and not really friends anymore. I would always expect, or I would always promote the idea that Muslims themselves who have maybe heard some criticisms, and if some of those criticisms are valid, or if they observe some of the fuckery that is being done in the name of Islam or by Arabic culture in general, I would always encourage the people that I do know or that I speak to go and be the bastions of liberation, whatever, and go and investigate themselves and try to be to clean house in-house. You know what I'm saying? So, and I think that I always think that that's really the end goal of anyone that's criticizing anything, is that you want the people themselves to go and and investigate the thing and clean house. And I suppose that's why I'm asking you
Yeah,
as
but
well.
they can't though. They can't.
One sec, just 2 seconds. You are a white guy, and that there are still crimes being committed on top of the many other crimes by your own, what you would call countrymen, but I would call Europeans, right? I would imagine that it would be of interest for you to also clean house, rather than looking at others and trying to, you know what I mean? Like you can do both at the end of the day. You can do both.
Well, go on.
Has he disappeared?
No, he just probably tripped out. He was speaking too much truth. So, Rob, you're a white guy? I didn't know that. I would have thought you were like, I thought you were from New York.
No, New York. No, I mean New York's a great place. No, I have visited there, but no, I'm not from New York.
Okay. I just thought you was like, I didn't think you were white. What I thought you were? No, I thought you were Middle Eastern. That's what I thought you were. I thought you were like an apostate. And, your goal is to take down the religion of your land. But no, my bad.
No, my goal is for people to think critically and to recognize that religion doesn't have good reasons and evidence, and that it's
See, Rob, that's where you mess up.
overall negative.
Because the devil wanted people to think like that. God doesn't want us to think critically. The devil wants that.
I know.
So stop
We've
working.
heard that
Stop being
already.
used by the devil. Okay, that's your problem.
I know.
You keep being used by the devil to have us raise ourselves intellectually. Like, who gave you that right? Who the hell gave you the right to tell people on the regular to think for themselves? Tell me. That just sounds like white privilege to me. How
I
dare
know.
you? How dare
You're absolutely right. I don't know what I'm thinking.
Billy, get him off here, bro. Look at this. This dude is gracious. I feel I'm thinking right now. Telling me that a guy, the supreme being in the whole wide world, doesn't want to be questioned. You know what I'm saying? Like, see?
Because if you question it, it all falls apart, right? You see that it's built on a house of it's quicksand.
You said quicksand.
Of course. But as Benny so eloquently said, it's for people that are not scientists. In other words, people who don't really understand the world and who are more gullible, who are likely to be taken in by words that sound good or that have
It's
some
not gullible.
intuition.
How can it be gullible though? Did you not hear how these faiths were created? Like, let's take Islam. Okay, a guy was in a cave. He received salvation in a cave. Okay, how many people received salvation in a cave, Rob?
Absolutely. A guy in a cave heard a voice that he didn't know who it was, went
There you
away, was
go.
told who it was,
There we
and
go.
that's the basis of this entire religion.
Hold on,
I mean,
Brad.
And he was trying to save us.
this is the best that God
from
could
being
do.
used-
Yo,
It's
Brad.
very low standard.
Yo, Brothers, 1 sec, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
So
I'm just a
like-
black guy. You can take me. Go ahead.
So Rob, yeah, so like obviously, you see, like you said, your whole motivation is to help people to think critically about life in general, and obviously, definitely their beliefs and stuff. Would you also be seeking to, but obviously because Islam to you is so dangerous, which I can understand that position. Would you also be an advocate for, trying to unpeel religions, like like African spiritual traditions, for example, like the Ifa and so on and so forth, and try and speak to those people and say, well, listen, what do you really believe in? Is it true, etc., etc.? Does it hold the same value for you in terms of a critical exploration? Or you
Yeah, in that sense, sure. In that sense, yeah. I mean, if they don't have that, as far as I can tell anyway, I don't know how many people believe that, but that certainly doesn't seem to have any sort of external threat other than people believing things that may not be true. So in the sense of, is something true? Yes, in that sense, I would ask that question. What is this, quote unquote spiritualism? Why do you think it's true? I would ask the same sort of questions. But as far as I can tell, and you can correct me, I don't see that leading to negative impacts in the world other than people perhaps believing things that they might not have good reasons and evidence for.
So is it because there's evidence of violence in the texts that...
Yes, that's the text itself, right? That's my main thing. It isn't Muslims, and I know plenty of not really nice Muslims, right? So it's not necessarily a critique against Muslims per se, but the text itself. is the main critique, because people could always say, "Oh, well, that's just a bad Muslim," right? So it's not a critique against a person specifically.
If that's the case, then do you know of any fuckery that Benny has committed, like thus far?
What do you mean by that?
Like, has he caused harm? Is he a terrorist? Is there any reason?
No. I don't think that he's done any of that, as far as I can tell in my conversations. No, I just think that he doesn't think as clearly as he claims to, and we've had conversations. We've pointed out errors that are straightforward in the Quran, and he either doesn't accept them or doesn't understand it, or whatever the case is. So no, I don't think he's dangerous, other than
in your view, yes,
he's unable to recognize straightforward errors, right?
Right. So
like I said before, you cannot change reality, bro.
Benny, 1 second. You can come in a sec. I'm just going to say I'm trying to identify what Rob's motivations are, because they seem to be obviously, like, if you're criticizing a text that you deem to hold, abhorrent, that holds abhorrent instruction or views or whatever, and you identify that is part of the problem, that is part of what's causing the problem of violence in that particular community, then I get it. But then, like, it's like speaking to someone who is of that faith, who is not violent, is almost like a bit of a coward move. You should be speaking to the people that are causing the violence as much as you can, to expose those guys, like, more directly. I understand that it can also be by proxy. You could also be speaking to them through someone like Benny, but I think I don't know if it's the best way to approach that particular problem.
Okay. Let me respond. Yeah.
Go ahead.
When you say it's a cowardly move, Benny and his ilk suggest that A, Islam is true, and the B, everybody else should believe it because it's true. Now that second part of what I've said is in fact true, right? If you care about what's true and you think you have the truth, then you are going to spread it, right? So I take issue with your claim that it's a cowardly move. It's not like I'm seeking people out everywhere I go to try and talk about it. In fact, I've stayed with Muslims. I never bring up the Quran or anything like that with people that don't bring it up with me or tell me how wonderful it is or the fact that it's true. But people like Benny will come along, tell us it's all true, that he knows it with 100% certainty. If he even did a cursory understanding of what he just said, that's complete and utter bollocks, unless he was infallible, which would mean he's like God. And so it's a response to this sort of claim. So it's not just the people, quote unquote, that are doing harm, because those people are very often not able to have a conversation. It's the people that claim that they've got the answer and we should believe it too. And that's what I'm going to challenge.
Yeah, I'd agree.
You don't have to believe it, bro. You don't have to believe it. It's only for people who wants to believe it. You don't want to believe it, and that's the problem.
That was a fake sneeze. That was.
We heard that.
That was fake.
No, I was going to interject. I was going to pull like when Diddy said you don't have to believe it. I'm like, we don't want you to believe it. I'm like, hit you. I'm allergic to bullshit. Like, nah. I'm sorry. I'm trying
to look. From Islamic perspective, we only convey the message, and Allah is the one who guides.
Are you a Sunni or a Shia?
Bro, I'm a Muslim.
These
labels. I'm
Muslim. Let me ask you a question. Here we go. This is how we figure out.
Someone who submits to the.
If you had a choice,
to the one who's worthy.
That's good, bro.
Let me finish. Alhamdulillah. I'm someone who submits. I'm someone who submits. Wait,
Benny, just quick question. Benny, if there was no one, all right, go on, Brad.
I just wanted to ask him. I was like trying to. No, you feel like you have something more important to say. I was just gonna be fucking around. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, Benny, if you didn't have anyone to proselytize to, if that's the right word, or try to convert, would you? Because I know that there's some hadith that say, or might even be in the Quran, but I think it's hadith that say you're basically going to score points every time you promote Islam or whatever. Like in Jannah, you'll get rewards and stuff like that. Would you what would you do? Like, would you just practice your faith and shut up and not have debates and stuff, or like, what would you do?
Okay, so the thing is, we Muslims, our job is to convey the message, to give the message clearly, and to give a clear warning. That's our job. We are not here to convert people. Like I said before, the one who changed hearts, the one who's the owner of hearts and changer of hearts is God. And unless the people change what's inside of themselves, God will change them. So unless they not gonna change what is inside of themselves, then this message is not for them. It's only for people who are really searching for the truth, searching for their purpose, and searching for guidance. This message is for them. If I speak to Rob, it's not directly speaking to Rob. It's directly speaking to the audience who are searching for the truth, who are sincere, who are confused and lost, and trying to find their way, and trying to make sense of all of this, of the life and the struggles, and what their purpose are and the guidance are. So it's for those people, and it's for those people who really fear Judgment Day, fear accountability, fear that they will be held accountable for their actions and words.
Those
fear
people
that there will be audit. So only for people who really fear the accountability, for them it will reach the message. But for those other people, it will not reach.
All right, Benny. Rob, can you come up with any verses that what are like the 3 most abhorrent verses that you've heard from the Quran? Not from Hadith, but from the Quran.
I read something about black people. Apparently, we can't run that fast. I don't know what the hell the prophet was talking about.
Rob, are you there? Yeah. Is he gone? Rob.
Look.
No, Benny. Wait. In fact, Benny, let me ask you.
Yes, tell me.
I'm echoing for some reason. Benny, are there any? Were you born a Muslim, by the way? Just quick answer, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any verses when you were younger, or even at any time in your life, that you felt were questionable, and then you were kind of enlightened to it, or you came to a different understanding of it? Be as honest as possible. Rob, if you're still there, I was asking if you've got any verses from the Quran that you found abhorrent, like the top 3. But Benny, yeah, you can go.
Wait, ask in the chat. James knows the Quran more than every imam that ever lived. Yo,
yes.
James.
James knows everything, bro. We already know that. He knows.
Benny,
James
you have the truth. You have the truth right now. Hey, James, can you post any Quranic verses that are messed up? And we want to go. Let's examine these
things. Can you guys hear me?
Go ahead, Benny.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's you. Yeah, there you go.
Say again?
Can you hear me? Am I coming through?
Yeah.
Yeah. So a couple of ones come to mind. I'm not in front of the computer to do them, but one of them is obviously beating your wife. The other is slavery. Those are 2 that immediately come to mind. But I could bring you a whole list. If I just went online, I'd be able to bring you like a whole list of things that are entirely unpleasant.
Okay, so let me deal with the first one, beating your wife. Let me deal with that. So, okay. So if you take the Quran, you take it holistically, because in the Quran it says clearly don't beat the female slaves of Allah. So it means the wives. So you don't have to harm them.
They're called what?
In this
the female slaves of Allah.
Slaves, yes, yeah, of course. Yeah, we are slaves of Allah, of course.
No,
you think you're born free? Wait, so M.A. Brown, you think you're born free or something? You submitted into the existence, bro. You didn't.
Hey, can I ask a really quick question, Rob? You can't.
Wait.
You can't have an infinite set comprised of fractions, can you? That'd be impossible.
I don't see why not. Why not?
No, because I thought it was only integers. I'm trying to.
No. It's either natural numbers or what's the other term? It's natural numbers. There's another term that refers to numbers that are not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't think. Somebody else will know it in the chat. But any of those numbers can be.
You can have an infinite set comprised of fractions or decimals.
Yeah. But I can't think what the name is.
All right, cool.
It's natural and normal, or natural and some other term is used in mathematics. I don't know what the other term is, but yeah, you could, as far as I understand it.
All right, cool. Thanks.
Okay, so let me deal with the context. So the Quran, you have to take it in context, and of course, the teacher is Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. So if you want to learn something, you go to the teacher.
All right.
Don't go to a layman. So let me go to it. The context is
434.
the verse. If you go to the verse, it's talking about disloyal wives. If there's a disloyal wife and you are married and you have children and everything, whatever, and then the first step you do is to save your marriage is you go and talk with her, counsel her, and talk with her and say to her, you know, wife, what you're doing is bad for our marriage. Please stop it. Please wait. Let me finish the steps. Let me finish the steps, bro. Let me finish.
Yeah, but he's verbose, right? He thinks that if he talks a lot, somehow this is going to hoodwink anybody.
Bro, it's not for you, bro. It's not for you. Go
Most people
teach
in the chat
science or
also
something.
know how
Don't
you
teach
operate.
Islam, bro.
Most people in the chat
Islam is a higher level for you, bro. So teach science.
Go on, Benny.
So what I'm trying to say, okay, step one: if your wife is affecting the marriage in a very she is cheating or she's going clubbing at night and whatever, then the first step you're doing is you talk with her and say, you know what, it's damaging our marriage. Please stop it. If she really respects you and the marriage and she's a decent wife, she will stop at that step one. But if she doesn't stop, you go to step two. And step two, you don't sleep with her in the same bed anymore. So you don't have intimacy with her. So that's step two. And then if she's a decent wife and she respects you in the marriage, she will stop, because a wife hates when you don't sleep in the bed with her and don't have intimacy with her. That's what women I think very hate. And then step two doesn't work. She's still damaging the marriage. Then you go to step three, and it's already explained that you shook her. It's like you're going with a toothbrush and you tap it on her and say, and now it's enough. Now it's enough. Wait. Let me finish. Now it's enough. Now it's enough. I had enough. I gave you counsel. It didn't work. I didn't sleep with you. Now you have to stop. Otherwise, you damage your marriage. So that's the steps.
Can you rewind again to that bit? So be clear. Don't be metaphorical. What was it saying about the toothbrush?
You tap her. You don't harm her. You don't touch your face, because that's clear in the hadith. So the hadith explains the details, and the Quran gives you some guidelines, principles. So the detail is you don't harm her, but the step through is to shook her, to wake her up that this is now
Hey, can I still, Benny, in the complete wisdom of the Quran?
Wait,
Brad, in the complete wisdom of the Quran, though, what do you do if, while you're disciplining her with the object is the size of a toothbrush and she begins to like it? What do you say then? What if she said, "Alhamdulillah, hit me"?
Bro, I don't want to laugh, bro. You're making me laugh. Don't do it, bro.
Allah loves laughter, man. Laugh.
Bro, but no, this is a serious.
One day we're gonna do dawah.
Allah loves the laughter of the slave owners and the screams of the slaves.
Yeah.
What? It's recorded, James. Now you put it forward into the future. So it's recorded. Put it forward in the future. Good job, James. I don't know why you're doing that.
Dark Magician just asked, "What is the Arabic word for toothbrush?"
I don't know why you atheists do that. You're just putting yourself in a danger for nothing.
So now,
Be safe.
Hey, look at
safe,
the logic. So danger of what?
logic.
Danger of what and danger from who?
Bro, death didn't come to you yet. So why you doing? Why you
danger of what? Danger from
uncertainty?
Who? Danger
Bro,
of what?
you have doubts. Atheism is doubts, bro. The only thing
atheism is not doubt. Atheism is not doubt. I can explain atheism. Let me do it real quick.
Hold on.
Atheism is merely.
Hold on. Of course it is.
Okay.
Intelligent.
I get it.
Intelligent are full of doubt. That's what makes them intelligent.
Bro, you cannot have a life full of doubts, bro.
Of course you can.
It's not doubt, though. Atheism is not doubt, though. That's what I'm saying.
You have doubt every day. You have so much doubt that didn't you see the bets you were trying to make with Ultra Funky and all of the China provisions?
I'm talking about the big things, bro.
Why is that? Because you were going to win? No, because you had doubt.
Well, hold on. James ain't said nothing. Look,
don't confuse yourself.
We didn't find out last week that slave owners can sleep with their slaves against their will, innit? Like, because it's their property and shit.
Okay, let's go back to the we are waffling again. So let's
That
go
sounds
back.
like no,
So-
stop.
Who is waffling?
So what James is saying, like, obviously slave owners, they probably have a tendency to laugh. You know what I mean? They're catching joke, drinking, whatever. I don't know what they're doing. And slaves are probably quite unhappy. So, and this is something that Allah recognizes is a reality and supports, no?
Look, as a Muslim, my duty is to give a clear warning. Everything that you say will be recorded, and it will be sent forth in the future, and you have to swallow everything that you say on the day of judgment. It's only a warning, bro. That's my duty, and I've done my job. So let's go back to the step 3. So step 3 is
I don't give a fuck. No one cares. Shut up, man.
I did my job. So you can
You know one thing
have
about
a
MA? You know, MA, one thing I've noticed about you, I'll be honest, yeah, is you are maybe you're one of the few people, you maybe Ansar and that have that don't suffer fools gladly, like more or less than me. You're less you suffer fools less than I do.
You enjoy it too much, that's why.
No, but you know what? No, obviously I know you was a bit tongue in cheek what you're saying about Ansar, but you man are similar in that sense, boy.
You know, easy. I'll tell you the truth, yeah. When we bucked heads, yeah. I wanted to slap him. Seriously.
Yeah. I don't know. What hey, listen, yeah, what did he just dismiss all your arguments disrespectfully?
No, we weren't even having an argument. It was like there was a larger conversation going on, yeah. And he kept like jumping in and saying, "No, it's wrong, it's wrong, it's wrong." And I was like, "Shut up, man. What do you mean? Like, it's like if it was kind of like a bit of a, as far as I was concerned, it was a bit of a pussy kind of stance to take."
Benny, I feel like you made a threat there a couple minutes ago. What is the trying to give?
Yeah, look. Like I said, before,
I shouldn't use the word threat.
Islam came with the good news. News is that your Creator is merciful. Let me finish. It's a good question. Islam is a two-package deal. Islam is a two-package deal. First, it came with the good news. The good news is that your Creator is merciful and forgiving. So he is quick in forgiveness and show you mercy.
Islam
there will be a big reward for you in paradise. Will you have everything you wish for? That's the good news. But it came also with the warning, and the warning is that you will be accountable, and there will be a complete audit on yourself. A complete audit.
Can I ask you though? There's a scientist in the UK. A lawyer, a solicitor in the UK. He works for a lot of like charity cases. You may know him as he's a kind of a dark, but he's more of a magician type guy. And he's been studying the existence of a hell. And I would love to see if you have evidence of a hell, because he's been looking for it. So if you can show him your hell.
So sorry, yeah, but hey, James, let's see if you can jump on, because I understand the literal, like I understand the fucking combination of words you're using, and I understand what they mean, but in the broader in the sort of broader understanding in context of like how that disproves a infinite regress argument, I don't quite fully understand, because I imagine they're just going to say, so I don't know if you're reading the chat, but James SC's been going back and forth about giving an empirical example of an infinite regress in reality, yeah. And this is why I was asking you, Rob, about the infinite sets, and he's using this concept of essentially dividing the seconds leading up to an event, or moving away in reverse from an event, yeah. So what happens in this second is influenced by something that happens a half a second ago, and then a quarter of a second ago,
exactly. Yeah, cause and effect. Huh? Mm-hmm.
Right, you've been paying attention to that.
I haven't been reading it, but yeah, cause and effect, going infinitely back. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
How doesn't but then the argument that they're coming, that the response is, yeah, but that's not an infinite regress because it has a cutoff point, i.e., the Big Bang. If you wanted to do that.
No, that's not the case, right? Well, let me put it this way. There's no reason here's the thing, right? the claim that they make is that an infinite regress is either impossible or it has to terminate. That claim they can't substantiate, right? Well, when I've been listening to Skydive Full talk about this, right, the claim from the other side, aka our side, is we're not saying that an actual infinite exists other than in mathematics, right? Which is De Cantor, I think it was the guy that first proved infinite sets, right? Prior to that, people thought even mathematics was infinite, right? But the real claim is around an actual infinite. And in fact, many of the cosmological models posit exactly that, an actual infinite, right? It hasn't been established that it's the case, but it certainly hasn't been disproven. And the claims they are making is, no, that an actual infinite can't be the case, that it has to terminate in a necessary being. And that claim doesn't hold water.
Forget that. I'm just trying to understand, because I'm with you. Me and you have discussed this many times. What I'm interested in is James SC is giving what he's arguing is an example of an infinite regress being possible in the natural world, and he's using this example. He used exactly the same example in relation to, I think, electromagnetism with velocity and I guess magnetism, or how something is influenced by a magnetic field. But it's the same pretty much principle that he gave earlier, which was things that happen this second are influenced by some things that happened half a second ago.
Yes, exactly.
Right, and if things that happened half a second ago are influenced by things that happened a quarter of a second ago, and those are influenced by things that happened. So I'm imagining if you keep dividing seconds in the past, you create a loop somehow.
Okay, so okay, so sorry, I understand what you're saying. I think there's a difference, and I can't remember the terms. I'd have to look it up. But there's a difference about what James is talking about, because you could continue to divide up time in an infinite sequence, but actually that's different from an actual infinite. So it's almost like if you had to walk a meter and you could keep subdividing that meter, you would never reach the next meter.
Yeah,
like it's the case in reality, right? So the one is like a conceptual thing, and one is a reality thing. I don't know what the proper technical terms for that.
It's not an infinite regress in reality, though. They would still make the argument that the only way you could make that is if every second was influenced by a second, eventually we would reach the Big Bang if we did it infinitely. That's what they would. So because I have to be honest here and objective. I don't fully understand James. I'm inclined to agree with James SC's argument because he's arguing from my position. But because I don't fully understand it, Hugo, whatever the fuck his name is, argument made more sense in that he made a request for an empirical sort of observation of infinite even though we don't live infinitely, so we can observe something infinitely. But he's saying, like, I want an empirical observation of infinite regress. James is giving him that scenario, but he could just counter argue, now show me that goes on beyond the Big Bang. That's what he would argue.
Right? Yeah. I would be inclined.
So what you just said about like, the first, not example, but like how you laid it out initially, was that if this second was influenced by the half second before and the quarter of a second, like that rule, that doesn't include the propulsion element of it. So time being propelled forward. So that could happen. It's almost like the tail of a comet, if that makes sense. You got the tail of the comet, which is that half second, quarter second thing, but then you've got the propulsion of the comet forward, in it. So that is just going to keep going forward. I'm just adding that to the argument because what you're saying,
like trying to become the speed of light. The faster you move, the heavier your mass becomes.
Right.
Force increases your mass.
I would say with what James is saying, that James is putting forward the conceptual infinite, because you can keep subdividing, but an actual infinite, at some point, for it to get back to the Big Bang, that would require an actual infinite. That would be an actual finite. So really an actual infinite, as I understand it, is something that would go past the Big Bang into infinity in the past. So regardless of how many subdivisions you could try to make, there would be an actual number of, call it seconds, milliseconds, whatever, that would be going back infinitely in the past, and that would go past the Big Bang, because the Big Bang itself, between now and the Big Bang, there would be a finite number of time points, if you wish to call it that, right?
Measured though, Rob, because like we're talking about, we've gone from talking about time in this so-called reality or whatever to what we could regard as outside of time, innit? Like time is definitely relative. So like at which point does time become irrelevant and then we're not even having the right conversation?
But that's what I'm saying, because as soon as you get to atemporality anyway, whether or not that's been proven or not is another discussion, but there is the potential for some kind of atemporal. Well, there wouldn't even be space, would there? Because space and time is relative. It's hard to wrap your mind about, but let's just say there is atemporality is something that has been extant at one, wait for it, time or another. Hold on, one more time. Let's say that atemporality has existed. Then everything that we would see would constitute, from our understanding, our perspective, what was once linear would turn into a loop anyway. So that is the fundamental basis for saying this infinite regress cannot just be simply extrapolated onto fucking universes and the universe and universes simply. But thank you for. Do you know what though? Can I just take a moment to say this is the intellectual honesty of atheism, because of atheists actually say, because me and Rob are generally inclined to just support James SC with whatever he's saying because he shares our worldview. However, we can equally critique, or not critique because he's not wrong, but we can equally agree with other people's observations as well that don't share our worldview.
Yeah, I think how I define it is that James is putting forward a conceptual infinite, but an actual infinite, I think, is something slightly different as I understand it. And if there was a Big Bang that quote unquote started it all, then an actual that would disprove an actual infinite. The problem for theists is that they most of them misunderstand the Big Bang. That's not the beginning anyway. That's just a moment, for want of a better word, where there was a rapid inflation. Prior to that, people like Alan Guth, people like Sir Roger Penrose, people like Richard Gott, and others believe that the universe is past eternal, right? So, meaning that this Big Bang was just one of millions in the past.
Yes, Skydive Phil has a sick documentary on the Big Bounce on his channel. Skydive
Yes,
Phil.
there's another version, right?
Yeah, that's another, and that has a potential infinite in the past or regressively. Then there has a Big Bang or Big Bounce, sorry, and then based on their calculations, an eternal or infinite expansion. So, like,
I mean, that's another model. Yeah.
Even if there's no evidence to support the infinite regression into the past, it definitely posits, and I guess I should use the word eternal expansion into the future, and definitely posits something that may constitute a universe prior to the Big Bounce, and that I guess any example of gravity. Yeah, I want to butcher that last part, so I won't even attempt to understand.
I think the main thing to take away from this, without going into all the different cosmological models, is that if a theist posits that an actual infinite or an infinite regress is somehow incoherent or impossible, they need to provide the evidence, because the theoretical physicists are positing this with real models that do not break the laws of physics or general relativity or quantum mechanics. So Roger Penrose, like I say, is a prime example. I was lucky enough to meet him personally, listen to it. Some of it went over my head, some of it I understood. But if you look at the diagram of his model, it shows what he calls eons, past eternal eons. An eon is simply like a universe, if you want to call it that, preceded by another universe, ad infinitum, going into the past and the future. So it's called conformal psychic cosmology.
Did you guys touch or speak to him about? I swear he's writing or has written a book about consciousness.
So Roger Penrose, no, we didn't cover that. It was specifically around cosmology.
Oh, there's I know it's probably, I don't know if you're interested in the sort of into listening to podcasts on your walks, but he sort of solely, the sole topic was kind of consciousness. He went on like a popular podcast. It's like I guess the most watched podcast in the world now is a gentleman by the name of Joe Rogan. He's I
know that one.
He knows it, right? Cool. So he went on there, and him, and I guess, is it anesthetist or
anesthetist? Somebody put somebody to sleep, right?
Yeah, there's another pronunciation of it that I forget.
Which one?
You understand what I mean. And him and some renowned anesthetist have got together to write a book. They have written it, or at the time of recording they were writing. I'm not sure, but on basically, I guess like a technical analysis of consciousness, if you like, or a sort of materialist perspective on consciousness. That I can't remember. There was some specific neural activity which they focused on as an example of sort of contributing to or leading to consciousness. But it's considering what he's famous for, the fact that that's all he discussed on the podcast was interesting. Like it seemed.
Yeah, I mean, he's a brilliant man, right? When you sit and listen, right, his mind is going 100 miles an hour. There's so many things going on in that mind there. It's like, it's like looking at a computer, right? When he sits and talks there.
Yeah.
It's like you're like, holy crap, my brain is like peon brain, right? Compared, it's just.
I hate talking about these kind of things, because I always feel like there's a theist listening somewhere to catch me out. But then if you guys don't know that, then how could you know whatever? Like, when I ask questions about physics or maths, but so you see equations and calculations, right? You know how you calculate mass, or how you calculate force, or how you calculate acceleration, for example. You still there, Rob?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
You see how, like, at times some of these are contingent upon each other. So, like, if force is acceleration times mass, and mass is acceleration divided by force, I think I've got that right. Is that right?
I can't remember. It's late. I can't remember off the top.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. We'll discuss it another time.
But I think that, like I say, the main thing here is for the theist to demonstrate that an actual infinite or an infinite regress is impossible. And what they really do is they try and go with like the contingency argument or something like that, right? That was posited. And in fact, I was listening to, if you want to look at a good short, right, philosophical thing, there's a podcast by Emerson Green, and he talks about Leibniz contingency arguments and the arguments against that, right? So I'm halfway through that. It was only like 20 minutes, but I didn't get through all of it, right? And there are terms there, but again, it's a bit more advanced things. But there are very strong objections to the contingency argument. So somebody like Muhammad Hijab and a few of the Muslims are bringing this up, right? This has been dealt with by people at a very high level, and that's not an argument that's typically heard, or certainly not at a high level, right? So it's only people that maybe have never heard it before. It sounds good to them, but the rebuttals to that are pretty significant, certainly according to this philosopher and in the literature as well, because you can go onto the Stanford Encyclopedia and just look at it as well. So there's a lot of rebuttals to this. But that's the whole thing with the philosophical side. There's rebuttals to every argument you can possibly that any theist has ever come up with, right? Significant rebuttals. There's not a single argument that stands there that goes, it hasn't had a rebuttal to it, like a serious rebuttal, right? So the philosophical side is like a tug of war, and nobody wins in that sense, right? But some theists that maybe hope they can catch people out come with hoping that people haven't heard the rebuttals, then they'll present it as if it's a knockdown argument, which is utterly disingenuous and almost dishonest, really. Because they are, and they would never tell you that, right? Why? Because they have a flock that they want to try and convince, and instead of saying, hey, but there are rebuttals to it, here's the strong rebuttals to this, they wouldn't do that, right? They just hope that their interlocutor doesn't know about it.
What's interesting, because you remember one time I tried to form an argument, and I think you're the one who gave me advice. Well, I think it's more than just you, but you definitely were you're quite definite with your advice that you didn't think it was a good argument, which I appreciate, by the way. And I would want to refine it at some point. But do you remember when I was talking to Ahmed, and I was telling him why I believed his God was an example of an infinite regress, a self-contained infinite regress, right? And you disagreed. You didn't sort of see the perspective. Just out of interest, if you were to go down the sort of literal route, and you weren't even going to give a logical or sort of hurry up and jump, cut to the chase kind of argument, what would be the assertion here that so for example, if I asked you, like, what makes human temporal or ephemeral, so what makes us finite in your opinion? How would you answer
that? I would say entropy, really.
So that's a human, not the universe. So the fact that eventually we'll die, right?
Yeah, but we're part of the universe, and if the universe is going from high to low entropy, and everything within that is part of the universe doing the same thing, then ultimately, we can't. We're always going to be finite.
Okay, so and help me out. Let me understand this. So, does the conservation of energy not apply to entropy? So the fact that it will descend into entropy, that means it will decay. But does that mean what will happen to the energy?
It depends on that's an interesting one. I'm not an expert, but again, it depends on the model that you talk about, right? Again, for Sir Roger Penrose, for example, it evaporates away, and if I understand it, and TDS Dave is in the chat, so he can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know the technical term that he used, but it evaporates away into black holes, and then somehow it's, I don't remember the term, I'm going to butcher it now, but it sort of reforms to create another Big Bang. But that's like terrible language. It's not entirely scientific at all. So again, it depends on the model that you're looking at, I guess.
If the system doesn't, if you like, reopen, or if there's no sort of multiverse, or if there's no big bounce, there's no creation of another universe, if it's eternally expanding, and that's what constitutes a closed system, arguably the sort of initial rule applies in that the universe is not, the energy is not destroyed, correct?
That's a matter of dispute. Some people think that it is destroyed in black holes, some don't. Again, I'm not up to date on
that line, though. If we follow that line, right, of thinking, then ultimately the examples that they are of, like, I don't know, like a soul.
James is backstage. James, there you go. Cool. Sorry,
Yeah. Actually, you know what? Yeah, James, you might as well take over. I was just about to chat shit for a while. Make your case.
Yeah. Yo, Muhammad. Oh, Muhammad's gone. Damn it. Oh, they put scientific method up here.
Yeah, they got shooters.
So let's see. We got James SC, we got scientific method, and James Jones. What I like to call the unholy trinity of assholes. Let's do this. Poor little Benny. Oh God! And
you just put me in league with. That was a real compliment. Thank you.
No problem. No. I have much respect for James because he doesn't just do he doesn't survive off ad hominems. He comes in, takes his time. It's just, I'm not, no disrespect, because coming from my old Yankee self, I'm using the term white boy as a sign of endearment, I guess. But no, I like how he stands out there in that park by himself. He will step up to his.
Does anybody want to throw Benny a life jacket?
I got you, Benny. I'm taking my shahada right now, bro. Give me 10 minutes and I'll be back. Okay.
Bro, like I said before, Islam will prevail with you or without you.
Alhamdulillah.
Only for people that aren't thinking critically.
Allah already promised victory to the Muslims. Allah already
we don't have any
promised
good
the Prophet
reasons to
Muhammad,
believe
peace
that
be upon him,
anything
that he
Allah
would
said is
conquer
true, or in
Romans.
fact that he exists.
He already promised
you
that he
keep
will
believing that,
conquer
buddy.
the Persians. He will
always makes me laugh when
Islam will enter every household.
Hold on, but one second, Benny.
The promise of Allah is always
one
true.
second, Benny.
All the non-Muslims.
Hold on, one second, Brad. But whatever, when people say stuff like that, always makes me think about Crimes of Britain one time told us a story. I think he supplied some evidence for it that I can't remember who, but I'm just going to imagine. I think his name was Muhammad. It was one of the Sauds that struck the deal with the British, and he said that the British were paying the Saud family jizya. Anyway, you get the joke. James, you were making an infinite regress because you might as well make it now. You don't have to do it in character.
Thing like just before that, like kind of in terms of cosmology and like what sort of models there are for before the Big Bang or at the Big Bang. There's quite a few potential models that scientists have come up with, and the point is we don't have any evidence to sort of discount them or accept them because they're kind of consistent with what we have, but you can't really distinguish between them.
I have proof of what you're that's they're false right here. Give me a minute. Take your time. Continue talking. I'm pull this
maybe that's something I don't know about, but
I got you. No, I got the app right here. Sorry.
All right, but quickly, James. Yeah, so I don't know if you heard me ask Rod the question, but obviously I think the Hugo Revolutionary Guard, I guess he kind of set you an impossible task because he was like, "Oh, give me an example of, I guess kind of like a real world example of an infinite regress being sort of provable," and then you gave the example of, you know, going back in seconds, you know, half, the quarter, eighth, whatever. And I asked Rob, I was like, how would that constitute a real world example? And I don't know, he agreed with what I was assuming as well, or I was confused by, which is arguably that would all equally be conceptual, isn't it?
I got it right here. Here it is. Okay, so here's my proof. What James just said was completely false. All right. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth.
That was good. That was good. I appreciate that. But what James? So, if an infinite regress in logical terms is defined as when sort of one thing leads to or requires another thing, and that kind of continues indefinitely. So, in logical, an example of a logical infinite regress was if I said that every whole number has a prior whole number.
Yeah.
Like 1 has 0 prior to it, and 0 has minus 1 prior to it. That would be an infinite regress going back to sort of minus infinity. And then, so an example of an infinite regress in the real world that we have every reason to believe counts would be if I said that, you know, events kind of this second, at this present time, were influenced by events that happened half a second ago, and those events were influenced by events that happened a quarter of a second prior to that, and those events were influenced by events that happened an eighth of a second prior to that. And so if you keep on going and like subtracting another sort of half of the time as before, you'll even if you do that an infinite number of times, you'll only have you'll never go more than a second back in time.
Yeah, 1 second.
It's still an example of an infinite chain of events, and these people who say an infinite regresses are impossible, they say that, oh, you can't traverse an infinite chain, or you can't have this infinite chain of events. But as long as time is infinitely divisible, which, you know, so far we've every reason to believe it is, like we haven't found a minimum sort of unit of time, a minimum resolution of time, a discrete sort of, you know, unit of time, you know, that would count as an infinite regress.
You know what? Sorry.
I think, James, what they're saying is kind of what you're saying, right? If you had that infinite, like milliseconds going on and on, you'd never get to this moment of now. But I think it seems to me, if I understand it correctly, and you can correct me there, that's different from an actual infinite, in the sense that if the Big Bang was somehow close to or near the beginning of time, quote unquote, then that would negate an actual infinite in the sense of like something in the, I don't know the best words to use, the physical world. If the Big Bang was not the beginning of time, as Alan Guth, Roger Penrose, Michael Gott suggest, right, for example, then that chain of events going back in time would in fact be actually infinite. And you can still transverse this, right? But they are thinking a bit like what you're talking about, right? If you had all these, you kept having this, you couldn't progress. But it's a paradox, isn't it? And I think TDS Dave pointed to it. But actually, that doesn't occur in the real world, because if you had a meter, you could infinitely divide that meter into smaller and smaller parts, and you would, in your mind, you go, well, I could never traverse that meter because I can keep dividing it up. But in actual fact, of course, you can. And I think it's the same with time, and that's how they are misunderstanding it. But that's not the problem for like Roger Penrose and others, right?
That was sorry, just quickly, that articulation there, James, was exactly what I needed to be to demystify your choice of example, because in actuality it is actually, you're right, it is necessary, because they're speaking of time as if time itself isn't conceptual. and argue.
Yeah, and you notice how like Hugo was at first. He asked he was happy asking about kind of the Big Bang and the infinite past, and then when I gave him this example of like an infinite chain, an infinite regress of causally linked events happening in the past, he says, "Oh well, the past itself is just a metaphysical."
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's it's kind of.
I've heard that argument about the past and the future constantly existing in the present. That they I can't remember who it was. It was a guy talking about consciousness. That basically the past. I don't know. It was really complicated. I don't think I even fully understood what he was saying, but I think I felt like that's what he was drawing from. What he was saying that the past is physical.
But Rob made a good point in that, like the people who kind of talk about these things often don't have a clear distinction, or kind of sort of change their mind whether they're talking about there being an infinite past, i.e., an infinite amount of time that occurred prior to this moment, or whether they really mean an infinite regress, i.e., an infinite kind of chain of events. Like, because what I gave was an example of an infinite regress, but it didn't happen in infinite time. It didn't traverse infinite time. But the ones who will say that an infinite regress itself is impossible, like a lot of people do at kind of Speaker's Corner in the Park, they'll be like, "Oh yeah, well, infinite regress is just impossible." Then you can point out, no, that integers are possible. There's no contradiction there. Like this example of like kind of just going an extra half, halving the amount of time and going back like gradually.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't see that initially. I had to ask Rob. Thanks, Rob, for clearing it up. I assumed, because I thought when you first told me about infinite sets, Rob, it was like a few weeks ago, a month ago or two, and I looked into it. I feel like I saw that it was only possible with integers. So I just assumed that any kind of fractional regress would ultimately have had an end. I didn't allow my mind to. But yeah, your articulation.
I can't remember what it's called. That James or Answer might know. There's an infinite set of natural numbers, and there's an infinite set of some other. What's the term for the other numbers that are not natural? What's that called?
So
the rational numbers.
Yeah, rational numbers.
Rational, is that what it is? Okay. Right.
That means not whole numbers that you can still write as a fraction.
Yeah.
Would you call them rational?
Okay, that's the number. Rational. Yeah.
Rational.
Okay.
Any number you can write as a fraction of two whole numbers is a rational number.
Oh, that's what it is. Cool. Yeah, I didn't remember the name.
Yeah, that was.
But if you guys are interested in this sort of thing, for example, like Emerson Green, if you type in Emerson Green, he's got a nice 18-minute thing that I need to finish with like the contingency argument, right? Because you've probably heard this as well, and Hijab has brought it up and so on. And you can talk about it from a scientific point of view, but they want to avoid science, right? They want to try and stay with philosophy because for them, they feel like they're safe. Of course, they're not. There's significant rebuttals to every philosophical argument, right? But this they'll never tell their gullible flock. But even with a philosophical argument, if you listen to this short thing, because he brings up Leibniz's 5 steps argument of contingency, right? And he puts forward the rebuttals to it, like the principle of sufficient reason and why that's a brute fact. God is a brute fact, but they don't want to allow a natural brute fact, but they're quite happy to have like a supernatural brute fact, because the principle of sufficient reason says there must be a reason for every event. But ultimately, the theists is claiming, no, it terminates with a God. But they don't want to claim that that's a brute fact. So that was one thing. But this principle of sufficient reason is what's required to kind of back up the contingency argument. So it's worth a listen to Emerson Green. And it's short, it's like 20 minutes, right? So he just goes through a little bit of the rebuttals to the contingency argument.
That sounds very similar to the laws of logic argument that those Brogan Kate and those guys, what they called again?
Yeah, the presuppositionalists. Yeah,
presups. Yeah, that seems very similar to what those guys do with the laws of logic argument.
Yeah, I think they are actually kind of in a way doing that. They don't call it the principle of sufficient reason. They just start with there's a God and work backwards from there. And without a God, your worldview is incoherent. But that's an external critique of a atheist worldview. And if you ever have that Duncan atheism, just ask him to do an internal critique. That he won't be able to do. And if he's only going to do an external critique, then you need to agree on his presuppositions, which he would need to demonstrate in order for his external critique to have any validity. Otherwise, you can just dismiss it out of hand. But you won't get that
that's
far with him anyway.
Yeah, but
you won't get that far.
yeah, but that's the thing I don't get with that whole line of argumentation in the first place. That whole school of argumentation is that you start off with the assumption that anything that you claim to be some sort of absolute in principle in the universe is proof of an absolute God. Yeah, like why couldn't it just be that the universe, if it does have absolutes like the laws of logic or whatever, that's just an inherent aspect of the universe. Like it doesn't in any way lend itself to supernaturalism.
Yeah, it depends who you're speaking to, right? But their view is that without a God, your worldview is incoherent. But that's only looking at it from within their worldview and then looking externally at other worldviews. Because if you don't start with God by their lights, it's incoherent. But that's fine only inside their worldview. If they step into our worldview, they can't find the incoherency there. And that's what these guys play on, right? And the first time I heard this, like a couple of years ago, I was like, this sounds bollocks, but I don't quite know how to deal with it. And people like Ozymandias Ramses and Alex Malpass and Floyd FP and others demystified this whole thing. And now I'm a bit more familiar. I'm not a philosophical expert, but I do know how to deal with that script because it's a script, right? They all run basically the same thing. Once you understand it, it's not particularly difficult to deal with because it's a transcendental argument, right? They are not appealing to evidence. Evidence is a non-starter for them, right? They're appealing to epistemic certainty. Their claim is that they know for certain that God has revealed himself through special and natural revelation and that they cannot be mistaken about these claims. Literally, they cannot be mistaken. They're claiming infallibility.
But Rob, you already know that that's a ridiculous starting point because anybody can start off with epistemic certainty about a different principle or a different God and be on the same foundation, like basically the same foundation as them, just as valid.
Well, I've challenged them on this,
to do with what that actual.
I've had a couple of conversations with Duncan Atheism, that was on Discord, and it eventually gets rude as he always does and buggers off. But I asked this question: how is it that you can know with epistemic certainty? Because in order for you to claim that, you have to claim infallibility. How is it that you can be infallible? You can't get it by looking around at the world. You can't get it by reading the Bible. So to me, it seems like the only way you can have infallibility if God created a miracle and made you like God, at least for a short moment in time when he communicated with you. But even if that was the case...
But then that would be weird that he made you perfectly able to determine the truth in terms of religion, but nothing else. You don't have any other aspect of yourself which is perfect.
Yeah, but that's all they need, though, is the certainty that God's communicated. But even if he had done that, and then he made you fallible again, how do you know that that infallibility took place? Because if you're fallible, then that infallible event could be a mistake in imagination. How do you get past it? And at that point, all we hear is sort of gibberish and rehashing and vacuous statements, right? I've challenged them on this. How can you do that? Because you guys are making the claim.
Yeah, but at this point in the debate, they always come back to trying to prove the rationality of the Bible and proof of Jesus and stuff like that. So then you say to them, well, then you don't start from epistemic certainty. You start from a point of proving that the Bible is true.
No, they won't even go to Jesus. No. They don't go to Jesus. They don't get anything like that at all. All they claim is that they are epistemically certain and it's the impossibility of the contrary. That's the two main claims that they make. They don't go to evidential because the moment they go to evidential, it's a probabilistic argument and that kills the argument for them. A transcendental argument cannot appeal to evidence. So they have to keep it with a philosophical certainty. That's the only way the argument will work.
Yeah, but you see this phrase, the impossibility of the contrary. Isn't that just basically saying, I insist that I'm right, like no matter what?
The view is that, hey, if it was a true dichotomy, if it was the case that it was either theism or, in this case, their particular brand of Christianity or atheism, if those were really the only two options, and they could demonstrate atheism was incoherent or irrational, then it would be the case that theism, pushes through just on the impossibility of the contrary. But of course, as people like Ozymandias Ramses and many others have pointed out, it's not a true dichotomy in any case. A true dichotomy is theism and non-theism. It's not theism and atheism. Right? Non-theism is the bucket term that we fall under, and atheism is a subset of non-theism.
What's the difference?
So non-theism includes things like animals, rocks, people that have never heard the theistic claims at all. So these are people that have never had like a theistic thing put in, or in no way can evaluate the claim that a God exists. So that would be a non-theist. An atheist is somebody who just either quote unquote lacks a belief or disbelieves that a God exists. And in order for you to say that, you would have had to hear the claim a God exists. And that's the way at least Ozymandias has put it. So it's theism and non-theism. Because under non-theism, by the way, deism falls under non-theism. It doesn't fall under theism, it falls under non-theism.
Or believe
So
in
does
there was a
agnosticism.
creator, okay. Believing there was a creator, though, isn't it? Ultimately, though.
Yeah.
So but non-theism is a big bucket term, right? So theism would be people who believe in a God. Now you've got to drill down to which particular God they believe in. And on the other side, it's deism, agnosticism, atheism. There's a whole bunch of other terms, ichtheism and other terms. There's some people that believe the concept of God is incoherent. I think they're called ichtheists. I could be mistaken, but there's certainly a group of people that believe that the concept of God is totally incoherent. To even speak about it is to speak gibberish. And I think they're called ichtheists. I could be mistaken, but they fall under non-theism as well. So there's a whole bunch of people that we've not, you almost never speak to that fall under non-theism.
But
So,
Rob, doesn't couldn't you rephrase it as either the theist worldview is correct? Actually, no, it wouldn't. Well, I was about to say either the theist worldview is correct, that there is a God, or the atheist worldview is correct, that there isn't a God, and that would be sort of one of those two worldviews has to be correct.
Not quite like that. What you could say, though, not quite like that. The way that it's phrased, as I understand it, is the following: either God exists or he does not exist. That's a true dichotomy. Right, but then it goes to what people believe about those claims, and there you've got all kinds of different people believing all kinds of different things about those two claims. So there's a difference between the claim itself and what people believe about it, and that separates people into these two bucket groups.
Does a singular God matter?
I know you could have, so Hindus or whoever it is that believes in multiple gods, they would be under the theistic claim. Theist is somebody that believes that a personal God or a God that's communicated with human beings exists, or God or gods, right? That would be a theist.
Yeah, like polytheists. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, but that's why deism is a non-theism, right? Because a deistic God has not communicated and therefore falls under the bucket list or the bucket term of non-theism. Theism is a personal God.
Yeah, so would someone who believes in a sequence of creators be considered a polytheist?
Polytheists would probably fall under theism, I imagine, if these gods have somehow communicated personally with some human at some point.
Yeah, no, I just mean if there was like a sequence, that would probably fall under exactly the same banner, innit, of polytheism. That one god that produced another god that produced another god, which ultimately produced us. That would fall under the same banner, probably.
Yeah, so polytheism would fall under the theism banner.
Yeah, because that's like the Greeks. They had children and stuff like that.
But the claim that either a God exists or does not exist, that's a true dichotomy, right? There was another guy, if you look it up, he's called Matt Slick. He's a Christian apologist, right? And he had a tag argument, the transcendental argument for God, right? And for years he ran this like a formal argument for this, right? And people challenged him and they showed it was wrong. But then this guy, this atheist philosopher that I think Anson knows, maybe James does as well, both of the Jameses, Alex Malpass, did it. Two-hour sessions. The first 2-hour session, after about 20 minutes, he'd completely exposed the argument. It took another hour and 40 minutes minimum, and this guy was just didn't get it, right. It's like when everybody else can see it but you can't, right? Because he developed this argument and he'd been running it for 10 years, right? He just wouldn't let it go. You could just, it's fascinating to watch the psychology, right? He's struggling. He can kind of get it, but then the brain goes, no, this can't be the case, right? And there's like a psychological battle going on in his brain as Alex Malpass. It just shows him this argument is dead in the water. It's not like the formal argument is invalid, right? For an argument to be invalid, you go back to the starting block, right? Because you've got two things. One is an argument is valid. The other is that it's sound. So like the Kalam argument, for example, is valid. That just means that the premises follow naturally and the conclusion follows. But the soundness is what we're normally arguing about, right? Are the premises actually true? Not does the argument work formally? But with this guy, Matt Slick, Matt Malpass showed that the argument was invalid. So we didn't even need to go to the soundness of the argument. The argument was actually fallacious in its formulation. And you watch the 2 hours of how this guy tries to make sense of this, right? When it's laid out. It took me about 10 minutes. I'm a little bit slower sometimes, some of these things, like the concepts I didn't quite get. Then I suddenly got it, right? Like after a while, the penny dropped for me, and I'm like, okay, now I understand this, right? 2 hours, and this guy still didn't really get it. And then afterwards, he and his buddy, it's fascinating, he and his buddy go, nah, he didn't really disprove it. All he said is that we had to reword it. And then there was a brilliant guy that went and edited this together, and that's not what he said at all. So this guy edits together what they say and what Malpass says and what they say and what that Malpass says, and like in a short 11-minute video. And it's just brilliantly done that condenses everything to show how they completely... Say again?
So where would I find that video?
If you type in Alex Malpass, ALEX space MALPASS, Alex Malpass, and Matt Slick, MATTSLICK, Matt Slick. You'll see a couple of videos that are 2 hours or a little over 2 hours long, and then you should find one that's about 11 minutes or something like that, where you can see them.
The Matt Slick.
Yeah, he's a Christian apologist.
Okay.
It can be quite cocky on occasions, and he's been doing this for years and being challenged by atheists and stuff. So maybe he's got his guard up all the time. But he was very amenable to Alex Malpass, A, because he knew he was a professional philosopher, and B, because he wanted to have a conversation with somebody that was, much smarter than him. So because normally he's very defensive, but in this one, Malpass was he's very professional as a philosopher, right? He didn't go in there trying to annihilate him. He went in there to try and explain it, and just to show him that the argument was invalid. And this guy Slick took that on board a lot more, but he still struggled to understand it. It's a fascinating video to watch, right?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to watch it, man.
But that argument is a transcendental argument, right? He claims the laws of logic are either conceptual or abstract or something. Something like that. I don't remember the argument word for word, but he thinks that got him to a god. And in this case, Malpass, who's a professional philosopher based here in the UK, showed him that the formulation was invalid. So you couldn't even proceed any further. You have to go back and start again. And they thought start again meant like tweak the argument. He's like, no, the argument is dead. You've got to go reformulate it entirely, start again. And they just didn't get it. Worth a watch if you're interested.
Yeah, no. And just quickly, I'm gonna pop off in a sec. What was the Emerson Green is
Emerson, EMERSON, Emerson Green. He's got a podcast that comes up with a little yellow icon.
What episode was you talking about watching?
Look for the one that says the Leibniz contingency argument.
I definitely will.
It's about 18 minutes, I think.
Big up Rob, big up Scientific Method, big up James SC, big up Benny. Have a good night, lads.
You too, matey.
James.
James, the question was asked of me by, I think it was M.A. Brown, and you're in an even better position. What do you find to be immoral or distasteful about Islam? I pointed to wife beating, slavery, but you could probably rattle off far more than that.
Yeah, definitely those two. And further than that, kind of advocating war in order to spread the religion, like offensive wars, even against people who've never attacked the Muslims. That's something Muhammad did and ordered people to do in the Quran, and famous reports about him, like mass transmitted reports. And then kind of Islamic law as well has other kind of injustice to it, like saying that a female legal testimony for financial documents, kind of that you either need 2 men to witness a document, or you need 1 man and 2 women in case so that the women can remind each other in case they forget. That's kind of, and then the explanation for that verse kind of has a report saying that Muhammad says that this verse shows that women are lacking in intellect, deficient in intelligence, and so there's a lot of bad things about that. Women have lower right to divorce, like they need their husband's permission or a court's permission in order to divorce, whereas a man can just get divorced whenever he wants. That's not just. Plenty of stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have a comprehensive list like that. For me, it's way more simple, generic. My main problem with it all is that it's simply no good reason to think any of this stuff is true. I mean, I think it's all just made up by human beings, and people need to realize that, or should realize that.
Yeah, Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's one of my biggest contentions, right? This book that is far from complete or clear, even when it claims to be clear, and you're left with scholars who disagree with each other. Is this the best that God can do to send down a clear message to people? No, right? This is, but again, Muslims have to keep a very low bar here, a very low standard, so that God can pass the standard. I hold God to the highest standard because, of course, it would be trivially easy for Him, in my view, to meet who am I? I'm one of His creation. He could easily surpass my standard that I would just be absolutely gobsmackly amazed at what's possible. Instead, the bar is so low that they keep having to make excuses for why it's so bad, right?
I find it can be sort of useful to have sort of both arrows. Like you want one arrow, like reasons to show why kind of there's evidence that this made up religion isn't true, and that'll be useful for the people who don't care about kind of how immoral it is, because they're certain that Islam is true, and so their sort of feelings about morality must be untrustworthy. They must have been tainted by this current society, and this what's in this book and in this religion, that must be true. So for those people who have managed to totally turn off their moral compass, then kind of it's useful to kind of give them kind of clear reasons why this isn't true, why the evidence kind of totally contradicts Islam. But then there's other people who kind of, they kind of like sort of aren't like kind of, if you were to kind of show them kind of, hey, look, this is evidence for why Islam is untrue, they might be like, yeah, well, but what's the harm in it? And then kind of to answer that, then it kind of becomes good to kind of have a few reasons of kind of a few examples of harmful teachings in Islam that the religion kind of promotes and that end up being sort of practiced by its adherents, to then show that, oh, okay, I guess this is something worth opposing and that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? So you have the rational arguments and you have the emotional/immoral arguments. Yeah, that's definitely. And again, I don't know what your experience is with. I suppose it differs all over the show, but because I speak to quite a few ex-Muslims and they are making great progress, especially in Pakistan, Bangladesh, because they speak the native language, right? And even though their videos are banned in some cases, they're still able to get the videos out there, and they get loads of comments. Some are hateful, some they're getting conversions, and they actually post it on Facebook with all the deconversions and stuff. And it varies, I guess. Some people just immediately, not immediately, but eventually see the immorality, and some it's reason. I mean, this is just a straw poll. It's like just my own view from the little bit that I've seen. It seems to me that more Muslims deconvert because of the immoral acts than the rational acts, but I could be mistaken. It's just a sense that I get of when I see some of the posts and stuff. So it's more of a straw poll than anything else.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. There's some kind of like there's some sort of immoral things that don't even precipitate in real life. Like, for example, it's kind of immoral, for example, and unfair that a good non-Muslim is going to sort of burn in hell forever, whereas a kind of a Muslim who's a child rapist will burn in hell for a while, but then eventually he'll go to heaven for eternity. So there are things like that you can point out to people, and that can like shake people up and they think, sort of gets through to them and make them really kind of like look at things from a fresh perspective and kind of, not look at things as a kind of content full believer, but like kind of make them actually kind of question it on its own terms. Like, is this something I should believe in? Like, does this really make sense? That type of thing.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys saw. If you haven't, it'd be worth a watch. It's fascinating. EF Dawa did I think it was EF Dawa did a live stream. Or it appeared that. Well, let me put it this way. I think it was on EF Dawa's channel, but Jordan M seemed to be kind of moderating it. And you had Abbas, you had Sabur, and you had eventually Darren Hamza came on. And I listened to the whole thing of about an hour and 40 minutes. My name came up briefly. Yours didn't, luckily, James. You weren't the Antichrist at that moment. But they disparaged Skydive Phil. In fact, even Sabur said Nosedive Phil, and claimed he made all these mistakes, etc., etc. which, you know, he's entitled to his view. I don't think he's ever going to concede that Sky Duffel said anything meaningful, except that he did say, it was interesting, hey, he knows the physics. And here's the one thing that I heard, right? And I'm going, okay, you know, this is something you need to be more mindful of, right? He said, he did challenge me to a cosmological debate or whatever. And he said, I wasn't going to do that, right? He says, I'm not that clued up on that. He knows that. And he said, so you got to stick with your strengths. And I'm listening to this, I'm going, hang on a moment, but you walk around making claims about evolution. Now you can deal with that, James, like myself, maybe Answer can deal with it. So I'm not that clued up on evolution, right? So he's looking for people that don't know evolution to try and do the same thing. But if it was Skydive Phil, oh, no, I'm not going to debate him because I don't know the topic. But hey, I'm going to go find a few atheists that I can sort of claim some sort of superiority with some idea on, or some claims of ideas on evolution, or more likely the philosophy of science based on evolution, right? On biology of science, I think it is, whatever it is. And I just thought that's disingenuous, right? Why don't you go and challenge somebody like Jerry Coyne or, you know, PZ Myers, or, you know, there's a whole host of experts out there, right? Those are the people that will really challenge.
He has gone to a university and had a debate with a biologist who, you know, knows evolution. But the funniest thing is that during that debate, he kind of presented his stance was totally different to what his normal stance is in the park. So in front of that biologist, he just made the extremely modest claim that basically even if evolution were true, that's not a reason to disbelieve in God. That's his claim. Like, there could be a God who's testing motion.
Yeah.
And then
he lowered his bar so much. It was literally like there was no point to his whole debate. He didn't establish anything. He was nitpicking and almost basically accepting that evolution is a fact.
Yeah. And then towards the end, there was like a question and answer session when they no longer had like sort of an opportunity to like directly kind of rebut each other or that sort of thing. The very last question, someone asked him like something along the lines of, so is there actual reason for Muslims to believe in evolution? And then to him, he said, I can't remember exactly, but then he kind of started showing his normal kind of speaker's corner kind of claims, like the more ridiculous claims, like, oh no, there isn't good sort of logical evidence or reason to believe in evolution. But that was like the end. But then that was like, and that's all we have time for. And like kind of, so he only kind of made his strong claims when there was no more time on the clock or opportunity for the actual biologist to sort of say, no, that like, if you consider any scientific evidence to be reason to believe something, here's the evidence and reason to believe that evolution is true, that sort of thing. So
interesting you talk about that, right? Because on this
one from at the park, I said like, kind of why I saw you debate this biologist at a university. Why is it that in front of an actual biologist you did not attempt to claim that the biological evidence does not provide reason to believe in evolution because of homology, as you'd put it? And he said, and he made up some excuse like, oh well, if you watch the debate more carefully, I was blah 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 blah. Yeah, it was weak bullshit. Sorry, what were you gonna say, Rob?
The interesting thing was in this thing recently on this EF Dawa channel, he did say that evolution is a working model. He stopped short of saying it's the best explanation for the diversity of life and common ancestry, etc. And if I remember correctly, and I don't want to straw man it, if I remember correctly, he was okay with common descent. He didn't specifically mention humans, but then Abbas jumped in and said, well, except for humans, right? So Abbas jumped in and said, no, humans it was a miraculous, it was a miracle that humans were created, right? And he didn't correct him at all. But he hasn't said that himself, right? So he's been a bit coy with what his view is on whether humans also have common ancestry. But I think he's moving to the point, like if you speak to Ashir Isa on here, right? He's an evolutionary biologist. He thinks the Quran fully endorses and supports common ancestry, including humans with common descent. Speak to him next time he's on here. If you see Ashir Isa, the Black Telect, speak to him. He's like,
what? He's an evolutionary biologist.
Well, the equivalent of, he's fully on board with evolution, including.
Oh, you mean in terms of like, oh yeah, I get what you mean.
That it's compatible with the Quran. And it looks to me that Sabur is going that way. He didn't say it there, and he didn't correct Abbas, but he never said it himself, as I understood. And I was listening as best I can remember. He didn't say that, so he's just very coy about human common ancestry.
Yeah, he does a lot of kind of double talk and saying kind of trying to get away with saying mutually kind of contradictory things. So, like he'll say to Muslims kind of, you know, we don't want to be creationists. We don't want to kind of try and claim that that evolution doesn't make any sense at all, or that sort of thing. So, but like if you do want to kind of say that the science of evolution, the scientific evidence for evolution is invalid, then you are going to need to come up with like the kinds of arguments that young Earth creationists make, like, I know, oh, there's no chance that kind of proteins could mutate and create something functional, or that sort of thing. And yet, so at the same time, he'll say to Muslims, like, no, we don't want to be kind of like those sort of young Earth creationists, like that, you know. And then he'll say that evolution is a kind of valid scientific or working scientific model. But then at the same time, he'll say like, oh no, like we shouldn't believe that, you know, evolution is literally true because kind of the Quran, like, you know, we attach more epistemic weight to the Quran. And, you know, I can't remember exactly, but I have like sort of caught out at several times, like he'll kind of, and left a comment and saying how like at one point he'll say kind of, you know, Muslims don't have so if you say that something is a valid scientific model, you're saying that there is, you know, valid evidence behind it, and that's implicitly admitting that there is reason for you to believe that this is occurring. Like the only reason, like if something is a valid scientific model and, you know, it has evidence for it, then that gives us reason to believe in it. So if you're going to say that evolution has that status, you are telling Muslims like that they should believe in evolution. But then at the same time, if he'll directly say kind of like, so should we believe that kind of humans and chimpanzees share a common ancestor? He'll then kind of backpedal and say, oh no, but you shouldn't believe that. So, you know, he tries to get away with a lot of double talk.
Yeah. And I think the other thing that happened was he went for, to my mind, a straw man, right? Claiming, well, all you have to show is that science can't make claims of certainty. Well, no scientist, when they're talking in scientific language, does that anyway, right? So what he's doing, of course, is, I don't know whether it's intentional or not. I'm going to just leave that out there. But the layperson says, well, this is a fact. What they mean is they know it's a fact, or they have a high probabilistic argument for this being a fact. They're not saying with epistemic certainty that it's a fact. To make that sort of epistemic, you know, claim would be like, you know, you'd have to be infallible, right? So most people are fallibilists, as far as I can tell, at least. And so his thing is a straw man of, well, if science can't make facts with certainty, then it's kind of, he leaves it open as if that's somehow a weakness, not realizing, of course, not telling anybody that every other position that he would claim would be under the same thing, unless he's going to claim to be an infallibilist. Good luck with that.
Once they've done that, Rob, once they do that in a scientific debate where you're literally talking technical terms and esoteric language, and you've gotten into the real nitty gritty, and then someone jumps to that, which is basically a form of solipsism, it's simply the case that anybody now knows that you've lost the debate, so you just jumped to clutching at straws that you can't know anything for certain, which is also the case with you. You can't know anything for certain anyway, either.
Of course, self-defeating, right?
So there's no point bringing that up at any point, let alone this point.
But the other thing that he did that I took issue with, because I took issue with only two things. I mean, there was many things that were said, and my name came up once or twice, but they did disparage Skydive Phil a number of times. So one was him claiming that he didn't want to have the debate with Phil because Phil is much more knowledgeable in that topic, but he'll go around trying to find people that aren't as knowledgeable in Speaker's Corner, because this is all about like trying to get views and you know, it's a propaganda exercise. But the other thing that he said that was just baffling to me is that Darren Redbeard Hamza had rinsed Skydive Phil. And that was just like, what the fuck did I just hear? Somebody who can barely understand what a belief is has rinsed Skydive Phil, which is on a level that Darren Hamza barely understands, never mind could argue against. was just a
Yeah, but Rob,
ridiculous comment.
Sabu saying that, is such a blatant manifestation of how deluded, dishonest, and genuinely stupid he must be. Regardless of he could get a million degrees in a million different subjects, but the fact of the matter is, for him to say something like that is he can be nothing other than a stupid idiot.
I wish he'd,
Come on, let's be honest.
I wish he'd expounded on what specifically Darren had rinsed him on, because Darren is like delusionally, ignorant.
You know what? To bolster my point, I had a debate with Darren Hamza, which I don't know if it's on your channel, but it's on the channel anyway. But he said to me that he believes that the universe must have had a beginning, which supports his argument about creation, because Stephen Hawking's theory on black holes and everything demonstrates that the Big Bang is true. So I said to him, what is Stephen Hawking's theory? And he goes, I don't know, I've never read it. And I go, and I said to him, but then you do know that Stephen Hawking is an atheist, and he's a well-known, well-announced atheist. You know what I mean?
And he changed his mind. That was a 1997 book, right? And he changed his mind on that, right? He no longer believes that the singularity theorem.
Yeah,
there's really good reasons why he changed his mind, of course, that Darren wouldn't understand. Here's the other thing that he just has no clue about, is the following claim. He says, hey, you atheists, if you don't know about the origin of the universe, you're in no position to critique me when I make a positive, he doesn't use this word, but I'm using it for him, when I make the positive claim that the universe had to have a beginning. And I'm like,
so what if we make a positive claim that the universe definitely didn't have a beginning? Then what?
But his complete and utter misunderstanding is because we don't know, right? Because the consensus isn't in one way or the other, that somehow he's above critique because he's making the positive claim. Nobody, if you're making the positive claim that the universe began, and the majority of the consensus among cosmologists is they're undecided whether the universe had a beginning or is somehow eternal, then you need to provide the evidence that seems to be missing from all the cosmologists around the world. Good luck with that. No, he thinks we can't critique that because we don't know. I mean, like, holy crap, dude, stop and think for a minute. The fact that we don't know doesn't mean we can't critique your positive claim, because you need the evidence.
Yeah, a good distinction is that it's not we don't know, it's that no one knows, and there is no reason that there is no evidence that anyone has access to give them confidence one way or the other. So the rational thing for an informed person who understands the evidence and understands the research is to say, I don't know, because there isn't evidence either way.
Correct. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, there's just no consensus on this.
They'll try and portray it as one person saying, I don't know. Oh, that's just your personal ignorance. And so you're taking your personal ignorance and saying I should be personally ignorant as well, even though you don't have any reason to be personally ignorant. That's what they'll try and sneak in. They'll try and sneak in basically assumptions or unstated
make it sound like it's just you that's uncertain, but actually, just provide your evidence. Oh, well, firstly, they misunderstand the Big Bang. Then they want to try maybe some other sort of argument, like you say, misunderstanding or still thinking that Stephen Hawking. And even if Stephen Hawking said that, right, that the singularity theorem still held, which it doesn't, that doesn't mean that that's the case, right? Again, this is the other thing I noticed, right? They'll cherry pick, and Subur does that as well. They will cherry pick one or two people that they can name drop that might agree with them. If you go and look at the literature, because you always got to go and look at very carefully at what they're saying, as you know, because you've done that, and so have I, and to see whether what they're claiming these people actually said in context and does it reflect what they actually said. But they'll cherry pick one or two.
Quote mining. Every time.
Correct. But because they know that the gullible Muslim audience will never go look this up. And if they hear a couple of names, oh my God, he is such a learned guy. Of course, he'll never tell you that the majority probably think the opposite, or that there's a huge amount of controversy and there's no definitive answer. That will never be displayed, right? And that's where the dishonesty comes in. Cherry picking one or two people to back up your point, never telling the audience that there's just as many people on the other side of the claim. To make it sound as if these people agree with me. You haven't brought up any names, therefore I win because I can rattle off a couple of names.
But thinking about sort of the strategic side of things, I've kind of sort of realized that recently, that I think a big part of the purpose of these kinds of public intellectuals or public Dawa guys, public kind of Islam apologists, is sort of just to waste our time engaging with them, because like there's like people who, like them, who get so deep into it that kind of, you know, very rarely will they change their minds. There are like a couple of high profile kind of people who kind of change their minds and then publicly kind of become, you know, ex-Muslims, like, you know, Farhan Qureshi or whatever. But I'll just,
you know, James, I disagree. Sorry.
Okay, but like, to give sort of just the reasoning behind this is that like more fruitful or more kind of fertile soil for these kinds of arguments and information are sort of, I think, the kind of more average or everyday Muslims who kind of don't decide, oh, I'm going to kind of totally read up on all the apologetics arguments. So like the kind of, like I saw this kind of YouTuber called Ace Jassine, who kind of does basically Instagram lives where he gets like, you know, hundreds or sometimes over 1,000 people watching him, and he'll just like point out kind of quite basic things like kind of, you know, the Quran saying that kind of, you know, married women, if they're slaves, like kind of the slave owner can still have sex with them even though they're married, that sort of thing. And I think like kind of the more casual audience are sort of much sort of more open to actually kind of like actually listening to these things with like a fresh kind of understanding, whereas the sort of just the kind of people who get so deep into kind of Speaker's Corner, like often, you know, they just kind of like are a less fruitful use of time. But what's your reason to, you know, what do you think about that, Ansar?
No, I was just going to say, but you went on, so it's kind of irrelevant. But I was just going to say that I don't think it's to waste people's time. I think it's, if there's a coordinated effort by, say, Islam or authorities in the Islamic world, it would be for conversions, because that's what brings them the money and power that they want. But yeah, I guess it does end up wasting our time, because the people involved that we come across are egotistical charlatans who basically have found a big market where they will be popular and make money, and you know, they get to lord it over people with the righteousness and piousness and all that bollocks and studiousness, but it's just dishonest bollocks. But they're happy to do it because, like I say, they made a decision that they'll pander to a particular audience and be popular and make some money.
I think that's what it's all about, right? It's the propaganda, because they realize that the audience is very likely uncritical, ignorant, and extremely gullible. And as long as they can say something that even remotely sounds plausible, their audience will just take it in hook, line, and sinker and walk away that their buddy won. I mean, literally, these guys could probably utter gibberish and somehow the gullible audience will say, yep, my man, because they sound good, like Darren Hamza, right? Probably one of the weakest debaters, but because he sounds with some level of certainty, right? And he can interrupt incessantly, shout loudly, etc. He's seen as the lion of Speaker's Corner, but the content is utterly vacuous. And his arguments are, you know, piss poor at best. You know, there's better people that can at least argue, and James has had the chance, and so have I, to speak to them. I don't think their arguments are strong, but they're way better than Darren Hamza. But again, he's a shining example of Muslims just think he's the bee's knees, right? Because he can interrupt and, like I say, just come across as utterly certain when he's entirely ignorant, right? It's the Dunning-Kruger effect just on full display.
And
they just take it in, right?
Audiences kind of probably like less fruitful audiences than, like, I know, like certain YouTubers kind of they'll make videos and they'll get kind of watched by sort of they'll get watched by some of these people who are into the apologetics and maybe Speaker's Corners videos, but they'll also get watched by kind of more sort of normal people who like sort of just aren't as kind of like dogmatic and that sort of thing. So probably, like, you know, if every now and then it's probably worth kind of engaging with or having a sort of debate for show with like one of these people, but like more than that, kind of like they're quite a waste of time. And like even when sort of like you beat them, and even when you kind of show that they've said something scientifically inaccurate, or that the Quran does say something kind of immoral, kind of it'll be water off a duck's back, and their audiences are so dogmatic that like kind of it'll fall on deaf ears. Whereas there are kind of like other audiences where they'll kind of like if they hear something, then they aren't like sort of so preconditioned or dogmatic as to kind of easily discount it and easily turn off their brain and that sort of thing.
I mean, what I've noticed, especially with the regulars, right, they all have tactics to avoid looking foolish, and when they don't know something or they are shown to be incorrect, they have a way to move on, to divert away, to make it look as if nothing's really happened and they've still got the upper hand. So if you look at different people in Speaker's Corner, they all have their own tactics, and that was the thing that sort of has fascinated me a bit more, because I've heard all the nonsense, or pretty much most of the nonsense that they speak down there. And so it's more like, okay, so what happens when they speak to somebody that actually does know what they're talking about? How do they deal with this, right? Be it hijab or any of the rest of them. And they all have their tactics. I mean, you use an example, Adnan, right? All he can do is shout loudly, call people Islamophobes and hate preachers, right? I don't think I've ever heard a substantial argument from him about anything. And of course, the classic example, when you were there and I was filming and you were on the thing, right? That when you brought up the inheritance era, he didn't even remotely attempt to try and answer that. It was like he'd never heard this before, or he was completely baffled by it. So instead, he just brought up some red herring stuff, and then you had the camera boy pop in, the chubby fella, come over and ask you how tafsirs you had read, and then walked away when you said, "Oh, I've read about 5." Only 5 tafsirs? Wow. That's just ridiculous. You've got the balls to come and stand up here after 5. Well, I'm going to walk away now. That was a substantial rebuttal. And you just look at the guy like, did your brain just stop functioning entirely? Do you think that was in any way a rebuttal? This is the sort of, but these are the sort of tactics that go on. He's an example. They all do it in their own way. And it's a shame, right? Because somebody like, I'll tell you one guy that I think I've got some respect for, right? It's a guy called Josh. Have you guys, I think Ansar's probably spoken to him. Have you, James? He's a muscular black guy that's a Christian that was studying in seminary. He's a really lovely guy to chat to.
He's doing a PhD in theology. He's quite smart.
Yeah. He comes with a more sophisticated William Lane Craig type arguments, right? But he's a nice guy to speak to, right? He's not there to try and make people look foolish. He's there to actually have a discussion. Have you spoken to him at all, James?
Not me.
No.
You know what, Rob? I had like a 40-minute debate with him on COE, and it was literally the debate topic was theism versus naturalism. So I was holding the naturalism position, a la Sean Carroll kind of version of it.
Username Ansar?
Huh?
What was his username?
His username.
Yeah.
His name's Josh, but I don't know anything else about him back then.
When you were having debate on COE.
Yeah, I think it was Ansar versus Christian Josh or Josh.
Sorry, no, never mind. I was thinking at first that you meant a live stream for some reason.
Oh no, this was at Speaker's Corner a couple of years ago. But but like Rob said, he's actually a well-educated, smart, articulate, and like his arguments were like Rob said, it's proper. Like he keeps it proper, like intellectual, and sticks to what you're talking about. He followed the conversation reasonably well. I have to admit, quite well, in fact.
He's a nice guy as well, right? He's not there to score points. He's there to have a discussion.
Yeah. None of that stuff at all.
Correct. And when he has the discussion with the Muslims, right, they just won't deal with the nuances. So like if he's talking about the Trinity or whatever the case is, and the two natures of Jesus, they will just steamroll over this and make it sound like Jesus shits in the toilet and is that your God and stuff. And you go, this is the most dishonest, disingenuous sort of responses. And he's going, no, I want to explain to you the natures. Right, even if you disagree with it, at least take a charitable approach and listen to what he's going to say and go, okay, well, why do you believe there's two natures and how do these two natures work and blah, 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 whatever it is. But of course, because most of them are, not near that intellectual level, they just go with what they've heard before. So your God shits in a toilet and that sort of stuff. And you go, this is like speaking to children, right? Shitting on a chessboard and then thinking you've won the game. And it's a shame, right? Because he tries quite hard. I saw him do it with hijab and a couple of others. He tried really hard to have a decent thing. They just interrupt and steamroll over and come with their ignorance about the Bible and the concepts of Christianity, right? None of us believe it, but I think none of us would be uncharitable. I would certainly listen and go, okay, Josh, why do you believe that? And how does that work? And these guys, it's there to try and just demolish these people. And of course, because he's a nice guy, he doesn't sort of push back in a forceful way, and it looks like he's being dominated. And of course, they won't even engage with the nuance. They probably don't even understand it, because the Christian apologetics is, reasonably sophisticated. It's not like the lay people, especially at Speaker's Corner, especially with somebody like that is studying it, they won't really understand the nature of those arguments.
I'm gonna say goodnight now, guys. It's been
I think it's probably a good time to say so. Yeah, it's been great speaking to both of you. It's nice to have a quiet conversation, even though we agree on most things anyway, but it's nice to have a quiet conversation. So
yeah, have a good week. Take care.
Yeah, you too, guys. Take it easy. Have a good Easter Monday, and take care and stay safe. And and the same to everybody who's watching, stay disease free, keep your distance, and let's ensure that nobody or none of the people on here get sick, and let's hope that less people die, and we get through this as soon as possible, right? Because there's a few people even on here that are skeptical of the coronavirus. So let's hope that their skepticism doesn't include going out and testing it, either on themselves or others.
Well, I mean, if they're skeptical of something like this, then they should also be in that sense skeptical of their own skepticism, and just play it safe by not being risky and stupid and licking bus stops or whatever some people have been getting up to.
I'm not sure anybody's doing that on here, but I think I've heard a few people who are skeptical as to whether coronavirus is what the government's telling us and so forth. I've not heard any, I've heard one or two crazy people, but sort of the more rational people haven't sort of suggested that 5G causes corona, but one or two of the more less rational people, should I say, have tried to put that forward. But I think there's a couple of
James Jones said he wanted to debate you about something to do with that, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think he's one of the people that I think is skeptical, as I understand it, of corona being what the government says, etc. I don't think he's somebody who claims that 5G's got anything to do with it. At least I hope not.
Oh yeah. He's not a conspiracy freak. He's not a flat earther.
No. And so, I go with it's not that I go with what the government says, but I've actually listened to some of the experts, especially in other countries. So forget about the UK, right? I've listened to doctors in Italy, in Spain, was it Greece or somewhere else as well? And I've got a cursory understanding. I'm not a medical expert, right? But it seems clear that it's a virus, and that's not something that can be, once you have it, it's not something that is cured by having various, eating. I mean, if you eat well and you've got a good immune system, that would probably help your recovery time and stuff like that. But if you get it, at this moment in time, there isn't a cure for it. And so, you have to be in as good a health, and you need to get to a hospital and trust that you'll survive it.
I think a lot of the skepticism in say people that are not conspiracy idiots, it comes from the idea that this has never happened before in our time, blah blah, and even in history. And my answer to that, because the way I look at the world is that that's just simply because we've learned now, that these types of measures are literally what it comes down to. If something is a disease, which is an established scientific fact, let's just say, and that's how it operates through, it's a communicable disease, and we work out how it best transmits to other people, then we take measures of minimizing human contact and certain specific types of contacts, especially, and also distances, and also regular practices in order to break that, what work on that particular virus. For me, it's like, this is the science. If people had the science of this during the bubonic plague, the same advice would have been given out. So I think that's one aspect to it. But another aspect to it is also this discord between what science is doing and saying, and experts are saying, and then what governments and politicians are doing and saying. And for some reason, a lot of people tend to lump that all in together as as a mistrust of science. But I mean, I'm fed up of repeating it again and again, that the science is a methodology which is based around making sure that people can't lie about the physical world. that's the reason why it works. Now, when politicians come along, and and there's a lot of things, and when you come to the precipices, the frontiers of science, there's a lot of things that are not as well established as other things. So there's varying kind of viewpoints there. Now, when governments come along and have to make decisions about things, they don't only have to deal with the science. The science is dealing with what we think the reality is. What's the truth? What's the reality? What the governments have to account for is things like economy, things like mass moral panic, mass revolution or rioting, and things like they got mass unemployment, the economy. They got to consider those types of factors as well. So they'll make judgments. Which are not 100% based on the science, but are somewhat based on the science, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I agree. They've got to balance a whole range of concerns, not least of the economy, and forking out billions of pounds to try and keep people from, being on the street and all that sort of stuff. And they're going to get criticism that maybe they acted too early, or maybe they acted too late, or they haven't done enough, and whatever the case is. And some or all of that might well be valid. But I think the other thing that I've seen people say, some people do, and I'm not saying anybody that I've heard on here, is one or two, but again, it's not James or anybody that I've heard at least, but some other people, there's this claim that, well, this is either convenient and or they are using this as a way to crack down on the populace, right, to make it more of a fascist type state. And those conspiracy theories are quite strong on the internet. I follow other channels for various different interests and stuff like that, and even some of these people are saying that, especially in the US, but even still some people here. And I think David Icke is that sort of person, and people like that that have jumped on that, right? Because what they're doing is trying to keep people at home. But if you tweak that a little bit, it looks like, hey, well, the state is using this and they're testing out like a fascistic type of police state.
Yeah, like a false imprisonment, people getting fined for being out and about without good reason, stop and search being literally without, no, they don't need a reason for stop and search, for example. Do you know what I mean? The reason is that you're outside. The reason is you're outside. But I mean, look, no system is perfect, and no decision that a government makes is going to be 100% viewed as the right thing by everybody. I do think, though, there is a little bit of a case to be made that it's a shame that we have to give up a lot of our liberties in this type of situation. But me understanding that the science on it is quite strong and quite what's it called? Like the consensus is very high. Literally, like, out of the experts, literally none of them are talking any of that conspiracy shit. It's only your weird outliers whose career is shit, and this is what they do to get attention and make any type of money. None of the actual best qualified experts have ever mentioned any of the conspiracy type stuff. But the thing is, for most people, that doesn't even matter, innit? It does seem like, look, the government have given themselves huge amounts of power over citizens in this time, and they're looking to increase that. I mean, I'm not happy with that, but if I look at the situation, I can kind of see a reasonable reason for that.
Yeah, I think it's pretty extraordinary what is happening here, and it's not happened in certainly in my lifetime that I'm aware of. And people are just not following the rules, right? Even now, they're still not following these sort of things. And if people did that, and it was voluntary, which was the original idea, right? There was a request for people to have social distancing, to stay at home, blah, blah, blah. And of course, many people didn't do, or at least a significant minority didn't. And that caused, the tougher crackdown. Is it ideal? No. I mean, nobody wants to have their freedoms forcibly removed. And like you say, that's the balance for a government to decide, okay, how many people do we allow to die? If in fact this is as serious as it seems, and the other countries are reporting massive numbers, and we've got these graphs we can correlate with. There's another guy called Voice of Thunder. He's the guy that does the scientific thing each day.
But Rob, the thing is, sorry to cut you, but that's what politics is all about. That's what reality is all about. We and the government have to make decisions on a daily basis based around even the fact of who we would prefer to live or die. Yeah, at the end of the day, the budget that the government decides upon, given to the various aspects of healthcare and various aspects of the world, that costs lives when the government, you know, and crime and policing and healthcare, all of these things, the amount of money you put towards it, the statistics show the amount of pain and suffering and death that's relevant to your decisions. Now they constantly have to make decisions like that. Now in the contemporary situation, it's just a more magnified situation, isn't it? Like it's literally a case of them making decisions and having to decide which people, you know, and how much of them we can allow to die or we're prepared to, and what measures we're going to take, and what suffering and negative consequences that has for everyone else.
Exactly. And now the PM's had firsthand, and apparently he's recovered and he's been discharged, I heard today, or whatever the case is. So he's had firsthand, because he was going around shaking people's hands and, you know, not taking it as seriously. And of course, he ended up in hospital.
Do you believe that they're above any kind of publicity stunt, in your opinion?
Publicity stunt in what sense?
Like that.
Yeah, but James, just to clarify, when you say they, you're talking about literally the whole world, governments of the whole world.
No. You know what? I've had this discussion many times whenever anyone pokes, let's say, or probes the response to COVID-19, not necessarily COVID-19 itself, because obviously that can be independently verified by anyone that's a virologist or whatever. Yeah, or better still. No, not they. Just to answer your question directly, no, I'm not saying they. The whole world is in on some big conspiracy, but I'm saying that, and he may or may not have had COVID-19. That's not the case, but I would say that. But the question I asked was, do you think they are above pretending that he had the? And when I say that, I mean whoever you want, the cabinet, Dominic Cummings, whoever it is that truly is running the country with regards to the brains.
Oh yeah, no, for you to specify your question like that, then no, of course not. I think that it's entirely possible that this could be made up. At the moment, given that I have not looked into it at all in any way, shape, or form, so my view is at the moment that all I know about is what I've been heard from the media a couple of times vaguely. Yeah, as far as I can see, it's entirely possible that it could be actually not true.
Did you think that he? This is a better question, I think, if we're just being honest, yeah. Did you think there was a chance that he could die? Were you ever worried for his life?
I thought there was a concern, at least at one point, when they said he was on the ventilator. At one point, if that's true, I mean, if the view is that we're going to question all of the media, that everything we've been told is potentially a lie, well, then obviously, then we can't know anything. But if indeed the media is, in this sense, is reliable, or at least some degree reliable, then it seemed like at one point he was on a ventilator. So,
if society is functional, then, and it's compartmentalized, like each organ of the body, well, ultimately you can make an individual case for each them being interdependent, but ultimately they all have a dependency on the brain, innit? Right? Or you can say the brain or the heart, depending on how you want to use the analogy. But the compartmentalized nature is, someone doesn't necessarily need to be lying or be lying to you if they've been told information that they trust. So all they need to do is trust their source, and then the information you get from that person may or may not be true. So it's not the whole. If the media believes that, if you believe that the PM is in critical care, are you not going to report that? Of course, you're going to report that. So then it's not necessarily, the media's in on it, they're all lying, they're all trying to scare us. They've got a job to do, which is sell their papers or get as much exposure as they can. They're not going to not take verifiable information that has been seemingly verified. And then when this all began, I think my main interest was, because I had an argument with someone on here, because he came on, he's like, 500 people died today, and you guys should, you should be taking this serious, like some northern fella. And I was like, in relation to what? Like, do you know how many people die in the UK every day on average? And he thought 17,000 people died a year in the UK.
Well, it's a lot more than that, I'm assuming.
It's over 500,000. And when you look at the statistics, in actuality, on an average day in the UK, or in a rather high volume year, in a slightly above average year, on average 2,000 people die a day. And I just looked last night, I don't know if any of you were listening, but I was looking at some ONS statistics about the true death rate in the country. And in January this year, more people died in every week in January than in March of respiratory illnesses.
Yeah, so you're taking into account everybody that's died of any particular illness.
Respiratory illness. Now the true figure of death rate was also more. So I think it was something like 14, or like 14, 12, 12, and 10, 11 or something like that, versus March, which was something like 10, 11, 11, 10 or something like that. Now, historically, January, December, and March have the highest total deaths. So they're the most sort of active months. That's the trend. That's the average, right? And it's been consistent this year. But where it's been consistent, so where there's been an increase in the month of January, so there was on average, I think, over 1,000 more deaths per week between 19 and 20. And granted, that's a really small sample size. It's only 2 years. I'm not trying to extrapolate a general. I'm just saying, like, there has not been an upturn in total number of deaths in March, right? So there isn't more. So if there's more deaths January 2020, there's not necessarily, it might be so slight and it's a negligible figure, there's not necessarily more deaths in March. But why that's interesting is you have to take into account the quarantine effects. So less people are getting run over by cars, less people are going out on nights out and stabbing each other to death, probably more people are hanging themselves, but we won't get into that. The point is, though, then you should, so if that is the reason for limiting the increase or putting a dampener or a valve on the increase, then we should see the reflection, considering the numbers are similar, in an upturn in respiratory deaths. Now, arguably, April hasn't come out, and April is going to be have seen the most sort of COVID deaths caused by COVID-19. But just consistently, for anyone that is skeptical, the main way to appeal to someone's better logic about the damaging effects of COVID was to show its effect on the true mortality rate. And up until now, it hasn't had one. When COVID wasn't a problem, there was more people dying from respiratory illnesses, and we weren't being quarantined as a result of that. Now, again, I understand simulations, projections, and I won't dispute them. They know, epidemiologists know far more than me. That's their life's work, and virologists as well.
Yeah, but James, is it not possible that, let's just say, for example, given the fact that we don't have any other statistics yet about the previous years, if last year was just an extraordinarily high number, which was more than average, and then this year is not that much higher than that, or whatever, it's still less than that, as you say, in particular months, that could easily explain that as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not ever saying that COVID, like, because an epidemiologist takes into all these factors. I'm just looking at like two statistics and making a general rule, which is illogical. Like, it shouldn't be doing it. But I'm allowed to say that I still haven't been provided the wealth of information that this epidemiologist has. I've been given two things. I've been given shoddy statistical analysis and being forced to be locked into my house. And I'm meant to take that as the gospel. That's the sum of everything I get. But they get all the information and get to scare the absolute piss out of me. This is what we're dealing with. But people are assuming this is when sorry, Rob, just the last thing I'll say. This is when these people assume that we are generally, like, we all subscribe to the Church of Scientism. If they say it, they believe it. It has to make sense to me. It has to crystallize in my mind for me to confidently argue in favor of it. And right now, every time I do like what my mind like reaches for something, okay, look, if this stat says this must make sense that this is crazy. Or if, like when you hear in China, they're diagnosing people with CT scans, or when you hear in Italy that they're I always mispronounce this, posthumously, that word, diagnosing people and coding their deaths as COVID-19 related when they haven't been tested while they're fucking alive, or based on their symptoms, then I'm saying to myself, I'm uncomfortable now taking any of these fucking sensationalist mortality rates, because
but James, again, the problem here comes down to the fact that politicians like China have been claiming that they've had 0 deaths for a while now, but the thing is, you can't always take a politician's word for such things. That the actual numbers of verifiable deaths that are that are directly related to the COVID virus. I mean, that's something that I guess you can't ever, you might not ever really actually get the exact figure for. And given the fact that politicians are going to lie and even make up figures, it makes it a very hard process, especially while we're going through it, meaning that afterwards, years from now, it will probably be a lot easier to start working out the real figures.
I think the one thing though, James, that might be worth it, if you have a look on the channel called Voice of Thunder, he's breaking it down day by day. And one of the videos he did was like a claim that I'm not saying you're making, but people are making about like pneumonia or flu. Hey, it's a bit like the flu, etc. And he broke down the numbers and showed why COVID is much more infectious than flu, but also once you catch it, and if you are vulnerable to it and you get to hospital, your chances of survival there is far reduced. Once you get to the ventilator stage, it's less than 50% chance of survival there. So the people that are surviving, there's 50 or even less, right? So he went through the numbers there. So number one, you can infect more people with flu and with pneumonia and stuff. One person can't affect as many. And the numbers he showed in the beginning was quite small. It was like one person can infect about whatever it was, 1.2, 1.7. COVID, you could infect 2.3, whatever the numbers was. And he said, well, this doesn't look like much. Now let's extrapolate that out. And when you see the extrapolation of how quickly and how many people can get affected, and once you get to hospital, your chance is significantly less of surviving. That's what makes it, at least in his mind, so dangerous.
But that's interesting, and this is why that's interesting. One, because the contagious element is again it's based on simulations and interactions, not necessarily on how contagious it is. Because obviously we did this recently, and I think it's either SARS or MERS. One of the two is far more contagious than or far more easily transmittable than COVID. That's number one. Number two, it's interesting because it's far more dangerous because of what? So if you're poorly coding it, and again, this is just theoretical. I'm not saying it's not. I'm definitely not comfortable to say. I'm not a doctor. Right? I haven't experienced, witnessing someone die from it. So I'm not trying to trivialize it. But if you're not willing, if you're reluctant to properly adequately test, if the tests you have produce false negatives and positives, that's the antigen test. And then the other test, you're saying that some of it is symptom-based coding for deaths. You know what I mean? Yeah, regardless, right? How can I get a true understanding of the mortality rate? For example, if you tested the whole country, but also last point, if you tested the whole country and found out that, I don't know, man, 2 million people, 10 million people, 20 million people had fucking COVID-19, and the mortality rate was, you could, even if you overestimated it and say, 10% more of people that we said had died from COVID, that may still reduce the pure, true mortality rate down to something like, or the survival rate of like 95%. If that 95% was the true figure, you wouldn't look at it the way you're talking about it now. But we have to, because we're going to assume that all of the base premises are correct and they're going to follow on logically. If this is true and that is true and that's true and that's true. But we're saying no, there's fundamental flaws in every single one of these methods of obtaining data.
James, just quickly, even with that, if 5% of our population died, that's fucking unbearable and unacceptable.
I know.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? But anyway, what I was gonna say is the points you made, fair enough. I can't really deal with them specifically, but what I would say again is that we can't know the exact mortality rate until much later. And what I was going to say to you is, if we go back to the epidemiology, the actual study of viruses, the reason why it's more of a threat to us at the moment is, one, because of the contagiousness of it, and it survives in a lot more circumstances than a lot of other viruses can. But it's also to do that the epidemiology, to do with the study of viruses, it's all about how we can slow down the growth of an infection of a virus in our body and allow the human body naturally, and with supplements from us artificially, to fight it off, to succeed in the battle. It's literally a war. Their cells, the virus cells, replicating, and our white blood cells fighting them off, literally exactly like an army situation in a war. Now, the reason why pneumonia and flu and all these other ones don't have the same 50%, like Rob was saying, less than 50% survival rate at the ventilator stage is because we understand those viruses a lot better now. In the beginning, they must have had, even worse percentages. But so at the moment, it is like that. And until we, like, over the next few months and years, we do understand the virus better, we can slow it down to a more manageable kind of rate, whereby we can then also have the vaccinations and other medicines to stimulate the bodies to basically win that fight more often. That the fight amongst the cells, the virus versus the white blood cells of our body, and until we can win that battle scientifically, it's a very dangerous situation, because one, of the contagiousness, and two, because of the fact that we don't understand this virus as well as we do understand pneumonia and flu and all the other ones.
Yeah,
James, can I just ask, to cut right to the core of it, what sort of triggered your skepticism on this? Because if it were a Labour government, or if we're in some sort of fascistic, I'm mispronouncing because it's late as well, a fascistic state, then you could go, okay, well, could this be that the government is overstepping, or they're going further? But with a Conservative government, for example, that favours capitalism and a strong economy, this would be, in my mind at least, like the worst thing, which is why he came in for criticism that he left it too late, right? Because as Ansel was saying, he's trying to balance everything. If it was a Labour, you could have understood they would have done it much quicker. So what was it for you that sort of triggered you to go, do you know what, I don't think this is true, or that this government might have some nefarious, I don't know whether you think the government has some nefarious thing. You kind of alluded to it a little bit. So what was the trigger that got you kind of going with this? Because for me, I'm like, I'm prepared to accept this because of the severity of it, seemingly the severity of, and that this government would be the last sort of government that would want to do this sort of thing. It's just going to kill the economy.
First of all, I don't really buy this sort of dyadic, like, you're either a communist or you're a capitalist. Like, I can see both of them having influences with each other, yeah. And obviously we could talk about that another day. I've got Anthony Sutton is a really good writer on that. I've barely read any of his books, but I've taken a lot of his quotes, but about how capitalist funded communist revolutions all over the world. But point is, specifically that, I feel like I'm comfortable enough to concede. I don't really know. I don't understand, and I'm not positing any. I'm not giving you some sort of detailed conspiracy theory in which this is why everybody's doing why. One thing I will say is, eventually something's got to give. And there's only going to be a point where people start realizing, but if money is all based on debt, then why do I have to pay this? And why would I pay that? And why do I do this? And why do I get up every morning and do that? And all of these fucking investigative journalists producing these pieces, eventually there's going to gain some traction with people in the world going, well, you know what? I don't agree with austerity. And you know what? I'm not putting my money in the bank no more. I don't trust it. If I could just lose my money tomorrow, I don't really trust it. So I guess there's always a way of, the next recession we go into, I guess it's an information age, and we're getting smarter. People are getting smart. You could chat to a layman on the street who understands about fractional reserve banking and quantitative easing. Regular people now, right? So there's only going to be so many more tricks you're going to be able to use to make people work, and there's only going to be so many more times that you say, we fucked up, but you're going to have to pay for it. You have to pay, right? And I reckon that some would argue also you'd have to follow suit. So with this, everybody becoming uniformed and that, it's very easy to say, if one country closes their borders, if the world's two biggest economies were to force you into a situation now whereby you would either, your economy would suffer, or you have the option to lie to the populace, I don't really think it's difficult to assume what people would do. I don't think the sort of tenets or precepts of conservatism will defend against an absolute collapse of an economy. I don't think people are going to go, oh, well, we're conservative, so naturally we can't have people believing that we're socialists. I don't think that. And capitalism is socialist elitism anyway, like when it comes down to it. So printing money, making fake money and appeasing the masses isn't necessarily antithetical towards a pure capitalistic system, considering there will be a bubble burst at the end of this, and people are going to have to pay exorbitant amounts of money. People are going to lose money. This is this. So don't assume that all of these little easing methods or wiping the debt from the NHS, all of this is this is a move towards socialism. Far from it. If anything, it might be hyper conservatism on the back end. And then just finally, what moved me to the skepticism is that I don't understand it, and I'm comfortable to say that. When I don't understand something, I don't understand it. If it was some flesh-eating bacterial disease, I'd be like, oh shit, that's Corona. Oh yeah, that's that's that Corona. Don't want to get that. When you're telling me like 9 times out of like potentially 90 something percent, I'm gonna recover me from getting it because I don't have any underlying health issues. I'm gonna recover from it. Already, you've put like I'm biased, right? I have to be honest. Like being intellectually honest, I'm gonna be biased because I'm gonna be like, what the fuck am I getting quarantined for then? Because I'm gonna survive this shit. And then I start asking myself, who else is gonna survive shit? And then you're gonna tell me that, oh yeah, people that may have made this argument, where did the majority of people die? They die in hospitals. So if tomorrow you coded all deaths,
but James, just quickly, yeah. If I was to give you a bag of sweets, yeah, and I told you that there's 10 sweets there and one of them will make you die, how confident would you be to put your hand in there and just pick one up at random?
Bro, you know you're a G. I wouldn't, at all. And that's a good way. And I've always said that that's what the beauty of Corona, because or the beauty of this sort of method of propagandizing. I don't know if that's the word, but you're asking me to gamble with my life. So my skepticism or my life, ultimately, whenever Jiri have said it to me the other day, he said, do you wear a mask? I said, no. He said, why? I said, pride. He said, all right, cool. So what makes more sense here? He's like, would you rather if someone sneezed in the vicinity or near you for you to have a mask or not have a mask? I said, oh fuck, now I bought a mask. You know what I mean? Like I have to gamble with my life. And no, I'm not that confident that that there is something sort of nefarious at play that I'm going to gamble with my actual life. But I am honest enough to say it doesn't make sense to me in the same way that, a zombie apocalypse clearly would make sense to you because you'd see zombies on the fucking streets and you'd be like, oh yeah, it's kind of
You know what? Yeah, I have to be honest with you. Yeah, and you know what? I actually respect you quite a lot. I think you're a very smart, intellectual, honest, straight up geezer. Yeah, but to be honest with you, yeah, I have a tiny bit of skepticism, even though I'm a champion of the science and scientific method. Me personally, like you say, I don't understand it to that extent where I can be 100% certain or even say 99% certain. But I would say very high up in the 90s, like 97 probably or 98% that I'm certain about, what I've been told about what's going on is likely to be. I mean, not the statistics. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the science again. Yeah, so I've got pretty high confidence in it. But I have to admit, when it comes to these other things about governments and the economics of it, or that's kind of something that's up in the air for me because I never really care that much about it. It's all political. Is one, and two, it's very hard for us to have reliable information, whether on the true side or the conspiracy side or either side. You know what I mean? Like ultimately, the conspiracy people of politics claim it ought to be like conspiracy, and you're being fed information that's not true. But that's equally applicable to the conspiracy shit. Like anybody could make shit up and claim that people are lying about other shit. So like it's just, what I mean? Let's just be honest. We don't know.
Yes.
We have to make up our minds, and being skeptical is a good thing, because the thing is, when I have to go through this with the flat Earth. I think it was about a week it took me where I genuinely had to admit to myself that, I don't know enough about science and the scientific criticisms that the flat earthers bring up. So I have to genuinely admit to myself, you know what, there is a vague possibility because I've never been out there. I can only go on what I think I understand about the rest of the world. But then I looked at what the experts and the scientists said, and they convinced me within a few days of researching it. And I think with the corona stuff, I should basically do the same to be even more confident. But the thing is, James, I've been through this process so many times with so many other stuff like you're experiencing right now, that I have to admit I tend to do it less and less. But if something does ring any red bells or red flags come up where I'm really suspicious, I will look into it. For example, what the thing is, you have to think to yourself, some of the stuff I'm thinking is the same stuff that people like David Icke are promoting. Yeah, and then you have to think to yourself, you know what? When he came up with this lizard shit, I said to myself, if this guy ever agrees with me, I really have to question why I think what it is that I think that he agrees with. Because
that's why I'm pissed. Because whenever I say this stuff to people like you, people that in the chat that believe 5G is causing corona are like, get him, James. Get him, James. I'm like, no, I'm not at all. I'm not on your team at all.
But you know what? For me, ultimately, all it is, bro, that you're honest enough to stand up and ask these questions and admit where you stand intellectually. And then maybe a week later or 2 weeks later, if you find yourself to be wrong, you just openly admit it and we'll laugh about it, and that'll be that. Yeah. But guess what? In that situation, you would have made the most progress out of everyone.
But my biggest
And that's why you're the champion, bro. Trust me.
Jeez, that's too much. Good. But my biggest fear is that my realization is me getting and I'm on a ventilator, yeah, and I'm like, fuck it, I was so wrong.
Yeah, but you know what? People like you deserve that because you've been chatting all this shit. Yeah, I swear. Like, if I
Somebody
wish I
saying in
believed
the
in
chat
spiritual
there, right,
energy.
that you know, James, one of the things that if it was possible would be for you to volunteer at a hospital where, you know, this is seriously happening.
No, but I
and
believe it,
then,
Rob. Sorry, I was only joking.
oh,
I
okay.
completely believe COVID-19 is real in the same way MERS is real, SARS is real. It is a mutated respiratory illness. It is a novel virus. All of this stuff I agree with. It is the
But
response.
just the sheer numbers, I think, maybe is what you're concerned with. To be in a hotel, sorry, hotel, yeah, slip of the tongue there. To be in a hospital with that's like overwhelmed with these people, so that maybe you could see the severity of it. Apparently, though, it's not happening in every hospital in every single town in the UK,
You
but
know
where
what
it is happening.
You know what Ultra said? Ultra went to hospital with his wife and said it went through the A&E and said it was a ghost town and said they asked him to leave. And I laughed because I was like, how are you meant to independently verify if hospitals are saying stay at home, stay away if you don't have a good reason to be outside of your house? So now if you went to a hospital, Rob, with a camera and a fucking is it a dictaphone or whatever, I was like, yeah, I'm here doing independent research. They could arguably have police called, have you escorted away from there, and have you fined or arrested because you're not out of your house with a good excuse. Or look at Hungary. Viktor Orban has made a power grab and has invoked some emergency laws in which he now is basically a dictator in that nation for the foreseeable future. So if you're a Hungarian, you and I would agree with the skepticism. We'd say, I haven't witnessed people dying, but I've now seen the rise of a Hitler-esque fucking right-wing dictator in my nation as a result of COVID-19. Is that not fair for that person to say?
Yeah, I think it could be that he's taken advantage of it, and you're quite right. It could be that the government has quite taken advantage to some degree. I guess with sort of Western governments, they do nefarious things. I think that's also entirely plausible, if not probable. And I just think in this case, I guess with this particular thing, with it happening all over the show, with these countries that wouldn't want it to happen, they would want to be the shining lights where it's not happening. And if it is the vehicle for which they're going to make a power grab or whatever the case is, I don't know. Maybe you can make an argument that it's the perfect vehicle. It seems to me to not be a great vehicle to do it. But maybe you could say it's the other way around, right?
Strategies are ever evolving, right? So that's where they like to. I don't claim to know how would I know how an international conglomerate sees a crisis? I don't know how they view it. Do they view it as a good thing or a bad thing, opportunity? But I imagine every majorly successful entity or controlling power sees everything as an opportunity. They would have to, right? Everything.
You know what, James? You exactly just hit the nail on the head, bro. This is what it is when people say something which is true all the time, regardless of the actual situation. There's no point to it. Like it doesn't tell you anything. It doesn't help you in any way. If you say that, the government doesn't, like they keep you quiet and don't let you know about what's going on in the world to shield you from the thingy, and you just go about your business, you're easy to control and you do as you're told. But then it's also true when they create all these pandemics and wars and stuff, is to keep you occupied. And it's like, well, all you're saying is that what you're saying is true no matter what the situation ever is.
Like I said, finally, all I'm saying is when the first thing somebody thinks is someone who's simple like me. I'm not even a statist. I can't analyze stats that comprehensively. You'd think that it's like 10,000 people have died, and you would think that was plus the amount of people that usually die. That's how it makes sense to me. It's like if you're being honest and you're saying they died as a result of COVID, which is unique and independent of other forms of death, i.e., they may have had an underlying health issue, but they weren't dying because of that health issue. They're dying because of COVID. You would see an addition to, and the fact that was the one statistic I'd never seen quoted by any media source. They're telling you X number of people died. They're saying it's worse than this one, it's worse than that one, mortality rate, all these percentages. Yeah, and I'm not great at maths. I just wanted to know in relation to what though, like what. And the first,
Yeah, no, James, but on that level, you're actually correct, yeah, because I agree with that as well. There's no harm in saying that. It's just where you extrapolate, where you take the logical conclusion of that. I mean, fair enough. You've only admitted that it makes you suspicious, which is fair enough. We should all be suspicious, and even us who are pretty confident in it, we should still be suspicious, and we still are. So the thing is, the details of how, say, they go about establishing and defining a COVID death versus a COVID-related death versus a COVID-independent death, that's probably a technical thing that the doctors and scientists get up to. Now, statisticians, government statisticians, politicians, they're very well known to take that type of data and misconstrue it in different categories by using different categories, for example, and different wording, and apply those statistics in various ways. If you know what I mean. So I'm pretty sure that sort of stuff happens a lot. So when it comes to statistics, I'm a bit suspicious as well. So
yeah. Oh, but ultimately that's what it is, man. I to be honest, I'm still observing every rule. I'm not like, I do go out probably more than I should, and a few times at least a day. But yeah, like I'm not stupid enough to believe that random independent virologists are just all in on it or getting paid under the table to lie about a pandemic. I really, whatever they're looking at under their microscope is true. But I just and like, you know, the most simple way, I remember when I first thought about it, maybe someone said it, because I don't feel like I'm that smart to even have thought about this independently, but I think it was like when that first article came out and they were like, this is the reason we're not testing, because that's where your mind goes. You're like, you hear herd immunity, you get a bit panicked. Then after that, it's amount of people are dying, and then you're hearing mortality rates, and you're hearing about the limited sample size, and you're wondering, oh, so why isn't there a larger sample size? What I want to know if I have it. What happens if, you know, do I have it? Then they're saying that you could be asymptomatic. So you think, oh, do I have it now? How do I know? And then you look at the testing, and they're like, no. The tests that we give you may, one, disseminate it, even though you want to disseminate all these laws and rules, and you're spending all this money giving out, putting signs in parks and all this shit. Okay, fine. But then also the tests themselves might not work. So if you're going to mass produce tests and send them out and they don't work, how the fuck do you know the people that you've tested that does work? And I'm assuming that whatever method you managed to test those people with, shouldn't you just replicate that in the test that you're sending out? Isn't that a way to know for a fact if the tests work or not? Compare them to the ones you already have. It's getting to the point where the journalists.
Yeah, but James, typically in these types of scenarios, it's a case of you like, for example, you buy a condom, it can only say on it these are 99% or 99.99% reliable. Yeah. So even with something like this kind of test, it could probably only say that it's 95, 96, given that this is a new thing that we're at a very early stage of being able to detect, diagnose, and cure. It's possible that the mass production of these tests don't have.
Is the ones. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm saying, like, when a journalist gives you that information, and as a, like, probably even like a, you know, if they were like, if you were having a conversation with that journalist, you'd be like, oh, so how do you know that the ones that they're testing are not? Like, do you have the information for that? I guarantee what I would believe it's most likely that the journalists, they themselves not being any kind of microbiologist, will probably tell you, I don't know.
Yeah, of course.
So how honest is it? How logical? You're not even vetting the information you're getting and you're giving to me, because I'm not that smart and I can work out that that's a logical flaw then in the. Speaking of which, I watched the tape, Rob, by the way. That's why I came back on, you know. I watched that. Rob, you still there?
Yeah, I'm about to go to bed. Go for it.
So sorry, yeah. Hey, do you mind quick shift of topics? Scientific, yeah, just real quick.
No, mate, I'm happy.
So all right. So from what I understand, I feel kind of I tapped myself on the back because I got it before he used the whiskey analogy. But basically, the logic is as follows: that you cannot have, for example, just quickly, the only way it does make sense is if you pose an either or option. If you pose a either this or either this, but not either this or not this. Pretty much.
Are you talking about the Matt Slick thing now?
Yeah, it's pretty much that. It's
yes,
like,
yeah. It's either God or not God. Not God can't account for the laws of logic, therefore God. Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I got that pretty quickly, but I feel like he also got that, but he just didn't want to admit that he didn't understand that.
Yeah, if you watch his face, right? Because Malpass talks about not toast. How does not toast account for the laws of logic? And that just sort of fried his brain, right?
No, you know when he had to have got
that's wicked.
you know when he had to have got, yeah, this is your kind of feel scientific, because it's all like you saw everybody get scared when he started using P and Q and stuff, because even when I look at like random philosophical things on like Wikipedia and that, and I see all these fucking like algebraic equations for logic, I'm like, god damn, son, that's some complicated shit. But yeah, he was like, is when he used the whiskey, he was like, I'm either drinking whiskey, I'm drinking vodka. I'm not drinking whiskey, therefore I'm drinking vodka. He got it then. He couldn't, no one could not, that's like a retard could have understood what he was saying at that stage. But he just persisted with his stupidity.
Yeah, but you could just see the psychological, to me at least, like the battle going on in his head, not kind of wanting to get it, but then, because the argument had been his and he had championed it for so long, to now admit that there was a fault. And at the end, I don't know if you got that far, if you saw the other clip or whatever, where his buddy who was on, who just can't follow logical arguments barely at all, suggested, no, he wasn't saying your argument was wrong. It was just you have to reword it. And it was clear that he said at one point, and this was in that other video that the guy edited together, he was saying, no, it's done. It's, you've got to start from scratch. And of course, that language translated to them, well, I've just got to go start from scratch and reword it, and I'm sure we'll find a way. And they even asked him at one point, can you help us? this is the level of misunderstanding you have, right?
You can't beg a question in a syllogism, number one, and essentially it needs to be minimum of 3 premises, right? Is that the two things that why?
Yeah, 2 premises and a conclusion is the minimum that you need. Yeah.
So the fact that
I think you can. Minimum. Sorry, minimum.
Yeah. So you can have 3 premises, and what was the first thing I said? I'm bugging out.
Can't remember. Just so you know, the biggest I've ever seen is 51 premises in an argument.
51 premises.
51 premises.
What be the point of even reading that? How could you remember?
I barely read it or understood.
You could reduce it, innit? You could balance that equation, though, innit?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, but you know what, James? Let me just say though that when it comes to, I heard Rob talking about this earlier, but when it comes to the syllogisms, it's basically trying to fuse the logical mathematics into language form, which is fair enough. 1 + 1 = 2. That's valid, and if the certain basic syllogisms completely work as far as we know about the natural world, they completely work so far. But the point is that what's really important, and Rob said it already, but it's easy to look at it just like this, is if the premise is valid, the syllogism is valid if the logical implication of the premise to the conclusion is a valid conclusion to make, and also it's sound if the premise itself is reliably true. So the syllogism works if each premise is reliably true, making it sound, and the logic between the premise and the conclusion is valid, meaning that it's true, isn't it? So it's a fact that is always the case, that this leads to that, or this means that.
But I was trying to get, so if someone says, forget that, if what did he say? It's like either P or Q, and then I think it was not Q. Sorry, either Q or not Q, and then the second premise is not Q, then the third premise is not Q, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it was something like, I thought it was the second premise was not Q, therefore
then it ended up being not Q for the conclusion anyway. It's either Q or not Q. The second premise not Q, therefore the third premise is not Q. But
the way you try to structure it was either it was a trivial argument or it was a false dichotomy. I think that was
But so in layman's, not even layman's terms, but more simply put, is it basically that if you can reduce it to 2 premises, it can't be a syllogism, or it can't be a sound reasoning. And then another way of phrasing that, if you kept the 3 premises, is you're ultimately begging the question at one point, because you're saying not Q, therefore not Q. So that would have to be the answer, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
they've used language to make basically a tautology, which is
yes,
meaningless. You may as well have just said 1 + 1 equals 1 is 1 and 2 is 2, and therefore 1 + 1 equals 2. There's just no point to it at all.
right. So it doesn't get you anywhere. So yeah, it was interesting. Now
Thank
past
you,
the break.
because that can fuck that is a tool to dismantle bare arguments without even having to engage them.
It was only worked for that particular one because he put it in a syllogism, right? It's rare for a philosophical argument to be invalid, right? He's not a professional philosopher. He barely understands philosophy, Matt Slick, but professional philosophers will never get once they publish it, they'll never have an invalid argument. What we always challenge is the soundness, right? So with the Kalam argument, it's perfectly valid, but we don't think it's sound, i.e. we don't think that the premises are supported. But the argument itself follows perfectly, right? To, everything that begins to exist as a cause, the universe began to exist.
I hear that all the time, though, Rob. That it's either God does exist or God doesn't exist. I hear that all the time.
That's true. That's a true dichotomy. But what you believe about that isn't a dichotomy. That's the interesting thing, because you can have three options, right? You either accept the proposition, you reject the proposition, or you're undecided. So there's three options based on whatever proposition it is that you believe. And that's sometimes confusing as well, right? Because I changed my mind some years ago because I was of the Matt Dillahunty view. And then I listened
Yeah,
to...
but Rob, sorry to stop you, but again, this is all just word games. Even if you do believe something, you can never really know in any absolute sense that it is true. So you always, for example, like you said, people do change their minds or update their ideas. So even when they think they know something, so it's just silly word games talking about that it has to be true or false, and that's all there is to it.
I mean, because remember, there's a difference, and this is the other sometimes confusion. Sometimes I might fall into it as well. There's a difference between epistemology, which is how do we get to the view, and the ontology, which is the state of things. So in the state of the world, right?
The map versus the terrain.
That either a God exists or it does not, right? The ontology, how the world is reality, either has a God in it or it does not. That is a true dichotomy. There's no getting away from that if you accept the rules of logic. But what you believe about it, and whether you either believe it or whether you know it, then you start to, as you say, get into all the epistemic, the how do you get to that position? How do we know what we know, and all that sort of stuff? That's the real complicated bit. But you've got to state the ontology first, right? Which is what theists do. They say, hey, we believe a God exists, i.e. they're saying about the nature of the world that there's some being, right? So now they made a claim about reality. Now the question is, why do you believe that? Now we get into epistemology. Now they're going to give us the reasons as to why they believe. And that's what we often talk about, almost always, really. What is it? Why do you believe that? Because obviously you want to know what it is, but that's kind of, you get past that very quickly, right? And then you get on to why do you believe? And that's what we often have the discussion whenever people are arguing here. They're very seldom arguing about the ontology. It's more the epistemology that we're having the discussion.
I've heard, like, I can't remember who the fuck it was. I've heard it a few times. What's your criteria for God? I feel that's the dumbest question in the world, because I don't believe in God. You believe in God. So give me the criteria for the belief that you have. Sorry, give me the belief that you have. Then I'll give you the criteria based on that. So, for example, I probably would believe that God was true if a gentleman named Moses came to chat to me with a wooden staff and he just turned it to a snake in front of my eyes. And when we went fishing one time, he parted the whole ocean. Yeah, that would probably be the criteria for my belief in that God, in that specific God. The one for me to believe it was that guy in that book that you wrote. But outside of that, if I don't believe in it, I don't have a criteria, because I don't even know what the fuck you're even talking about. You'd have to bring me a specific God belief, and then I would develop a criteria based on the stories you've told me. Maybe if there was a winged horse that took me to the moon and there was a sword that could split the moon in half, right? Maybe I'll probably believe in what you believe in. So it's just, I felt like I've had that discussion many times, and people take that to mean, oh, so you don't even have a criteria, so no one can ever prove God. You're just an inveterate atheist. But it's like, no, it's your claim that's individual. I don't even understand what you're talking about half the time.
You know what you should say to them after you've explained that. You should say to them, what's your criteria for the reason why you think dragons don't exist? Or just make up any any combination of weird creature that you can think of.
Hey, speaking of which, yeah, can I ask you lot something? You know, it's good that not a lot of people are listening because I don't want to sound fucking retarded. Just before you go, Rob, yeah. If in these consciousness discussions, people, I've heard everyone. There's this guy, I can't remember his name. They put Dan put him forward, and I feel like they're going to rely on him. Yeah, he's like a nuclear physicist or something. That basically is an
talking about Max Tegmark, are you?
No, not Tegmark. Tegmark's an atheist. He's a naturalist.
Yeah.
You know, this some guy. He's famous. He worked on the Hadron Collider. It's like some computer scientist / nuclear particle physicist. I don't know. Anyway, but he's a fucking armchair philosopher. Well, he's got a doctorate in it. He's a philosopher now, and he's